In this world full of strange beasts and magical beasts, Chen Feng was once the most feared existence. He is not only a witness to the two great eras of the Beast Taming Calendar and the Demon Taming Calendar, but also a top demon tamer admired by countless people of that period. Whether he is a peerless, ruthless man who built his career by slaying beasts or a mythical fighter who summoned monsters, Chen Feng can be called a legendary hero. However, fate always likes to play jokes on the strongest. Chen Feng was wounded and died in the decisive battle with the strongest monster in the beast realm. He closed his eyes with countless unfulfilled dreams and endless regrets. But death is not the end. Chen Feng was reborn and returned to the starting point, the campus that once broke his heart, with a group of ferocious monsters that once fought for him. At the moment of rebirth, his power is no longer that of the insignificant boy who had not awakened his talent for beast taming, but the Lord of Beasts who possesses powerful magic and wisdom that can destroy the world. Chen Feng's rebirth is not simply a return of time, but a return full of opportunities. He carries the memories and power of his previous life, ready to rewrite his past regrets. Once upon a time, Wang Qian was Chen Feng's first love. She was the brightest light in his youth, but the breakup that he still couldn't forget became the deepest pain in his heart. In the past, Wang Qian resolutely chose to break up with him in order to focus on her beast taming training. The reason was simple but heartless. Chen Feng had not awakened his beast taming talent and could not go with her. Chen Feng looked at Wang Qian with no resentment in his heart, but indifference. He was no longer the boy who was weak in front of love, but a being with a magic power that could shake the whole world. The one who truly protected him and accompanied him silently was Wang Yuyan, who seemed ordinary but always silently dedicated herself to him. Wang Yuyan never distanced herself from Chen Feng because he had no talent for taming beasts. Instead, she gave him silent support when he was at his lowest point. Although the two had gone through various emotional tests, Wang Yuyan always stayed by Chen Feng's side and never left him. Now Chen Feng finally realized that Wang Yuyan was the one who was truly worthy of his cherishment, rather than Wang Qian, who had once broken his heart. The only thing he cares about now is the token of love that can change his fate. It is the symbol of his parents' love and the key to his fate. In order to enable Chen Feng to awaken his talent for taming beasts, his mother had even sold this precious beast bone. Chen Feng hoped to stop all this and protect this relic that symbolized the fate of his family. Chen Feng's home was not luxurious. It was just an ordinary two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment. The moment he took out the key and inserted it into the door lock, a familiar smell of food wafted into his face. Chen Feng hadn't smelled this smell for hundreds of years. Even though he was a former beast master and had experienced thousands of years, Chen Feng was still deeply moved by the smell, and tears welled up in his eyes. When I opened the door, I saw a simple dining table in front of me. The food on the table was not rich, with only 2 dishes and a bowl of soup. But for Chen Feng, what is important is not the type of dishes, but the familiar taste, or rather, the person who cooks the dishes, his mother. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Why are you still crying? Chen Feng's mother poked her head out from the kitchen and saw that her son's eyes were red and swollen. She hurriedly wiped the water stains on her hands and quickly walked up to him. She held a napkin in her hand and handed it to Chen Feng. It doesn't matter if you haven't awakened your talent. Don't cry. Chen Feng ignored his mother's words. He just stared blankly at the food on the table. He couldn't help but took a big bite of the food and started chewing happily. That was the smell he hadn't seen for a long time. The smell of home. Chen Feng couldn't help but shed tears again. Mother Chen didn't notice his change in mood. She still sat down and gently advised, "Wipe your tears. Mom cooked your favorite dish for you. Why are you still crying at this age?" She thought her son was sad because he didn't awaken his talent for taming beasts. However, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp at this moment. He lowered his head and took a sip of soup. His mouth moved slightly, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. The soup unexpectedly smelled of the awakening potion. The potency of the soup seemed to be rapidly being absorbed by his beast power. Chen Feng panicked. He stood up suddenly, looked at the remaining soup, and an idea flashed through his mind. If he took this soup to a pharmacy, the owner would definitely not return it. If he had known this, he should not have drunk it in the first place. At this time, Chen's mother was sitting quietly at the table, watching him wolf down his meal, with a barely perceptible complexity in her eyes. "Mom, that animal bone, did you sell it?" Chen Feng suppressed his inner uneasiness and spoke calmly. even though he knew that mentioning this issue would make the atmosphere between him and his mother even more solemn. Hey, how did you know? Chen's mother was stunned. Her hand movements paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, revealing a fake calm smile. I didn't tell you. Who told you? A classmate saw it today, you know. Chen Feng answered casually, then looked at his mother, wiped away his tears, and added, Mom, I have actually awakened my talent for beast control. Awaken? How did he awaken? Chen's mother was obviously a little surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. Maybe the awakening ceremony at school was a bit delayed, and I found myself awakened on the way back. Chen Feng explained easily, but he was silently planning the next steps in his heart. It's good that you've awakened. The mother nodded, looking very relieved. I'll go to school tomorrow to tell your teacher and transfer you to the beast taming class. As for the soup, forget it, it's okay. She tried to stay calm and continued to clean up the dishes, seeming to be worried. Chen Feng did not ask any more questions about the medicine. He just looked at his mother's tired but still warm face and suddenly felt a little reluctant. Although he is no longer the untalented and ordinary boy he once was, the mother in front of him still supports the family with selfless love. Mom, how much did the animal bone sell for? Chen Feng asked again, an urgent thought coming to his mind. 6 million. The mother answered lightly, seemingly unaware of the heaviness hidden in her words. How much money does our family have left? Chen Feng continued to ask, his tone becoming serious. That's all. Why are you asking these questions? Mother Chen was busy wiping the water stains on her hands, pretending nothing had happened. Chen Feng did not ask any more questions, but stood up directly. Mom, I'm going to go out for a while. You call the buyer and ask him to keep the bones first. Seeing Chen Feng leaving in a hurry, Chen's mother hurriedly shouted, Where are you going? Don't run around. To make money. Chen Feng answered without looking back and disappeared in the corridor. As he walked out of the house, Chen Feng silently thought to himself, I originally planned to be a lone wolf, but now it seems that I still have to go to school. My fellow beastmen, get ready to welcome me. Although Chen Feng had lost his former peak strength after his rebirth, he was still a 1-star magic master. Moreover, as a former 10-star beast master, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He had personally cut off the contracts of 10 beast masters and instead contracted a demon beast, transforming himself into a cruel warrior. This time, Chen Feng's goal was clear. He wanted to pass the Beast Master Special Recruitment Exam and strive to get a $1 million scholarship as quickly as possible. Through this channel, he could quickly resolve his current predicament and redeem the animal bones that his mother sold. Master, please hurry up and get to the Beast Tamer Special Recruitment Center. Chen Feng urged the driver while staring at his watch. Today was the last day to register, and time was running out. This is already the fastest speed. Any faster would be speeding. The driver replied. Then is there any way to go faster? Chen Feng was a little anxious. Brother, there is really no shortcut. I've been driving for 10 years. This speed is already very fast. I'll give you 200 more, Chen Feng said in one breath. Seeing the car speeding up, he felt an irresistible sense of urgency in his heart. He had to seize the opportunity at the last moment. The car rushed towards the destination like a sharp arrow, and Chen Feng's future quietly unfolded at this moment. Master, you idiot, I'm over there. At the entrance of the Beast Tamer Special Recruitment Center, Chen Feng waved goodbye to the driver and turned to enter the building. The building of the Special Recruitment Center is like a huge arena, surrounded by spectator seats and seats for Beastmasters, and in the center is the venue for Beastmaster battles. After passing through a long corridor, Chen Feng soon arrived at the registration room. Hello, I want to take part in the Special Recruitment Examination for Beastmasters. Chen Feng looked at the teacher who was tidying up his clothes and getting ready to leave work and said, Registration for this year's special recruitment has ended. Come back next year. The teacher skillfully tied the knitted scarf around her neck without even looking up, obviously not wanting to work overtime. Chen Feng didn't say anything, just waited quietly. Suddenly, he heard a dissatisfied voice behind him. What? Did you forget the appointment? It's almost 3:55. What if that stupid teacher leaves work early? Just beat him up if I get off work. Anyway, the old man can make him get fired. The voice gradually approached, with a hint of frivolity and arrogance. Chen Feng turned around and saw a young man walking towards him. His heart was shocked. He was too familiar with this man, Li Eriang, the youngest son of the Li family. The two had met during the beast domain hunting operation. Although Li Eriang was extremely talented and had always been better than him, They had always been brothers who pretended to be good to each other. Yeah, Chen Feng responded and patted Li Eriang's shoulder lightly. Li Eriang was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to shoot back, but when he saw Chen Feng's disdainful look, he suddenly felt something was wrong. How come this guy is more familiar than me? He thought to himself. Chen Feng ignored Li Eriang's confusion and turned back to the registration office. At this time, the registration teacher sat down again, looked at the two of them, and said indifferently, "Have you two finished filling out the form? Come and take the test. There is still an assessment teacher who has not left." Chen Feng, right? D-level Beast Taming Talent? You actually challenged the highest difficulty 1-star assessment. The registration teacher glanced at Chen Feng's registration form, his eyes showing some doubt. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Chen Feng's tone was calm, but his eyes showed confidence. The teacher shook his head and warned, "The most difficult test is extremely dangerous. You need to hold out for 5 minutes under the attack of 4 1-star high-level monsters. Do you know that your beast may be killed instantly?" He obviously had no hope for Chen Feng. However, seeing that Chen Feng's expression was still calm, the teacher didn't say anything more. "No problem. If my beast man accidentally kills them, do I have to pay compensation?" Chen Feng asked back, his tone calm and composed. The registration teacher was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "If you can fight 4 alone and kill the monster, then that's your ability." Chen Feng nodded with a thoughtful expression. "That's good." He thought to himself. Anyway, Warcraft can grow by devouring monsters, so today is a good opportunity to feed my Warcraft and restore some strength. Li Eriang was watching from the side, but he was full of doubts. Who is this kid? He looks so vulnerable, but he gives me a strong sense of oppression. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You don't really want to fight 4 people alone. You must be crazy." However, before Chen Feng could answer, Li Eriang took the registration form, quickly changed it to highest difficulty, and handed it to the teacher. "I will also challenge the highest difficulty." The registration teacher glanced at Li Eriang's form and said calmly, "Li Eriang, the second son of the Li family." "Yeah." Li Eriang responded as if nothing had happened and patted the teacher's shoulder. However, because the table was too high, he put his hand down awkwardly in midair. "Okay, I'll contact the examiner right away, and you guys go and prepare," the teacher said softly, and then began to contact the examiner. He already regarded them as the second generation with backgrounds and did not think they had real strength. For him, as long as he did not lose his job, nothing else mattered. Soon the test began. "Li Eriang, go first," the test teacher said coldly. "Brother, you'd better step back with your D-level talent." Li Eriang smiled at Chen Feng and walked onto the battlefield with a bit of provocation. Li Eriang did not intend to give Chen Feng any chance. He also understood that he could not appear too weak in such an occasion. "Purgatory Demon Bear, come out," he shouted, and a huge demon bear slowly walked out from one end of the battlefield. There were red flame patterns on its brown hair, and its momentum was very powerful. Chen Feng's gaze fell on the Purgatory Demon Bear. Although this demon bear possessed top-notch bloodline, in terms of strength, it was at most a mid-level 1-star level, which was not enough to gain the upper hand in front of 4 1-star high-level demon beasts. "Let them go," Chen Feng sneered in his heart. He already understood that the monsters in the test were obviously let go. No matter what, Li Eriang would not be able to get any real challenge from these 4 monsters. At this time, Li Eriang was full of confidence and shouted, "Purgatory Demon Bears, kill them for me." The demon bear's eyes seemed a little cold. It looked at Li Eriang, then turned to the 4 demon beasts with a helpless expression. Li Eriang's heart tightened, and he suddenly realized that he should not underestimate the real threat posed by these monsters. "Wang Qian, right? Brother Dufan is quite talented, and you two are a good match. He will surely be able to show his talents in the city-level beast taming competition, or even the provincial competition, and become a young genius in the future." In the special recruitment registration room, a young man said to Wang Qian and Dufan seemingly indifferently. He had a gold necklace around his neck and sunglasses on his chest. His every move revealed a unique aura, and he was obviously a person of extraordinary status. "Okay, Brother Liu." Although Wang Qian still held the qualification certificate, the arrogance in her heart had been somewhat restrained. Liu Yu is not only a genius in the beast taming world, but also has S-level beast taming talent. He can be called a true child of destiny. Although Dufan is Liu Yu's younger brother in school, as Liu Yu awakened his S-level talent, Du Fan's dependence on him became even more obvious. Du Fan had just separated from Chen Feng and followed him with Wang Qian to find Lu Yu, simply to use Lu Yu's fame to increase his own face in school. The teacher who registered was the same one who had previously registered Chen Feng and his friends. I just received a notice from my superior that I have to work overtime to process the last few registrations, so I started to get busy. Lu Yu and the other two quickly filled out the information, walked through the corridor, and came to the battle seat. At this time, on the battlefield, Li Eriang's infernal bear was being beaten all over by 4 assessment monsters. Look, someone is already taking the test. He must be someone I know. Lu Yu glanced at the battle below with an indifferent tone. Wow, what level of assessment is this? 4 against 1. Du Fan took a breath, obviously shocked by the tragic scene. Wang Qian couldn't help but stare at the venue, thinking to herself, although this hellish bear is very aggressive, the combined suppression of the 4 monsters is really making it exhausted. The Purgatory Demon Bear fought back desperately, using its thick bear paws to slap away the beasts that were pouncing on it, but every attack was only followed by more wounds and stronger attacks. It should be the most difficult test. The 4 monsters are all high-level monsters comparable to 2-star monsters, while the bear-shaped beast is only a 1-star mid-level monster. Lu Yu looked at the battle below and shook his head slightly. Li Eriang, you really overestimate your own abilities. There was a hint of disdain in Lu Yu's eyes. He didn't think this kind of assessment was a challenge at all. Although Li Eriang appeared calm on the surface, he was anxious in his heart. He knew that he was almost reaching the critical point of 5 minutes. 10 seconds left. Li Eriang calculated silently in his mind and clenched his fists. He tried his best to command the Purgatory Demon Bear to deal with the attacks of the 4 monsters. At this moment, Chen Feng's voice came from behind. Li Eriang, pay attention, the time is almost up. Li Eriang came to his senses and realized that he almost missed the critical moment, and hurriedly put the Purgatory Demon Bear into the beast taming space. Brother, go to the medical room, and I'll cheer you up later. Li Eriang patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and hurried to the medical room, feeling grateful. If it weren't for Chen Feng's reminder, the Purgatory Demon Bear might have been unable to enter the beast taming space in time, and its injuries might have become more serious. Okay, Chen Feng nodded slightly and watched Li Eriang leave. Next was Lu Yu's assessment. Lu Yu medium difficulty assessment. Target is a 1-star intermediate monster. The assessment teacher announced the tasks one by one. Lu Yu released his own beast without hesitation, the Dragon Blood Firebird. This beast of rare bloodline was naturally able to restrain the snake-like monster. The game started and the Dragon Blood Firebird quickly defeated its opponent with overwhelming advantage. However, the assessment did not end there. Lu Yu and the other 2 did not leave immediately, but stayed outside the venue and continued to watch Chen Feng's assessment. I want to see what Chen Feng can do. Du Fan sneered, mentally prepared to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself. Wang Qian couldn't help but feel curious. How could this young man with D-level talent dare to take part in the most difficult assessment? Next, Chen Feng, Beast Taming Aptitude Level D, Assessment Difficulty. The assessing teacher looked at the form, frowned slightly, paused, obviously not believing his eyes. The highest difficulty? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, almost unable to believe it. The atmosphere in the audience instantly became tense. Chen Feng, what made you challenge the most difficult test? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of disdain. Chen Feng, you really overestimate your own abilities. With your qualifications, what kind of assessment can you complete? Only D grade? Du Fan couldn't help laughing when he heard the examiner's words. He thought Chen Feng had awakened some powerful talent, but it turned out to be just a D-level aptitude. This made him nervous for a while, fearing that Chen Feng would reconcile with Wang Qian. Chen Feng, you dare to challenge the highest level assessment with your D-level talent. You even think that my A-level talent is not qualified. Is your head stuck in the door? Is it because Qian dumped you and you are unhappy that you did such a stupid thing? Du Fan pointed at Chen Feng and laughed. Student Chen Feng, you're joking too much. It's time to get off work now, and the assessment teachers also need to rest. Lu Yu added unhappily, his tone full of contempt. He knew that for a beastmaster with D-level talent, the strongest monster he could contract was only a 1-star mid-level one. Even Li Eriang's infernal bear was stronger than Chen Feng's beastmaster. What kind of monster could Chen Feng contract? Wang Qian had a complicated expression at this time, as if she couldn't bear to see Chen Feng humiliating himself, and slowly said, Chen Feng, I know you must be very sad, but you don't have to prove yourself in this way. Really, we have broken up. You don't have to do such stupid things anymore. There was obvious disappointment in her tone, which made her sound helpless and condescending. Seeing that Wang Qian seemed to want to give Chen Feng some chances, Du Fan immediately became anxious and continued to sneer. Chen Feng, stop embarrassing yourself and go home quickly. Don't let Qian down even more. Chen Feng ignored them. With a determined look in his eyes, he turned to face the examiner and said, Teacher, please start the examination. Please arrange 4 of the strongest 1-star high-level monsters for me. The examiner glanced at Chen Feng and hesitated. This D-level talent boy looked like an ordinary person who was in a bad mood. There was nothing special about him. He instinctively thought that Chen Feng might just be hot-headed and come here to give away his life. Teacher, please arrange the monsters. Chen Feng's tone remained calm, not disturbed by the ridicule from the outside world. He only cared about the test in front of him. The examiner hesitated to speak, but finally decided to proceed according to the rules. At this time, Li Eriang's voice came from behind. Chen Feng, do you really want to challenge? My purgatory demon bear has been beaten all over. Are you sure you want to continue? Li Eriang stood beside Chen Feng with a serious expression, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Chen Feng turned his head and smiled. Do you believe in miracles? There was a firmness in his words, and his eyes flashed with a light that could not be ignored. I'm the one who creates miracles. Beastmasters have been living in comfort for too long. He whispered to himself, as if he was sighing about something. Li Eriang sighed, and after a moment of silence, he looked at the assessment teacher. Teacher, according to Chen Feng's request, arrange 4 of the strongest 1-star high-level monsters. He knew that no matter what, this test was no longer ordinary. No matter what the result was, Chen Feng was no longer the unknown boy in the corner. The assessment begins. The assessor finally raised the yellow flag, and the iron cage in the battlefield slowly opened, and 4 monsters came out. There are 3 1-star high-level land monsters, namely the giant earth grizzly bear, the black-spotted saber-toothed tiger with both speed and strength, and the cobra monster king that can spray venom remotely. Flying in the sky is a peacock with feathers as hard as steel, and with the spread of its wings, it blocks out the sky and the sun. Oh! Li Eriang sighed as he looked at the huge figure of the steel-feathered peacock. Lu Yu sneered in the audience, his voice full of disdain. How can a D-level talent like you possibly complete such an assessment? Candidate Chen Feng, please summon the beast as soon as possible. The examiner urged, with obvious distrust in his eyes. He was ready to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself. Chen Feng turned around nonchalantly and said with disdain, Prison door open. As his words fell, a 100-meter-high blood-red prison gate suddenly appeared in the air, with purple chains wrapped around the doorposts, and the entire space seemed to be instantly shrouded in a thick, bloody aura. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even Li Eriang couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes full of shock. What kind of monster summoning method is this? The examiner was almost dumbfounded, his mind was blank. Chen Feng summoned such an extraordinary beast? What kind of existence is this? Dinner is ready, Chen Feng said calmly, his eyes still calm, as if everything was under his control. Then, 2 scarlet lights suddenly came out from the prison gate, accompanied by the sound of chains colliding. The 4 monsters trembled immediately, and fear flashed in their eyes. Although the steel-feathered peacock flew high in the sky, it was still wary of the prison gate. Suddenly, a huge purple figure stretched out from the prison gate. It was the head of a giant centipede, and the head alone almost occupied the entire battlefield, making it impossible to ignore. The centipede's purple body is full of blood, its shell is thick, and its feet are wrapped with thick purple chains, as if it were a trapped evil beast. The 10,000-legged demonic centipede king. Chen Feng said lightly, his voice calm but full of power. The centipede's head was only half exposed, leaving the monsters nowhere to escape. The 4 monsters disappeared without a trace, without even a chance to resist. The centipede king slowly turned his head and glanced at Chen Feng coldly. Chen Feng, why are you cultivating again? I have fought for you for 100 years. Am I going to give up so easily? Its voice was low and hoarse, full of fear and unwillingness. Chen Feng just sneered, stop talking nonsense and go back. Oh, TT. The centipede king obediently retreated back to the prison gate and disappeared in the light. The examination field returned to calm, leaving only dozens of deep footprints, proving the shocking scene that had just happened. Teacher, you can announce the results now. Chen Feng turned his head slightly and said calmly to the stunned examiner. Teacher, you can announce the test results now. Chen Feng's voice broke the silence in the test room and brought the dazed test teacher back to reality. The examiner stood there in a daze, with cold sweat on his forehead. Although he was a 3-star Beastmaster and had seen life-and-death fights in the Beast realm, the scene just now made him feel cold from the bottom of his heart. The bloody prison door leading to the unknown abyss and the brief but terrifying aura that shocked the entire audience have made him uneasy to this day. Who could have thought that there was such a way to summon beasts in the world? This completely overturned his understanding of beast control. Ah, yes, yes. His voice trembled, trying hard to hide his inner turmoil. Forced to calm down, he announced, Student Chen Feng, you passed the top assessment. Congratulations. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the 4 people behind him and woke them up from their shock with a light cough. Li Eriang was the first to come to his senses, with only one thought in his mind. This kid is a genius. I must hold on to this thigh tightly. His eyes flashed with excitement. That prison gate is so cool. And the Beastmaster, just sticking its head out, is like being in the examination field. If it comes out completely, it will scare people to death. In contrast, Lu Yu was calmer, but still shocked. His high-tech sunglasses were unable to analyze Chen Feng's beast, showing unknown creature, no matching data. This made him, who always thought he was knowledgeable, feel very upset. What kind of beast is it? It can kill 4 1-star high-level monsters in an instant. Lu Yu suppressed his curiosity and walked towards Chen Feng with a sincere smile on his face. Brother Chen Feng, I apologize for offending you just now. Please take care of me in the future. I will treat you tonight to make amends to you, brother. Hey, Lu Yu, you're a coward too? Li Eriang snorted coldly, then walked forward and held Chen Feng. Brother, it's not his turn to arrange this meal. If you hadn't reminded me just now, my Beastmaster would have been seriously injured. I have to treat you tonight. Chen Feng waved his hand. I'll go get the reward first. I have something else to deal with. In fact, he was not surprised by their enthusiasm. They were both acquaintances in his previous life. In the coming Warcraft catastrophe, it is never a bad thing to make more powerful friends. Moreover, he also needs excellent teammates for the upcoming Beast Taming competition. Hearing that Chen Feng was leaving, Lu Yu immediately said attentively, That's great. I have a car here. I'll give you a ride. You? Brother, take my car. It's spacious and comfortable. Li Eriang glanced at Lu Yu, obviously not wanting him to steal the limelight. As he spoke, he pulled Chen Feng directly to the award-giving area. Behind him, Wang Qian and Du Fan had complicated expressions. Wang Qian lowered her head in thought, obviously thinking about how to repair her relationship with Chen Feng. Du Fan, on the other hand, looked alert, trying to stop her from thinking. Du Fan, you two go back first. I still have some things to deal with. From now on, let's contact each other less. Lu Yu turned around and said, then quickly caught up with Chen Feng. Too realistic. The examiner sighed as he watched the 3 people leave. Soon, accompanied by Li Eriang and Lu Yu, Chen Feng received a 10 million scholarship and was told to gather at the entrance of the assessment center tomorrow morning to participate in the secret special training organized by the Northern Beast Taming University. The purpose was to select seed players for the provincial beast taming competition. Although Chen Feng was tempted by the reward, he did not show it. He called his mother and successfully got the address to redeem the bones, and then the 3 of them drove there. On the way, Li Eriang patted the steering wheel with excitement on his face. Brother Feng, with you in the provincial competition, we can definitely win the whole competition. If we team up, we will definitely be a strong team. He acted very familiar, as if Chen Feng had already agreed to his proposal. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yu in the back seat immediately responded, No, it's a powerful alliance. I'm joining in too. You? With just your intermediate assessment level? Li Eriang glanced at Lu Yu with disdain through the rearview mirror, like a sister-in-law who dislikes her brother-in-law. Who said no? I'll ask my dad to change the team when I get back. Lu Yu was anxious and showed his background directly. Okay, having a father is great. Li Eriang sneered, but did not argue anymore. Although he was not convinced, he knew in his heart that it was not necessarily a bad thing to have someone with Lu Yu's background as a partner. At the same time, in the Special Recruitment Office of Northern Beast Taming University, the Special Recruitment Director Zhang Daoyuan was staring at Chen Feng's battle video with a frown on his face. What's his talent? Zhang Daoyuan asked with a frown. D level. Grade D. Zhang Daoyuan raised his eyebrows. He just filled it out randomly, right? Yes. The teacher in charge of recording smiled and handed over the information. Zhang Daoyuan pondered for a moment and closed the video equipment. Classify this student's assessment video and personal information as highly confidential. No one else needs to be responsible for the training mission. I will lead it myself. Director, this opportunity. Don't say anything. You can't suppress this kid. Zhang Daoyuan waved his hand to signal the other party to leave. His eyes fell back on the video screen and muttered to himself. Is the level of that beast master really only 2 stars? Putting down the remote control, he made a phone call. Hello, it's me, help me check something. The sun rises very early in winter, and the faint sunlight shines through the curtains on Chen Feng's bedside. After his rebirth, Chen Feng enjoyed a rare deep sleep. He did not hear the sound of his mother stirring the wok in the kitchen, nor did he hear her usual nagging. He knew that all this was only because his mother was in a particularly good mood. Last night, he finally redeemed the animal bone that was a token of his parents' love. Now, the animal bone that symbolizes love is carefully placed by Chen's mother at the bedside. It is no longer just a token of love between her and her husband, but also a testimony to the growth of her son, Chen Feng. Not only did her son pass the top assessment, but he was also recommended to the Beast Taming University. Thinking of this, Chen's mother was extremely proud. She got up quietly and began to prepare breakfast for Chen Feng, fearing that she would wake her son from a sweet dream. Chen Feng knew very well that he could only enjoy this loving, motherly mode for 3 days at most. However, Chen Feng was not awakened by the warm atmosphere. Hungry, hungry woo-woo. A faint and mournful howl echoed in his mind, forcing him to stand up. This was the sound made by the demon centipede king in the demon control space. Can you be any more miserable? Chen Feng rubbed his temple helplessly. The demon centipede king was starving. This 10-star monster was terrifyingly large, and its appetite was even more astonishing. Every time it eats, it needs an astonishing number of monsters. At least 100 3-star monsters are enough to barely fill its stomach. As for 1-star monsters, they are not even enough to fill its teeth, and it needs at least 1,000 or more for one meal. At the assessment site last night, those 4 1-star high-level monsters were not worth mentioning at all. To the demon centipede king, they were just small shrimps. All right, stop barking. Chen Feng turned over and sat up, rubbing his brow to appease it. Just bear with it for now. When I make money, I will definitely buy you a monster to eat first. The demon centipede king made a weak voice in the space. Why don't you just go to the beast domain to eat buffet? You always took us there before. Because I am no longer the same person you used to be. Chen Feng sighed. I've been reborn. The world is not that chaotic now. Haven't you noticed that I have become younger? The demon centipede king was silent for a moment, and then he muttered softly, but I'm hungry. Chen Feng had no other choice. For this kind of thing, he could only take it one step at a time. He knew very well that raising a monster beast not only required huge financial resources, but also required taking great risks. The price of monsters is already expensive, and the official restrictions on hunting monsters are extremely strict. The market price of an ordinary monster is as high as 5 million, not to mention the high-level ones. What's worse is that Chen Feng's contracted monster is not just the demon centipede king. There are also 9 other 10-star monsters. These guys are more powerful than each other, and they are more greedy than each other. Thinking of this, Chen Feng just felt a headache. Don't think too much. He shook his head, threw back the quilt, and prepared to get up. In the future, whether it was competition rewards or other resources, he would have to find ways to fight for them in order to satisfy these big appetites. Xiaofeng, get up and eat. The mother's gentle voice came from outside. I'm coming. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the registration center on time. At this time, many people had gathered outside the door, and the roadside was full of various luxury cars, and the atmosphere was very lively. Most of them were second-generation rich people from wealthy families, and each of them had a bit of pride. However, Chen Feng didn't care about it. He had just stood still when he heard a deep voice coming from behind him. Chen Feng, right? Looking back, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a windbreaker and with scars on his face. He was holding a data card in his hand, with sharp eyes. I'm Zhang Daoyuan, the team leader this time. Come with me. There are some things that need to be verified. Chen Feng nodded and followed Zhang Daoyuan into an independent office. After sitting down, Zhang Daoyuan went straight to the point. Your beast is a demon beast, right? Yes. Chen Feng did not hide it. Anyway, this kind of thing would be revealed sooner or later. Where did it come from? My father brought it back from the beast territory a few years ago. Chen Feng had already made up an excuse. Zhang Daoyuan nodded slightly and continued to ask, "So where is he working now?" "I've lost contact." Chen Feng shook his head in mock frustration. "The last time I saw him was when he came back to visit his family a few years ago. There has been no news since then." Afterwards, Chen Feng briefly described the process of contracting a magical beast, and even directly explained the method of becoming a magic master. He knew that even if the whole world started learning this way, it would not matter to him. After all, it is not so easy to contract a powerful monster, and the monsters he contracted have long been unique. Half an hour later, Chen Feng walked out of the office, feeling much more relaxed than before. At the same time, Zhang Daoyuan sorted out all the information and gathered 11 students in the hall, including Chen Feng, Li Eriang, and Lu Yu. Zhang Daoyuan glanced around and said, "Students, according to the decision of the top management, this year you will participate in an individual ranking battle with all the third-year beast masters in the province. The location of this ranking battle is in a beast domain in the north. There are no maps and no food allowed. You have to rely entirely on your own beast control and skills to survive. The goal of the competition is to compete for rankings. The top few can obtain rare resources, including second-level top-grade bloodline monster beasts." He paused, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. "As for the safety issue, don't worry, the death quota has been applied for you. In the case of accidental death, we will provide pensions to the family members." As soon as he finished speaking, the students went wild. Several students from wealthy families immediately proposed to withdraw, but were stopped by Zhang Daoyuan's words. "I have contacted your families, and they all agreed." Chen Feng silently took out his phone and received 2 messages. One was that his bank card balance had increased by 1 million, and the other was a text message from his mother. "Son, be careful out there. You gave me too much money last night, so I'll transfer some back to you. Eat whatever you want. Don't have any regrets. I love you. Have a safe trip." "What are you talking about?" Chen Feng's mouth twitched, and he let out a long sigh. The bus sped along the highway, with the occasional faint hum of the engine heard in the car, and the rest of the silence being oppressive. Chen Feng sat in the last row by the window, with a small black notebook spread out on his lap. 2 ranking names were written on the page: Wang Yuyin, Li Eriang, Lu Yu. The handwriting was sloppy, but powerful, with deep strokes. Through the car window, he looked at the scenery outside, his expression calm, but his eyes far-reaching, as if he was thinking about something. Li Eriang and Lu Yu were bickering at first, but gradually noticed Chen Feng's silence. They looked at each other, then subconsciously shifted their gaze to the notebook on Chen Feng's lap. "Brother Feng, this Wang Yuyin, is she my sister-in-law?" Li Eriang pointed at the first name with a sly smile on his face. "Huh? There's a foreign name behind it. Who is this, Elena?" Lu Yu couldn't help but be curious, and his eyes stopped on the name behind his own. Chen Feng turned his head and glanced at the 2 of them, then closed the book and said lightly, "They are all good friends." "Hey, so we are also Feng's best friends." Lu Yu smiled, even more brightly. He didn't expect Chen Feng to really regard them as friends. After all, the 3 of them had not known each other for long. "Brother Feng saved my beast, and also let me hold on to his thick thigh. How can such a friend not be the best?" Li Eriang said, squeezing closer to Chen Feng and pushing Lu Yu away with his elbow. Before Chen Feng could respond, Lu Yu immediately spoke up. "Brother Feng, you will definitely win first place in this individual competition. Once your beast master comes out, won't the others automatically admit defeat? But when you choose your teammates, you must remember me." "And me?" Li Eriang interrupted, not wanting to be outdone. "Once we get into the beast domain, the 3 of us will stick together and we'll just sweep away those ordinary students and those little trash in the front row." Chen Feng pondered for a moment and stroked his chin. "The rules do not say that we cannot form a team, so it is not impossible to form a group." Just as the 3 were discussing the plan, Zhang Daoyuan suddenly appeared in front of them with a stern look. "I guess you've already thought about forming an illegal team, right?" Zhang Daoyuan got straight to the point and then said slowly, "Don't hold your hopes too high. Let me explain the rules of this beast domain individual battle in detail." He stopped, looked around at everyone in the car, and said in a low voice, "After entering the beast domain, you'll be randomly teleported to different locations. This beast domain is a medium-sized space. The highest level of monsters in it is 2-star, but the number is extremely rare and can be almost ignored." After a pause, he continued, Comparatively, the number of first-level monsters inside is several times that of your students. Ordinary students can take the opportunity to contract monsters and participate in the confrontation. So, don't underestimate any opponent. As Zhang Daoyuan spoke, he glanced at Chen Feng calmly. The ranking battle lasts for 3 days, and the exit is located in the center of the beast domain. You need to keep exploring the central area and collect points at the same time. Killing a 1-star low-level monster will earn you 1 point. A mid-level monster will earn you 5 points, and a high-level monster will earn you 20 points. As for a 2-star monster, killing one will earn you 50 points. But I advise you not to daydream. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to defeat a 2-star monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the car stopped. He glanced at everyone and said, "Get out of the car and prepare to enter the beast territory." The car door opened, and Chen Feng got out of the car with the crowd, looking around. This is a small military camp square, surrounded by heavily guarded troops, and a light gate stands in the center of the square. Chen Feng observed for a while and found that he had never set foot in this beast territory and estimated it to be a low-level area. More importantly, he noticed that there seemed to be some changes in the timeline. In the previous life, such ranking battles never existed. Is it Zhang Daoyuan's intervention? Chen Feng speculated in his heart. The identity of this teacher might not be that simple. Everyone line up and get ready to enter the passage. Zhang Daoyuan's voice interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. Chen Feng followed the team and took the electronic watch handed out by Zhang Daoyuan. The watch showed the points, countdown, and ranking of the ranking battle. The entire ranking battle will be broadcast live by drones. Try not to hurt other students. But if you encounter someone who is blind, you can make your own decision. Zhang Daoyuan paused and added, "As long as you are right, I will take the blame for you if anything goes wrong." When it was Chen Feng's turn, he glanced at Li Erying and Lu Yu beside him. The two of them made a come-on gesture to him, and then entered the light gate first. "Don't forget that we are a team, Li Yan Shota." "No." Chen Feng responded softly, and then stepped into the light gate. The light changed. Chen Feng opened his eyes again and found himself in an open plain. The sky here is a little hazy, like the early morning sun, and the whole space is shrouded in a layer of light mist. Looking up, Chen Feng quickly identified the direction. In the distant sky, there was a huge cyclone, slowly attracting the surrounding fog. This was the core area of the beast domain. After Chen Feng confirmed the direction, he ran towards the east without hesitation. He did not summon the Demon Centipede King immediately. After all, summoning a magical beast consumes magic power, and the Demon Centipede King's terrifying need for food must be temporarily restrained. It would be more efficient to let the Demon Centipede King show his skills when he got closer to the central area. After running at full speed for more than an hour, Chen Feng finally stopped. He focused his eyes and found 2 familiar figures not far away. "Chen Feng." Wang Qian's voice was filled with a hint of joy. Du Fan, who was beside her, suddenly looked unhappy and obviously did not welcome Chen Feng's appearance. The two were surrounding a huge skeleton for inspection. It was a long-dead horse-shaped monster. Judging from the size of the skeleton, it was at least a 2-star monster when it was alive. Chen Feng took a few steps forward and picked up a leg bone. The bone was covered with cracks, and it was obvious that the person had experienced a fierce battle before death. He knocked the leg bone hard on the ground, and after several consecutive knocks, he broke off a piece of bone that was more than 1 meter long. Although the bone was not sharp, the spikes on both ends faintly shone with a cold light, and it was very convenient to hold in the hand. "Chen Feng, we discovered this first." "What do you mean?" Du Fan saw this and immediately started to find fault. "Chen Feng, take it if you need it." Wang Qian's expression was complicated, and her tone suddenly softened. "Let's team up, and let's get back together." Chapter 9. Killing the tiger monster still needs a slide. Wang Qian's attitude made a 180-degree turn. She actually had the nerve to talk to Chen Feng about getting back together. This shocked Chen Feng greatly. When it comes to controlling emotions, it has to be you, Wang Qian. If you say you love me, you love me. If you say you don't love me, you don't love me immediately. But this made Fengyang Dufan very anxious. Before Chen Feng could speak, he took the lead. "Qian, this guy cheated on you. Think about Wang Yuyan. Have you forgotten?" After saying that, he quickly turned his head to look at Chen Feng, pointed at Chen Feng, and said, "You scumbag, get out of here quickly and don't hang around in front of us." Du Fan didn't know where he got the courage from. He actually dared to talk to Chen Feng like that. Chen Feng laughed when he heard this. Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Chen Feng's expression changed, and he swung the bone knife in his hand. The edge of the bone knife instantly cut through Du Fan's sleeve, leaving a big gash on it, revealing the white underwear underneath. Chen Feng, what are you doing? There are drones watching us in the sky. Du Fan was instantly scared to death. Chen Feng swung the knife too quickly, and he had no time to react at all. The scene of Chen Feng summoning the beast that day appeared in his mind again. Du Fan was frightened for a moment, but he still pretended to be calm. Before leaving, his class teacher also hinted to them that if they encountered special situations, they could work together to take special measures. Since they can all kill people according to the circumstances, then Chen Feng, as a recommended student. Thinking of this, Du Fan broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not going to kill you. How can you be more cowardly than the real Fiang Yang? Chen Feng was speechless. The next moment, he took a step forward, grabbed Du Fan's torn sleeve, and pulled it. Swish! The sleeves were directly torn off by Chen Feng. Holding the sleeve, Chen Feng quickly rolled it around the bone knife, and a cloth handle was ready. Du Fan became furious when he saw this. He felt his dignity was insulted. You know, the drones in the sky are watching. This was recorded for him. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Du Fan didn't dare to curse out loud, but still shouted. Take your sleeve in exchange for Wang Qian. She is yours now, Fiang Yang classmate. Chen Feng came quickly and disappeared quickly. Only Wang Qian with a dazed look and Du Fan with a constantly changing expression were left. The next moment, Du Fan seemed to have figured something out. He raised his head and looked at Wang Qian. Qian, we? Before he could finish his words, Wang Qian interrupted him with her hand. Get lost. Chen Feng, wait for me. I have realized how much I like you. Wang Qian trotted in the direction where Chen Feng disappeared. Qian, wait for me. I just want to say that we can form a team. Du Fan chased after Wang Qian and shouted. In the end, Wang Qian failed to catch up with Chen Feng's speed. At this time, Chen Feng had reached the edge of the grassland, and there was a forest in front of him. But unfortunately, he didn't come across the buffet along the way. The demonic centipede king in the demon control space said, Brother, how about letting me out and letting me show off on my own? Wait, there's a monster coming from the forest. Chen Feng interrupted the demon centipede king. It seemed to verify Chen Feng's words. The next second, a wolf-shaped monster suddenly rushed out of the forest. It's a one-star monster. Chen Feng was delighted. It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack. He instantly gripped the bone knife and faced the wolf-shaped monster. There was blood on the forehead of the wolf-shaped monster, as if it had fought a great battle before. It didn't notice Chen Feng at all. The man and the wolf charged head-on. After Chen Feng approached the wolf-shaped monster, he first turned sideways, then inserted a bone blade into the neck of the wolf-shaped monster, and used his other arm to clamp its neck. However, this wolf-shaped monster is also huge, about 2 meters tall. The huge body dived directly to the ground due to inertia. Chen Feng hung on its neck tightly, stirring it frantically with the bone knife. He would crush its throat and arteries. Brave and bloody. The next second, a wolf and a man fell to the ground at the same time. Chen Feng dodged and jumped behind them, creating some distance between them, to avoid being attacked by this wolf-shaped monster before death. It is doomed to die now. All we have to do is wait for it to slowly die. There's another one. Before the wolf-shaped monster died, Chen Feng heard the rustling sound coming from the forest again. In an instant, it was like the wolf-shaped monster jumping out of the jungle just now. Once again, a tiger monster that was several times larger than the wolf monster rushed out of the forest. Wind howling 3-striped tiger. Chen Feng was shocked when he saw the tiger's skin with green patterns. The bloodline of this tiger is not simple, although it is not as good as Li Eriang's infernal bear. According to the specific ranking, it can also reach a level bloodline quality. The infernal bear is of S-grade bloodline quality. Okay. Regardless of anything, Chen Feng clenched the bone blade again, and everything happened in a flash. Without waiting for the tiger monster to fall to the ground, Chen Feng slid, holding the bone blade high in both hands, and cut a big hole in the belly of the Fengxiao 3-striped tiger. The howling 3-striped tiger was only concerned with chasing the wolf-shaped monster. By the time it discovered Chen Feng, a huge cut had been made under its body. Viscera extrusion. It fell from the air, then lay on the ground, whimpering twice, and then died. A wolf and a tiger died one after another. Chen Feng touched the wolf with one hand and the tiger with the other. In his heart, he said to the demon centipede king proudly, "Let's eat." The next moment, two corpses appeared directly in the demon-controlling space where the demon centipede king was. "Thank you, master." The demon centipede king burst into tears. Finally, I get to eat. Counting the days, I haven't eaten for a month. Before crossing over, Chen Feng led a team of people to fight against the monster in the highest level beast domain for a whole month. It was hungry like this for a month. Just as Chen Feng was about to make another promise to the demon centipede king, he heard a heart-wrenching cry coming from the forest. "It's as sad as if my mom died." "Ah, who is it? Who killed my beast?" That sound was painful to hear, not just psychological pain, but also a sense of spiritual tearing. Could that wind-howling three-striped tiger be? Forget it, let's run away. In order to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings, Chen Feng chose not to appear at others' saddest moments. He had experienced the feeling of being killed while taming a beast, and I experienced it 10 times. Let's go quickly, lest we be reminded of the past. I don't know if the tiger we just killed counts as points. Chen Feng muttered something, and without even having time to check the points on the electronic watch, he plunged into the other direction of the forest. After Chen Feng left, a figure jumped out of the jungle. This is a young man with a shaggy hairdo, holding a mutant little wolf monster in his arms. His eyes were red, and his forehead was covered with sweat. If Chen Feng were here, he would definitely have an impression of him, because this young man is also one of the people in Zhang Deyuan's recommended team. The young man slumped on the ground, looking at the two still warm bloodstains. "Who on earth is it? Come out here if you can. Don't hide after you've done something bad." But he shouted for a long time, but there was no one in sight. Who on earth is so cruel that he even takes the points for taming beasts? It's still an underage tiger. After a while, the young man was tired of shouting and crying. He lay on the ground, complaining weakly. At this time, two footsteps were heard in the distance. The young man quickly stood up and wiped the tears from his face with his sleeves. He couldn't bring shame to the family. The two people who came were a man and a woman. It was Wang Qian and Du Fan. Seeing this, the young man bit his finger and pressed it on the head of the mutant wolf in his arms. Monster cubs can be contracted directly, but adult monsters need to be subdued before they can be contracted. It's actually a mutated howling moon wolf. The ordinary howling moon wolf is only of A-grade bloodline quality, but the mutations are generally between A-grade and S-grade bloodline quality. I've found a treasure. The young man put the howling moon wolf into his beast taming space. His beast taming space contained a large amount of food that could help the beast grow. Within half a day, the howling moon wolf will be matured to adulthood. Looking up, he saw that the two people in front of him were almost approaching, and he shook off the dust on his body. "Hello, classmate. I am Du Fan from Lyncher No. 3 Middle School, and this is my classmate, Wang Qian." After Du Fan stood still, he spoke first. When he saw the young man in front of him was dressed in expensive clothes, he thought to himself that he might be from a wealthy family. Fang Tianhao. After the young man finished speaking, Du Fan and Wang Qian were instantly shocked. Who hasn't heard of the Fang family in Lin City? The Fang family started their business in real estate, and almost all high-end buildings in Lin City were built by the Fang family. Unlike Lu Yu's father, who works for the event organizing committee, Fang Tianhao's family is quite wealthy. It can be said that in Lin City, his family is the well-deserved richest family. It turned out to be Brother Tian. Wang Qian's eyes narrowed into peach blossoms in an instant. She seemed to have a new purpose. "Hey, don't be so polite, just call me Tianhao." Fang Tianhao felt much better when he heard a beautiful woman calling him like that. "Brother Tianhao," Wang Qian called out sweetly. "By the way, do you know if there are any other classmates nearby?" Fang Tianhao changed the subject. "Qian and I just got here, and we've only met one classmate." Du Fan felt jealous when he saw Wang Qian and Fang Tianhao flirting with each other, so he intentionally called Wang Qian Qian. He was asserting his sovereignty feebly. "You've really met before? Then why aren't you together?" Fang Tianhao's eyes lit up. "That man is called Chen Feng. He is a scumbag. He cheated on Qian and stole a piece of our animal bone. He has an extremely bad personality. He has been ahead of us. Logically, you should have met him first," Du Fan said with indignation. "Chen Feng? Great. Looks like it must be you." Fang Tianhao is quick-witted. The beast domain is so large, and the time is so short, the probability of encountering a fourth person by chance is extremely small. He remembered the name Chen Feng, who was also on the recommended team like him. Only those in the escort team have the strength to launch a sneak attack and kill his beast instantly. It must be this Chen Feng. Damn thing. There is not much difference between killing people and taming beasts and cutting off people's arms. Feng Tianhao thought secretly. Why, Brother Tian? Do you have a grudge against Chen Feng? Well, he stole my monster. Feng Tianhao had some dignity left, so he didn't say that Chen Feng had killed his beast. What? That's too abominable. We also have a grudge against him. Let's cooperate. Once we have signed a contract to control the beast, we can call more people and settle the score with him together. Du Fan said with a clenched fist. Well, let's try to find my brother, Feng Tianhai, first. We have a better chance with him. Feng Tianhao said, through gritting his teeth. Chapter 10. Sorry, you can't do that either. Going deep into the forest, the density of monsters here is indeed much higher than on the grassland. Chen Feng directly hunted and killed 7 or 8 one-star monsters, but he could not keep up with the eating speed of the Demon Centipede King. There is no other way. The Demon Centipede King needs to eat at least 1,000 of these first-level monsters at a time to feel full. The Demon Centipede King was silently urging Chen Feng in the demon control space. It wants to come out and eat by itself. And now Chen Feng is facing only one problem. That is, if the Demon Centipede King is allowed to indulge in his buffet as he pleases, will it attract official attention? The answer is yes. The drones in the sky are not just for decoration. Chen Feng thought for a long time. Alas, I also want to keep a low profile, but my ability does not allow it. He sighed. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. After all, I'm the kind of person who likes to show off in front of others. I can't change. After all, with his current strength, it is simply a joke to think that he can feed the 10-star Demon Centipede King by hunting monsters by himself. The next second, Chen Feng shouted loudly. Prison door, open. In an instant, a prison gate 100 meters high appeared in the forest. We can finally have dinner. The 10,000-legged Demon Centipede King excitedly poked its head out of the prison gate. It couldn't wait any longer. But it understands the ways of the world. The first thing it did when it came out was to turn its head and lean in front of Chen Feng. Signaled Chen Feng to come up. The next second, Chen Feng pushed the ground hard with his feet, and using the force of a few jumps, he jumped onto the head of the Demon Centipede King. Then, the body of the Demon Centipede King began to crawl out of the prison gate. This process lasted for 20 seconds. Even when that tall figure was lying on the ground, it was still 100 meters tall. Not to mention its length, it stretches for several kilometers in the forest. The appearance of the Demon Centipede King made all the monsters tremble, and also made all the students participating in the ranking competition nearby tremble all over. Even if you can't see it, you can hear the huge rumble. What the hell is that? The end of the world? A hidden boss? Mom, I'm quitting the game. Some students were so scared that they wet their pants. The Demon Centipede King seems to have amazing speed. Wherever it passed, the trees beneath it were directly broken, and 4 long pits nearly 3 meters deep were plowed out on the ground. The pit is very neat, like a man-made masterpiece. When it moved, there was a whistling sound around it. Chen Feng stood on top of the Demon Centipede King and could even look down at a distance of at least 30 kilometers below. But with his current strength, it is difficult to see the situation clearly from such a long distance. This seemingly astonishing speed is actually just the Demon Centipede King taking a walk. The air outside is so damn good, the Demon Centipede King said silently in his heart. It has turned on snake mode. Under his huge eyes, the surrounding monsters had nowhere to hide. None of them can run as fast as the Demon Centipede King walks. Here, the Centipede King was happily eating a buffet on the other side of the drone camera. Beside Zhang Daoyuan, the teachers from various high schools could no longer sit still. They were in the tent outside the Beast Domain light gate, all looking at the surveillance screen on the wall with horror. The sudden appearance of the Demon Centipede King made them feel uneasy. Everyone was sweating profusely. What's going on? Quickly activate the emergency plan. A high-star monster is invading. Stop the game immediately. The teacher in charge of Lisher No. 1 Middle School stood up instantly when he saw the Demon Centipede King appear in the camera. He was a little bald and was sweating profusely at this moment. The huge body of the Centipede King looks even more terrifying under the camera. The most important thing is that the drone hanging high in the sky couldn't even capture the complete body of the Demon Centipede King. How big is this? Quick, notify the Beast Domain guards in the barracks and dispatch all Beast Masters with 3 stars or above. Also, report to your superiors immediately and say that a high-star monster appeared in Beast Domain number 105. It is estimated to be at least 5 stars or above. Request support from the Beast Taming Gorillas immediately. Behind the teachers, a middle-aged man with a resolute face was speaking. He is the highest commander of the 105 Beast Domain Guard. Originally, he thought it was a good thing that the ranking tournament was held in his Beast Domain, but now the appearance of the Demon Centipede King made him feel uneasy. Now in the 105 Beast Domain, there are all the young Beastmasters in Lin Province. Not to mention the possibility that the centipede monster might go crazy and start killing mode. Even if he wasn't going crazy now, and was just moving normally, those students wouldn't be able to resist it. If you don't do it right, you will be trampled to death. Those with a bad mentality will be scared to death on the spot. All teachers, assemble. You have been temporarily requisitioned to support the 105th Beast Domain immediately. The goal is to rescue all students. They are Long Xia's hope, the middle-aged commander shouted. In an instant, all the teachers looked serious. They are all team leaders, and the highest level is only a 3-star Beastmaster. But that centipede monster looked like it was at least 5 stars or above. Are you afraid? Of course I am, and I am scared to death. Let me send a message home. More than a dozen teachers took out their mobile phones, stood in line, and edited messages to send to the most important people. But Zhang Daoyuan remained unmoved. He was also shocked by Chen Feng's Demon Centipede King. More than shocked, his eyesight was better than anyone else present. At this moment, he felt bad. A huge sense of imbalance arises. What's going on? Why do I feel like an 8-star Beastmaster like me can't defeat this centipede monster? But now he had to stop these teachers and explain the situation clearly. It's such a headache. This kid Chen Feng shouldn't go to school. He should be sent directly to the front line of the beast territory. Well, teachers, don't panic. This is just the beast of my recommended student. Zhang Daoyuan said loudly. After hearing Zhang Daoyuan's words, everyone fell silent instantly. What? Say it again? You said that was your student's beast? Damn it, my friend. Are you kidding me? A teacher yelled. Whose child is he? How can he be so awesome? Teacher Zhang, can you say something? The teachers all had their say. The teachers were shocked. How many stars did this kid get? How did he contract such a high-level beast? Originally, they were not convinced by Zhang Daoyuan, and they thought that if the students in the admission class really bullied their students, they would band together to find a way to get back at them in future competitions. The admission team has suppressed them for so many years, and they are resentful in their hearts. Damn, all the awesome students have been absorbed by the admission team. But now when they saw Chen Feng's Centipede Queen, they were stunned. Is this student trying to defy fate? Not to mention asking those ordinary students to band together to beat him. Even if these teachers banded together, they seemed unable to defeat him. Look at the screen. The centipede in the forest is like a greedy snake, eating 1-star monsters in one bite. Hit J8. Ahem, this matter is confidential, so I can't explain it to you in detail, but I can prove that the centipede is indeed Chen Feng's beast. Everyone relax, it won't be a big problem. When Zhang Daoyuan came, he felt isolated. There's no way around it. His admission team has absorbed the top students from all over the province, so it's normal to attract hatred. But now he suddenly felt secretly happy. Damn, this guy is awesome. It's such an honor for you to isolate me. Don't I have the right to know? At this time, the highest commander of the 105 Beast Domain garrison troops looked at Zhang Daoyuan seriously and asked intently. Zhang Daoyuan was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked at him. He glanced at the rank on the other man's shoulder. It is very high indeed. Sorry, neither can you. Zhang Daoyuan shook his head. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and saluted the middle-aged man. A very standard military salute. This made the middle-aged man instantly understand what was going on. It seems that the level of confidentiality has become ridiculously high. I see. The middle-aged man returned the salute. Chapter 11. Doing everything will only harm you. Keep playing the footage of this person named Chen Feng. The teachers know that although they cannot ask, they can watch. This thing is not kept secret. In fact, one of their teachers had an impression of Chen Feng. That was the high school teacher who awakened Chen Feng's talent, but he didn't dare to say it. Even the general of the guard army here has no right to interfere, let alone him, a mere teacher. If he dares to tell anyone, learn about the crime of espionage. The last scene was indeed played from Chen Feng's perspective. In fact, this beast domain is actually quite large. At this time, Chen Feng in the picture had already eaten no less than 100 1-star monsters with his greedy snake. There are also higher-level ones, but there is no difference between low-level and high-level 1-star ones to the Demon Centipede King. Ranking first is a sure thing. Standing on the head of the Demon Centipede King, he felt the magic power rising in his body. Chen Feng lowered his head to check the ranking on the electronic spreadsheet. First place, Chen Feng, points 243, and still rising. There is a huge gap between him and the second place. Second place, Feng Tianhai, points 83 points. Third place, Zheng Yunjie, points 72 points. Chen Feng didn't know either of them, but they should both be from the admission team. The fourth and fifth places were Li Eryang and Liu Yu respectively. Li Eryang scored 59 points and Liu Yu scored 58 points. It seems that these two guys may have teamed up. Suddenly, a voice in the distance pulled Chen Feng out of his thoughts. Help. Chen Feng heard the sound and looked over. In the forest to the left of the Centipede King, a monkey monster was chasing a boy in school uniform. The monkey monster was very fast and had immediately caught up with the boy in school uniform. There was still blood on its claws. The boy was not very tall and walked with a limp, apparently injured. The monkey monster might have been frightened by the Centipede King. It externalized its fear with a shrill cry from its mouth, wanting to vent it on the human in front of it. Want to help him? The Demon Centipede King asked. Well, please help. Don't hurt that human. Chen Feng put his hands in his pockets and stared at the man and the beast below. With Chen Feng's order, the Demon Centipede King turned his head instantly. With just a slight acceleration, its big mouth appeared behind the monkey monster the next moment. Then, the huge fangs bit the monkey monster into two pieces, and blood splattered all over the boy. The corpse of the monkey monster was sucked into the mouth of the Centipede King. Compared to the monkey monster, the young man was more frightened at this moment. The huge mouth of the Centipede King, which was bigger than his body, was too scary. The next second, the sharp fangs and several thick mouthparts in the mouth of the Demon Centipede King made him faint on the spot. Forehead. The Demon Centipede King stepped on the boy. It didn't expect that this human was so fragile. He seems to be fainted. That damn monkey monster must have frightened him. The Demon Centipede King gritted his teeth and said to Chen Feng in his heart. Question mark. Chen Feng was speechless. It's obvious that he was frightened by you. Are you pretending to be Teletubbies with us? I'll go down and take a look. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the Demon Centipede King bent down obediently and got close to the ground. Where am I? When the boy woke up, 6 hours had passed. He was confused and only felt the vibration under him. Subconsciously, I turned my head and looked around. Ah! He shouted out loud. It's so fucking exciting. There was no obstruction around, just like standing on the top of a mountain. But the question is this really the top of the mountain? Of course not. When he looked back along the back of the Demon Centipede King, the purple carapace that stretched for several kilometers rose and fell in a very regular pattern, which made his legs feel paralyzed instantly. I was so frightened that I couldn't move for a moment. Classmate, you're awake. Chen Feng's voice came from beside him. The boy turned his head and looked. I saw a handsome guy with his hands in his pockets and a branch in his mouth. There were 2 green leaves as big as bottle caps on the branch. Master. Hello, big boss. The boy tried to stand up quickly, but his legs were out of control, and he sat down again just as he stood up. It's okay. Just sit there first. Once you wake up, I'll find a safe place for you to get off. Chen Feng said with a smile. This sentence from the boss was very useful to him. Okay. The boy nodded obediently and dared not say a word. Oh my god, this guy looks young, but his beast taming is really scary. The hand supporting the body silently felt the touch of the Demon Centipede King's head armor under the body. He just touched it lightly and moved his hands, not daring to make any big movements. My heart was beating fast, and I swallowed carefully. The Demon Centipede King's armor is like cold rock, but it feels surprisingly smooth. Okay, you could just go down here. I have cleared the area within 15 kilometers. Chen Feng said it in a cocky manner. Oh. The boy's eyes were a little dull, and he looked down. A few 100 million high, and my body still seems unable to move. The boy blushed and lowered his head, not daring to speak. What's wrong? Chen Feng was confused when he saw that the young man did not move. Then he looked at the boy's red face, and then he thought of something. Sorry, I forgot you were so weak. Chen Feng slapped his head and walked towards the young man. He picked up the boy by the waist with one hand. The Demon Centipede King was very observant and bent down again. In the forest, a young boy was seen holding another young boy and jumping directly off the top of a giant beast. One was wearing a windbreaker and smiling confidently, while the other had a red face and lowered his head silently. Chen Feng hugged the young man and landed on the ground. He put the boy down, turned around, and jumped back to the head of the Centipede King. The young man slumped on the ground, trying to look up at Chen Feng's back. The demon Centipede King stared at everything in front of him with wide eyes. Its legs now rose and fell in a rhythmical manner, like waves. Knock, knock, it thought to itself. Knocking on everything will only hurt you. Chen Feng snorted in his heart and said coldly to the demon Centipede King. The demon Centipede King has followed him for so many years, and Chen Feng knows exactly what he is thinking. The poison has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. No, no. The demon Centipede King hurriedly argued. Let's go and continue eating at the buffet. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he heard the boys shouting, Boss, can I see you again? Hearing this, Chen Feng stood on a high place and looked down at the young man. He nodded. This is the attitude that a strong person should have. The young man saw clearly, and he saw Chen Feng nodded. I must become as strong as the big boss. I also want to contract such a cool beast. Different from teenagers. Chen Feng's kind behavior greatly increased the favorability of the teachers outside the beast domain who were watching the live broadcast. Yes, although this student is very strong in beast control, he is young and has not been swallowed by the powerful force. He has mastered the power. The guard general in the tent praised. He is indeed a good student with excellent character and academic performance. All teachers also gave the same comments. Teacher Zhang is so lucky to have such a good student. Someone said to Zhang Daoyuan with envy. No, it's just luck. Zhang Daoyuan appears modest on the surface, but he really benefits from it in his heart. His old face was now wrinkled with smiles. This feeling is even better than killing an 8-star monster. Chapter 12, Why Are You Looking at Me? Watch the video. There is only 1 day and 6 hours left until the end of the ranking battle. I don't know where Yu Yin is. Sitting on top of the Demon Centipede King, Chen Feng thought of Wang Yuyin. The current world line has changed because of Chen Feng's rebirth, and the boy he just met was in danger. He was really afraid that Wang Yuyin, who was very taciturn, would encounter some accident. Earlier on the bus, he had listed the names of all the friends he wanted to save in this life. Wang Yuyin is one of them. Let's not go into the core area yet. Let's take a walk outside. Chen Feng said to the Demon Centipede King in his heart. Okay. Upon hearing this, the Demon Centipede King changed direction and began hunting in the outer area. At this time, Chen Feng's level was about to break through to a 1-star intermediate magic master. It was estimated that after the Demon Centipede King ate a few more monsters to feed him, he would be able to make a complete breakthrough. The magic power that the Demon Centipede King feeds back to Chen Feng is constant according to his level. It seems very slow now, but it is actually very fast compared to other people. What's ahead? At this time, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He discovered that there were at least 7 or 8 monsters gathered a kilometer away. It seems there are still humans. The Demon Centipede King answered. Go and have a look. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the Demon Centipede King adjusted its direction and headed towards the herd of beasts. Wang Yuyin, you can join our team if you want, but it's first come, first served. Now it's your turn to act as bait. In the forest, outside a cave, Du Fan said to Wang Yuyin with contempt. Yes, Yuyin, you also want to contract a beast, right? As long as you help me lure out the Earth Demon Bear inside, we will help you find a contract beast next. Wang Qian looked Wang Yuyin up and down and persuaded her with a smile. But Wang Yuyin wanted to say that she had not yet signed a beast taming contract. Shouldn't things like baiting be left to those who have contracted beast masters with defensive attributes? No buts, I have the final say here. You can't just quit my team if you want to. Now that you've joined, you have to obey my orders. As Du Fan spoke, he first turned his head to look at Fang Tianhao behind him. Seeing that Fang Tianhao didn't say anything, he puffed out his chest in a show of authority. The feeling of making arbitrary decisions for others made him feel a little bit proud. It's okay. Yin, just stand at the door and shout for help. If the Earth Demon Bear comes out, Brother Tianhao will attack it immediately. There will be no problem. After Wang Qian finished speaking, she looked at Wang Yuyin sincerely. Some little girls are just weak in character and don't know how to say no. Wang Yuyin's family was poor. Her parents told her since she was a child that she should listen to her teachers, get along well with her classmates, and not fight. When she was a child, even when she was bullied by her classmates, her parents and teachers would say, "It takes two to tango. How can you fight with your classmates? You are so immature." She grew up with adults saying, "We're doing this for your own good." Okay, all right. Wang Yuyin lowered her head and said, "It took a lot of courage for her to follow the two of them to find Chen Feng the day before yesterday. The same is true now. I can do it. I will be the next person to contract a beast tamer. After I finish the beast taming contract, I will go out and find out which university Chen Feng has enrolled in. When I go to college, I will choose the major of animal meal preparer, and then I can be with him every day." Then, we opened a small beast restaurant together. Wang Yuyin kept thinking about the future in her mind, and she used this beautiful fantasy to overcome the fear in her heart. She stood outside the cave in a daze. At this moment, Du Fan and his group had retreated far away. "Brother Tianhao, let me take the first shot." Du Fan first looked at Wang Qian. Then he said to Fang Tianhao. Fang Tianhao was stunned when he heard this. "Are you sure you can protect that girl from getting hurt?" He didn't want to cause any loss of life. And the reason he agreed to let Wang Yuyin be bait was because he was sure he could save Wang Yuyin. The earth bear is cunning, and it generally only hunts prey it thinks it can defeat. Wang Yuyin's thin look is very suitable. "Brother Tian, don't worry. I have also signed a contract to tame the beast." Du Fan smiled and pointed at the one-star low-level gray-faced demon sheep behind him. "This is the beast he just contracted, and it suits his temperament very well." "Okay, then you should protect that girl." Fang Tianhao gave an instruction. According to the plan agreed upon previously, Wang Yuyin stood at the entrance of the cave. She started yelling for help. The earth bear in the cave is somewhat intelligent and can detect the emotional state of its prey by the tone of its voice. When it heard Wang Yuyin shouting for help outside, it first walked slowly to the entrance of the cave and looked around carefully. There are no other monsters, only this weak human. It's literally food delivered to your door. Roar! A cold light flashed in its eyes. The earth demon bear wanted to kill its prey quickly, as it was afraid that Wang Yuyin's voice would attract other demon beasts. I saw it pushing its forehooves hard on the rocks under its feet, and its body rushed out of the cave in an instant, pouncing towards Wang Yuyin with its bloody mouth wide open. Help! Wang Yuyin wanted to turn around and run away when she saw this, but she underestimated the fear that the earth demon bear brought to her. The huge body was several times larger than her, and under the enormous pressure, she temporarily lost the ability to move. "Hurry up and take action." Fang Tianhao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Du Fan didn't even order the beast man to save the girl. He shouted anxiously. At this time, Du Fan's face changed drastically, but he was reluctant to give orders to the beastmaster. In contrast, a smile appeared on Wang Qian's face. "Damn green tea. Let you pretend to be weak to seduce Chen Feng. Die quickly." She had planned this scene for a long time, but the specific process was proposed by Du Fan, and she just took the opportunity to agree. "Once we leave the beast territory, if the teacher causes trouble, just say that it was all Du Fan's idea and it has nothing to do with her." Wang Qian. "I don't believe that someone can come and rescue you in an instant." She sneered in her heart. The bear's paw was about to get close to Wang Yuyin's face. Only then did Du Fan give an order to his beast. After getting the order, the gray-faced demon sheep had a big head, and it aimed its big horns at the demon bear and rushed forward. But it was too late. Wang Yuyin's head was doomed to be smashed by the bear's paw. "Chen Feng!" Wang Yuyin was in tears at this moment. She was already weak, and she cried out before the bear's paw came. At the moment of life and death, what flashed through her mind was not the warm scene of having dinner with her parents, but every detail of her encounter with Chen Feng. After school, Chen Feng borrowed her umbrella in the heavy rain. When he was late for school in the early morning, he and Chen Feng, who was also late, were stopped outside the door by the security guard. After getting her meal in the cafeteria, she found that there was no money on her meal card, so Chen Feng helped her out. Until the two of them met by chance in the library some time ago. Just like a few days ago, she secretly went to the internet cafe and pretended to look up information just to take a look at Chen Feng. Finally, yesterday, she mustered up the courage to follow Du Fan and Wang Qian to find Chen Feng. She never talked about her love for Chen Feng. With low self-esteem, she was just trying to get close to Chen Feng in her own way. Move closer to him. Farewell, Chen Feng. I'm getting along well with my classmates again. Mom and Dad. Wang Yuyin knew the ending. She closed her eyes, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. The next moment, the bear's paw fell. There is no pain at all. I heard you calling me? That voice is very familiar. Yes, is that Chen Feng's voice? Wang Yiyan slowly opened her eyes. Chen Feng's figure was so close to her. With one hand, he inserted the bone knife into the neck of the earth demon bear, and with the other, he stepped on the horns of the gray-faced demon sheep. The gray-faced demon sheep's head was pressed against the ground. It kept struggling to get up, but it found that the human in front of it was actually stronger than it. All four hooves kicked around. Chen Feng, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Wang Yiyan even forgot that she was scared and crying just now. It's not a dream. I heard someone calling me, so I came here. Chen Feng stood behind her and spoke gently. The next moment, Wang Yiyan burst into tears of joy. She threw herself into Chen Feng's arms and hugged his waist. You, Chen Feng? Woo-woo. I thought I was dead. What she felt at this moment was just like in a novel, where the heroine was in danger and the protagonist appeared at the most critical moment riding on a colorful cloud. The little face was pressed against Chen Feng's chest. The sound of Chen Feng's thumping heartbeat made her feel much more secure. That feeling made her feel more at ease than lying in bed at home. Cry, it's okay to cry. You won't die. I plan to take you to rule the world together. No, stand on the top of the world. Chen Feng smiled and pulled out the bone knife that was stuck in the demon bear's neck, and then he slashed the neck of the gray-faced demon sheep that was still struggling under his feet. Damn it, it looks like Fiang Yang. The next moment, a discordant voice broke the atmosphere between the two. Ah, Chen Feng, you dare to kill my beast. Fortunately, the contract was not long, and the death of the beast man did not make Du Fan feel too much mental tearing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to scream out now. Chen Feng, you killed my beast. I will make you pay with your life. This was said by Fang Tianhao. Fang Tianhao and his group consisted of 8 or 9 people in total, and they walked out from behind a tree at the same time. Howling Moon Wolf, tear him apart, Fang Tianhao ordered loudly. Upon hearing this, the Howling Moon Wolf pounced out from behind him. It was extremely fast and pounced directly towards Chen Feng, who was still holding Wang Yiyan in his arms. Humph, you're the ones who put Wang Yiyan in danger? You dare to hurt others at such a young age. Won't you become a scourge among beast masters when you grow up? Seeing this, Chen Feng was not afraid, but snorted coldly. But the cameras in the sky are still watching. According to Chen Feng's previous behavior, these people would have died 800 times already. But that's no longer possible. Now we have to stand on the side of justice and criticize the other side, and then let them die 800 times. The other side of the camera. At this time, many teachers were sitting in the tent, stammering and unable to speak. This kid, how did he get there? Is it because the speed was too fast that we couldn't capture it? Or can he teleport? It must be too fast for the camera to track. Teleporting is ridiculous. After everyone finished speaking, they all focused their attention on Zhang Daoyuan. I hope Zhang Daoyuan can give a clear answer. Ah, what are you looking at me for? Watching the video. Don't ask me. If you ask, it's a secret. Zhang Daoyuan appeared calm. He was sitting on a simple bench behind the crowd at this time. He looked calm on the surface, but was actually very confused inside. Damn, how would I know if it was teleportation? I'm not familiar with him. Chapter 13 Sign, a confidentiality agreement. In Du Fan's opinion, it was too late for Chen Feng to summon the beast, because Fang Tianhao's Howling Moon Wolf would pounce on Chen Feng in the next second. Just when he was overjoyed and thought that Chen Feng was nothing special, an accident occurred. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the space in front of Chen Feng. The gap was at least 100 meters high. This is actually a space crack. The crack spread outward, and fragments of the originally integrated space continued to fall like a broken mirror. It is like soil that is constantly being turned over by a mole. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a huge head suddenly popped out from the crack. The huge mouth it opened was dozens of times larger than the Howling Moon Wolf's body, and the Howling Moon Wolf had no time to dodge. It pounced directly into the mouth of the demon centipede king. He didn't even have time to utter a sound. This is Chen Feng's first 10-star high-level magical beast, the 10,000-legged demon centipede king. Full name, sky-splitting 10,000-legged demonic centipede king. The purple shell on its body represents that it possesses extremely strong toxins. In addition to its poisonous abilities, it can also dig through space like a termite, reaching from one place to another instantly. This is also the reason why Chen Feng suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yiyan. This was the first skill he obtained through the Demon Centipede King, teleportation. Consume the magic power, and you can use skills. The longer the distance, the greater the consumption. Kill. Chen Feng felt Wang Yuyan in his arms. He looked across with cold eyes and said grimly, "He doesn't care about good or evil. Chen Feng, who has lived for 1,000 years, has only one truth. I am justice. As for whether the teachers outside will cause trouble after the end, well, let's wait until they can beat me. Moreover, there are cameras in the sky, so it will be clear who is right and who is wrong in this matter. The world of Beastmasters does not need termites, and the rules of the world of Beastmasters are also different from those of ordinary people. In order to prevent the emergence of evil Beastmasters have the right to supervise and punish each other. And if an old termite jumps out, it would be just right that the Demon Centipede King has not even eaten half full. Ultimately, it all depends on your strength." "Chen Feng, what do you mean?" Teachers also watch. Du Fan was standing at the front of the crowd. He was swallowed by the Demon Centipede King before he could even finish his words. The next one is Wang Qian. Next came the beasts owned by other people. The Demon Centipede King swallowed them all in one gulp. "Okay, let's go." Chen Feng mainly wanted to deal with those who targeted Wang Yuyan. Since Du Fan and Wang Qian have been dealt with, there is no need to hurt others. The crime does not warrant death. As for Feng Tianhao, Chen Feng had already recognized him by his voice. "Last time, I accidentally killed his Beastmaster first. To be honest, Chen Feng felt a little guilty. Let him go this time. After all, he is not the mastermind." With Chen Feng's order, the Demon Centipede King broke the space again. Then it appeared directly from under Chen Feng's feet. It carried Chen Feng and Wang Yuyan on its head. The body crawled out from the 3 space cracks just created, until finally his tail crawled out from the space crack. The space slowly healed. But that space crack was 100 meters high. It looks really scary. At this time, Feng Tianhao and the survivors were so scared that they sat on the ground. Some even wet their pants. So scary. After all, they're just students who have just reached adulthood and have not seen the world. Everyone looked at the direction where the Demon Centipede King disappeared. The trees fell in a row, and huge pits were next to each other. Although the Demon Centipede King had walked far away, they could still feel the earth shaking. Feng Tianhao slumped on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He stared blankly in the direction where the Demon Centipede King disappeared. "What kind of geniuses are we with him around?" he said to himself in his heart. Similarly, the teachers who were watching the live broadcast outside were also nervous. They all stood up and started arguing. "Is that a spatial ability? He killed my students. Do we really want to allow this kind of student to continue participating in the competition? He's too strong. He killed my students." Teacher Zhang Daotian. Is he some big shot from Longxia country who came out in disguise to bully the smaller players? "He killed my student." Wang Qian and Du Fan's class teacher kept interrupting, but no one paid any attention to him, because all the teachers were shocked by Chen Feng's Demon Centipede King. As for Wang Qian and Du Fan, their review recordings have been called up and were played in small format in the lower corner of the screen. In conclusion, those with evil intentions deserve to be put to death. Even if the two survive this time, they will be expelled from school after leaving the beast domain. The world of Beastmasters does not tolerate even a grain of sand. At least that's the rule in Longxia Kingdom. It's just because the Beastmaster is too powerful. Even a 1-star Beastmaster is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Let's talk about Chen Feng. He was able to contract high-star monsters when he was at the 1-star Beastmaster level, and the teachers could barely accept it. But now this high-star monster also has spatial ability. Doesn't this thing only exist in legends? They have seen monsters that play with fire, magma, water, and even metal. But this spatial ability, 1-star Beast Tamer, 18 years old, can teleport. Damn, are we living in a fantasy novel? I really doubt if he is cheating. At this moment, the teachers all felt an extremely unreal feeling in their hearts. "Everyone, I have to excuse myself for a moment." Zhang Daoyuan looked at the teachers who were still discussing, and he felt numb. This matter is no longer something he can handle. He has to report it to his superiors immediately. That spatial ability. He quickly stood up, walked out of the tent, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. "Commander." "Ah yes, I have something very important to report." "Yeah, it's about that Chen Feng. His magic beast actually has space skills. Specifically, it can break through space and shuttle between 2 places." "How far can it shuttle?" "I don't know, he's still playing." "Okay, I get it. I'll have them turn off the live video right away." "Okay, I'll definitely allocate more beast control resources to him." "Do we need to send him to the front line to see you?" "Oh, well, let this kid finish the World Series first." There are still 2.5 years left. Let him participate in this year's? Okay, got it? I'll do it right away. After Zhang Daoyuan finished the call, he took out a red certificate from his pocket. Hey, this kid is really evil. He pushed open the tent door and stepped inside. Everyone, as the 8-star pioneer leader of the Beast Taming Bureau, I'm here to inform you that you must turn off the live broadcast immediately and sit down where you are. After the game is over, follow me to the pioneering group's military headquarters to sign a confidentiality agreement. Zhang Daoyuan held up his ID and spoke slowly. Then he turned and looked at the highest commander here, the middle-aged man. He was looking at Zhang Daoyuan with surprise. Well, stop staring at me. You have to go too, Zhang Daoyuan said seriously. The division of the Longxia Kingdom's troops in the beast taming world is actually very simple. First is the ordinary Beastmaster troops. They are stationed throughout Longxia, including guards at the entrances to the major beast domains. The next level up is the Beast Tamer Guerrilla. They are there specifically to support the guards. Above are the pioneer teams. They are the most dangerous and need to enter the newly emerged beast areas to open up new land. Of course, there are also some civilian animal taming teams, like the 4-person team formed at school, or a slightly larger beast taming group of more than a dozen people. In his previous life, Chen Feng formed the Beast Taming Group. Chen Feng, don't you have the talent to tame beasts? Above the head of the demon centipede king, Wang Yin asked Chen Feng curiously. The two were now on their way to the core area of the beast domain. The demon centipede king continued to activate the snake mode. I woke up after I returned home. Chen Feng replied. Is it your beast? Wang Yin said, turning her head and looking along the body of the demon centipede king. It's too long, and I can't see the end of it. Not only is its body long, but even its head is bigger than the yard of her rural home. This is enough to build a house on your head. Wang Yuyin fantasized. Yes, my father left it to me. Then your father must be very powerful. Wang Yuyin felt that the beast under her feet must be Chen Feng's secret, so she chose not to continue asking. She didn't care at all why a 1-star beastmaster could contract a monster that was much more powerful than himself. She only cares about Chen Feng. It's really amazing. Chen Feng replied. Yes, it's quite amazing. So amazing that I haven't found any trace of him after searching for 1,000 years. If he hadn't come home occasionally when my mother was still alive, I would really have thought he had died long ago. Where are we going next? Wang Yuyin really likes the time she can be alone with Chen Feng now. Although the centipede under her feet made her a little scared. But when she thought that this was Chen Feng the Beast Man, she suddenly felt less scared. Go to the central area. I'll help you contract a beast. Then I'll finally Ariang and Lu you. What kind of beast do you like? Chapter 14, Departure, S-Class Bloodline Monster Fire Feather Phoenix. The 2 people and 1 beast had just arrived at the central area of the beast domain, and before they found a suitable beast for Wang Yuyin, they met Li Ariang and Lu Yu. Brother Feng. The 2 of them recognized that it was Chen Feng's beast just by looking at the huge, densely packed centipede legs from a distance. Let's go to those 2 people first, Chen Feng said to the demon centipede king. After picking up Li Ariang and Lu Yu, the 4 of them stood on top of the demon centipede king. Li Ariang was the first to speak. Brother Feng, your beast is so cool. I used to think it must be very big, but now I realize that my imagination was too limited. This is not very big, but it is very big. Indeed, this doesn't look like a 1-star beast at all. Brother Feng, how many stars is your beast? Is there a 5-star one? Lu Yu asked tentatively. He glanced over the head of the demon centipede king. Damn, a beastmaster's head is bigger than the area of my villa. 10 stars. Chen Feng said casually. His expression was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Oh, it's 10 stars, huh? What 10? 10 stars. Holy crap. Liayan spukal tingli. Feng, Brother Feng, can you teach me how you contracted a 10-star beast? If you can teach me, I will kowtow to you. If you don't mind, Brother Feng, I am willing to recognize you as my foster father from now on. Lu Yu was so greedy that his mouth was watering. This is outrageous. Feng Ji's beast is actually 10 stars. Dad, no. The highest level of the beast controlled by our most powerful grandfather is only 6 stars. No, I'm not your godfather. It's not that I won't teach you too, but I don't know what's going on. My father helped me to contract this beast. Chen Feng quickly raised his hand and explained. He really didn't want to be Lu Yu's godfather. Lu Yu, well, how to put it, he does have some Lu family blood in him. If I remember correctly, Lu Yu's mother's surname seems to be Lu. Wang Yuyin watched the three people talking to each other. Even when she heard that Chen Feng's beast was a 10-star one, she didn't show any emotion. She had inexplicably been put into the image of an anime heroine, the good wife and mother who sat firmly in the rear. Do you two want to move up the rankings? Chen Feng changed the subject. There are still 7 hours left before the ranking is finalized. Chen Feng's points are as high as over 400, and there is no doubt that he ranks first. Li Eriang and Lu Yu still rank 4th and 5th. It seems that Fang Tianhai and Zheng Yunjie also have some strength. What else is there to mention? Brother Feng is already ranked first, so just pick us two, and sister-in-law Yuyin, just pick the three of us as your teammates, and that's it. Li Eriang said with a nonchalant look on his face. Yes, after the ranking battle is over, Brother Feng, you can just pick us and that's it. With Brother Feng and Sister Feng leading the way, we can just lie back and watch in future competitions. Lu Yu echoed. What the two said made Wang Yuyin almost bury her head in her collar. But she had a flat chest and couldn't bury her head at all. There's no way. She has never eaten anything nutritious at home since she was a child. It's a lucky thing that she can grow up so cute and have such good skin. Of course, this is also closely related to the fact that Wang Yuyin is only 18 years old. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Since neither of you care about rankings, then help Yuyin find a suitable beast. You two should be in the advanced central area. Have you seen a suitable beast for contract? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Brother Feng, you asked the right person. We actually met. Li Eriang said. Yes. We accidentally encountered an S-level fire feather phoenix before. We chased it all the way and unexpectedly ran into Fang Tianhai and Zheng Yunjie on the road. The four of us even fought for the fire feather phoenix. Lu Yu said angrily, clenching his fists. Then what? Chen Feng asked. Then the fire feather phoenix flew away, and before it left, it dropped fire feathers that burned my clothes. Look! As he spoke, Lu Yu pulled his collar and showed it to Chen Feng. Indeed, a hole as big as a thumb was burned out. You're just lucky. The fire feather just fell on the ground and splashed sparks onto your clothes. If you were really hit by the fire feather, you would be burned to ashes. Li Eriang rolled his eyes at Lu Yu. Then where is this fire feather phoenix now? Do you know? Chen Feng immediately became interested. The fire feather phoenix is very suitable for Wang Yuyin. This monster can carry the beast master on a flight, and it has extraordinary attack capabilities and flying speed. If he could become Wang Yuyin's beast master, Wang Yuyin's safety in the beast realm would be greatly increased in the future. Flying beasts are one of the types of beasts that every beast master must contract, and some of Chen Feng's beasts also have the ability to fly. That was the contract he made when he was 2 stars. Of course I know. We watched him escape to the top of that mountain. Li Eriang said this, pointing to a high mountain in the east. Okay, let's go over there now and sign the contract of the fire feather phoenix to Yuyin first. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he controlled the demon centipede king to change direction and head straight for the mountain that Li Eriang pointed to. On the other side, Fang Tianhao finally met his brother Fang Tianhai. What did you say? Your beast was killed twice by Chen Feng. Fang Tianhai exclaimed loudly. Yes, that Chen Feng is too strong. Brother, listen to the rumbling sound coming from the ground now. That's the sound he makes when he walks with his beast. Fang Tianhao explained. He now had no intention of taking revenge on Chen Feng. He is totally not in the same league. I can't beat him. I absolutely can't beat him. Okay, I get it. It's okay, bro. If you lose your beast, I'll help you catch another one. Your brother Zheng and I encountered an S-level fire feather phoenix before, but we failed to capture it, and it escaped to the high mountain in the north. I will help you capture it and let you make a contract with it. Fang Tianhai patted his brother's shoulder and comforted him. Thank you, bro. Fang Tianhao spoke in a crying voice. He really felt that he was wronged. His first beast was inexplicably killed by Chen Feng, and then the second one was swallowed by Chen Feng's demon centipede king. As for himself, he couldn't win the fight, and even if Chen Feng didn't summon his beast master, he could kill the earth demon bear with one sword and step on the gray-faced demon sheep. The physical body is not something that can be fought against by oneself. Damn, how did this guy become like that? Far from the mark? Greedy, very greedy. Men are basically only obsessed with 2 things in their lives. Women power. Fang Tianhao had no shortage of women, and he thought he would have no shortage of strength since he had an S-level talent. But when he saw Chen Feng, he felt like he was stabbed in the butt with a knife, and his eyes opened. That's the real power. You're welcome. Come on up. Let's ride on my beast. Feng Tianhai rode on the back of his beast, stretched out his hand to his brother below, and said, Feng Tianhai's beast is also a wind-howling three-striped tiger, and it is a pair with Feng Tianhao's wind-howling three-striped tiger. Chapter 15 Online Novels Never Deceive Me. There are 6 hours left until the end of the individual battle. At this time, Chen Feng and 3 others were standing on a rock on the top of the mountain. Under their feet was a crater. This mountaintop is actually a dead volcano. Li Eriang looked down at the crater and said in surprise, It's not a dead volcano, but an active volcano that has been dormant for a long time. The fire feather phoenix usually lives in volcanic craters. It seems this is its home. While ordering the shrunken demon centipede king to crawl into his sleeve, Chen Feng explained. So, it won't erupt, will it? Li was a little worried. The probability is very small. Judging from the appearance of the mountain, it is estimated that this volcano has been dormant for at least 100 years. Go in, don't be afraid, just follow me. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and jumped off the rock. There are some naturally formed stone steps on the stone walls inside the crater, which intersect and overlap to form a spiral stone staircase. Chen Feng walked in front, Wang Yuyin in the middle, and at the end were the Li Eriang brothers. The 4 of them moved forward slowly. The crater is so deep that you can't see the bottom. Looking down will make you feel suffocated unconsciously. It seems like it will break at any time. Wang Yiyan subconsciously grabbed the corner of Chen Feng's clothes, following Chen Feng silently. The 2 brothers Li Eriang did not dare to be careless. The 2 of them held hands. They were both scared. The 4 of them went down for half an hour and finally reached the inside of the mountain. The first thing you see inside the mountain is a cave. Opposite the cave is an entrance that slopes down further into the mountain. Look, it's the fire feather phoenix. Li Eriang pointed to the opposite side of the cave, where a red fire-feathered phoenix was lying at the entrance. The fire-feathered phoenix was lying at the entrance of the cave at this time, and its body protected the entrance tightly. Is there something inside that needs to be protected? Chen Feng was knowledgeable and could see the clues at a glance. It was very strange that the fire-feather phoenix was lying on the ground to rest, because their way of attack is the flaming feathers on their bodies. All these monsters cherish their feathers very much. They generally like to lie in nests made of relatively soft grass or branches. Let Yin contract it first, and then we can attack together. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he catapulted towards the fire feather phoenix. This thing can fly. He must get close to it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once it flies up, it will be difficult to catch it. Release the beast. Li Eriang and Lu Yu looked at each other and released their beasts directly. The fire feather phoenix is worthy of being an S-level bloodline. It is very vigilant. Before Chen Feng got close, it raised its head and spotted Chen Feng's figure. It stood up instantly, and after a chirp, it flapped its huge red wings and instantly rose into the air. At the same time, a gust of wind and sand blew towards Chen Feng. This sandstorm does not have much killing power on Chen Feng, but it made him pause in his forward movement. Brother Feng, we are here to help you. Lu Yu shouted loudly from behind and gave orders directly to his Dragon Blood Firebird. The Dragon Blood Firebird is currently a 1-star mid-level, on par with the Fire Feather Phoenix, and they're all fire attributes. The 2 big birds wrestled with each other in the air for a moment. Li Eriang's beast was injured during the previous assessment and has not fully recovered yet, so it can't help at all. I can only wait for the opportunity below. But Chen Feng was not idle. At this time, he had already leaped high into the air, and with the help of the protruding rock wall beside him, he leaped twice to under the 2 birds in the air above the cave. He grabbed one of the Fire Feather Phoenix's feet with his 2 big hands, trying to make it lose balance. The Fire Feather Phoenix was knocked down suddenly by the sudden force, and then fell heavily to the ground. It flapped its wings wildly in fright. It didn't understand where this human got so much strength from. Chen Feng was afraid of being scratched by the Fire Feather Phoenix, so he raised his foot and was about to shoot at the Fire Feather Phoenix's head. Can appear unexpectedly. A strange, immature voice came to his ears. Let go of that monster. We were the first to injure it. In an instant, Chen Feng felt a strong wind coming from behind. He dodged subconsciously and jumped several meters to the side. I turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. 3 more figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Feng Tianhao and the other 2. The strong wind, just now, was the wind blade attack from the howling 3-striped tiger. Chen Feng, it's you. Feng Tianhao was shocked, and then he said directly to his brother, Brother, why don't we go first? Fong Tianhao was a little timid. The impact that the Demon Centipede King brought to him was too great. Leave? Why leave? He is indeed powerful, but this fire feather phoenix is very precious. We were the first to injure it, so it is ours morally and legally. After Fong Tianhai finished speaking, he directly commanded his demon tiger beast to pounce on the fire-feathered phoenix on the ground. The tiger demon beast raised its 2 claws in the air, and it seemed that it was attacking Lu Yu's dragon blood firebird together. Brother Xiong, go help. Of course, Li Eriang would not be idle. At a command, his infernal bear rushed towards the side of the howling wind 3-striped tiger. At the same time, he shouted angrily at Fong Tianhai. Fong Tianhai, you are too shameless. We were the first to discover the fire feather phoenix. Fong Tianhai was shocked when he saw this. He didn't even listen to Li Eriang's rebuttal. Yunjie, take action quickly, he shouted. He was determined to get the fire feather phoenix, and he had to help his brother get it. Zheng Yunjie snorted coldly when he heard that. A gate of light appeared in front of him, and a sturdy gray-eyed elk rushed out. The gray-eyed elk was extremely large, and was actually comparable in size to Li Eriang's infernal bear. It lowered its head and rushed towards the infernal bear. The infernal bear was already injured, and if it was hit hard, it would definitely be further injured. Li Eriang was just about to remind the infernal bear. Suddenly, something strange happened again. The phoenix that was originally pinned down by the dragon blood firebird suddenly struggled and flew up. It cried out towards the sky, and its eyes turned blood red. Pieces of red feathers with golden patterns began to fall slowly. Each feather that fell became a burning flame. Oh no, it's about to self-destruct. Quickly take back the beast. Chen Feng's eyes widened when he saw this, and he screamed. This is a skill that can only be evolved by a 2-star fire feather phoenix. It is only 1 star now. If it is used forcibly, it will only self-destruct, not achieve nirvana. Without caring about anything else, Chen Feng retreated frantically towards the direction of Wang Yuyan and the other 2. At the same time, the Demon Centipede King came out from the sleeve. The body size keeps getting bigger. In the end, they surrounded Chen Feng and the other 3. It turned into a purple centipede ball. Brother, let's run too. Although Fong Tianhao didn't know what would happen, seeing Chen Feng responding so nervously, he just shouted. He held his brother in one hand and Zheng Yunjie in the other and ran desperately out of the cave. He could feel the temperature in the cave rising. Oh! The next moment, Fong Tianhao, who had just retreated out of the cave, felt unprecedented suffocation. A terrifying heat wave swept out from the cave, and the 3 of them were blown away. Almost fell into the volcano below. Before the 3 men could react and get up from the ground, Fong Tianhao heard a shrill bird cry. The voice was extremely sad and angry. He could be sure that the cry was definitely not made by the fire-feathered phoenix just now. Retreat first. Fong Tianhao and the other 2 scrambled out of the crater. At this time, Chen Feng and the other 3 were staying in the centipede ball that the Demon Centipede King had shrunk into. He could only hear some tinkling sounds outside, but he had no idea what was happening. What's going on outside? Chen Feng asked the Demon Centipede King. It's okay. There's just a 3-star fire-feathered phoenix tickling me. When the temperature outside drops, I'll let you out and eat it while I'm at it. It should be a pair with a 1-star one just now. The Demon Centipede King added. So there must be something they value in that cave. For that thing, the 1-star fire feather phoenix would so easily choose to self-destruct without caring about its life. Chen Feng said as he pondered. The reason why the monster could fight so easily is that there is most likely its cub inside. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. Just now he was lamenting that the fire-feathered phoenix was too stubborn and actually blew itself up. Now he understood that it was protecting its cubs. This is good. Yiyan's first beast has finally been found. The eggs can also be hatched. Here, the 3-star fire feather phoenix is constantly attacking the shell of the Demon Centipede King. It used all its strength in every attack, but it just couldn't break the Demon Centipede King's defense. And inside the cave, next to the fire feather phoenix egg, there is a not-so-hidden passage. This passage is somewhat dark. There were constant sounds of footsteps coming from inside. There must be a treasure here. The next second, a young man with a shaggy hairdo came out from inside, feeling his way along the stone wall, covered in dust. He was about to pass through the passage to the beast realm and give up the ranking competition. But when he walked to the foot of the mountain, he discovered that there was a strange cave covered by vines. He has read the novel. According to the plot in the novel, such hidden caves usually contain unexpected treasures. Then he thought of the terrifying centipede beast summoned by the mysterious boss when he saved him before. The gambler's heart was instantly ignited. So here he comes. There really is a treasure. The online novel really doesn't lie to me. And there isn't even a single monster guarding here. He ran to the bird's nest in 2 or 3 steps and knocked on the fire-feathered phoenix eggs twice with his hands. Just like the male protagonist in the novel who picks up a bargain. Ah, this bird egg looks like it was bred by a high-level demon beast. It must be a blessing from the boss. At this time, his mouth was crooked with smile. He quickly took off his school uniform and wrapped the bird egg, which was half the size of his body. Pack it up. Take it away. Putting the bird eggs on his back, he stood up and continued to explore in the direction of the cave. The next moment, he was lying behind a stone wall, and he saw a fire-feathered phoenix desperately attacking a purple spherical object. It turns out to be the eggs of the fire-feather phoenix. But it's not incubating eggs. What is it doing there? Is it sharpening its claws? The boy was a little confused. He scratched his head and felt that the purple ball was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember what was going on. Forget it. Let's just slip away first. The young man crouched down and sneaked around. He slowly retreated into the dark cave until his figure disappeared. Chapter 16. Meet the broken veil boy again. The high temperature dissipated. The ground inside the cave was already charred black. The demon centipede king finally stretched out his body. He couldn't wait to jump up and wrap himself around the 3-star fire-feathered phoenix that was becoming more and more aggressive. Then it just casually injected a mouthful of venom into the fire-feather phoenix, and the poison of the 10-star monster instantly destroyed the fire-feather phoenix's vitality. It fell directly to the ground and died. The demon centipede king grew a little bigger again and swallowed it in one gulp. At this time, Chen Feng had already broken through to the 1-star intermediate beast master, but he was not too happy. It still needs to be upgraded to 2 stars as soon as possible. Because of the next plan, a 10-star monster may not be able to cope with it. The 10-star monster is indeed very powerful, but Chen Feng is fragile. He can beat a beast master of the same level, but if the opponent is a high-star beast master, he will directly attack with 5 or 6 beasts at the same time. Chen Feng also found it difficult to deal with. Only with 2 10-star monsters, one attacking and one releasing, did Chen Feng dare to do things more high-profile. As for now, let's just develop slowly first. Go in and take a look. Chen Feng stretched out his hand, and the demon centipede king shrank again and crawled from his hand into his sleeve. The 4 entered the lair of the fire-feather phoenix. Where are the eggs? Chen Feng frantically searched in the large nest made of branches with his hands. It's strange, it shouldn't be like this. He was a little confused. Is it a wrong judgment? Brother Feng, look what this is. Li Eriang's voice came from beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned his head and looked. In front of Li Eriang was a magma pool that was glowing red. The waste is so big, but the liquid inside is not like real magma, but a mysterious liquid with the color of fire. There is no hot feeling of magma. Chen Feng took 2 steps forward. He bent down and held his hand over the mysterious liquid to feel the temperature. He wanted to determine what this thing was. This is Phoenix Flame Marrow. Chen Feng is experienced. He named the liquid Phoenix Flame Marrow? What is that? Wang Yan asked curiously. A natural elixir that can heal the wounds of fire-attributed beasts. Chen Feng said lightly. Then he turned to Li Eriang and said, Isn't your beast injured and hasn't recovered yet? You can let it come out and drink some. This thing can even heal hidden injuries. Ah, I'm just trying it out. Upon hearing this, Li Eriang couldn't wait to release the infernal bear. Then, the infernal bear's eyes lit up like the old lady seeing wild gold bars. It quickly lay down at the edge of the pond and licked it with its tongue. That's great. It really works. Li Eriang could feel that the injuries on the purgatory bear were recovering quickly. He said excitedly. Of course it works. This thing is worth 100 million yuan out there. It is a rare fire-type, beast taming and healing elixir. Chen Feng looked at Li Eriang speechlessly. This kid comes from a pretty good family. Why does he act like he has never seen the world? He was not at all as knowledgeable as he was in his previous life, when they met after graduating from college. What? 100 million in one gulp? Come on, stop drinking it. You just need to take care of your wound. Shut up. You beast. When Li Eriang heard that the marrow fluid was worth 100 million, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The infernal bear was drinking yogurt at this moment, and the spiritual fluid in the spring was decreasing rapidly. Hey, Every extra sip counts. Damn it, you're playing tricks on me? Li Ariang cursed loudly and forcibly took the purgatory demon bear, whose injuries had long since healed, back to the beast taming space. Although they didn't get the fire feather phoenix egg in the end, they all drank half a bottle of marrow fluid. It is estimated that each of them will get an unexpected income of about 100 million after they get out. This income is a huge sum of money, especially for Wang Yiyan. Not to mention even her parents had never seen so much money in their lives. Oh, I'm sorry, Yiyan, I didn't find a suitable beast for you. Chen Feng sighed in the cave. He planned to give his first place Beast Tamer award to Wang Yiyan. It doesn't matter. We have all obtained the Phoenix Flame Marrow, haven't we? Wang Yiyan said with a smile. She carefully held the bottle containing half a bottle of Phoenix Flame Marrow in her arms. Sister-in-law, you can take my share. My infernal bear has already drunk too much Phoenix Flame Marrow, so I should give you my share. Li Ariang scratched the back of his head. He felt that he had gotten a great deal today. Just call me Yiyan. I don't want your Phoenix Flame Marrow. You all contributed just now, but I didn't help. You have been working hard to help me contract the beast. I'm already very satisfied to get the Phoenix Flame Marrow. Wang Yiyan's face turned red at first, and then she glanced at Chen Feng cautiously. Seeing that Chen Feng had no expression, she breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she was not worthy of Chen Feng. He is so strong, but he needs help from others to even make a contract with the beast. She didn't want others to force her and Chen Feng's relationship, which would end up making them unable to even be friends. Wang Yiyan silently rubbed the bottle of Fengyan marrow fluid in her hand. She has some low self-esteem. Let's explore this side a little further. Maybe there's something inside. Chen Feng pointed to the dark cave on the other side of the bird's nest and said. The four set out again. When they came out from the other side, they found that they had reached the foot of the mountain. At this time, a prompt also came from the watch. The ranking battle is over. The standings are finalized. First place, Chen Feng, scored 753 points, including 300 points for killing the third-level fire feather phoenix. Second place, Fang Tianhai, with 105 points. Third place, Zheng Yunjie, with 102 points. Fourth place, Li Ariang, points 97. Fifth place, Lu Yu, points 96. The four chose to ride Lu Yu's Dragon Blood Firebird to the Beast Territory Passage 3 kilometers away. At this time, the passage connecting the Beast Domain to the outside was already filled with students. They lined up one by one and returned to Blue Star. Chen Feng and 4 others were also in the team. While talking and laughing, Chen Feng heard a shout from behind him. Boss! That voice sounded familiar. Chen Feng and the other 3 all turned around to look back. A young man with a dusty face and a shaggy hairdo rushed out from the forest, carrying a large package on his back. It's you. Chen Feng has the demeanor of a master, he said with a smile. Boss, why are you queuing here? The boy asked, wiping the dust off his face with his sleeve. Because I am also a student in this competition, Chen Feng said calmly. What? You? Are you Chen Feng who is number 1 on the list? The boy looked surprised. This is too abnormal. How can the boss be a student? It seems that even his own class teacher cannot beat him. The young man thought to himself. Brother Feng, who is this? Lu Yu asked curiously. He saw the young man in such a disheveled state, with something wrapped in his school uniform behind him, and he immediately felt something was interesting. His name is... Chen Feng paused. He didn't know the other person's name. My name is Han Xiaoli. It was Brother Chen Feng who saved me when I was chased by a monster. Han Xiaoli scratched his head and introduced himself. Oh, Brother Han. What's that on your back? Li Ariang asked curiously. Well, it's a fluke. Han Xiaoli paused and glanced left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he moved closer to the 4 people. He whispered, before I separated from Brother Feng, I was thinking about how to find a monster contract, but I was alone, and I was always being chased by monsters and had to hide from them. Just when I was about to give up, I unexpectedly saw a hidden cave on the way back, so I went in and took a look. Hey, guess what? There's actually a monster egg inside, the one behind me. Han Xiaoli said this as he held the school uniform containing the beast egg in front of him and opened it slightly to allow the 4 people to check. A cave? Lu Yu looked at the beast egg and said with a strange expression. Yes, it's the cave. You don't know, this is actually the egg of a fire-feathered phoenix. When I went there, I saw the fire-feathered phoenix sharpening its claws on a purple stone ball. That fire-feather phoenix was at least 3 stars. I was so scared that I turned around and ran away. After Han Xiaoli finished speaking, he quickly carried the beast egg back on his back. He planned to hatch the egg when he returned, and then contract it to become his own beast. I am so lucky. This is all thanks to the blessing of boss Chen Feng. Han Xiaoli added. Forehead. Chen Feng and the other three were stunned. After all this time, it turns out that it was you who robbed the house. But now Wang Yuyin and the other two suddenly didn't know what to say. Although someone stole the beast eggs, it was also based on their own ability. The main reason was that Han Xiaoli knew Chen Feng, and he himself didn't know that he stole the beast eggs from the hands of 4 people. This is very difficult. And judging from Han Xiaoli's expression, he really needs this beast egg. Students, stop dawdling. It's your turn now. At this time, an official beast master urged Chen Feng and the other 4. The 5 people subconsciously walked towards the passage. After Chen Feng, Wang Yuyin and the other 2 entered the light gate. He paused, turned around, and patted Han Xiaoli on the shoulder. This made Han Xiaoli straighten his back and stand at attention instantly. Brother Feng. He thought Chen Feng wanted to tell him something. The next moment, Chen Feng spread his hands. The demon centipede king, which had shrunk into a ball, appeared in Han Xiaoli's sight. Han Xiaoli looked at the purple centipede ball in Chen Feng's hand, and his eyes widened instantly. Standing still, Chen Feng didn't say anything and took the demon centipede king back into the demon control space. He turned and walked through the light gate, leaving the beast realm. Chapter 17. Living today, just to leave no regrets. The square of the guards' camp. The top 10 people on the list, including Chen Feng, stood on the podium. Compared with the other 9 people, Chen Feng was the one who was discussed the most in the audience. 753 points, 7 times as many as the second place. Everyone, let's start distributing awards to the top 10 students. Due to special reasons, your team leader has something to deal with temporarily, so I will distribute the awards to everyone. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he began to distribute rewards to the top 10 people one by one. As for the other teachers, they had just been taken away by the pioneering troops' military vehicles. It was like pulling pigs, and they pulled a whole truckload of them. The rewards for the top 3 will be distributed below. After distributing the reward to Li Eriang, only Chen Feng, Fang Tianhai, and Zheng Yunjie were left on the stage. Third place, Zheng Yunjie, reward. Any one of the 1-star to 2-star S-level bloodline beasts, prize money of 50 million Longxia coins. Second place, Fang Tianhai, reward. Any one of the 1-star to 2-star S-level bloodline beasts, prize money of 100 million Longxia coins. Finally, the first place winner is Chen Feng. His reward is a 1-star to 2-star S-level bloodline beast of your choice, and a prize of 100 million Longxia coins. Zhang Daoyuan paused when he said this. Everyone in the audience started to whisper. The problem was simple. Chen Feng's first prize was the same as the second prize of Fang Tianhai. You should know that Chen Feng's points are 7 times that of Fang Tianhai. This is very unfair. Ahem, be quiet. I haven't finished yet. In addition, considering that Chen Feng performed extremely well in this ranking competition, with a score that can almost be recorded in history, he was promoted to Longxia Northern Beast Taming University as an exception. He will skip his freshman year and become a sophomore directly at the beginning of the school year. He will also skip the selection and participate in the World Reincarnation Challenge in 2 months as a seed player of Northern Beastmaster University. This is an unprecedented honor. He is also the only player in history to be promoted to sophomore, the youngest seeded player, and the youngest player qualified to participate in the World Challenge. Let's applaud him. Congratulations to him. Zhang Diyuan's words were like a bombshell. There was an instant burst of applause from the audience. More than 500 students cheered. Fang Tianhai and Zheng Yunjie both looked at Chen Feng. Both of them had envy in their eyes. Chen Feng's success can be said to have soared to the sky. It can be imagined that those truly big families, including foreign consortiums, as long as they have beast masters, will definitely try to win over Chen Feng. However, according to the regulations of Longxia country, if you want to become a foreign aid for other countries, you must renounce your Longxia citizenship. I just don't know what choice Chen Feng will make. Although they had never seen Chen Feng's Beastmaster in person, one thing convinced them. That is, Chen Feng was able to survive the Nirvana fire in the cave, and he even saved the other 3 people without suffering any harm. So strong. Li Eriang and Lu Yu in the audience also applauded together. Their hands turned red from clapping. Brother Feng is awesome. Li Eriang whistled and shouted from the audience. Wang Yiyin was different from them. Her face was flushed and her hands were clapping. But her mood was extremely complicated, with joy, envy, and a hint of inferiority from the bottom of her heart. She had previously thought about graduating from high school, secretly applying to the same university as Chen Feng, and then pursuing Chen Feng, who had no talent for taming beasts. But now she discovered that Chen Feng not only had the talent to tame beasts, but also suddenly became so dazzling. She felt that the two of them were now separated by a whole world, so close yet feels out of reach. After all, Wang Yuyin is just an 18-year-old girl with a little inferiority complex. Due to family reasons, her personality is mixed with paranoia and autism, but at the same time she is also sensible beyond her age. When she was 18 years old, she had already planned to live an ordinary life with Chen Feng in the future. Two people, a small shop, a world. But now Chen Feng is too dazzling. So dazzling that he cannot fit into the ordinary world she imagined. What do I do? Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. When Wang Yuyin was lost in her thoughts, a timid voice pulled her away. She looked back. Is there something wrong, classmate Han Xiaoli? Wang Yuyin asked. The person who came was Han Xiaoli, who was carrying a big beast egg. This is for you. I just realized that the 3-star fire-feathered phoenix attacked you guys, Brother Feng. So this beast egg should have belonged to you, sister-in-law. Han Xiaoli said weakly. He stuffed the beast egg, holding the school uniform behind him, into Wang Yuyin's arms. On the back of the school uniform were the 3 big words, Han Xiaoli, written in black gel pen. Wang Yuyin was stunned for a moment. She didn't know how Han Xiaoli knew that. But at this moment, countless thoughts emerged in her mind. Should I accept this beast egg? This is a beast egg with S-level bloodline. If I accept it, maybe I'll have a chance to catch up with Chen Feng. This way I would have a chance to be with him. But Han Xiaoli also knows Chen Feng. How will Chen Feng look at him when he finds out? You must be very disappointed in my character. After all, this beast egg should belong to Chen Feng. But if you miss this beast egg, even if you use all the 100 million Longxia coins you earn from selling the Phoenix Flame Arrow to buy a Beastmaster, you won't be able to buy a Beastmaster with S-level bloodline. Then you would never have a chance to meet Chen Feng and would never be able to catch up with him. What on earth should I do? Wang Yuyin was suddenly caught in a dilemma. I really want to be with him. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Wang Yuyin was reluctant to accept the beast egg and instead began to stare blankly, Han Xiaoli asked. Chen Feng on the stage saw it all. Next, please invite the first-place winner, Chen Feng, to give his acceptance speech. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and handed the microphone to Chen Feng. He wanted Chen Feng to say something. Chen Feng quickly took the microphone. He was very satisfied with Han Xiaoli's character, although he thought that if he were Han Xiaoli, he would definitely choose to keep the beast egg. The reason is simple. The climbing process for a Beastmaster is cruel and bloody, and one must always put oneself first. Only when you become strong do you have the right to help others. Otherwise, if you force help on others, you will only get yourself into trouble. People like Han Xiaoli, although great, often end up being buried by the times. Hello everyone, I am Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the microphone and spoke. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Zhang Daoyuan for his teaching. Secondly, I would like to thank several classmates here. I had originally planned to team up with them after the competition was over, but now it seems that there is no chance. It is because of them along the way that my points have risen so quickly. Strength is important, but friendship is equally important. Thanks to my partners Li Erying, Lu Yu, Wang Yuyin, and Han Xiaoli. At the same time, I also want to give my right to choose any S-level bloodline beast to my good friend, Wang Yuyin. Chen Feng said with a smile on the stage. Because I already have a very suitable Beastmaster, I hope that my friends and teammates can become as strong as me. I don't want to leave any regrets in my life. The world of Beastmasters is already full of hardships, and there are only a few who can climb to the top. I don't want to be without friends when I am old. I don't want my future to be filled with regrets, and I can only stand in front of my friend's grave and drink and sigh. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he swept his eyes over the people in the audience. In an instant, all the students in the audience were filled with emotions. Chen Feng's words infected them. Everyone knows that although the Beast Tamer seems to be very powerful and can change destiny, it is a high-risk profession. Many Beastmasters who were ambitious in their youth ended up without any friends, and most of them died in the Beast realm or in the undercurrents abroad. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, Chen Feng. The audience shouted Chen Feng's name. Wang Yuyin was in tears at this time. Chen Feng. She pushed the egg to Han Xiaoli and followed the crowd in shouting Chen Feng's name. I will definitely catch up with you, Chen Feng. Wang Yuyin made a secret decision in her heart. Han Xiaoli was also wiping away tears. He had just experienced a life-and-death moment in the beast realm, so he felt it the most deeply. Yes, if it weren't for Brother Feng, my name would be on the death list today. Okay, thank you Chen Feng for your speech. Longxia is proud of you. Now we will select the team members according to the rankings. Taking advantage of the high spirits of the audience, Zhang Daoyuan started the next segment. Chapter 18. Just to leave no regrets in this life. Since he skipped directly to the sophomore year, Chen Feng naturally did not need to participate in the team formation process. But this is just right. In the end, Li Erying, Lu Yu, Wang Yuyin, and Han Xiaoli formed a perfect team. But because they didn't have an all-talented lineup, they were relegated to starting at the city level. After the meeting, Zhang Daoyuan disappeared after informing all the students that there would be a bonfire party in the camp tonight. He was going to the pioneering troops base in Lin province to pick up the teachers he had sent to sign a confidentiality agreement. Everyone had a great time at the bonfire party at night, with beer, roasted whole lamb, and friends. Chen Feng didn't drink too much, and he chose to return to the temporary dormitory during the second half of the bonfire party. After washing up, he leaned against the head of the bed. He took out the black notebook from his pocket. Open the page where you write your name. Elena, he circled the name. Looking at the name, Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Chen Feng actually has many regrets. In his previous life, he formed a super powerful folk magic tamer organization in Longxia country as a magic tamer of all 10-star magical beasts. The name of his organization is simple, Night Demon, an organization that all major state institutions except Longxia are terrified of. There aren't many people, but each of them is incredibly strong. The actual meaning is divided into two parts, powerful and abnormal. The origin of the name of the Night Demon is also very simple. Each of their members is a poor person who was rescued from the darkness by Chen Feng. They were once officially defined by other countries as demon tamers who must be killed first when encountered. Each one is covered in blood and is both good and evil. It was this group of people, under the leadership of Chen Feng, who formed the Night Demons. Elena, Chen Feng has spent the longest time with her. What I remember most is that her whole body was wrapped in white bandages, with only one gray eye and long golden hair overflowing from the gaps in the bandages. 100 years with her. Chen Feng remembered that hundreds of years ago, she would lock herself in her bedroom almost every night, and then start screaming in pain, accompanied by continuous smashing sounds that would not stop until the late night. But the next day you will only see a cold, smart, calm, and emotionless bandaged gray-eyed Elena. And, please ask someone to help me tidy up my bedroom. Her code name in Night Stalker is Secretary. Actually, he is one of Chen Feng's guards. As Chen Feng's personal guard, she was in charge of all of Chen Feng's daily routines, including what to eat for 3 meals a day. She would even personally test poison for Chen Feng after the meals were ready. In her words, I should have gone to hell long ago. You led me out of the darkness, so my life is yours, my body is yours, and my thoughts are also yours. In the future, I will definitely die before you. Anyone who wants to hurt you must first step over my dead body. You did it, Elena. Thinking of Elena's words, Chen Feng on the bed replied with emotion. Elena did die in front of Chen Feng, although the time between their deaths was less than 3 minutes. Chen Feng got up very early today because he had important things to do. He didn't have much luggage, so after washing up in the morning, he stood alone at the gate of the guard camp. After waiting for an hour, at 7 o'clock, Zhang Daoyuan finally came back in a military truck. There was a bus behind the military truck, which was filled with teachers who had signed a confidentiality agreement. Seeing Chen Feng leaning alone at the sentry box, Zhang Daoyuan greeted the driver. He got out of the car alone and came to Chen Feng. Because this kid performed so bravely in the ranking battle, his leader, who was far away on the front line, praised him heavily last night. Even though Mr. Zhang is already in his 40s. But being praised by his leader made him as happy as a child. Very happy. What's wrong, kid? Is there something on your mind? Zhang Daoyuan put out the cigarette in his hand, walked up to Chen Feng, and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. This kid was so full of energy on the stage yesterday. Why does he look so gloomy today? Could it be that he was cheated of his money and sex by that little girl named Wang Yuyin and ran away with his S-level beast taming reward? Lao Zhang, I want to ask for your leave. Chen Feng said seriously. Ask for leave? What leave? We can go back to Lin City this morning. After we go back, you will be free until noon tomorrow. Zhang Daoyuan thought Chen Feng was anxious to go home, so he said with a smile, No, I need to take 3 days off. I'll be leaving soon because I have some important things to deal with. I'll come find you in 3 days. Chen Feng explained. No, absolutely not. No matter what. Not at all. Zhang Daoyuan refused directly and sternly. If you want to leave early, you can go back to Lin City by yourself now. I give you this right, but you must find me at the registration center tomorrow at noon. You are now a seeded player of Northern Beastmaster University preparing for the national competition. We must report to Northern Beastmaster University tomorrow night. Your teammates are waiting for your help. And tomorrow, they will have to respond to the private competition invitations from the Japanese and Korean beast taming teams. It's called a competition, but in fact it's just to improve your grades. In our Northern Beast Taming University seed team, there are several beast masters who have just been promoted to 2 stars. They haven't had time to contract a second beast. If it weren't for you, they would definitely lose this competition. Zhang Daoyuan believed that Chen Feng knew the importance of the matter. After saying that, he looked at Chen Feng. I'm sorry, Lao Zhang. I can't help you with this. I have to be away for 3 days. I can only promise you that I will be back as soon as possible. Chen Feng didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Daoyuan, but this trip out concerned Elena. For Chen Feng, nothing is more important than Elena for the time being. However, Chen Feng could also understand Zhang Daoyuan's feelings, and he added, if it really doesn't work, if they really lose, I'll take them back after I finish my work. By then, even if you want me to lead the team to beat the top teams of the 2 major beast-controlling universities in Japan, it will only take a word from you, old Zhang. Chen Feng's words gave Zhang Daoyuan enough face. However, Zhang Daoyuan did not appreciate it. If I say no, then no, go back. You can't leave. Zhang Daoyuan also became famous. Damn it. I'm an 8-star beast master, and I can't control you. I have to go. This is a notice, not an application. If you find it difficult, I can give up the opportunity to go straight to the 2nd year. Chen Feng didn't care. There is nothing more difficult to accept than being unable to make up for regrets after being reborn. He didn't want to see Elena again, wrapped in bandages and wailing in pain every night. You can't leave. I'm an 8-star beast master. Even in the whole of Longxia, there are few people who are capable of escaping from me. Not only them, but you, a 1-star beast master, are even less capable of escaping. Zhang Daoyuan became completely famous. This kid is so fucking twisted. Are you born in the year of the ox? Just because they can't get away doesn't mean I can't. I must remind you that my beast is a high-level 10-star beast and has space skills. Old Zhang, you are indeed a powerful 8-star beast master, but you can't stop me. Chen Feng spoke calmly. Without wasting any more time talking to Zhang Daoyuan, he walked straight out of the camp gate. There are some things he has to do. Damn it, you kid, you TBH. I gave you face. Wait a minute, hey. Zhang Daoyuan really wanted to fight with Chen Feng, but when he thought that Chen Feng's beast was actually 10 stars, he became a little scared. It would be best if you beat him, but what if you don't and let Chen Feng get away? Then where can he put his old face? This kid is so fucking stupid. Wait a minute, do you really have to go? Is it okay not to go? Zhang Daoyuan said, gritting his teeth as he looked at Chen Feng's back. I have to go. Chen Feng said firmly. What are you going to do? You have to tell me. For the first time, Zhang Daoyuan felt a little powerless. He felt that facing Chen Feng was just like facing his father. He might not be able to defeat him, but he was still stubborn. Just to leave no regrets in this life. Chen Feng paused, leaving behind only a sentence and a handsome back. There is also Zhang Daoyuan, who is disheveled in the wind. Okay. You are pretending to be deep in front of me, right? Just to leave no regrets in this life. I understand. You are so awesome, but when I catch you in the future, I will make sure you wear more shoes than your centipede monster's feet. I have no regrets. Chapter 19, Saving Elena. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng arrived in Lin City and went straight to the airport. Bought a direct flight ticket to Tibet. 5 hours later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Feng crossed the entire Longxia and arrived in Tibetan province. Then he traveled all the way and came to a small city near the border of Tibet province, which was close to a 2-star beast domain. 2-star monsters are the lowest level existence in this beast domain. It is said that there are also 10-star monsters here. But Chen Feng knew that there were not only 10-star demon beasts here, but also 10-star monster beasts in the future. If she remembered correctly, she and her mother should be staying in the only high-end hotel in this small city today. The only high-end hotel was not difficult to find. Chen Feng quickly found out its specific location through his mobile phone. He first bought some high-end chocolates with liqueur filling outside the hotel, and then entered the hotel. As far as I can remember, that was Elena's favorite food. She would often take one out and put it in her mouth during battle. After booking the room, Chen Feng did not go back to the room to rest. He chose to sit in the lobby to see if he could wait for Elena to show up. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Feng saw a familiar tall figure. With blonde hair and long legs, her figure is very similar to Elena in the previous life, except that her development is obviously not as good as before. But she also far surpassed Wang Yuyin, who was still in her early budding stage. It was Elena for sure. There were 4 of them in total, including Elena, 1 woman and 2 men. The woman looks similar to Elena and is a completely super mature version of Elena. The front is too convex and the back is too warped. As for the 2 men, one had a wrinkled face with obvious long scars from being scratched by monsters and a big beard. He looked to be in his 40s, a typical image of a middle-aged British man. The other one was very young, with short white hair, tattoos covering his neck, and round earrings. He looked more like a foreign rapper. "Hey, Elena, we're staying here tonight. I've booked 2 of the most expensive rooms," the young man said to Elena with a smile. His eyes swept over Elena greedily. "Thank you, cousin." Elena smiled distantly and answered politely. Chen Feng knew that the young man's name was Andre. When the 4 of them passed by Chen Feng, Elena subconsciously glanced at Chen Feng, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall. Chen Feng smiled and nodded in response. This made Elena respond subconsciously. "Would you like some rose-flavored chocolate?" Beautiful lady from England. As Chen Feng passed by Elena, he spoke to her in fluent English. At this time, Chen Feng was handsome and young. Coupled with the fluent and authentic English, Elena immediately stopped. Thank you." Elena took the chocolate with liquor filling. Rose flavor, which is her favorite flavor and also her favorite food. Elena didn't say much. She took the chocolate and followed her mother upstairs. And Chen Feng had no intention of continuing the conversation with Elena, looking at Elena's tall back as she left with a smile on her face. Chen Feng's memories were brought back again. Look, her smile now is sunny and confident. This was completely different from the last time they met in their previous life, when Elena was in a state of complete tatters. The 2 met for the first time in the basement of a manor in England 25 years later. At that time, Elena was beaten all over by the cousin Andre she just mentioned. She was naked, skinny, and her hair was matted with dried blood. There was not a single spot on her skin that was intact. It was covered in wounds from whips, blades, and other things. His eyes were empty and lifeless. At that time, the relationship between Yingluan and Longxia was not good. The organization headed by her cousin, Andre, often secretly entered the beast domain of Longxia to cause damage. So Chen Feng came to the manor as a secret liquidator. When he went to the basement holding Andre's head, he was shocked to see Elena, who looked nothing like a human being. He felt that what he was holding in his hand was not a human being at all, but a beast. When he ordered the beast master to untie all the chains that bound Elena. At that time, Elena was like a vengeful demon crawling out of the abyss, and she staggered and pounced on Andre. He tore off Andre's skin and muscles with his hands. Finally, he took out his throat and heart. "Sir, do you need hot water?" The hotel waiter politely placed a cup of hot water in front of Chen Feng. These words interrupted Chen Feng's memories. "No, thank you." Chen Feng smiled and refused. He stood up and took the elevator back to his room. The next day, Chen Feng woke up early. After tidying up, he bought some food and some fire-making tools at the supermarket downstairs. After packing his things into his newly bought backpack, he took a taxi to the 2-star Beast domain here. After checking and verifying Chen Feng's identity as a Beastmaster, the station guard troops allowed Chen Feng to enter the Beast domain. This Beast domain will not be teleported randomly. So after entering the Beast territory, there is still a garrison camp for the guard troops. Compared to the Beast domain in the ranking battle, the environment of this 2-star Beast domain is much worse. This place is covered with ice and snow. The temperature reached more than 30 degrees below zero. It's colder than outside. As far as the eye can see, it's all white. Chen Feng stood alone at the sentry box at the entrance of the camp. He was waiting for Elena and the others. According to the conversation with Elena in the previous life, her purpose of coming to the Beast domain of Longxia country this time was to contract a 2-star ice leopard with S-level bloodline. But she didn't expect that her uncle and his cousin would kill her mother in this Beast territory in order to compete for the position of manager of the family. Andre had a tendency to be a sadist. When he saw that Elena was pretty, he killed her beast and then captured her and imprisoned her. And this imprisonment lasted for 25 years. Elena was also abused in a dark basement for 25 years. Friend, are you waiting for someone? The beast master in the sentry box saw that Chen Feng was too young, so he asked curiously. Chen Feng replied. It's cold outside. Why don't you come in and warm up? No need. The person I'm waiting for is here. Chen Feng said with a smile when he saw Elena and 3 other figures appear in the camp. Elena and the other 3 came over, talking and laughing. The 4 of them saw Chen Feng at the sentry box. Hey, Long Xia's friend. What a coincidence. It turns out you are also a beast master. Elena has a cheerful personality, and she greeted Chen Feng. This is extremely inconsistent with her personality in her previous life. Elena, don't bother with irrelevant people. We have important things to do. Andre frowned as he looked at Chen Feng, the pretty boy from Longxia. Damn it. I can't let this pretty boy from Longxia ruin my plans. My father said that when he becomes the patriarch of the family, he will let me do whatever I want with Elena. Well, are you here to contract a monster? Chen Feng took out another chocolate with liquor filling and handed it to Elena. Yes, oh my god, you still have some. I ate all my chocolate on the way. Thank you so much. This must be God's will. Elena sighed and took the chocolate from Chen Feng. You look so young. Are you here to contract a monster too? No, I'm here to save my friend from falling into darkness again. Chen Feng smiled and said profoundly, saved a friend from falling into darkness? Did he go blind? That's a really cool way of putting it. Elena said, she is indeed about to lose her sight, but fortunately, I am here and it's not too late. Chen Feng said, and grabbed 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket and stuffed them into Elena's hand. Here, there's wine in this thing. It's very warming. Elena was stunned when she heard this, then nodded. Thank you. Long Xia's friend. I hope we can meet again when I come back. Let's go, Elena, and don't say anything more to this Long Xia man. Andre urged. Yeah, I'm sure we'll meet again. Chen Feng said as he looked at Elena being dragged away. After Elena and the other 3 seemed to have walked away, Chen Feng also followed their footprints and disappeared outside the camp. Walking out of the camp, Chen Feng summoned the Demon Centipede King. In order to hide, the Demon Centipede King did not return to its normal size at this time. Its current size was just right for carrying Chen Feng. Can you see the 4 people in front of you? Chen Feng pointed to the white snow in front and said, because it is snowing in the beast territory now, visibility is extremely low. Ordinary people can only see nothingness. You can see it. The eyes of the Centipede King flashed purple light, and it replied, well, follow them and notify me if the 2 women are in danger, Chen Feng said. The Demon Centipede King heard this. Master, is that girl Elena? Elena when she was young? The one wrapped in bandages? As the oldest magical beast who has been with Chen Feng the longest, the Centipede King knows Elena. He knew best what Elena was like in her previous life. She is indeed Elena in her youth. Master, Elena is so beautiful now. It's hard to imagine that she will become a cold mummy in the future. She now feels more alive. Oh yes, Chen Feng responded. He knew that what the Demon Centipede King meant by alive was vitality. After all, when she met Elena in her previous life, her heart was already dead. Although she eventually became a magic master and lived for 1,000 years, her heart was still dead. Chapter 20. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. We are almost at our target location. In the beast's territory, covered with snow, Andre's bearded father, Frick, reminded him while holding a map. The 4 of them were now in a formation of 2 in front and 2 behind. Frick and Elena's mother Angeli were both riding on Frick's 6-star lion beast. The 2 walked in front, while Elena and Andre followed behind, riding on a deer-shaped beast. That deer-shaped beast belongs to Andre. When Andre heard his father say that they were almost reaching the target location, his heart was pounding with excitement. He looked at Elena, who was sitting next to him, with fiery eyes. Elena, we're almost there. This time I will definitely help you contract that 2-star monster. Andre said, Thank you, cousin and Uncle Frick. Elena thanked him politely. In fact, her father disappeared a few days ago, and Frick, as her father's good brother, has been helping them investigate news about Elena's father. But there has been no result, which has made Elena very upset in recent days. You're welcome. We are a family. I believe that after this trip to Longxia is over, we may get news about your father when we return. Andre comforted her on the surface. Of course there will be news about your father. After my father and I kill your mother, I will tell you personally how we killed that old man Blanche, Elena's father. He was shouting your name before he died, Elena. Thank you for your blessing, Andre. Although there have been rumors outside that our fathers were at odds with each other, and even that my father's disappearance was related to Uncle Frick, I know that those are just rumors spread by the enemy. Elena looked at Andre and said slowly, Frick, the one on the line in front, and Elena's father are two different branches of the same family. They all live under the same consortium family in England. The two branches have helped each other for many years, and in a few days the consortium will change its patriarch, and Frick and Irene's father will run together. But a few days ago, Elena's father suddenly disappeared. Elena's mother also has some tricks up her sleeve, and she's been investigating. But the results of the investigation told her that the incident had nothing to do with Frick. This made the mother let down her guard. It just so happened that Elena was promoted to a 2-star Beast Master, and the news that there was a 2-star high-level monster with S-level bloodline here reached their ears. So they came. Look, that's the cave. That's where the informant found the 2-star monster. Niece Elena, you will soon have a 2-star high-level beast. Soon you will be a true 2-star Beast Master, just like your father when he was young. Frick said kindly to Elena behind him. He jumped off his lion's back. The way to upgrade the Beast Master is simple, but also difficult. A 1-star Beast Master can only contract a 1-star beast. If he wants to be promoted to 2-star, he only needs to train this 1-star beast to become a 2-star. The 2-star Beast Tamer will then feed back to the Beast Tamer, so that the Beast Tamer will also be promoted to 2-star and can contract a new 2-star Beast Tamer. The same goes for promotion to 3 stars, as long as one of the beasts is promoted from 2 stars to 3 stars. However, because it is extremely difficult to advance as a Beast Master, the resources consumed are extremely huge, especially for a Beast Master with S-level talent. To advance, one needs to devour a lot of monsters or the natural treasures in the beast realm. Therefore, most people try their best to have a beast with good bloodline in the early stage, and then only train this one. When the star level is high, they will directly contract a high-star monster. Like Frick, he only contracted 2 6-star beasts, and the other 4 positions were temporarily vacant. Thank you, Uncle Flick. Elena nodded. After she contracts this S-level bloodline ice leopard, she plans to temporarily stop contracting other beasts and focus on training these 2 beasts to quickly upgrade her own star level. That's what Flick did, so he upgraded quickly. Hearing this, Elena's mother looked at Elena kindly. After her husband disappeared, her daughter became her only psychological comfort. The 4 of them entered the cave. With Frick's 6-star Beast Tamer level and Angeli's 5-star Beast Tamer, it can be said that this trip is very safe. However, after entering the cave, Angeli was about to turn around and say something to her daughter. But he saw her pupils tremble violently. Elena, be careful, she shouted a warning. But it was too late. A cold saber was already pressed against Elena's neck. Andre was standing behind her, pinching her Adam's apple with one hand and holding the knife against Elena's artery with the other. Hey, Aunt Angeli, don't move. And you, Elena, don't even think about summoning a beast or doing anything else. I guarantee you'll die miserably, Andre said with a wicked smile. His hands were tightly around Elena's throat. If Elena or Angeli made any unusual movement, he would crush Elena's Adam's apple and cut her arteries. At this time, Frick also took a step forward, grabbed Angeli's hair, and punched her in the stomach. Angeli is a 5-star Beast Master, and her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. So in order to make her lose the ability to resist, Frick punched her and then directly lifted her head and hit it against the stone wall in the cave continuously. Stones flew everywhere, and blood flowed from Angry's forehead. The large amount of blood on her face and the messy hair instantly concealed her temperament as a British aristocrat. She was in a mess. Flick, Andre, you guys? Angeli was still being grabbed by Frick's hair, and she said unwillingly, Humph, don't you and your daughter want to know about that old guy Blanche, Elena's father? I'm going to tell you right now. He actually went to hell a long time ago, just a few days ago. He was also killed by me hitting him against the wall again and again. By the way, he was shouting your name before he died, Elena. Frick said with a smile. He looked towards Elena. Father, is Elena mine now? Andre couldn't wait to say. His fingers touched Elena's skin and pinched her Adam's apple. Elena's throat was surging, but she couldn't speak in pain. Being a sadist, he was excited. Umph. Why are you in such a hurry? She's yours. Don't bother me now. Let me enjoy that bitch Angeli first. Blanche always brags about how beautiful and smart his wife is in front of me. Now I can finally feel it for myself. I want to see what's so good about her. After Frick finished speaking, he grabbed Angeli's hair and dragged her deeper into the cave. He had already explored this cave thoroughly and found that there were no two-star monsters here. This was the execution ground he prepared for Elena and her daughter. Don't even think about summoning a beast, bitch. Just obey me, and I promise not to kill your daughter. Frick said as he punched angry in the stomach again. Angeli looked at the blade on her daughter's neck. She didn't know what to do now. She thought she could only wait for Frick to behave like a beast and find a chance to kill him. As long as Elena is not hurt. She thought so. Elena, let's get started. Let me enjoy it first. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will take you back. I have prepared a sturdy birdcage for you, my canary. As Andre spoke, he loosened his hand that was pinching Elena's throat and began to take off Elena's winter clothes. But his knife never left Elena's neck, and he even used a little more force. Andre, the pervert, is very cautious. Elena now only felt deeply powerless. She closed her eyes, not daring to move at all. She was terrified with the blade against her neck. What should I do? Who can come and save me? She begged. Andre's hands had already unbuttoned her winter coat, revealing the normal clothes underneath that carried her body temperature. She could feel the hand about to reach inside her clothes. Thinking of what was about to happen and her mother being dragged away by Frick, humiliation and resentment rose in her heart. Damn it. I shouldn't have brought my mother into desperate situation for that so-called two-star beastmaster with S-level bloodline. But she couldn't resist now. Please, God, anyone, please come and save me. Desperate Elena kept praying in her heart. It's no use, little Elena. I can already feel your whole body trembling, Andre said, putting his head close to Elena's ear and taking a greedy breath. It smells so good. You are mine. These words made Elena even more frightened and desperate. But the next moment, she felt the hand invading her clothes suddenly stop. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a person standing suddenly in front of her. She didn't even hear the man's footsteps, and she didn't know how this man appeared here in an instant. He was carrying a black backpack and standing calmly beside her. The dagger in the boy's hand was already inserted into Andre's neck. Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. Standard British accent. At the same time, Chen Feng's hand kept twisting the dagger inserted in Andre's neck, and his other hand pushed away the blade in front of Elena's neck. Andre's eyes widened. So does Elena. Neither of them knew how Chen Feng suddenly appeared here. It's unbelievable. Then, Chen Feng first signaled Elena to be quiet. He put his finger to his lips. Shh. Elena nodded obediently. There were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, and her makeup was smudged. Chen Feng held Andre's back and slowly laid the sleeping Andre down on the ground, trying not to make any noise. After doing all this, Chen Feng used his clothes to wipe the blood off the dagger. He pointed to the ground and then to the depths of the cave. The meaning is obvious. Stay here and don't move. I'll go save your mother. Elena nodded again. She understood Chen Feng's sign language. Seeing this, Chen Feng held the dagger and continued to walk into the cave carefully. No, Frick, you devil, please let us go. Angeli's cries came from the cave. Chapter 21, I will stand on the dividing line between light and darkness. A series of pleas for mercy and the sound of clothes being torn came into Chen Feng's ears. He narrowed his eyes. Frick was a 6-star beastmaster. To be honest, Chen Feng had no confidence at all in a close combat between the two. The level gap is too big. With Chen Feng's current physical fitness, he can slightly defeat a 2-star high-level beastmaster, but if it is 3 stars or above, he will also be beaten. Moreover, his teleportation consumes magic power, and his current magic power is only enough for him to teleport twice a distance of 10 meters. However, as a 1,000-year-old ancestor, Chen Feng certainly has some tricks of his own. This game can be solved. Angeli stopped struggling. Blanche is dead. He always praised you for being a good wife and mother. I want to try and see what makes you a good wife and mother, Frick said with a wicked smile. He was extremely excited at this moment. Angeli was in her 30s or nearly 40, but she was well maintained, whether it was her figure, skin, or anything else. Especially Angeli's temperament and that noble feeling are the biggest motivation for Frick to conquer her. Just as he was about to take the next step, he suddenly felt dizzy. Who? Frick said. He didn't die immediately, he just felt a little dizzy. Frick turned his head. In his sight, in the dim cave, a young man appeared in front of him. It's you, Longxiao people. How did you get here? Frick knocked Angeli unconscious with one punch. He felt that he needed to deal with the Longxiao boy in front of him first. I don't know how he got in. However, the next second, he felt dizzy. He fell down helplessly, not breathing anymore. Frick was lying on the ground, with a bloody hole as thick as a pinky finger on his temple. Blood trickled out. Along with the blood, a purple centipede crawled out. "Pa, sh*t, it's not tasty at all," the demon centipede king complained. Just now, Chen Feng used one of the special skills that he often used in his previous life. Because the demon centipede king is a 10-star monster. Although it does not have other amazing skills, its spatial skills are real special skills. And this unique skill, coupled with his 10-star monster's abnormal defense and its terrifying venom. During a fight, besides becoming bigger and looking powerful to scare the enemy, it also has another trick. Chen Feng throws it out. Its fangs are sharp. In the air, it can use space skills to accelerate towards the enemy and then penetrate the enemy. In his previous life, Chen Feng often used this move against masters of the same level. It works every time. Seeing Frick dead, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also sweating in his heart just now. He is very aware of his current situation. The attack power is high, but the defense and endurance are shortcomings. Because their levels are too low, no matter whether it is him or the Demon Centipede King, as long as they use skills, the magic power in their bodies will be quickly consumed. And if there are 2 or 3 or more beasts besieging him at the same time, it is no problem for him to escape, but if he wants to save people or fight back, well, I can only say that it depends on the situation. It's 50-50 at best. Chen Feng is 5, and the enemy is also 5. After killing Frick, Chen Feng did not touch on Gelly. Her clothes were in disarray now, so he let his daughter Elena help her tidy them up. Chen Feng turned and walked out. Elena was very obedient, and she remained where she was without moving. She was curled up on the ground, staring blankly at Andre's body, not knowing what she was thinking. Behind her was her 2-star beast, also a deer-shaped beast with S-level bloodline. Hearing footsteps, she subconsciously turned her head, and her beast instantly blocked her way. "It's me, Elena," Chen Feng said. "Where's my mother?" Elena pushed aside the beast control path that blocked her way. "Inside, go, and tidy up her clothes. She's fine. She's just unconscious." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the cave again. Elena hurriedly trotted to catch up. She is not much different in height from Chen Feng. The height is up to Chen Feng's forehead. But at this moment, she was like a little child, running to catch up with Chen Feng, and she took the initiative to grab Chen Feng's hand. Compared to taming beasts, she felt safer following Chen Feng. "Thank you," Elena said. She didn't know what to say now. "Go and tidy up your mother's clothes first. I'll light the fire." The temperature outside has dropped to -40°C and it's snowing heavily. It looks like we have to rest here until the snow stops. As Chen Feng spoke, he put down the backpack behind him, picked up Frick's body, and turned to walk out of the cave. The body cannot be left here. It's an eyesore. When he came, he saw dry trees at the entrance of the cave. When Chen Feng came back again, Elena had already buttoned her mother's clothes. Chen Feng lit a fire, took out food from his bag, and shared it with Elena. "How did you find this place? And why do you know my name?" Elena had already calmed down. She thought it would be unbelievable if Chen Feng came to save her by chance. And why he knew his name? I had met him twice before, and he took out my favorite chocolate with liqueur filling both times. Now it seems that this was not a coincidence at all. More importantly, how did this young man Long Xia kill Frick, the 6-star Beastmaster? He looks so young, maybe even younger than me. You know, it's very difficult for Beastmasters of the same level to successfully launch a sneak attack on each other. The main problem is that it's difficult to break the defense. Only when 2 Beastmasters are particularly familiar with each other and completely give up defense can a sneak attack be successful. "Well, you wouldn't believe me if I said I just happened to pass by," Chen Feng said, touching his chin. "Of course I don't believe it. Too many coincidences mean it was all premeditated. But no matter what, you did save me and my mother. From now on, I, Elena, swear that my life is yours, my body is yours, and my..." Elena, the blonde, wanted to continue. She is not a love-brained nor impulsive person, but she knows that if Chen Feng was not here today, both she and her mother would be plunged into darkness. With the methods used by Frick and his son, unless something unexpected happens, they will never be able to turn things around in their lifetime. "Stop, stop, stop. You don't need to do that. Stop it now." Damn, how come these words are exactly the same as what she said in her previous life? "Why? Don't you want my body? Those noble gentlemen in England are very fond of me." Elena combed her blonde hair and said to Chen Feng infatuatedly. The next moment, Something that shocked Chen Feng for 100 years happened. Elena boldly grabbed Chen Feng's hand, then turned over and rode on him. This move, no, this posture? Chen Feng was shocked. Elena, your life is your own. I just hope you can live well. So you said before that you came here to save a friend from falling into darkness. Is that friend me? You just called my name. Elena put her hands on both sides of Chen Feng's neck. She put her mouth close to Chen Feng's ear. The fragrance of her long hair penetrated into Chen Feng's nostrils, and the hot air made Chen Feng's ears itchy. The fire crackled. The shadows of the two people in ambiguous postures were reflected on the stone wall a few meters away. Chen Feng felt hot all over. Damn, why didn't I see this girl had this talent in her previous life? At that time, she just talked but didn't do anything. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. He didn't know that in her previous life, Elena really wanted to give herself to him. But she had low self-esteem and felt that her body, which had been imprisoned and tortured for 25 years, was too dirty, too ugly, and too broken. So she could only repay Chen Feng with her life or any other means. She even thought about bringing some beautiful women back for Chen Feng. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Chen Feng. Okay, Elena, come down. Your mother is still here. Stop playing. Chen Feng sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. I obviously just wanted to eliminate the regrets of my previous life. But your hand is still on my butt? Elena said with a blush on her face. Ahem, I'm used to it. Chen Feng quickly raised his hand. The two separated, and Chen Feng quickly changed the subject. He had intended to leave it alone. Actually, this is hard to believe, but I am here to save you. It is to make up for my regrets and also for your regrets. He sighed. You mean we're actually friends? Or lovers? Elena said tentatively, and then she refuted herself. No, it must be more than a friend. If it was a friend, you wouldn't have such a big regret and would risk fighting a 6-star Beastmaster to save me. But I'm sure I've never lost my memory, and I've never seen you, so there's only one possibility, the future, right? Do you have the ability to predict the future? Elena asked. Elena, your brain has always been powerful. Chen Feng praised him. In her previous life, she was extremely smart, and she had a large part of the credit for the expansion of the Night Demon organization. Otherwise, how could she get the code name of secretary? But the truth is too outrageous. You won't believe it. I just want me to have no regrets. Now you are saved. With the power of your family, nothing in the British country can threaten you. When the snow stops, we will go our separate ways. A hint of relief flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. The regrets he had towards Elena in his previous life were completely resolved today. He felt like the stone in his heart that belonged to Elena had been lifted. No, I believe it. Please tell me. At least, you have to tell me your name. Elena demanded. Those so-called British aristocratic gentlemen usually swarmed around her like flies, but when she was in danger, none of them showed up. I just want her body. And this handsome guy Long Xia, in front of her, not only risked his life to save her, but also rejected her offer of love. He is a true gentleman. We must not let him get away. Well, it was probably a dream that we met in the future, and then we went through a series of difficulties, met a group of awesome partners, established an awesome organization in the world, and finally accomplished something super awesome. Chen Feng said vaguely. So when did we meet? Elena stared at Chen Feng's face seriously with her blue eyes and asked. 25 years later, in the basement of Andre's manor. A trace of distant memories flashed across Chen Feng's eyes, and he spoke slowly. 25 years later? What was I like then? Elena had a look of surprise on her face, and she continued curiously. You really want to know? I advise you not to listen. After all, it's just a dream. Chen Feng shook his head. Can you tell me your name, then? Elena had heard about Andre's perversion a long time ago, and she had already realized what would have happened to her if Chen Feng hadn't been there today. So she changed the subject. Okay, Elena, keep an eye on your mother while I go outside to find some more wood. Chen Feng shook his head. There are too many regrets. He can't recruit one person for every task he completes. In the previous life, they had gone through life and death with him. And in this life, Chen Feng was capable of handling everything on his own. Chen Feng never came back after he went out, but there was enough wood in the cave. He was just looking for an excuse to leave. Outside the cave, Chen Feng summoned the Demon Centipede King. Master, are you really not going to take Elena with you? The Demon Centipede King has feelings for Elena. No, they have already fallen into darkness in their last life. In this life, I hope they will always be in the light. I will stand at the dividing line between light and darkness to prevent the darkness from coming for them. Chapter 22 Lao Zhang. I'm back. After Chen Feng left, Elena appeared at the entrance of the cave at some point. That location was the boundary between the wind and snow and the cave, and the heavy snow fell right at her toes. She stood in the cave, holding onto the stone wall, and watched Chen Feng gradually disappear in the violent snowstorm. A purple centipede beastmaster. She memorized every purple line on the Demon Centipede King's shell, as well as Chen Feng's face. Holding the plastic wrapper of a chocolate bar with liqueur filling in his hand. I will find you. The Demon Centipede King is very fast, and the wind and snow cannot stop it at all. But Chen Feng did not return to Blue Star immediately. Instead, he found a direction and went deeper into the beast territory. Each person has only 3 opportunities to enter the beast realm each year. There is still more than a day left before the end of his leave, and Chen Feng doesn't want to waste any opportunity to improve himself. What's more, the Demon Centipede King only ate half full last time. I'm finally full. You are so kind to me, Master. The Demon Centipede King was moved to tears. I didn't expect Chen Feng was still thinking about it. Well, be careful when you go deeper into the beast domain. In the previous life, there were a large number of 10-star monsters in this beast domain, and there were also demon beasts in the innermost part. Chen Feng reminded. Then let's go in and kill a few 10-star monsters before coming back? As a magical beast, the Centipede King has a warlike nature in its bones, so it asked tentatively. No, you can eat here. Even though a 10-star monster can't beat you, it would be hard to deal with if you encounter several of them at the same time. There might be an official Beast Master Pioneer team inside. If they find you, you might be captured and sent to exile. All right, the Demon Centipede King replied. In a blink of an eye, 2 days have passed since Chen Feng asked for leave. It is now noon on the 3rd day, but Zhang Daoyuan called Chen Feng several times in a row, but the phone was always turned off. Zhang Daoyuan is now like an ant on hot pot. Yesterday, Japan's top-seeded team defeated 3 of his own players alone. It can be said that the superior horses swept the inferior and medium horses. Fortunately, he bought time for Chen Feng by saying it was too late. He scheduled the final game for 6 o'clock tonight. Damn it. Why hasn't Chen Feng come back yet? Zhang Daoyuan paced back and forth in the competition lounge of the Kyoto Coliseum. Longxiao Northern Beast University is located on the outskirts of Kyoto, right next to the Coliseum. Teacher Zhang, is it still impossible to contact Chen Feng? In the lounge, sitting on a seat, a young girl looked at Zhang Daoyuan and asked. Excluding Zhang Daoyuan, there were 2 men and 1 woman in the lounge. The person who just spoke is named by Xin Yue, a nice name, and she is the recognized campus beauty of Northern Beast Taming University. And she is really white. I think we should stop contacting him. He is just a 1-star mid-level guy. No matter how talented he is, he can't beat a 2-star high-level beast master. The person who said this was named Gao Liang, an ordinary name, and he was not tall at all. Teacher, do you trust Chen Feng so much? What's so special about him? Although you said he ranked first in the individual ranking, and the gap between him and the 2nd place was huge, he is still a high school student after all. Just like Gao Liang said, he is only a 1-star mid-level after all. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat a 2-star beast master. The last person who spoke was a bit handsome, and all the clothes he wore were branded. His name was Song Yi. All 3 were geniuses carefully selected by Zhang Daoyuan. Originally, Lao Zhang was in charge of Chen Feng's class, but because Chen Feng was specially recruited and skipped a grade, he was also arranged to be brought up with Chen Feng. Humph, what do you know? You will know when that boy comes back. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly. He did not tell the 3 people the details about Chen Feng. The main reason was that he was angry because Chen Feng didn't listen to him and asked for leave forcefully. May I introduce him? Is he still a person? What kind of serious student would ask for leave from the teacher forcefully? He's still bragging and wants to leave. No one can stop him. It's amazing to have a 10-star monster. I'll send you to the front line after you graduate. The front line is full of 9 and 10-star soldiers. Go ahead and attack them. None of them will make a sound. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Daoyuan's phone finally rang. I picked it up and saw that it was from Chen Feng. Hey, you finally called back. Zhang Daoyuan quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Who are you? He said in a rude tone. Chen Feng? You're asking if we lost or not. 3 2-star beast masters gathered together to form 4 2-star beasts, 3 of which were low level. Tell me if we lost or not. Zhang Daoyuan's tone was very bad. As he spoke, his eyes swept towards by Xin Yue and the other 2. I'm so disappointed in you. When the 3 of them were swept by Zhang Daoyuan's eyes, They all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the face. Okay, stop trying to get close to me. Where are you? Kong Province? You're going that far? Hurry up and fly back. Come to Kyoto, the Kyoto Coliseum. Come directly here. You must be there before 6 o'clock. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5:40. Zhang Daoyuan brought by Xin Yue and the other two to the Coliseum and took the seat of Beastmaster. Because it was a private exchange, there weren't many spectators. But quite a few students from the Northern Beast Taming University did come. After all, it is a battle concerning the honor of their school. When the students in the stand saw Bai Xin Yue and the other two enter the venue, they were instantly excited. Here they come. I thought they were so powerful, some kind of genius, but they were beaten like this by the garbage Japan. 3 in a row. Well, don't blame them. They just got promoted to 2 stars and haven't had time to contract a 2-star high-level beast yet. The Neon Country's Big Seed team came here just because of this. Damn, this is so disgusting. The Korean country will continue the challenge tomorrow, and they won't give Senior Bai and the others a chance to go out and make a contract to tame the beast. Most of the students in the stands understood what was going on. They all held their breath. I don't know if our school's last-seeded player can do it today. What? Haven't you heard that a 1-star intermediate level was promoted by the school as an exception? A 1-star Beastmaster can only have a 1-star high-level Beastmaster at most. Do you think a 1-star high-level Beastmaster can beat a 2-star high-level Beastmaster? It's over. We've definitely lost this time. Compared to the classmates in the stands, Bai Xin Yue and the other two were in a bad mood as well. All 3 of them had angry looks on their faces, and they glared at the 5 Japanese devils beside them. The one who was with the 3 of them yesterday was called Jiro Shimada. This Shimada Jiro was a very bad guy. He possessed a 2-star high-level beast tamer, and not only did he defeat Bai Xin Yue and the other 2, he also severely injured their beast tamers. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is to slow down the growth of the 3 people. After all, the World Reincarnation Challenge will begin in 2 months. It takes time for their beasts to recover from their injuries, and it also takes time to accept the challenges from Japan and Korea. It might take 7 days to go back and forth. Damn, they are so disgusting. Gao Liang punched the iron railing in front of the Beastmaster's seat. He became angry when he saw the smug looks on the faces of the 5 devils. Once I have contracted a 2-star high-level Beastmaster, I will beat all their Beastmasters to death during the reincarnation competition. Gao Liang said, "It's already 5:50. Why hasn't that 1-star kid arrived yet? Come quickly, and if he loses quickly, we can go back. I don't want to continue to embarrass myself here." The 3 people who can stand here are geniuses among geniuses. Not only do they have high talent in taming beasts, and the beasts they have contracted are powerful, but more importantly, they all have good combat talents in cooperating with beasts. Gao Liang felt that he couldn't afford to lose face in front of this person, and he would feel humiliated if he stayed for 1 more minute. The other 2 people felt the same way. They both had gloomy faces and didn't say a word. Teacher Zhang Daoyuan, where is your last student? Why hasn't he arrived yet? My students are ready. The teacher of the Neon National University Board team spoke in broken Longxiao language. Mr. Sakata, my students will be here soon. I guess there's a little traffic jam on the road. Zhang Daoyuan knew that Chen Feng should be here soon, so he was not in a hurry at all. Just 40 minutes ago, Chen Feng called him and told him that he had got off the plane. It's okay, Mr. Zhang Daoyuan. Although we in Japan are the most punctual, the samurai spirit tells us that the strong should be as tolerant as possible to the weak, so it's okay for him to be late. Sakata said with contempt. Teacher Sakata, we have a word in China called finale, which means the strongest person always appears last, so if you lose later, don't deny it. Zhang Duan's face was gloomy. He looked at Sakata and said, Okay, then I hope your last student can get 4 in a row and give me a surprise. These 4 words spoken by Sakata are very serious, but their meaning is very simple. How can a student like you beat the 4 of us? Each of his students has 2 2-star beasts, and 4 of them are high-level 2 stars. He really couldn't figure out how Zhang Daoyuan could beat him. Sakata even started making phone calls in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Hello, is this the leader Park Junam from Korea? I'm Sakata from Japan. The competition is almost over. You are here tonight, so I will treat you to a victory drink. I know there's a really good Japanese restaurant in Longxia, Kyoto. What? You're already at the airport? Give us 10 minutes. I'll have my students finish the battle quickly. The game time is about to end. I'm going to hang up first. See you in 10 minutes. After Sakata hung up the phone, he glanced at Zhang Daoyuan intentionally. Zhang Daoyuan's face turned pale. He turned his head away, hoping that Chen Feng would come quickly. Boy, you'd better not be late, otherwise I will make things difficult for you tomorrow. Just as Zhang Daoyuan was thinking about how to make things difficult for Chen Feng, a familiar voice sounded behind him. The savior is here. Lao Zhang, I'm back. Chapter 23, a bit too low-key. Lao Zhang, I'm back. Listening to that familiar voice, Zhang Daoyuan felt for the first time that he missed someone so much. It's finally here. If you don't come soon, I'm going to clear Shimada's mouth with a toilet plunger. Humph. It's not too late yet. Hurry up and summon the beasts. Don't keep the Japanese leader waiting for too long. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly and said with a serious face, keep a low profile, don't make such a big deal. I know your monster can grow bigger or smaller, and there is still the Kimchi Kingdom tomorrow. He whispered in Chen Feng's ear. Zhang Daoyuan not only wants Chen Feng to defeat the Dabin team, he even wants to defeat the Korean team of Seoul as well. Chen Feng nodded when he heard this. Playing the pig and eating the tiger, right? I'm the best at it. He made an okay gesture to Zhang Daoyuan. Are you the one-star kid? Admit defeat now, and don't let the beast man get hurt. Let's go back and level up and fight back in the reincarnation tournament. Although Song Yi spoke in a bad tone, he was actually thinking about Chen Feng. He was indeed afraid that Chen Feng's beast would get hurt. The student named Shimada is very insidious. They specifically beat their beasts until they were seriously injured. Who are you? Chen Feng looked at Song Yi and asked. My name is Song Yi, your teammate and also your captain. Okay, all three of you shut up and let this kid play the game. It's all over for you to watch. Zhang Daoyuan waved his hand. Bai Xinyue and Gao Liang originally wanted to say something, but seeing that Zhang Daoyuan was so determined that Chen Feng should participate in the competition, they stopped talking. Oh, I don't know what happened to Teacher Zhang today. It must be fake wine. Petition door? Open. Chen Feng stood at the Beastmaster's seat and shouted. The voice is full of energy and very powerful. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Where is the Beastmaster? You shout so powerfully. Where is the Beastmaster? Neither the spectators nor the Japanese Beast Tamer team, including Bai Xinyue, saw Chen Feng's Beast Tamer appear. Only Zhang Daoyuan squinted his eyes. He stared at the Colosseum, his eyes narrowed to the limit. So small, so thin, thinner than a toothpick. He looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. I didn't expect that this kid could make the beast so small. But this is too low-key. I told you to be low-key, but I didn't ask you to be too low-key. I am Shimada Jiro. You may release the beast now. Jiro Shimada clasped his fists and said to Chen Feng, it has been released. Please release yours quickly. Chen Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, I'll let it go. You just didn't see it. Can. I said I would release it, so why are you still nagging me? Just release the beast quickly. I want to go back and have dinner. I rushed here right after I got off the plane. It's all your fault. Chen Feng touched his shriveled stomach, took out the last Oreo from his pocket, and licked the filling with tears in his eyes. While licking, she looked at Zhang Daoyuan with tears in her eyes. Snort! Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly and turned his head away. There's no point pretending to be pitiful. You're bound to suffer. Then I will release the beast, Shimada said as he summoned the beast on the field. It was a low-level 2-star snake-like monster. It is 10 meters long and quite terrifying. It has 2 heads, and its body is half standing up, which looks quite strange. This is one of my beasts, a low-level 2-headed snake. Then the game can begin, Lao Zhang. Chen Feng said this, placing his palm across his neck with a questioning look in his eyes. Can Lao Zhang be killed? Old Zhang shook his head. Left hand knocks on right arm. You can't kill them, but you can maim them. Chen Feng nodded. The game begins. The referee spoke. The 2-headed snake had already used its 4 eyes to search for the beast that was fighting against him. But now it saw nothing but a very, very tiny, ordinary purple centipede. Am I fighting this centipede? Big question marks hung on its 2 heads. All 4 eyes were filled with confusion. Following the referee's order, the centipede king slowly crawled towards the 2-headed snake. It was just like a real centipede passing by, as if it was taking a walk in your own backyard. Well, I was just passing by. My home is right here. The demon centipede king crawled towards the 2-headed snake in a swagger, as if he didn't see the 2-headed snake. It is completely harmless to humans and animals and looks extremely weak. Is this a demon beast? Why doesn't it have any aura? It should be just an ordinary bug. The 2-headed snake simply ignored the centipede king on the ground and looked around vigilantly with its 4 eyes. However, the next second, the demon centipede king climbed onto its body. That is the turning point where the two-headed snake is half standing up. The demon centipede king drilled in through the gaps between its scales. Then the two-headed snake felt a pain in its waist. But the pain soon passed. Because it feels numb, literally numb. Then it fell to the ground with a bang. A great deal of doubt flashed across the two snake heads. And then it fainted. What's going on? Shimada grabbed the iron railing in front of him, his upper body leaning towards the field below. Two-headed snake. Two-headed snake. He kept yelling at the two-headed snake in his heart. However, the two-headed snake was sleeping soundly. You lose, Chen Feng said quietly. What did you do? You cheated. I didn't even see your beast master. You're so mean. Shimada pointed at Chen Feng and questioned angrily. If you lose, you lose. Your rubbish beast can't even see where my beast is. You decide for yourself whether your beast is rubbish or not. Chen Feng retorted. Then, without waiting for Shimada to speak, Chen Feng bought a big loudspeaker. The kind of speaker used to collect junk. He slowly took the loudspeaker out of his backpack. Turn on. Put the loudspeaker to your mouth. If you lose, you lose. Neon Country's rubbish Beastmaster fell without even seeing the shadow of my Beastmaster. I said his Beastmaster was rubbish, and he actually accused me of cheating? Aren't they just bullying an honest person? I'm just an honest Longxiao person. They bully me like this. Do you think it's fair? The sound floated directly into the referee's microphone, which amplified the sound so that all the students in the Coliseum could hear it. Little Neon is such a bully. It was normal for them to beat us yesterday. When we beat them, they said we cheated. That's right. By the way, have you seen his beast? No, I didn't see it. Neither did I. Everyone was confused, as they didn't see Chen Feng's beast. I only saw the two-headed snake stand up straight, turn its head, and then lie there. But this makes them think Chen Feng is even more awesome. I don't know why, but it feels pretty cool. The seeded team is awesome. Kill these little neons. You're rubbish. You lost without even seeing our top seed team's Beastmaster. Ah, did you see his beast? I didn't. But doesn't it seem more powerful to shout like this? That makes sense. Okay, let's go to the next game. I won't hold back this time. Shimada's face turned pale. He was really angry. He wanted to summon his 2-star high-level beast to kill Chen Feng's beast. The two-headed snake must have been careless. That's what he thought. After putting the two-headed snake back into the beast taming space, he summoned another beast. Golden-eyed poison frog. The main feature of this golden-eyed poison frog is its excellent dynamic vision. It can see anything that moves. It can occasionally see anything that does not move. The main feature is that dynamic vision is maximized and normal vision is completely gone. The game begins. The referee yelled, Golden eyes, do you see any other beasts on the field? Shimada asked carefully in his heart. Nothing else. Just a purple centipede that crawled very slowly. The golden-eyed poison frog stared at the centipede king and said, That could be it. Damn it, his beast is actually a little centipede. Kill it, Shimada said fiercely. The next second, the golden-eyed poison frog stared at the centipede king that was slowly crawling towards it and bit it with its tongue. This is its method of attack. Its tongue is not only covered in mucus, but also contains a highly toxic substance. In the audience, everyone saw the huge, golden-eyed poison frog staring at the ground in the distance and instantly sticking out its tongue. Then quickly retract. Did it see the contestant's beast? Yes, it should be. After all, it is a 2-star high-level beast. That's it. It looks like this brother's beast is a bug. Its advantage is that it is small and easy to launch a sneak attack. It's not just the audience. Gao Liyang and the other two thought so too. They had seen Chen Feng inexplicably defeat the two-headed snake, and a glimmer of hope arose in their hearts. What if I win? But now they have also reacted. It is estimated that Chen Feng's beast is a poisonous insect. The bad thing is that Shimada's 2-star high-level beast is a frog, which is a natural restraint. Alas, I still lost. The mood of the three people sank to the bottom again. I just hope that boy's beast doesn't get eaten. Just when everyone was pessimistic, the next moment, the golden-eyed poison frog, which had its tongue stretched out very long, suddenly stopped moving, including its tongue, which was half retracted and stopped halfway. Then it started foaming at the mouth. His eyes rolled back, his limbs became loose, and he lay on the ground motionless. It's bad, master. Its tongue has scratched my fangs. It seems to be poisoned and dying. The demon centipede king apologized to Chen Feng. Forehead. Chen Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected this to happen either. The two-headed snake was only paralyzed from the lower body. This golden-eyed poison frog wanted to use the same trick again. Unexpectedly, it got into trouble and its tongue scratched the poisonous fangs of the centipede king. That! Chen Feng turned and looked at Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan didn't know that the poison from the centipede king in the golden-eyed poison frog would kill him instantly. He thought Chen Feng was asking him if he had been too harsh. Referee, announced the result. Zhang Daoyuan said in a cocky tone, I declare that Chen Feng wins this round. May I ask the leader of the Neon Country if he wants to continue the challenge? The referee's mouth was raised high. He smiled and nodded at Chen Feng. It was so satisfying. Shimada, who was so arrogant just now, turned into a frostbitten eggplant. What happened? Win again? It seems so. The students in the audience were completely confused. What kind of beast is this and why is it so brave? You don't see the beast, but only its power? Did you see it? Song Yi also widened his eyes and leaned out of the Beastmaster's seat. He scanned the Colosseum below, carefully. No, but it's too strong anyway. What on earth is his beast tamer? He is only a one-star beast tamer. This is outrageous. Gao Liang and Bai Xinyue also said with surprise. The look in the three people's eyes when they looked at Chen Feng changed at this moment. Is this the last teammate of their team? So strong. 1 star sweeps away 2 stars. This kind of thing can be written into textbooks. Shimada, what's going on? Sakata asked Shimada Jiro in a low voice. He still hasn't seen Chen Feng's beast, so he wants to ask Jiro Shimada if he knows anything. It will be convenient to arrange tactics later. That's a centipede beast. It's probably extremely poisonous. My golden-eyed poison frog was actually poisoned by it. Jiro Shimada said, Okay, I get it. Since it's a centipede beast with a highly poisonous venom, let Ono Taiji, who has a long-range attack beast, take care of him. Then, Sakata nodded and said to the referee, Let's continue the game. The next player to fight is Taiji Ono. After Sakata finished speaking, a thin, yellow-haired man walked out of the Japanese team. His name is Ono Taiji. Long Xia, I will use my beast tamer to crush your pretentious beast tamer into pieces. I want you to see you howling in pain in front of me. Feel the pain of losing your beast tamer. Ono Taiji looked at Chen Feng and spoke insidiously in poor Longxia language. He raised his middle finger to Chen Feng. Arrogance is his style. He has always been like this in Japan, and this arrogance has made him popular with countless bad fans. Chapter 24. Ono Taiji bends like a shrimp. Beastmaster, come out. Ono Taiji took 2 steps forward and directly summoned his 2-star high-level beast. It's actually a high-level 2-star ghost-faced spider. Bai Xinyue and the other 2 stood up in shock when they saw Ono Taiji's Beastmaster. The ghost-faced spirit spider is one of the top 50 beasts in the S-level bloodline. It has a skill of its own, poison web projection. Moreover, its movement speed is very fast. Being up to 5 meters tall, it can even kill some ordinary 3-star low-level monsters by moving quickly and pulling. Its combat power is well known in the beast taming world. It's over. Chen Feng's beast is in danger. His beast is an insect. This ghost-faced spider has a long range and is a natural insect catcher. Why don't we tell Teacher Zhang to tell Chen Feng to admit defeat? After Gao Liang finished speaking, he turned to look at Bai Xinyue and Song Yi and asked them what they thought. It is indeed too dangerous. The fact that Chen Feng's Beastman defeated the golden-eyed poison frog just now was probably a fluke. This time, facing a Beastman ranked in the top 50 in the bloodline ranking, Chen Feng's Beastman will probably be defeated quickly. Song Yi also touched his chin and said seriously, Teacher, how about? Bai Xinyue turned around and spoke to Zhang Daotian, but she was stopped by Zhang Daotian halfway through her words. Zhang Daotian raised his hand to stop Bai Xinyue from speaking, and he looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Watch the game. Zhang Daoyuan gritted his teeth. Unlike his appearance, he was actually very happy at this moment. He tried hard not to laugh, his face turning red, just to let Chen Feng injure a few more beasts of the Japanese team. When the leader of Japan, Sakata, saw Zhang Daoyuan's expression, he immediately felt relieved. Yosi, it seems that the leader of Longxia country is already panicking. Teacher Zhang, we have already agreed to the competition. You Longxia country can't go back on your word. Sakata looked at Zhang Daoyuan with a smile on his face and said, Just compete. It's not certain who will win or lose. Zhang Daoyuan tried hard not to laugh. He turned his head to the side, afraid that Sakata would see the corners of his mouth that were twisted to his ears. But just when Sakata wanted to continue to mock, Jiro Shimada beside him suddenly covered his head and screamed. Then he fell to his knees on the ground, his whole body curled up like a shrimp. "What's wrong with you, Shimada-san?" Sakata didn't bother to continue mocking Zhang Daoyuan. He quickly turned around and squatted to check on Shimada's condition. The same goes for Shimada's 3 teammates, especially Taiji Ono, who had a good relationship with Shimada. He walked quickly to Shimada's side with the same look of concern. "Teacher, he killed my beast. My head hurts so much." "Ah!" Shimada pointed at Chen Feng, and he screamed in pain. "What? Which beast did he kill?" Sakata stood up instantly and asked anxiously. "You know, every 2-star high-level beast with S-level bloodline is priceless. For example, Longxia Kingdom. There are 1.3 billion ordinary people, 100 million beast tamers, but only a few 100,000 beast tamers with S-level bloodlines. This may seem like a lot, but when you calculate carefully, there are only 1 in 1,000 beast masters who have S-level bloodline. What's more, it is a 2-star beast with S-level bloodline. Japan is a small country, and it is a stroke of luck to produce an S-level bloodline. So Sakata is now worried that the one who died is the golden-eyed poison frog. Yes, it's the golden-eyed poison frog. As soon as Shimada said this, the 4 people from Japan were instantly furious. "He actually killed your 2-star high-level golden-eyed poison frog." Sakata stood there in a daze for a moment. Their country of Neon is small, so there are very few animal territories. He brought Shimada across the ocean to America to contract this golden-eyed poison frog. Quite cherished. "Xiao Yi, avenge me. You must kill his beast," Shimada said fiercely with bloodshot eyes. "I will definitely kill his beast. Not only his beast, but we will also kill him one day." Ono had a sinister look on his face. He looked at Chen Feng and whispered to Shimada. "Stop. The game is paused. Your player has killed Shimada's beast." As the team leader, Sakata quickly stopped the game. As a private exchange match, theoretically, it is not allowed to harm the lives of the beasts of both parties. "What?" The referee looked at Chen Feng with questioning eyes. Zhang Daoyuan also looked at Chen Feng with a confused expression. In addition to them, the audience in the stands were also confused. "He's so awesome? He killed a 2-star high-level beast? It's so satisfying, great kill. What good is that? In this situation, we can only start a revenge match." Now Chen Feng's beast is in danger. The rule of not killing the other party's beast has been broken. Now either Japan will voluntarily admit defeat or start a revenge match. "What is a revenge match?" a freshman in the audience asked. A revenge match is when one side kills the other side's beast. The killed side can choose whether to start revenge mode. They have absolute say in whether to continue the match until their beast is exhausted, or they voluntarily stop the match. That is to say, even if Chen Feng wants to admit defeat now, he cannot do so. He must fight until Japan proactively requests to stop the match. At this time, everyone in the audience looked at Chen Feng with concern. This is especially true for Bai Xinyue and the other 2. "It's all over now." The 3 of them looked at each other, then all sat back in the chairs behind them helplessly. "Captain Sakata, do you want to continue the game? If you continue, we'll start the revenge match," the referee said reluctantly. Sakata rolled his eyes when he heard that. He first turned and looked at Ono. "Ono, can your beast man see his centipede beast man?" "Teacher Sakata, leave it to me. I will let my ghost-faced spirit spider eat his beast bite by bite in front of him and all the Longxia people present." Ono Taiji narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly and said cruelly, "Okay, then it's up to you, Ono. You must avenge Shimada-san." Sakata slapped Ono hard twice. The loss this time is too great. If Ono can kill Chen Feng's beast, he will have less responsibility when he returns to Japan. And on Chen Feng's side, Zhang Daotian, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. He walked up to Chen Feng's ear with a serious expression. Everyone could see that his face was full of worry at this moment. He looked like he wanted to stop the game, but he was powerless. He leaned over to Chen Feng's ear. "Kid, tell your monster to act more embarrassed. There will be people from the Korean country tomorrow. Try to kill as many of them as possible." Zhang Daotian whispered. His expression was still one of worry. Such superb acting skills. No one present could notice it. After hearing this, Chen Feng cursed in his heart. Old Zhang has a really evil heart. Look at his expression. Who can tell that he is acting? But on the surface, Chen Feng still looked solemn and nodded. He looked at Ono with horror. This instantly made Ono and Sakata feel relieved. It seems that this kid's beast master is really afraid of the ghost-faced spider. It's settled. The two thought so. Zhang Daoyuan slowly returned to his seat, his head lowered and his face covered with his hands. It's like I can't control my sadness. Actually, he really couldn't help laughing. He saw Chen Feng's cowardly expression. Boy, you're a better actor than me. I immediately looked at Chen Feng with admiration. Since ancient times, strong people have always been complete actors, black-hearted. Chen Feng was very much to his liking. Mr. Zhang, it's too late to stop the game now. Referee, please announce the start of the game. Sakata hurriedly urged. His words instantly aroused hostility from all the audience present. They all felt that Sakata was too insidious and was trying to force Chen Feng to death. The referee also looked at Chen Feng sadly and sighed. Hey, I declare the game begins. As the voice fell, the ghost-faced spiders in the field quickly spun their webs. Then he kept throwing poisonous nets towards the position of the demon centipede king. From the ghost-faced spider's perspective, the small centipede on the ground was dodging in a panic and could not pose any threat to it at all. The ghost-faced spider quickly told its owner, Ono Taiji, the news. Ono Taiji was delighted when he heard this. Teacher Sakata, my beast said that it has beaten that boy's beast back step by step, and his beast can only barely defend itself. He turned to Sakata and said, Okay, Ono-san, when we get back I will apply for a higher star-rated bone for you that can increase the defense of the beast, so that your ghost-faced spirit spider can be even more powerful. Sakata promised happily. Master, do you think I can act well? The demon centipede king in the field kept turning and moving, looking extremely embarrassed, and each time it barely managed to avoid the ghost-faced spider's poisonous web. It looks like it is struggling, as if it is in danger of being hunted down at any time. Well, you fight a little longer, and then win by a narrow margin to live up to Lao Zhang's hard work. Yes, master. After answering, the demon centipede king looked at the attacking spider web. It shook its tiny body and crawled to the side desperately. But it was still a step too slow, and the edge of the spider web caught its tail. It quickly controlled its body and started shaking and struggling. It was as if he almost died from the poisonous web. Seeing this, the ghost-faced spider weaved its web even faster. Poor little bug. I'm going to torture you to death. It thought so. However, after a minute, the audience in the stands became sleepy. They could only see the ghost-faced spider weaving a web, throwing the web, weaving a web, and throwing the web. But you did get something online. At this time, the east and west parts of the playing field were white. They are all webs of ghost-faced spiders. The ghost-faced spider was also confused. It felt like it was being drained dry, but the centipede didn't seem to be feeling well either. It's almost there. This must be its instinct for survival. It's a pity that you will still die under my poisonous net. It saw that the movements of the centipede king were gradually slowing down. I immediately put all my doubts behind me. Ghost-faced spider, what's going on? Seeing that there was no result, Ono asked. It's okay, I've almost tired it to death. I'm just playing with it, said the ghost-faced spider, who has been strong all his life. It's so annoying that I almost succeed every time. But the next second, it found that the little centipede that it had been avoiding before was actually crawling towards it. This made its eyes light up. Come on, come closer to me so I can end this fight faster. I'm going to eat you bite by bite. However, as it continued to cast its net, it found that the centipedes on the ground were crawling faster and faster. Soon, the centipede crawled under its body. It tried to retreat, but it was too late. The originally clumsy centipede suddenly accelerated right under his nose. The ghost-faced spider only felt a heat under its belly. My stomach was churning. Then it closed its eyes and lived straight for the rest of its life. After the demon centipede king pierced its abdomen, it quickly crawled out. It just made a small hole in the belly of the ghost-faced spider. Then he crawled in and took a light bite of it. Ah! As the ghost-faced spider collapsed to the ground, it seemed to have been drained of all its power. Ono Taiji immediately held his head and screamed in pain, and he knelt on the ground. It looked exactly the same as Shimada before. Oh no! Oh no! What's wrong with you? What happened? Sakata was confused. Wasn't he fine just now, looking so confident? What on earth happened? Chapter 25. Tengu, bending like a shrimp. Avenge me, his beast is dying. After Ono finished speaking, he fainted. The ghost-faced spider had good blood and had a long contract with him, so the pain he was suffering was simply unbearable. Hurry up and call Long Xia for an ambulance. Sakata shouted. All right. You Long Xia rubbish. Sakata, swear that I will not return to Japan until I have crushed all of your beasts. Sakata gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Feng, he swore. Sakta? Right. I must remind you that your temporary visa will expire in 4 days. Zhang Daoyuan said to Sakata, who had a sinister look on his face. You. Sakata was so angry that he uttered the word you 3 times in a row, but he couldn't explain why. His hand trembled as he pointed at Zhang Daoyuan. He's dead. Sakata turned his attention to the culprit Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng looked indifferent. He held the broken trumpet in his hand and shrugged. My finger happened to touch the speaker switch. Collecting junk. Chen Feng quickly pressed the power-off button. Shut down. You baka. When Sakata listened to the sound of Chen Feng's trumpet, he felt like he was punching cotton. He wants Chen Feng to pay the price. Let's continue the revenge match. Tengu, go. Just use your 2-star high-level beast control to kill that kid's beast. Sakata said, shamelessly. You won't act anymore. I just want to kill your beast master. He looked at Chen Feng with cruelty in his eyes. Teacher, don't worry. Tengu directly summoned the beast. A huge crocodile over 20 meters long and 2 meters high suddenly appeared on the scene. This is the 2-star high-level giant-tailed demon crocodile that I contracted with the Nile Kingdom. Referee, announce the start. Tengu urged. Let the game begin. The referee snorted. Continue. This time it will be over in 20 seconds. Chen Feng said to the demon centipede king in his heart. The demon centipede king responded. Then it looked at the giant-tailed demon crocodile and began to tremble all over. It's like encountering a natural enemy. The giant-tailed demon crocodile lowered his eyes and glanced at the demon centipede king. Master, don't worry. His beast is no longer able to fight. It is now trembling with fear at the sight of me. It reported the battle situation to Tengu. Ha, good. Giant-tailed demon crocodile, take it down for me. No, torture it for me first. I want that Longxiao man to watch his beast being mercilessly tortured, but he cannot admit defeat. I want him to live in regret and pain from now on. After Tengu finished speaking, he looked at Chen Feng, who had a sad face in the distance, and sneered. The giant-tailed demon crocodile received the order and quickly crawled above the demon centipede king. Then the huge body pressed directly to the ground. My beast! Seeing this, Chen Feng shouted anxiously. Judging from his expression, he must be very anxious. Longxiao people, you will pay for your stupid behavior. Tengu laughed even louder. Why don't we just admit defeat? The person who said this was Bai Xinyue. She was so anxious that she cried. She felt that Chen Feng was so pitiful. He has tried his best. I should have advised him to admit defeat earlier. Xinyue, stop talking. The other students are watching us. We must be strong and find a chance to avenge ourselves. Chen Feng has managed to kill 2 high-level 2-star beasts. We've made a profit. Song Yi patted Bai Xinyue's shoulder and said regretfully. Bai Xinyue could still say something, but it's nothing, don't cry. Chen Feng must be in a very bad mood right now. Don't let it affect his command of the beasts in battle. Gao Liang also spoke to Bai Xinyue. He handed Bai Xinyue a tissue. Bai Xinyue turned her head and wiped her tears silently. The battle on the field was extremely fierce, or it could be said to be a one-sided crushing. The giant-tailed demon crocodile was using its huge body to roll over and over on the demon centipede king. It could even smell the juices from the demon centipede king's body that were crushed out by it. Look, there's a pool of green liquid on the giant-tailed demon crocodile's body. It's over. That's Chen Feng's beast. It's definitely going to be crushed to death. The students in the audience were very distressed, but they couldn't help. That's enough, Sakata. Tell me, how can we let his beast go? Zhang Daoyuan acted out the whole play. At this time, he had already come up with a 10,000-word evil plan in his mind. He yelled at Sakata anxiously. Teacher Zhang, let me tell you this, your student's beast is dead. It must die here today. You should prepare to collect the body of your student's beast. Sakata laughed, very loudly and wildly. He looked at the angry students in the audience and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. This was simply the highlight of his life. Sakata, you're going too far. I, Zhang Daoyuan, challenge you to a duel now. No matter what the result is today, I will bring my team to challenge the 2 top-seeded teams from Japan next month. Will you accept it? Zhang Daoyuan revealed his real purpose. When he saw Chen Feng acting so hard, his heart was completely alive. He felt that if he could eliminate Japan's 2 top-seeded teams early in this season, he would have something to brag about. His status and reputation will definitely rise to a higher level, but the prerequisite is that he has to rely on this bug boy Chen Feng. Well, it seems that I can't make things difficult for him for the time being. Zhang Daoyuan, you are the most arrogant and ignorant Longxia person I have ever met in Longxia country. Okay, I, Sakata, will accept your challenge today. Don't regret it, Sakata said with a laugh. He felt that Zhang Daoyuan must have been so angry that he lost his mind, but it was better this way. After a month, he can beat Zhang Daoyuan's team to death. This will prevent them from participating in the World Challenge in 2 months. 20 seconds pass quickly. The Centipede King finally spat a mouthful of green saliva onto the ground. It thinks it is a real performer. Chen Feng was also extremely speechless at this moment. The Longxia Kingdom has always prohibited beast taming performances, but you can't stop the beast from performing on its own initiative. Look, it's enjoying it. After spitting out the last mouthful of saliva, the Demon Centipede King bared his 2 big teeth and took a bite at the white belly of the giant-tailed demon crocodile. The giant-tailed demon crocodile was rolling happily. As a result, I suddenly felt dizzy. The poison came too quickly, and it had no time to react. Tungu, who originally had an evil smile on his face, suddenly squatted down with his head in his hands. Then he fell to the ground on his side, howling in pain, and scored 3 goals. He also fainted. What's going on? At this moment, 3 voices of surprise rang out first. They are Sakata, Chen Feng, and Zhang Daoyuan. All 3 of them stood up and looked in astonishment at the giant-tailed demon crocodile that had died on the spot. However, the 3 of them had completely different thoughts in their minds. Well done, do it again next time. This guy acted really well. What's going on? What's going on? Can someone tell me? The confused Sakata glanced at his equally confused classmates in the audience. When? Well, it seems so. Awesome. This guy's name is Chen Feng, right? I'm a fan of him. Chen Feng is awesome. They were shouting and whistling wildly. Some even shouted, 3 against 1 and still got killed. Do you know how to control beasts? Go back to Neon. Don't embarrass yourself in Longxia. Baka. Sakata was so angry that his face turned red like a monkey's butt. He kept punching the empty space next to him. Ahem, Mr. Sakata, if you damage public property in Longxia, you have to pay compensation. The referee also wanted to vent his anger, so he said silently, Baga, how much can a broken chair be worth? So what if I smash it? Sakata said angrily. Mr. Sakata, this is what's going on. Our Coliseum has a total of 89,000 seats. They come in a set, and they're a one-of-a-kind limited edition. If you break one, you'll have to buy a set instead. So I'm thinking about you. The referee said expressionlessly. Sakata retracted his fist and sneered. Wait, why hasn't your ambulance arrived yet? Suddenly, Sakata found Shimada lying upright on the chair with a painful look on his face, while Ono and Tengu were also lying horizontally on the chairs, hunched over like shrimps, not saying a word. Both of them fainted. The problem was that more than 20 minutes had passed since the end of the first game. I've already reported it for you. This thing has to be reported to higher authorities. Don't worry, the ambulance will be here soon after the procedures are completed. By the way, do you still want to continue the competition? The referee explained carefully. What are you comparing? I won't compare anymore. Sakata looked back and saw that 3 of the 4 people in his team were lying down. He gritted his teeth and said, he really doesn't dare to take the risk now. Isn't there a Korean country tomorrow? Let them go. Anyway, the beast masters of 3 members of Zhang Daoyuan's team have been crippled by him. And the last one, well, he should be crippled as well. Okay, I declare the game over. Northern University Seed Team wins. After the referee finished speaking, both the students in the audience, and by Xinyue and the other 2 in the Beastmaster seats, burst into tears of joy. Chen Feng, you are awesome. Bai Xinyue trotted to Chen Feng, hugged him tightly, wiped her tears, and spoke. Boy, you are very strong. From now on, you will be my brother, Song-yi. In Kyoto, all the shopping malls and hotels under the name of my Song family will be free for you. I say it. Song-yi laughed out loud. He was really relieved. He had been disgusted by these bastards from Japan before. My name is Gao Liang. You are very strong. I underestimated you. Gao Liang went up to Chen Feng, grabbed his hand and shook it. Let's go back. Don't be too happy too soon. There will be a team from the Korean country tomorrow. They're going to play a team battle with us. Chen Feng, your accommodation will be with them. Let them take you there. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he led the way and left. Only the large team was left, still waiting for the ambulance. Chapter 26. on a dark and windy night when the sack was put over the head. "Let's go, brother Chen Feng. You must not have eaten yet. I'll treat you tonight," Song Yi said to Chen Feng with a smile. The four of them quickly walked out of the Colosseum. "Wait a minute, I'll call home first." Standing at the entrance of the Colosseum, Chen Feng said to the three people. He walked to a corner. "I called Chen's mother." "Hello. Why? You don't even know how to go home. You don't miss your mom at all, do you?" Chen's mother's complaints were heard on the phone, but from her tone, she was obviously very happy. "My schedule was a bit full, so I left in a hurry after the ranking tournament ended. I won first place in the ranking competition, Mom." "I know. Teacher Zhang told me." "Ah, you really made me proud. When will you bring me a wife? Do you have a partner?" "Mom, I'm just in college. Where can I find a partner?" "Then you better hurry up. It will be hard to find a job after you graduate." Chen's mother is an experienced person. She deeply understands that although people after graduation still yearn for love in their hearts, they cannot withstand the blows of reality. Everyone began to carefully weigh the pros and cons instead of boldly charging forward for love. This is the sadness of Chen Feng's generation. It is caused by the times and has nothing to do with this generation. "I see. I'm going to have dinner with my classmates. I'll bring you some delicious food when I get home during the holidays." Chen Feng coaxed his mother. Okay, save this for your girlfriend. I don't need it. I'm used to being alone." Mother Chen complained. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng quickly hung up the phone. Based on his understanding of his mother, she would definitely start cursing Chen Feng's father from a distance. "Let's go." Chen Feng returned to Song Yi and the other two and said. After dinner at night, the four returned to their residence. The four people's accommodation is simple. Two villas located in the northern Beast Taming University. Chen Feng, Song Yi, and Gao Liyang live in one building, while Bai Xinyue lives alone in another. The four of them talked until very late, and Bai Xinyue went back alone, mainly to discuss tomorrow's team battle against the Korean country. They needed to understand Chen Feng's fighting style and beast taming, but Chen Feng's answer was very simple. "Just hold on, I'll take care of it." Bai Xinyue left, and Chen Feng returned to his bedroom. This is a bedroom on the first floor of the villa, which is closer to Bai Xinyue's villa. Chen Feng could even hear Bai Xinyue's footsteps returning home. "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Park Jae-woo, the captain of the Korean team Seoul." A poor Longxiao language came into Chen Feng's ears through the window. "I'm sorry. I don't know you." Bai Xinyue's tone was cold. "I know you are Bai Xinyue from the Northern University Seed Team. I have seen your photo, and I want to say that I like you. Can you have a drink with me? We will go Dutch." The broken Longxiao language sounded again. "I need to go back and rest, and I don't want to be friends with you." Bai Xinyue's tone was not very good. "Humph, our captain just wants to invite you to have a drink. Why are you Longxiao women so rude?" The other voice had a very impolite tone, and it sounded like it was in cahoots with Park Jae-woo. "It's none of your business whether I'm polite or not. Do I know you? Get out of the way. I want to go back and rest." Bai Xinyue was equally rude. "Bai Xinyue, you'll be crushed under our feet tomorrow. I'll be frank with you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I will ask my brothers to be gentler tomorrow. I know your beasts are all seriously injured. Besides, you don't want your beast to be beaten to death tomorrow, right? If you do that, you might miss the World Championship in 2 months." Park Jae-woo threatened. At this time, it was dark and windy outside. Bai Xinyue was alone facing 2 drunk and shabby men, and she felt a little scared. But she believed that although there was no surveillance here, it was in Long Xia's school, and Park Jae-woo should not dare to touch her. However, the next moment, she miscalculated. She did not expect Park Jae-woo to have such poor quality. Park Jae-woo actually reached out and grabbed Bai Xinyue's hand. "Your hands must be very cold. Let your brother warm them for you." He said this with a greasy look of greed. "Get lost." Bai Xinyue was angry. After all, she was a 2-star beastmaster. Although she had never been on the battlefield and had never experienced any life-and-death battles, she was also a genius among geniuses. Bai Xinyue used her arm to push away Park Jae-woo's extended hands. Okay, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you." As Park Jae-woo said this, he winked at his companion. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Bai Xinyue. This is going to be violent. Bai Xinyue was shocked and was about to shout for help. However, the next moment, she saw 3 dark figures appear behind Park Jae-woo and the other man. 2 of them held large sacks and put them on Park Jae-woo and the other man. Park Jae-woo and the other man whose heads were trapped were both confused. What was going on? Then they felt a flurry of punches and kicks, and they all came right at my face. That's so cruel. The two of them had no time to resist. He couldn't even pull the sack off his head. They were kicked and stunned. Damn, who is it? Park Jae-woo and the other man are obviously two-star beastmasters. Under normal circumstances, the sack cannot restrain them at all. They can break the sack with a little force. However, now he couldn't use any strength when being kicked. Yoshi, Shimada-san, use more force. How dare this little bastard snatch the woman I like? Baka, standard Neon language. He is the beast tamer from Neon Country. Park Jae-woo was shocked. Unexpectedly, they were drinking together just now. But in the blink of an eye, they were tripped up. If you want to rob a woman, just rob her. Why use such despicable means? But is it really as Park Jae-woo thought? Of course not. It was Chen Feng who framed them. The one who spoke Neon language was also Chen Feng. His authentic Neon dialect left by Xin Yue and the other two stunned. Especially Gao Liang, he looked up at Chen Feng several times. Buddy, are you a spy? After fighting for nearly half an hour, the four men stopped when they saw that Park Jae-woo and the other man had stopped moving. What should we do now? It's too cold outside. If they lie out like this all night, they might freeze to death. Gao Liang looked down at the two people in the sacks and frowned. Bai Xinyue also didn't know how to deal with it. She didn't say anything, but frowned as she looked at the two people on the ground. Well, let me think, Song Yi said, stroking his chin. According to his usual practice, these matters should be handled by his subordinates at home. He usually only takes care of the beatings and not the burials when they occur outside. How about throwing 2 million at them and letting them fend for themselves? He thought so. Listen to me, Xinyue. Call Lao Zhang now and tell him that you saw Park Jae-woo and his teammates from the Korean country lying outside. Ask him to notify the leader of the Korean country to pick them up. Gao Liang, go get 2 bottles of ergotu and fill them up. They drank it before, and after they finish, they will definitely black out tomorrow. After we finish drinking, the 3 of us will go back to drink. Put out the peanuts and small skewers we packed, and continue drinking. Remember, someone will come to our villa soon. When they come, you will keep saying that you will definitely lose the game tomorrow. You must act like you are only drowning your sorrows in alcohol and becoming more sorrowful. There's no surveillance in this place, so we were actually drinking the whole time. These 2 people have nothing to do with the 3 of us. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the 3 of them acted quickly. As for the only physical evidence, the sack, Chen Feng directly summoned the demon centipede king, which corroded it with a mouthful of venom. All done. The 3 of them gave Park Jae-woo and the other man 4 bottles of ergotu, ensuring that they would black out the next day. Bai Xinyue stood in front of the 2 of them, waiting for Zhang Daoyuan to arrive. Chen Feng and the other 2 returned to the living room in the villa with 4 empty bottles of ergotu. Chen Feng threw the bottle of ergotu on the coffee table and pretended that they were drinking it. Then they opened 3 new bottles. The 3 of them ate some skewers and drank some wine, waiting for Zhang Daoyuan and the leader of the Korean country to arrive. Soon, the 3 heard footsteps outside. Then came the conversation between Zhang Daoyuan and the leader of the Korean team. It was definitely not done by those guys. Xinyue, tell Captain Park everything from beginning to end. Zhang Daoyuan thinks Bai Xinyue is too kind. Why do you care what they do? Just let them freeze to death. But there is nothing we can do now. Alas, this kind-hearted, unfortunate child. So, Bai Xinyue began to recount what Chen Feng had taught her. I don't know either. I just came out of Song Yi's villa and was thinking of going back to sleep when I saw them lying on the ground. I wanted to wake them up, but I found that they were injured, so I quickly called Teacher Zhang. That's all I know. Bai Xinyue said silently. Humph, who knows if your team is afraid of being defeated by us tomorrow? So they use dirty tricks in advance? No, I want to see the other 3 people in your team, as well as the surveillance video. Team leader Park felt very sad because Park Jae-woo was his nephew. He now strongly suspects that Park Jae-woo and his 2 companions were beaten by Song Yi and his 2 companions. There shouldn't be any video footage. This is a newly built villa, so we haven't had time to install surveillance yet. So let's go check on my 3 team members to clear them of suspicion. Zhang Daoyuan was very annoyed with team leader Park, and he wanted to end the matter as soon as possible. No, teacher. Bai Xinyue suddenly looked anxious, and she wanted to stop it. This is also what Chen Feng taught her. There must be something wrong, Mr. Zhang. It seems that the matter is very simple. As long as we see the other 3 people in your team, the matter will be solved. Team leader Park snorted coldly. He thought Bai Xinyue had revealed a flaw. Okay, fine, they'll live in this villa. Zhang Daoyuan said hesitantly. He is very confused now. Could it be that 3 people really did it? If so, it must have been started by that kid Chen Feng. This is a big deal, and it's not easy to handle. If it is not handled properly, the impact will be too great, and it may be made into a big deal and become an international issue. Zhang Daoyuan felt a little confused. The 3 of them arrived at the door of the villa. Bai Xinyue took the initiative to go forward and knock on the door. The door is not open. Question mark. Zhang Daoyuan's heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself, it's bad. It must be them. They didn't even dare to open the door. Teacher Zhang, it seems I need to ask your country for an explanation. Team Leader Park said. Snort. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly, pushed Bai Xinyue away, and punched the door lock. Then he yanked the door open. The next second, the smell of alcohol hit him so hard that he almost fell over. Chen Feng and 2 other people were seen in the living room of the villa, their faces red from drinking. On the coffee table were a few small skewers and leftover peanuts. 7 or 8 empty ergoda bottles were scattered on the ground. Teacher Zhang? Chen Feng's face turned red, his eyes narrowed, and he patted his face. Teacher, you surrender too. I can't beat you. I really can't beat you. Yes. The 3 of us have analyzed it, and we will definitely lose tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will surrender directly. The 3 of them looked at each other and talked. Zhang Daoyuan got really angry and was terribly upset. You 3 are useless. You drank so much before the game. I was wondering why Bai Xinyue stopped me from coming. I was wondering why no one opened the door. It turns out you guys actually violated the school rules. Zhang Daoyuan said angrily. He pointed at Chen Feng and the other 2's noses and started cursing. And the more he cursed, the dirtier it got. Team Leader Park was stunned. He saw the wine bottles beside Chen Feng and the other 2 and their decadent looks. I felt funny. It doesn't look like them. They were so drunk that they couldn't even get up, and it seemed like they didn't have the courage to hit anyone. Well, it seems it's not those 3. I'm leaving first. My teammates can't just lie outside all the time. Remember to participate in the competition tomorrow. Team Leader Park said this and quickly left the villa. He was overjoyed at this moment. Look what I found. The seeded team from the Northern University of Longsha Country was frightened by our Seoul team before the game and lost their fighting spirit. I can only drink to drown my sorrows. He thought of an idiom from the Longsha Kingdom, a good for nothing. Well, I'm talking about them. It seems that someone else beat his nephew. Chapter 27. Phoenix Girl should be married by Dragon's Son. Team Leader Park left. Chen Feng and the other 2 in the room continued drinking, seemingly not caring at all about what Zhang Daoyuan said. It's like being deaf from drinking. Bai Xinyue covered her mouth and stared at the 3 people blankly, especially Chen Feng. Can this be concealed? She now thinks Chen Feng is amazing. It turns out that the 3 of us are innocent college students. And Chen Feng, he's a cunning high school student. Okay, stop pretending. Everyone has left. After a long time, Zhang Daoyuan, who was angry, suddenly changed his expression and said. He signaled Bai Xinyue to close the door, and he walked to the coffee table in 2 steps, picked up the half-remaining bottle of Ergo-2, and drank it all in 1 gulp. Oh, this thing is really exciting. He sighed and continued. Chen Feng, it was you who did this, don't pretend. You can fool anyone, but you can't fool me. Chen Feng still squinted his eyes, burped, and pretended to be stupid. You are pretending, right? I was thinking of taking you to acquire the beast taming skills after the competition tomorrow, and helping the 3 of them acquire suitable beasts. But now it seems that I'd better forget it. Alas, drinking will only make you lose time and will not lead to great things. Zhang Daoyuan said with emotion. No, Lao Zhang. You're still smart and your brain works well. Chen Feng quickly handed Zhang Daoyuan a skewer of kidneys. At this moment, he didn't seem to be drunk at all. Ahem, stop pretending. Old Zhang has seen through us. After Chen Feng coughed lightly, Song Yi and Gao Liyang scratched their heads in embarrassment. Back to normal. What exactly happened? Zhang Daoyuan asked. He knew that with Chen Feng's strength, there was no need for him to resort to any conspiracy or trickery. There must be other reasons behind this. Well, what can I do, Xinyue? You're the person involved. Forget it. Just tell me. After listening to Chen Feng's story, Zhang Daoyuan slapped his thigh. Well done. Damn it. You 2 little perverts. Don't you know who you belong to? If you do it again, I'll just take their lucky bags of fish row away. It's okay. Let's just forget about this matter. If that future team Leader Park dares to cause trouble, I'll take the blame for you. Zhang Daoyuan said, picking up another string of kidneys and taking a bite. They're all cold. Team Leader Park carried the two of them to the school's infirmary. Fortunately, both Park Jae-woo and the other man were not seriously injured. Zayu, do you know who hit you? Team Leader Park asked as he looked at the two people who had just woken up. No, I don't know. My head is still dizzy, and I don't remember anything. Park Jae-woo was drunk when he spoke. He felt his stomach cramp. How much did I drink before? Looking at Park Jae-woo's appearance, Team Leader Park sighed. It seems that I can only suffer in silence over this matter. I don't know who did it, but he always felt that it must be related to Long Xia's team. Can we still have the competition tomorrow? If not, I'll go talk to Zhang Daoyuan and ask him to postpone the competition for one day, said Team Leader Park. No need. We are all two-star beast masters. This minor injury won't be a problem. Park Jae-woo shook his head. Different from the dark night of Long Xia, the other side of the blue planet. It is still noon in England, and the sun is high in the sky. In a manner. Mother, I must find out his information. I want to go find him. Elena sat on the luxurious sofa with her long legs crossed. She was wearing a pink pajamas, and her long, white, and smooth legs were shaking slowly. Her 2 feet, as tender as white jade, one was stepped into the plush on the carpet, and the other was raised in front of her calf. Then we can only use the forces we have deployed in Longxia country. If there is no news in the near future, I will make plans after I gather Frick's forces. I also want to see what the handsome Longxia you mentioned is like. He can actually charm my noble little princess Elena like this. Angeli said this with an interested look on her face. Humph, he is very handsome, smart, gentle, and strong. He and I were in our previous life. Elena talked incessantly, her eyes full of the way Chen Feng saved her in the cave that day. Especially when she just opened her eyes, Chen Feng stabbed the knife into Andre's neck. He also gently told Andre, take a deep breath, it's normal to feel dizzy. He is so gentle. Oh, Elena, I think you've fallen in love. But he saved us and didn't ask for anything in return. That's really rare. But judging from the fact that he was able to kill the 6-star Beastmaster Frick alone, I think he is definitely not an ordinary Beastmaster. Angeli was wearing a golden nightgown, holding a small half glass of red wine between her fingers. She squinted her eyes and looked at the green land of the manor outside the window and spoke slowly. Of course he is not ordinary. I love him, and I must get him. We were lovers in our last life, and we will be lovers in our next life too. Elena has completely turned into a nymphomaniac. Chen Feng has turned her into a love-brained person. In fact, she only liked Chen Feng a little at the beginning. But ever since Chen Feng left, his figure has become indelible in Elena's mind. I think about it while eating, sleeping, and even when I'm bored. Girls like her who are usually smart don't usually fall in love. But once they do, they will quickly conquer themselves and then get deeply involved. Okay, I don't want to hear your nagging. You kept repeating this on the plane. Let's wait until we find him. Angeli looked at Elena speechlessly. Alas, my little princess already has a lover. The night passed in a flash. The next day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Feng and 3 others followed Zhang Daoyuan to the Colosseum. Because Park Jae-woo and his partner drank and got beaten last night, the match between the two sides was postponed to 1 p.m. That is now. At this time, both parties arrived at the Beastmaster's seat. Park Jae-woo and his teammate had their heads wrapped in gauze. His nose was swollen and his eye sockets were bruised. The swollen eyelids forced the two to squint their eyes to see the world. As soon as the Korean team Seoler appeared on the stage, the appearance of the two caused a sensation. What's going on? Are they fighting? Could it be Chen Feng and the others who did it? Don't talk nonsense. How could our Longxia Seed team do such a thing? The students in the audience kept whispering to each other. Captain Park, your team members. Zhang Daotian wanted to say something polite. Park Jae-woo and the other man looked so miserable. This kid Chen Feng is quite ruthless, just like what I did back then. Teacher Zhang, there's no need to say more. Let's compete seriously. We won't hold back. Park Jae-woo said. He recalled the conversation he had with Sakata from Neon Country at the dinner table last night. Mr. Park, 3 of Long Xia's team members' Beastmasters have been severely injured by us, and the last one is probably not much better. The rest of the battle is up to you. We will return home tomorrow morning. Don't worry, Captain Sakata. This time, our 2 teams will join forces to destroy the Beast Control team of Longxia Northern University. You can go back to your country with peace of mind. Leave this to us. Team Leader Park said proudly at the dinner table. Let's get started. 1 game to decide the outcome. 4 against 4. Team Leader Park couldn't wait to say. He had already told me before he came that I don't need to hold back in this competition. Try to destroy all the beasts in Long Xia's team. Kick them out of the World Series early. Moreover, the beast taming team of the United States promised that if they succeeded this time, they would be rewarded with a 2-star intermediate level beast tamer with S-level bloodline. Team Leader Park can't wait to get this precious gift. In fact, the Japanese and Korean teams in previous years were not very strong. They were lucky to have at most a 2-star mid-level beastmaster. But this year, they have the implicit support of the American team. The strength is comparable to that of a first-tier team. Good, Zhang Daoyuan responded. Then he looked at Chen Feng and the other three. Release the beast. Old Zhang still? Chen Feng turned around and wanted to ask Zhang Daoyuan whether he still wanted to hide his strength. After all, he would have to go to Japan to slap him in the face later. No, fuck it. No matter life or death. Chen Feng asked tentatively. Restrain yourself a little and let them make 3 moves. Zhang Daoyuan thought of Chen Feng's ability to tam beasts, and he said thoughtfully. Chen Feng nodded. The next moment, 3 beasts appeared on the field. It is the beast controlled by Chen Feng and his 3 companions. But no one cheered for them, because 3 of the 4 beasts in the field were seriously injured, and the last one was only 1, and it was still invisible. But today the referee was well prepared. I saw a high-definition drone floating in the sky. There is a camera on the drone that is specially prepared for Chen Feng, and it is constantly scanning the scene. The next moment, 4 beast taming images appeared on the screen above the arena. The first picture is by Xinyue's 2-star, low-level Stormbird. It looks like an enlarged version of a light blue eagle. It looks very imposing, but in fact, its condition was not good. A large piece of feathers on one of its wings was missing. It tried hard to stay in the air, flapping its wings. The second picture is Gao Liang's 2-star, low-level limestone King Kong. On the surface, this huge King Kong did not seem to be injured, but in fact, its chest muscles had been torn. The third picture is Song Yi's 2-star, low-level blue-eyed blue ox. Because of what happened to Shimada before, one of the horns of the blue-eyed blue bull was now broken in half. The 3 beasts all had visible and hidden injuries. And the last picture is the Demon Centipede King. In the picture, it is not even as thick as the weeds under the stage. It's hard not to worry about whether it will be accidentally stepped on and killed by the beasts in the melee during the battle. The 4 beasts stood together, without any aura at all. The only conclusion we can draw is that the disabled and sick have lost all their energy. Zayu, you guys should release the beasts too, and get rid of them quickly. Team Leader Park felt relieved when he saw the crooked melons and cracked jujubes off the field. That's it? However, the next moment, Park Jae-woo started to act up again. Wait, I have something to say, Park Jae-woo said as he grabbed the referee's microphone. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly took out a rose from behind. With a pig-like face wrapped in gauze, he trotted to Bai Xinyue. Sia, I'm imagining you. As long as you become my girlfriend, I'll tell them to hold back. Otherwise, you're beasts. Park Jae-woo didn't continue speaking, but all the audience knew it. Threats, naked threats. In an instant, everyone was angry. It's not your turn as a pighead to get your hands on our Longsha cabbages. Damn it, this pig-headed Park Ju is so abominable. Who can kill him? He has already started to threaten our Xinyue senior sister. That's right, Senior Xinyue is the recognized campus beauty of our Northern Beast Taming University. Why does he do that? I'm sorry, I don't know you. Please go back and concentrate on the game. Bai Xinyue frowned and spoke slowly. She didn't expect that Park Jae-woo was still obsessed with her even after drinking so much. He even dared to threaten her in front of everyone on the field. This is really too arrogant. Haha, Park Jae-woo, you become a pighead. Stop embarrassing yourself here and go back with your flowers. The one who spoke was Chen Feng, who stood in front of Bai Xinyue with a sneer on his face. This makes her feel particularly safe. And Chen Feng, who has lived for 1,000 years, has one consistent idea that has never changed. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. How could a pig from your tiny country like you dare to touch the cabbages of my Longsha country? A phoenix girl should be married to a dragon's son. If you're a pickle eater, then go back to eating pickles. How dare you dream of climbing up the high branch of my Longxia? Do you deserve it? Chen Feng made another shocking statement, not giving Park Jae-woo any face at all. Face? Why should I give you face? Who is Park Jae-woo? You Chen Feng, right? It's you who brought the team into the abyss. Don't regret it. Park Jae-woo was instantly furious. He left a harsh remark and returned to the team. His pig-headed head turned even purpler with anger. Chapter 28. Too awesome. I want beast taming skills too. Kimchi Country Team, please release the beast as soon as possible. The referee frowned and urged. He also looked down on Park Jae-woo. If it weren't for professional ethics, he would have judged Park Jae-woo's team as the loser on the spot. Release the beast and show those rubbish from Longxia what a real beast is, Park Jae-woo said fiercely. The next moment, the Seoul team led by Park Jae-woo released the beast directly. In the field, four giant birds flew out from the light gate. Its wings spread out, blocking out the sunlight from half of the Colosseum. Hiss! They are actually 4 bird beasts, and they're all high-level 2 stars. Where on earth did they get so many high-level ones? Doesn't the Korean kingdom only have 2 beast domains? It's over. Senior Chen Feng and his beastmen are all injured now, and their own strength is too far behind theirs. This battle seems to be a foregone conclusion. All the students in the audience were pessimistic. It's actually 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds. This is not the kind of beast that the Korean nation should have. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 4 giant white-feathered birds in the sky and spoke slowly. What should we do? They actually have 4 flying beasts. Senior Song and Senior Gao's beasts definitely can't touch them. Chen Feng, can your beast attack them? Bai Xinyue said this and turned to look at Chen Feng. It's okay. It should be fine. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. I originally wanted to give them 3 moves, but now it seems that I can't do that. He did not tell the 3 people the true strength of the Demon Centipede King last night, but Zhang Daoyuan told them that he asked Chen Feng to give everyone a surprise. It's all because our beasts are of low level and have no skills. If our beasts had learned skills, they wouldn't be as passive as they are now. Song gritted his teeth and said angrily. Or, let's just admit defeat. After all, the gap is there. It's not shameful. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will never have a hard time. After Gao Liang finished speaking, he looked at Chen Feng and the other 2. He looked very hesitant at this moment, and he was actually unwilling to admit defeat like this. But the strength is there, so we have to be timid when necessary. It doesn't matter if you fail once. When you become stronger in the future, you can fight back. Just admit defeat, never admit defeat. No, just watch me later. Chen Feng sighed, his expression changed. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at the 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds in the sky, and spoke slowly. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. Well, you 3 put your hands in your pockets. I'll show you some cool stuff. Chen Feng looked at the moon-chasing wind spirit bird in the sky and said to the 3 of them, Ah, are you kidding me, brother? It's already this late. Stop joking. Gao Liang was bewildered. Chen Feng, stop joking at this time. Think about how to lose less miserably. Song, he advised. Let's just compete well. Maybe there's hope if we try hard. Bai Xinyue thought Chen Feng had given up. She advised against it. All right, brothers, come on. It was you who gave up this opportunity to show off. Don't regret it. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he didn't want to delay any longer. He looked at the audience and shouted, Big! The sound came from Dantian and was very loud. This caused people nearby to turn their heads. What's wrong with this kid? What is he shouting about? The students in the audience looked at Chen Feng curiously. Team Leader Park and several others were also attracted by Chen Feng. Is that kid from the Longxia team stupid? What is he shouting about? Park Jae-woo had just said this. In an instant, a huge figure rose from the ground. Everyone saw the magical scene. Off the field, where the Demon Centipede King was originally. A terrifying purple centipede was rapidly growing in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its size instantly surpassed the beast controlled by Bai Xinyue and the other 2. There was no stopping. The size of the Demon Centipede King was still growing. Oh my god! Look what that is! What a huge centipede! My goodness! Is this the centipede fairy? It's so scary. Look at its body and those densely packed legs. How many legs does it have? The students in the audience were all shocked. Some were even so frightened that their whole bodies trembled. Originally, half of the sky in the Colosseum was occupied by 4 moon-chasing wind birds. However, now the head of the Demon Centipede King alone is larger than the rest of them combined, directly occupying half of the Colosseum. The 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds were trembling all over. They forced themselves to control their bodies and circled in the air. Don't dare to get close to the Demon Centipede King. They had never seen such a beast. The beast taming skills of Bai Xinyue and the other 2 were not much better. The 3 beasts were originally low-level 2-star and were promoted from 1 star. They have never seen such a scene before. They were surrounded in a small, open space by the huge body of the Centipede King. Shivering. The Demon Centipede King's legs were everywhere. The Demon Centipede King felt the fear of the three poor little creatures. It turned its head and looked down. Those two huge eyes were looking at the three poor little things. "Don't be afraid, call me brother." The Demon Centipede King spoke in animal language. Big brother, brother, brother." The Demon Centipede King enjoyed being called Big Brother 3 times. It nodded and looked at the 4 moon-chasing wind birds again. Although its size is already quite large now, it is still far behind the normal-sized Demon Centipede King. Chen Feng, is this your beast?" Bai Xinyue's face turned pale with fright, and she asked stutteringly. She is a girl and is afraid of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Now, seeing such a big centipede, who wouldn't be scared? It's good as long as you don't cry. Song Yi and the other man also looked at Chen Feng with wide eyes. As if to say, "Brother, you scared the both of us. Why didn't you do this good job earlier?" "Yes, don't be afraid. It's a good centipede." Chen Feng comforted. The three were speechless. Is there a good and bad difference between these things? It can scare people to death just by standing there. At this time, Park Jae-woo was already scared silly. He had a purple pig head and kept grunting for a long time without saying a word. The same goes for his 3 teammates in the Western Conference. They were all terrified. "Give up quickly." Team Leader Park reacted the fastest and he shouted, "What on earth is this beast from Longxia country? He has never seen it before. Eat them." Chen Feng gave the order without waiting for the referee to announce the end of the game. In the air, the Demon Centipede King raised his body and a shadow flashed by. When I saw it again, the moon-chasing wind bird was no longer in the sky. Not even a bird feather. Ah, 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 ah. 4 screams, and 4 people hunched over like shrimps. Even more orderly than the Neon National University team yesterday. All I can say is that both countries are worthy of making a living by the sea. Lying on the ground, they all looked like prawns. I declare that Team Longxia wins. The referee then raised the flag and announced the result with an expressionless face. As the referee announced the result, the audience instantly boiled over. Chen Feng is awesome. Centipede Beast Master is invincible. Husband Chen Feng, I love you. This is our Longxia seed team. This is our Longxia's Beast Taming Genius. Brothers, who has Chen Feng's contact information? My sister said she wants to support him. Get lost, my sister is Xiao Luo. She's already blocking him at the entrance of the Coliseum. Unlike them, Team Leader Park was really crazy at this time. Ah, Zhang Daoyuan, you guys are cheating. Team Leader Park shouted with red eyes. He walked quickly to Zhang Daoyuan and was about to attack him directly. He was really driven crazy by Chen Feng's move. This is a complete crushing. Who would believe that the centipede was a 1-star beast? Not to mention 1 star. It wasn't even a 2-star beast. Definitely not. Haha, Captain Park. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Zhang Daoyuan stood up and patted Team Leader Park's shoulder 3 times. Each blow was the limit of what Captain Park could endure. Team Leader Park felt like he was almost paralyzed by the beating. He woke up instantly. Reason returns to its high ground. You, Zhang Daoyuan, this matter is not over yet. Team Leader Park said something harsh, turned around and ran back to Park Jae-woo and the other 3, squatting down to check their injuries. At the same time, he had already started cursing Sakata in his heart. Are these the 4 seriously injured beast masters you mentioned? He now suspected that Neon Country had already planned with Longxia and set up a trap to kill the beast tamers of their Korean country. At this moment, Park Jae-woo, who was in pain, suddenly remembered what happened last night. He remembered that he felt like he was put in a sack. Uncle, I remember now. Last night, it was Shimada who brought people to beat me up. They spoke standard Neon language. Park Jae-woo fainted the moment he finished speaking. Okay. Longxia has already cooperated with Neon. I was wondering why Sakata wanted to leave so early this morning. It turns out he was afraid of my revenge. We have to return home as soon as possible. We can't stay in Longxia any longer. Team Leader Park watched the doctors carry Park Jae-woo and 4 others away, and he thought silently. Chen Feng, your centipede beast has grown bigger. Is it a beast taming skill? Bai Xinyue ran to Chen Feng happily and asked eagerly. Song Yi and the other man moved their ears and looked at Chen Feng. Yeah, about the same. Chen Feng replied. In fact, the ability to grow bigger or smaller is the Demon Centipede King's talent. and the Demon Centipede King skill is space travel. Talent generally refers to the skills that a monster or demon beast possesses. Only monsters with rare bloodlines will appear. For example, the Fire Feather Phoenix. When it is 1 star, it has the Fire Feather skill, and when it is promoted to 2 stars, it has Nirvana skill. Skills, unlike talents, are something that can be learned. It can be produced from the corpses of high-star monsters, or by killing low-level monsters with skills. Generally, skills are attached to animal bones. Feeding animal bones to the beast tamer will give you a chance to gain the skills on the bones. Some of the animal bones can also enhance the physique of the beast or activate special bloodlines. However, each beast can only learn 1 skill, so you must be careful when choosing skills. That's awesome. I want the beast taming skill too. There were little stars twinkling in by Xinyue's eyes. She thought that it was because of this skill that Chen Feng allowed the Demon Centipede King to defeat the 4 moon-chasing windbirds by surpassing their levels. I have to say that her vision is still too narrow at this time. Don't know the value of something. If you want skills, I can take you to the beast domain. It's time for you to contract a 2-star high-level beast and gain skills at the same time. Zhang Daoyuan walked up to the 4 people and said with a smile, "Yeah." Bai Xinyue and the other 2 shouted with joy. Chapter 29 Gambler Chen Feng, Go All In. Beast taming skills are what every beast tamer above 2 stars dreams of. Beast taming skills are extremely valuable, and the combat power of a beast tamer with beast taming skills is vastly different from that of an ordinary beast tamer. Skills are equivalent to giving the beast master guns and cannons. A beast tamer without any skills can only fight in hand-to-hand combat. Because of today's victory, Chen Feng and other 3 were given a day off by Zhang Daoyuan. The day after tomorrow, the 4 of them set out to the high-level beast domain to look for animal bones. And tonight, they were going to relax. Because Song Yi was a second-generation Kyoto tyrant. He became a local tyrant landlord who was slaughtered. He was happy with it too. In his words, "It doesn't matter, it all belongs to my dad." The 4 of them walked into school. They became famous overnight and attracted countless students to watch. Some bold schoolmates even asked Chen Feng for his autograph directly. This was the treatment that Chen Feng had to struggle for 50 years in his previous life. He completed this life at the age of 18. So, Chen Feng was not afraid of anyone who came. "You want an autograph? Come on. I have some private photos here. Do you want them?" With abdominal muscles. This approachable attitude made Chen Feng an instant hit on campus forums. Shocked. Our school's genius Chen Feng is so approachable. Brothers, I got Chen Feng's private photos. Sisters, I declare that Chen Feng is my husband. Stay away from my husband. Attached as evidence, a photo with my husband. However, Chen Feng didn't know about this at this time. He had already gotten into Song Yi's extended version of Rolls-Royce, and the 4 of them went straight to the underground Coliseum in Kyoto. There is a large official beast fighting competition here tonight. Beast fighting competition is simple in theory. It involves catching 2 monsters in the wild and putting them in a cage to fight. Before the game, the audience participates in betting, and the official only collects ticket money. At the same time, netizens across the country can participate in betting through the internet. It's another kind of lottery. The main thing is that this thing is relatively fair. They are all caught randomly in the beast domain. If you want to fully judge the win or loss, you must have a very good understanding of the knowledge of monsters. Therefore, it also indirectly promoted the craze of learning about monsters and beasts. Some people may seem like gamblers on the surface, but in fact they are an encyclopedia of monster knowledge. After getting off the car, Chen Feng and his 3 companions walked into the underground arena. Because beast fighting competitions were so popular, Chen Feng would occasionally play them in his previous life. And it seems that he actually participated in betting on tonight's game. Who won in the last life? Let me recall. Chen Feng sat in the audience, trying hard to recall. He now has exactly 100 million in his pocket, which is the reward from the last ranking tournament. Or, let's just go all in. Take this opportunity to multiply your money several times and become rich overnight. I was just thinking about buying some materials and mixing some potions that can speed up the conversion of magic power for the Demon Centipede King to drink. The speed at which his strength is recovering is too slow now, and this is only at the intermediate 1-star level. When you reach 2 or 3 stars, it will take much longer to recover your strength without the help of potions. But as far as I can remember, there seemed to be only 1 beast fighting competition tonight. This is a bit of a pity. Chen Feng, it's about to start. Do you want to play? I have money. Song Yi thought that Chen Feng fell silent because he wanted to place a bet, but had no money. No, I have some, Chen Feng said with a smile. There will be a battle between two 3-star high-level monsters, the red fox horse versus the raccoon leopard. Song Yi said as he looked at the battle list. Do I even need to choose? Just pick the raccoon without thinking. The raccoon is a carnivorous monster, while the red fox is a herbivorous beast. The result is obvious. Gao Liang said, and bought 300 yuan of Li Bao directly through his mobile phone. Xin Yue, don't you want to play? Seeing that Bai Xin Yue didn't move, Song Yi asked. No, I don't like playing this. Bai Xin Yue has no interest in gambling. Her father had his leg broken because he owed money to others due to gambling. So she is naturally resistant to this thing. Well, then you could just watch the fun. After Song Yi finished speaking, he fiddled with his mobile phone and quickly placed his bet. I'll also bet on the leopard to win. Well, I'll just bet 30,000. Song Yi said to himself. Captain Song, you are really rich, Gao Liang said enviously. Chen Feng, what did you choose? Although Bai Xin Yue didn't play, she was very curious about what Chen Feng, who hadn't made a choice, would bet on. Well, I'll just buy a tie, Chen Feng said casually. Then, he entered a bunch of zeros into his mobile phone right under Bai Xin Yue's nose. Bet successful. Draw. Odds 120. Question mark. Bai Xin Yue was confused. Am I seeing this right? She rubbed her eyes with her hands. He turned his head to look at Chen Feng's face, then looked at Chen Feng's phone screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted the zeros on Chen Feng's screen in her mind. Chen Feng, did you place the wrong bet? Did you press too much? She asked questioningly. There were so many zeros that she felt dizzy. Let me see what's going on. Song, he was a kind-hearted man. He quickly moved closer to Chen Feng and looked at his cell phone. 1, 10, 100,000, 100 million? Chen Feng, you bet 100 million? And it's still a tie. Did you bet wrong? Song Yi's entire face showed a look of confusion. No, who among us is the rich second generation? Let's play. Who will come up and bet 100 million directly? No, he's an old gambler. Fuck. Chen Feng, what kind of family are you from? You got 100 million? And you're betting on a tie. Did you know there hasn't been a tie in the past year? The two monsters have to attack each other at the same time and die at the same time after being hit for it to be a tie. I'm a little confused. Could it be that your hidden identity is Brother Fu? Gao Liang looked at Chen Feng as if he was a fool, but his big eyes were full of shock. How luxurious is this? Starting with 100 million, I bought it because I saw the odds were good. Xin Yue, do you want to buy it? The odds are 120. If you win, you can get 20 times the money. If you win, it will be 2 billion for me. Chen Feng said with a smile. Forehead. Bai Xin Yue was confused. You want to give money to someone, and you want to take me with you? I believe your lies. Never mind, he's pretty pitiful. I'd better go with 50. 50 seems a bit low, but my pocket money this month is only 2,000. Well, I'll just go with 200. Well, I'll go with 200. Bai Xin Yue said weakly. Then, without waiting for Song Yi and the others to persuade her, she silently took out her cell phone and bet 200 on Ping. You two are really good. I think you two should be a couple. One of you is really brave to speak, and the other is really brave to listen. When did you two become so familiar with each other? Gao Liang was completely defeated by the two men's brains. One gambler bet 100 million right away, and the other one followed suit just because of a word from the other. Okay, I have no money. I am poor, okay? You two are too impulsive. It's too late now. The betting is closed. Let's just watch the game first. Song, he was also helpless. His mind was confused at this time. Originally, he was planning to use the 30,000 yuan to show off. After all, he was a second-generation rich man, so it was normal and in line with his status to spend more. But he didn't expect to meet Chen Feng, a gambler. It's like you drag your poor brother to the lottery station, and you directly buy a lottery ticket worth 100 yuan, thinking of showing off. I didn't expect that your brother came up and gave 100 million to the lottery shop owner directly. And I also bought the most difficult numbers. The boss is numb, and you are numb too. Chapter 30. The girl's little thoughts are always hard to figure out. The beast fight has begun. The auditorium was now full of people, and there was constant shouting. Most people dream of getting rich overnight. Bai Xin Yue sat next to Chen Feng. It was her first time to participate in something like this. She was very distressed at this moment, because the fighting situation off the field was not optimistic. All they saw was a raccoon chasing a red fox horse all over the field. The gap is too obvious. The two monsters were chasing each other madly on the scene at this moment. The red fox horse was soon caught up by the raccoon. It kept scratching the red fox horse's two hind legs with its sharp claws. The idea was to slow down the red fox horse that was running for its life. Its skin was torn apart in an instant, and the red fox horse neighed, not daring to turn back and confront the leopard head-on. That's the plot. Chen Feng in the stands nodded secretly. Everything is the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, before the game started, many people said that today's game was a welfare bureau. So all the gamblers in Longxia came out and placed heavy bets on today's game. They all thought that the leopard would win. Of course, some people choose to take a chance and bet on the red fox horse to win, just in case. But no one expected that they would end up in a tie. At this time, Chen Feng was like an old monk in meditation. He sat steadily in the audience, watching the chase scene leisurely. He had even started planning to buy some potion materials early tomorrow morning and then go to the school laboratory to make some low-level potions. Unlike him, Bai Xinyue's face was tense at this moment. She held the phone tightly in her hand, and on the phone was the notification interface for betting 200. This is 1/10 of her total living expenses for a month. His father divorced his mother because of gambling. That was when she was a freshman in college and was full of energy and ambition. He is a genius after all. She used part of the scholarship the school gave her to buy a beast, and the rest was used by her father to pay off debts before their divorce. But soon her father joined the gambler's family again. Her mother couldn't stand it, so she divorced and took her away to live alone. The mother and daughter rented an old house of 60 square meters, and the mother worked to support her schooling. However, because she joined the seeded team, she was busy with training and had no time to work outside of class to earn money. So this 200 yuan is really a huge sum of money for her. Without these 200 yuan, she might have to starve for at least 4 or 5 days. How can I play with this kind of thing? Bai Xinyue, are you worthy of your hardworking mother? Too impulsive. You deserve to be hungry. Bai Xinyue. She bit her lip, secretly regretting, and constantly scolding herself for being impulsive in her heart. Then, she glanced at Chen Feng, who was standing beside her leisurely and calmly, with an extremely pitiful look. That resentful little look was misty, as if Chen Feng had done something to her. It's not his fault, it's all my own impulsiveness. I have no money but still want to empathize with others and share their emotions. If he hadn't shown up this time, my beast master would have been killed by the damned Koreans on the field. I should thank him, Bai Xinyue. She warned herself in her heart. As a result, the look she gave Chen Feng became even more resentful. At least that's what Chen Feng saw. Question mark. Chen Feng also noticed that Bai Xinyue was looking at him. But what's with this resentful look? I didn't do anything to her. Are all girls so sensitive? Where does her emotion come from? Chen Feng was confused. Bai Xinyue, who was in a daze, noticed that Chen Feng was looking at her. He quickly turned his head away and secretly wiped away 2 tears. To outsiders, it looked like a young couple sulking. Question mark. Song Yi and Gao Liang saw the actions and expressions of the two. They looked at each other and started making eye contact. What's going on? There is a problem. She gave it to him? Who knows, this guy might be a scumbag. Gao Liang shrugged. This is none of our business. Song Yi looked at Chen Feng meaningfully, then leaned closer to Gao Liang. It's better to stay away from young lovers when they are angry with each other. Chen Feng had already noticed that the two were exchanging glances. No, did you two misunderstand something? He looked at Song Yi beside him in confusion. There was helplessness in his eyes. Song Yi gently touched Chen Feng with his arm and nodded at Bai Xinyue. The meaning is obvious. What did you do? You have to take responsibility. Hurry up and comfort him. Patriarch Chun had a confused look on his face. Bai Xinyue was looking at the red fox horse that was gradually on the verge of defeat, and her emotions were gradually breaking down. She kept thinking about her mother being bullied by her father, and then being bullied by her boss at work after she got out. You may also be ostracized by your colleagues. And he actually used his mother's hard-earned money to gamble. He was following the old path of Bai Jianghai, Bai Xinyue's father. Bai Xinyue, you are not a human being. She cursed herself in her heart. The poor little girl could hardly hold it any longer, and she quickly covered her face with her hands, sobbing quietly, afraid of being discovered by others. No, Brother Chen Feng, what on earth did you do? Come on, comfort him. Song Yi couldn't help it anymore and whispered to Chen Feng. Ah? Chen Feng was confused. What did I do? I just gambled all in. It wasn't her money I used. How would I know why she was crying? However, Song Yi and the other man were looking at him with strange eyes. It's like saying scumbag. Why don't you take responsibility now? Okay, you two stop looking at me. I, old Master Chen, have boundless love for you. Just think of it as caring about your granddaughter. Yes, great-granddaughter. Chen Feng sighed silently in his heart. The next moment, Bai Xin Yue, who was still sobbing silently, suddenly felt something being forced into her hand. Judging from the feel, they are two pieces of tissue paper. Her face turned red instantly, and she didn't dare to put her hand down. She moved her little finger slightly, creating a small gap. Look in the direction where the tissue was stuffed. Did he see himself crying? However, in order to take care of her feelings and save her face, Chen Feng deliberately leaned forward. It just happened to block the view of Song, Yi, and the other man. He didn't even look at Bai Xin Yue, but watched the game on the field with a relaxed expression. It seemed as if the tissue was not stuffed in by him. Bai Xin Yue is not stupid at all. How could she not see that Chen Feng was considering her face? He's so nice. She secretly wiped her tears with a tissue. It's just that gambling is a bit annoying. Aren't you two friends? He's already gambling. Go and take care of him. Why should I care about him? He has nothing to do with me. No, he's your teammate, Bai Xin Yue. You have your reasons. But he came up with 100 million. Can you really do it? Bai Xin Yue. I have to say that girls' thinking is always hard to understand. Bai Xin Yue silently wiped away the tears on her face with a tissue and stopped sobbing. She slowly lowered her hand. Pretend nothing happened. She rolled up the wet tissue and held it in her hand next to Chen Feng. She kept holding the paper ball silently, too embarrassed to throw it on the ground, but she was afraid of making too big a movement and being discovered by others if she kept it in her pocket. That was so embarrassing, and her eyes were still red at this moment. Hey, this silly girl. Chen Feng saw everything. He silently snatched the paper ball from Bai Xin Yue's hand. Hold it in your hand, and then put it in your pocket very naturally. Everything went smoothly, and Chen Feng didn't even look at Bai Xin Yue during the whole process. He only felt Bai Xin Yue's little hands were cold. In the moment Bai Xin Yue was touched by Chen Feng's hand, her whole body tensed up involuntarily, even though it was only a momentary contact. But she could feel Chen Feng's hand, the warmth that was unique to boys. Like a small stove. Almost all girls have longed to have a warm boyfriend who holds her cold hands and gives her warmth in the cold winter when her hands and feet are cold. Bai Xin Yue is no exception. But what impressed her even more? It was the domineering attitude that Chen Feng showed when he snatched the paper ball from her hand. This made her feel her heart suddenly shrink. Chen Feng had already withdrawn his hand, and her brain was still reliving the feeling just now like an electric shock. It was like someone had forced their way into her heart. Just like in the anime where the hero pushes the heroine against the wall. It's that heart-pounding feeling. Illusion. Wake up, Bai Xin Yue. He's just helping you out. She touched her hot face and comforted herself. Inadvertently, she turned her head at a small angle and glanced at Chen Feng out of the corner of her eye, then quickly turned back. Look, he's watching the game seriously. He's really just helping you out. Don't think too much about it. The intermittent little thoughts diluted the self-blame in her heart. It's okay. It's only 200 yuan. I can go to the pharmacy secretly tomorrow. Maybe I can find a part-time job and earn the money back. She comforted herself. Just as I was thinking, I heard a loud shout from the referee on the field. The raccoon is going to kill. She was startled and turned her head to look at the audience. Chapter 31 Love Brain Elena. As the referee yelled, the audience was silent for a moment, and everyone held their breath and looked towards the field. At this time, the raccoon had overtaken the red fox horse from the side and pounced on its neck. The red fox horse neighed in fright. It's over. Go get some work, Bai Xin Yue. She thought to herself. She also glanced at Chen Feng again. He is so calm. Is he the legendary super rich second generation? Compared with him, it seems that I am the one who bet 100 million. Bai Xin Yue complained in her heart. Looking at Chen Feng again at this time, the corners of his mouth had already twisted to the sky. He kept screaming in his heart. Money! Open book exams are so easy. The next moment, the leopard in the field had pounced on the red fox horse's neck. It swung its sharp claws with all its strength. If it hit the red fox horse, the throat would definitely be shattered. However, at this moment, the red fox horse that was originally waiting to be slaughtered suddenly raised its front hooves, which it had never raised before. Kicked the leopard in the head. Everything happened in a flash. The next second, the raccoon did break the red fox horse's throat, but it itself was kicked in the head by the red fox horse. The red fox horse fell to the ground on the spot, and the raccoon flew to the sidelines with a collapsed skull. It crashed into the stone wall of the Colosseum 10 meters away. Its body slowly slid to the ground, motionless. What? Everyone in the audience stood up instantly and exclaimed in unison, including Song Yi and Gao Liang. Their eyes widened. It was too outrageous. How is this possible? A tie hasn't occurred in at least a year. Replay. We want to see the replay. Someone shouted unwillingly. On the big screen in the arena, the final scene of the battle between the two beasts was played back in slow motion. This scene shattered the gambler's last bit of luck. This game is a draw. The referee will give the result directly after playing the battle footage. Congratulations, Bai Xinyue. You won $4,000. I thought it was right to bet with me. Chen Feng said to Bai Xinyue, who was in a daze. Did we really win? Bai Xinyue couldn't believe it. Of course. Try withdrawing cash using your mobile phone. Chen Feng said with a smile. Bai Xinyue really felt like there was a ray of hope after all the darkness. She quickly lowered her head and operated her mobile phone to start withdrawing cash. Really, Chen Feng? We really hit the mark. The withdrawal was successful and 4,000 yuan was received. She excitedly grabbed Chen Feng's hand, but she realized something was wrong in an instant. So she quickly let go of Chen Feng, buried her head in his chest, and her pretty face blushed again. Brother Chen Feng, you will have eternal life. Chen Feng said this in a cocky way. Bai Xinyue nodded repeatedly. Hey, no need to work. Rich man, Master Chen will pay for tonight's consumption. Song Yi punched Chen Feng in the chest and said through gritted teeth. Damn, he really bought it. 2 billion. Damn, my annual living expenses are only tens of millions. Yes, fight the local tyrants and landlords. Treat us. Gao Liang also waved his fist and said, Let's go. Master Chen will pay for tonight's consumption. Chen Feng waved his hand. He doesn't care at all. He now has 2 billion. Although it would definitely cost a lot to buy potion materials tomorrow, compared to the 4 people spending tonight. Well, it's just a few hours of play. How much money can it cost to play to death? Longxia's nights and England's days. Early in the morning, Elena received the news she had been waiting for a long time. Longxia has information about centipede beast tamers and has sent back all that could be. Elena was currently holding a tablet, lying on the sofa and sliding around. Displayed on the tablet was the beast tamer information that had just been sent to him. There are tens of thousands of copies. There are too many. We need to sort them out first. First, filter by age and exclude those over 30 years old. Elena's slender jade fingers moved slightly and checked the age. More than 4,000 pieces of information were lost in an instant, but there are still more than 6,000 copies left. He looks like he's only about 20 years old, so let's narrow it down to around 25. Elena checked the age again and screened it. But after this screening, there are still more than 3,000 pieces of information left. There was no other way. She could only sort the information by age from youngest to oldest and start checking them one by one. She was drinking coffee while scrolling through the information carefully on the sofa. It's a bit like we were playing some social software. Swipe through the profiles to find the person you like. With every swipe, Elena hoped that the next one would be the man she was looking for. Her future boyfriend. After sliding like this for an hour, her eyes were almost blurry. Just when she wanted to make another cup of coffee, a familiar face appeared in her eyes. Name, Chen Feng. Age, 18. Beast, unknown species, purple centipede. Beast taming level, 1-star intermediate. Other information, none. Note, there is no way to verify any information about this person. He only recently appeared in the seed team of the Beastmaster University in the northern part of Longxia. When the team was losing against Japan, this man appeared in the public eye as the last member of the seeded team and turned the tide. Afterwards, his Beastman defeated the 4 2-star high-level Beastmen of the Korean seeded team with just one move. There are many doubts about this person's identity. It is estimated that the authorities intend to protect his information, but they let him appear in front of the Beastman of an unknown species. It is difficult for people to figure out his specific purpose. It is recommended to focus on observation. This note is written by a member of the offering cult and is for internal members to view only. That's all the information about Chen Feng. There are photos of Chen Feng and photos of the Demon Centipede King in the Colosseum. That's enough. Elena stood up instantly in excitement. Focus on observing him. He's my future husband. Elena complained. She didn't have any ladylike temperament at this moment. Instead, she looked like a child who had been given candy. First, he took out his cell phone and called on Gelly. Hey, mother. I found my savior. His name is Chen Feng. I'm going to find him now, right now. Immediately. No, I have to leave now. I can't wait. I miss him so much. I want to give him a surprise. By the way, please transfer me to Longxia Northern Beast Taming University. Also, please use all your connections to let me join the Longxia National Seed Team. I want to participate in a competition with him. Elena's tone was excited, and she spoke frantically to her mother on the other end of the phone. What? I don't care. I just want to be with him. Then I will change my nationality. I want to join Longxia country. As long as we give the secret information about the United States that we have to the Longxia officials, they will definitely agree to my changing my nationality. No, mother, this doesn't count as backstabbing an ally. We have the right to repay our benefactors, and you are only helping your future son-in-law. We can send this information to Longxia officials in the name of Chen Feng. Elena has completely become love-brained Elena. Her elbows have begun to turn outward. She's just crazy like that, just like in the previous life. After hanging up the phone, Elena ran back to the bedroom barefoot. She found her suitcase and began to quickly pack her clothes into it, especially the sexy lingerie type that she thought Chen Feng would like. She can't wait. I don't know what kind of girls he likes, whether he likes mature women, cute girls, or some other type. No matter what, take all these underwear and outerwear. If they don't work, I'll buy new ones later. Elena kept packing her clothes, but her heart had already traveled across the ocean. Chapter 32. Very professional combo. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It's Zhang Daoyuan calling. Chen Feng clicked the connect button. Chen Feng, notify Song Yi and the others to gather urgently. I want to see you standing at the door of the villa at 7 o'clock. Your vacation is canceled. Zhang Daoyuan's tone was serious and sounded very anxious. This made Chen Feng, who was originally confused, instantly alert. What happened? Okay, I'll call them now. Chen Feng replied. The other party hung up the phone directly. It seems that something urgent has indeed happened. Chen Feng put on his clothes and trotted upstairs to wake up the two sleeping people. Get up. Teacher Zhang informed us that the holiday is over early. He asked us to gather downstairs at 7 o'clock. Chen Feng said to the two of them. Afterwards, the three brothers washed up together and had a simple breakfast. Nearing 7 o'clock, Chen Feng and the other two stood neatly at the door of the villa. Bai Xinyue, who lived next door, also walked out of her villa. The four of them waited for Zhang Daoyuan there. Look, a helicopter. Gao Liang pointed to the sky in the distance and said, Really? There are two helicopters. They look like military versions. Is there a military operation near our school? Song Yi analyzed. Longxia's military helicopters rarely appear over cities. Only special operations will be deployed. Why do they seem to be heading towards us? Bai Xinyue said as she looked at the two approaching helicopters. It's true, Gao Liang said. The two helicopters came closer and closer and finally hovered over the four people's heads and then slowly descended. Because there is no helipad around the villa, nor any flat land like a park. So when the two helicopters descended to the height of the villa's roof, they hovered in the air. Such a big deal? Chen Feng looked up and observed the two military helicopters with surprise. We just go to contract the beast and find the appropriate beast skills. Normally, one would take a passenger plane. How could one waste so much resources by using a military helicopter? This is not Longxia style. The next moment, a figure jumped out of the helicopter. It's Zhang Daoyuan. In the air, he was wearing a military uniform. His face was serious, and even his temperament was completely different from yesterday. That is the unique temperament of the pioneering troops, a temperament honed with sweat and blood on the front line of the beast domain. Teacher Zhang, this is so cool, Gao Liang commented. Without waiting for others to say anything, Zhang Daoyuan was already standing steadily in front of the four people. He looked at Chen Feng and the other three. It's an emergency, so I'll get straight to the point. Originally, I was planning to take you to two different beast domains to obtain 2-star high-level beasts with S-level bloodlines that are suitable for you, but due to some unexpected events, we must now act separately. Chen Feng, take Bai Xinyue with you to the beast domain in Halian City, Liao Province to acquire beast control and skills. Song Yi, Gao Liang, you two come with me. We are going to the beast domain of Long Province. As for the reason for such a hurry, Zhang Daoyuan paused, then continued. According to the news from above, a part of the beast domains around the world have merged for unknown reasons. All the beast domains in Longxia will most likely be under military blockade in 3 days. So we must hurry up this time, otherwise we don't know when we can enter the beast domain to improve our strength next time. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, He looked at Chen Feng deeply. He did not give anyone a chance to interrupt and said to Chen Feng, can you protect Bai Xinyue? No problem. Chen Feng nodded in response. Zhang Dayuan's words shocked Chen Feng. It turns out that the beast realm has already started to merge so early. So has the warcraft already been discovered by the authorities? Yes, Lao Zhang had previously directly revealed the identity of the demon centipede king monster. Chen Feng's heart moved slightly. The beast realm is originally an independent space, but as time went on, they finally merged into an extremely large world that was larger than the blue planet. In the fused beast realm, demon beasts descended and the era of monster beasts came to an end. It also represents the profession of beast tamer, which will soon become demon tamer. Okay, here's the map. You and Xinyue each get one. It shows the distribution of resources within the beast territory of Halian City. This is confidential. Do not show it to anyone else. Zhang Daoyuan gave a careful instruction. Chen Feng nodded, took the 2 resource maps and gave one to Bai Xinyue. Everything was arranged, and Zhang Daoyuan waved at the helicopter in the sky. 2 rope ladders were dropped from 2 helicopters. The 5 people separated at this point and ran towards 2 different beast domains. Time passed quickly, and Chen Feng and Bai Xinyue had already arrived at the guard camp outside the beast domain of Halian City. The 2 got off the plane and immediately identified themselves. They didn't want to waste time, so they entered the beast realm light gate one after another. Chen Feng felt that the feeling of passing through the light gate this time was different from usual. I felt a little dizzy, and the transmission time seemed to be a second longer than usual. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the dazzling light made Chen Feng subconsciously close his eyes. Then, he felt a sudden earthquake under his feet. In my ears was the sound of huge rocks crashing. It has a rumbling sound and a very heavy tone. He was already feeling dizzy, and the sudden shock almost made him lose his balance. He quickly opened his eyes, wanting to see what was going on. The next moment, he felt something rushing towards him. Then, he, who had the physique of a 1-star demon beast, felt a sudden sharp pain on his back, and the next moment, a powerful electric current surged through his body. The electric current was so strong that he could not move at all for a moment. Yes, who? Chen Feng's voice trembled. Death and anxiety came to my mind. The strong electric current made him unable to even open his eyes for a while. The brain keeps sending commands, but the body just doesn't obey. Then he felt as if something was put on his head, and a needle was stuck in his arm. It's an anesthetic. Chen Feng was shocked. This technique is so professional that it makes him feel familiar. Isn't this the basic skill I learned after joining the Longxiao army in my previous life? It looks like it was done by the Longxia soldiers. First, paralyze his brain so that he cannot communicate with the beast taming space and release the beast. Then he was given an injection of anesthetic to render himself incapable of movement. Even with anesthesia, Chen Feng could still feel the high-voltage current coming from behind him. White, crescent moon? Chen Feng's throat was surging and trembling. He tried calling out to Bai Xinyue. No one answered him. He could only feel himself being lifted up, and the natural sense of fear made Chen Feng, who had been as steady as an old dog for many years, constantly sigh that they were worthy of being part of the Longxiao army. It's so professional and well-trained. The earth trembled and rumbled. The time it took to teleport into the beast realm was 1 second longer than usual. Beast domain fusion? He immediately thought of this possibility. Yes, I'm really unlucky that I can catch up with the beast domain that is in the process of merging. When the beast domains merge, the transmission will become chaotic. It will be transmitted randomly. He was definitely not in a normal position to enter the beast realm at this moment. Bai Xinyue must have been teleported randomly as well. It's bad. This is a high-star beast domain, and it's time for fusion. What if she was directly teleported to a high-star monster, demon beast, or even another beast domain that was merged with this beast domain? With her strength, she is sure to die. But now the first thing to do is to release the current strong control. Electric shock, anesthesia, hood. The combo is so smooth and flowing. It is most likely from the pioneering troops. Only the elites of the pioneering troops can do such a professional job. And it must be Long Xia's pioneering troops. After all, Chen Feng himself also knows this combo. Chen Feng was thinking when he suddenly felt someone rummaging through his clothes. Someone's taking my ID? Take it, dear. Let's clear up the misunderstanding as soon as possible so that we can go save Bai Xinyue. Chen Feng felt helpless. Although he could teleport away directly now, it would consume a lot of energy. He believed that the other party would be able to interrupt the combo after seeing his ID. After all, his demon tamer was very different from the beast tamer himself. At least he was much more powerful. Chapter 33, still a general anesthesia. We are Longxia people, stop the current output. The familiar Longxia language instantly made Chen Feng feel at ease. Misunderstanding resolved. He let out a sigh. The next second, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Someone pulled off the black hood on his head. The electric current has stopped being input, and now Chen Feng can summon the beast at any time, but the effect of the anesthetic is still there. He is unable to move yet. Sorry, my friend. We were just being cautious. You suddenly showed up in our barracks, and we thought you were from the Kimchi country's pioneering army. The person who spoke was a young man with a crew cut. He looks to be in his 20s, quite young. But the effect of the anesthetic was still there. And although Chen Feng's Adam's apple was throbbing, he didn't make any sound. It's a general anesthesia. Chen Feng was speechless. As expected, he is from the Longxia Pioneering Force, and he is always cautious in doing things. You see, they can actually control the dosage to a level that will give you general anesthesia, but won't make you fall asleep. The drug delivery accuracy is amazing. The effect of the drug will wear off in a little while, about 10 minutes. The guy with the crew cut said hurriedly. What Chen Feng wants to know most now is by Xinyue's situation. The longer the time, the greater the danger. But there's nothing I can do. The anesthetic effect hasn't worn off yet. The two just stared at each other as time passed. If you say 10 minutes, then it will be 10 minutes. 10 minutes are up. Chen Feng felt that his body was gradually regaining control. Cough. He tried to cough lightly. Have you seen a girl? We are the seed team members of the Beast Taming University in the northern part of Longxia. This time we are here to contract beasts, but as soon as we came in, we were randomly teleported and separated. Chen Feng said hurriedly. Sorry, your name is Chen Feng, right? We didn't see any girls. You were the only one in the barracks just now. The young man with a crew cut froze. There are other people here. This is troublesome. Then we have to go out and find her now. She's in danger now. She is only a 2-star beast master, and most importantly, her beast is injured. Chen Feng was anxious to get up. Since Bai Xinyue is not here, he must act quickly. If it was a second later, Bai Xinyue might have been in trouble. Wait, I'm sorry, you can't go out now. You are grounded. As for the girl you mentioned, we will help you find her. The young man with a crew cut stopped Chen Feng and said, Why am I grounded? Did you have a fight with another pioneering force from the beast domain? Or is there some other reason? Chen Feng asked. This is the result of his analysis just now. Generally speaking, the fusion of animal domains at the border will inevitably lead to resource conflicts between the two countries. We are not on Blue Star anyway, so just fight. Whoever wins the fight gets the resources. Do you know about the fusion of beast domains? The young man with a crew cut was shocked. This is confidential. Yes, my teacher told me. But I hope you can help me find my teammate as soon as possible. Her name is Bai Xinyue. Chen Feng nodded first, then added. Okay, I'll convey it now. The young man with a crew cut responded. He quickly took out the walkie-talkie. Protecting ordinary people and ordinary beast masters is something ingrained in their bones. Dongyao, I am the jackal. The target has awakened. I have confirmed my identity. I am Chen Feng, a citizen of Longxia. I am a member of the Northern Beast Taming University's seed team. I am reliable. Receive. Chen Feng said that one of his classmates was also randomly teleported into the beast domain. Please notify all channels. Her name is Bai Xinyue, a 2-star beastmaster. Received. Immediately notify all channels. After receiving the reply, the young man codenamed Jackal put the walkie-talkie back into his pocket. Don't worry, we will find your classmates soon. Now is a special period. You need to stay in this house for a while. It is safe. Once we find your classmates, we will escort you back safely. The Jackal said, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. He was a little envious of Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng reminded him of himself during his student days. But he feels that what he is doing now is more meaningful. Explore the beast realm and fight for a future for all the beast masters and ordinary people in Longxia. This is the resource distribution map I found in your pocket. Please keep it. The Jackal returned the resource distribution map to Chen Feng. There are several resource points in this map, and he helped mark them. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. Then I'll go out first. I'll be at the door. Just call me if you need anything. The Jackal said this and was about to turn around and walk out. But at this moment, his walkie-talkie rang again. Calling the Jackal, There's news about classmate by Xin Yue. Got it. Go ahead. The jackal quickly took out the walkie-talkie and answered. Bai Xinyue appeared at the front line. She was teleported to the battlefield between the frontline troops and the Kimchi country's pioneering troops. When the other party said this, he suddenly paused and stopped talking. When Chen Feng heard this, he was immediately shocked. The troops of the Kimchi country. Xinyue is in danger. I have to save her now. Thinking of this, Chen Feng wanted to leave immediately. The jackal was slightly stunned. He paused for 2 seconds and put the walkie-talkie to his lips again. Receive, the jackal said. At this time, the other party's voice sounded again. Fox is escorting her back. You should also prepare to escort Chen Feng to evacuate. The tone of that voice was clearly wrong. The changes are very obvious. Normally, every member of the pioneering team speaks with full energy. The jackal seemed to understand the hidden meaning, and he glanced at Chen Feng. He turned back silently and pretended nothing had happened. What happened? Chen Feng had lived for more than 1,000 years, so of course he could tell that the jackal was in a bad mood. So he asked quickly, Nothing happened. I will take you out of the beast territory in a moment. As for your classmate, she's on her way here now. Let's go first. The jackal put the walkie-talkie back into his pocket and spoke in a nonchalant tone. We were defeated on the front line, right? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I have no comment to make. You just need to know that your classmate is safe. We have a radio that allows us to know her situation at any time. You don't need to worry too much. The jackal said this and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder again. Just then, a sharp whistle came from outside. The sound was extremely harsh, like the sound of a missile breaking through the air. Then, a sound like breaking glass exploded from the sky. The jackal quickly ran outside. Chen Feng followed closely behind. Chen Feng was very familiar with this voice. It was the sound of America's electromagnetic pulse jammers breaking through the air, although the power of guns and tanks has been weakened in the beast domain. However, more portable technological weapons such as jammers can still be disassembled and sent into the beast domain for use. Its main function is to interfere with the opponent's electromagnetic equipment, such as walkie-talkies. Sure enough, a blue light wave in the sky spread out from the center of the blue light like a wave. The jackal's intercom made a hissing sound and instantly became inoperable. Chen Feng looked at the sky. He instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. The Korean country is definitely prepared for this fusion of the beast domains, and there is a high probability that American beastmasters will participate. This jammer is the best proof. Since the other party launched jamming bombs, it must be very close to them. That white crescent moon, a bad premonition loomed in Chen Feng's heart. Let's go quickly. I'll take you out first. The jackal also knew what the jammers meant. He gritted his teeth and said. But when he turned around to look at Chen Feng, there was no trace of Chen Feng behind him. Just as he was about to go into the house to look for Chen Feng, he suddenly felt a gust of dust blowing in from outside the barracks on his face. The jackal subconsciously turned his head to look. Then he froze on the spot. I saw a red prison gate that was 100 meters high rising from the ground. In sight, a suffocatingly huge purple centipede quickly crawled out of the prison door. The sturdy centipede's feet moved forward in a rhythmic manner. The ground began to shake again. Trees that were originally more than 20 meters high were trampled down by it at will, and the dust and the roar made the jackal tremble. What on earth is that? And Chen Feng was standing on top of the demon centipede king. Bai Xinyue, wait, here I come. Chapter 30, For the Whereabouts of Bai Xinyue. Let's go back a little bit in time. This was probably the time when Chen Feng just entered the beast domain. Lin City Airport. Elena had blonde hair and wore large dark black sunglasses, carrying a suitcase in hand. As soon as she got off the plane, she attracted the attention of many passers-by with her tall figure. But she is not in a good mood now, or very anxious. She just received news that Chen Feng went to the beast realm, and a girl. But the more serious problem is that she got the news of the fusion of the beast domain. The source of the news comes from the American government. They invited Elena's forces to participate in the battle for the merged beast domain. To show their sincerity, they told Elena that America had sent a 10-star beastmaster to participate this time, just to fire the first shot in the battle for the beast territory. This is to intimidate Longxia. Hello, have you contacted Longxia officials? Elena walked out of the airport with her cell phone in hand, talking on the phone. Send them the information of the 10-star beastmaster in America. In addition, if they ask the reason, well, just say that Chen Feng and I are in a relationship, and my request is to ensure Chen Feng's safety in the beast domain, and at the same time, I want to enter the seed team of the Beast Taming University in the north of Longxia. If they agree to these conditions, tell them that I have a top-secret plan against Longxia that was secretly formulated by Neon Country in America. My only requirement is to be on the same team with Chen Feng. A Korean country would never dare to invade Longxia's beast domain. There must be the shadow of America behind them. Chen Feng stood on top of the demon centipede king, constantly sorting out his thoughts. The demon centipede king kept moving forward quickly. It's probably about a minute. Suddenly, a giant bear over 50 meters tall appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. With Chen Feng's eyesight, he could see that this giant bear was at least 8 or 9 stars. How could such a high-level beastmaster appear? Chen Feng was slightly surprised. Although the demon centipede king is a 10-star monster, the problem is that Chen Feng is only at the mid-level 1-star level. If the other party releases 2 high-star beastmasters at the same time, plus the beastmaster himself, to target Chen Feng together, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. There is no way. Chen Feng's level is too low. Moreover, the demon centipede king is not a purely offensive monster. Its biggest function is to escape and to devour monsters to transform their power and quickly upgrade Chen Feng. The next moment, the demon centipede king and the giant bear met. The giant bear, which was originally huge in size, was visibly stunned. It has a big bear mouth. A centipede this big is truly beyond its understanding. Chen Feng stood on top of the demon centipede king and looked down. He looks like a master. What's more, he was originally the demon-suppressing ancestor who had lived for 1,000 years, and now he was just returning to his original form. If the other party wants to see him now, he has to look up, especially because of the huge body of the demon centipede king. I just ask you if you dare to move. Long Xia's beastmaster? A cry of surprise was heard. It's kimchi language. Chen Feng's ears moved slightly. His eyes rolled, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he said in kimchi, "Loyal, brave, descendants of the sun." This was the code word used by high-ranking beastmasters in the Korean country that he had learned in his previous life. It is usually used for 2 beastmasters lurking in other countries to confirm their identities to each other. The man on the giant bear was a middle-aged man, wearing a combat uniform of the Korean nation. He was trying to raise his head to observe Chen Feng. They didn't expect the other party to shout out their code word. This code is top secret in the Korean country, and only beastmasters above 8 stars know it. A flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Iron and blood, justice. Take everything back. Which unit are you from? Chen Feng said condescendingly. Song Zhongji's unit. Numbered Sun. 8-star beastmaster, Song Yijian, sends you greetings. Song Yijian answered excitedly. Well, our cooperation with America was very successful this time. I have already cleared out the Longxia army. You don't need to go any deeper. Let's go back to our country first. I can't reveal my name, but I can tell you that I am from the Elders Group. Chen Feng said slowly. The Elders Group, an official secret organization of the Korean country. Only beastmasters above 9 stars can participate. Yes, Song Yijian's heart trembled when he heard that Chen Feng was actually from the veteran group. He had only heard of this kind of big shot, but had never seen him. In fact, Song Yijian is not a fool. The reason why he was fooled by Chen Feng so easily is that Chen Feng knows too many of the top secrets of the Korean country. For example, secret codes and the Elders Group, but these two are not things that other countries know. Plus the demon centipede king under Chen Feng's feet. Song Yijian knew that Longxia's beast taming masters all had their own character. They simply disdained to deceive people by using other identities. They always attacked with thunder and killed with one blow. By the way, did you know that there was a little girl from Longxia who was teleported to the battlefield? Chen Feng spoke condescendingly again. A little girl from Longxia? I have some impression of her. Just now, when I was chasing a member of the Longxia pioneering army, his beast was a fox. I remember he was holding a little girl in his arms. I wonder if she is the one you were looking for? Song Yijian said cautiously. What? A beastmaster from Longxia ran away? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ah, Shiba. Chen Feng seemed to be angry, and he cursed loudly. Song Yijian was completely stunned. Yes, I'm sorry. I brought shame to the Kimchi nation, but his beast-controlling fox is too fast, and my giant bear is not the speed type. Song Yijian quickly lowered his head, nervously admitted his mistake, and explained. Humph! How could you leave trouble behind? Which direction did he run to? Lead the way, we'll go, and catch him back. Chen Feng snorted coldly, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. This made Song Yijian bow his head in shame. I didn't bring shame to the kimchi country. I have killed 3 guys from the Longxia pioneering force, sir. What? You dare to kill my beast master from Longxia? Although he had expected it, Chen Feng still felt a surge of rage in his heart. You lead the way. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. Song Yijian nodded, controlled the giant bear to find a direction, and walked in front. The man and the bear completely exposed their backs to Chen Feng and the Demon Centipede King. Kill! The next moment, the Demon Centipede King opened its huge mouth and directly took the giant bear's head into its mouth. This also includes Song Yijian, who was standing on the head. The giant bear's head was directly torn off by the Demon Centipede King. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The giant bear disappeared completely. All of them were swallowed by the Demon Centipede King. A pure magical power was fed back to Chen Feng. The speed of repaying the kindness was directly increased to the maximum, which was the maximum speed Chen Feng could bear at this stage. In an instant, Chen Feng upgraded. 1-star high level, even just 1 step away from advancement to 2 stars. This made Chen Feng feel a little excited. It's finally upgraded. Previously, the Demon Centipede King was always hungry, so the upgrade speed was quite slow. As long as it is upgraded to 2 stars, there will be a lot of room for maneuver. Even if I encounter a 10-star Beast Master, I will dare to give him a small challenge. The Demon Centipede King moved quickly and headed straight towards Baixingyue. Chapter 35 Chen Feng Showdown. My beast is also a 10-star beast. Little girl, you hide here. I'll lead them away. Otherwise, they will search here soon. In a cave under a cliff, the fox tried to turn on the walkie-talkie. But the walkie-talkie only made a crackling sound of electricity. He sighed. You be careful. Baixingyue looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, her tone full of worry. Just now, it was this beast master from Longxia country who risked his life to rescue her from the battlefield. She was teleported to the battlefield at that time and was surrounded by tall and ferocious high-star beasts fighting each other. Gorgeous skills are flying all over the sky. Just when she was about to be affected by the skill, a fox beast saved her. Afterwards, a black-skinned beast master appeared in the Korean team. The fox told her that he was a 10-star beast master. After the appearance of the 10-star beast master, the battle became one-sided. In the end, only the fox and Baixingyue escaped. The others died on the way. Don't worry, I'm also a 7-star beast master. As long as I don't meet that 10-star guy, I won't have any problems. The fox tried to smile, but his expression was forced. He just wanted to use this method to reassure the poor female student in front of him. The fox is gone. Baixingyue was the only one left in the cave. She walked to the innermost part of the cave and hid there alone. After the fox walked out of the cave, he covered the entrance with branches. After doing all this, the fox quickly disappeared into the forest. After running a relatively long distance, the fox finally summoned its beast. His beast is also a fox. Sitting on the beast, he found a direction and his figure quickly disappeared. After the fox left, a huge chimpanzee beast ran over from a distance. There are 7 or 8 shorter beasts behind the chimpanzee. A tall, dark-skinned human stood above the chimpanzee. He is the American 10-star beast master, Cabinet Mad. Standing on the heads of the beasts behind it were beast masters from the Korean country. The chimpanzee stood there and sniffed the air. That fox ran to the east. Chase him. The cabinet shouted and controlled the chimpanzee to jump away quickly. The beasts behind him also displayed their magical powers, and some were running and some were flying, and they followed him away. The fox's beast taming speed is actually not slow, but it was punched by the 10-star chimpanzee in the cabinet before. It suffered internal injuries, so it spit out blood not long after running. This shocked the fox. How are you? The fox asked with concern. You can't run away, but I can buy you some time. The 3-tailed white fox at the fox's feet hadn't finished speaking yet. The man and the beast only felt the ground shaking suddenly. The next moment, a chimpanzee fell rapidly from the sky. Long Xia, surrender and you won't be killed. The cabinet sneered. It seems that neither of us can escape this time, the fox said helplessly. But he was also somewhat relieved that at least the innocent little girl was able to escape the disaster for the time being. She is still so young. On the other side, Chen Feng stood on top of the Demon Centipede King. Master, there is the breath of the white crescent moon. The Devil Centipede King said slowly as he passed by the cliff. Can you sense the specific location? Probably around here. I'll go down and take a look. I think he's hidden. As Chen Feng spoke, he jumped down from the top of the Demon Centipede King. Then, without waiting for Chen Feng to look for it, he heard a familiar cry. Chen Feng, I'm here. It was Bai Xinyue's voice. Chen Feng was overjoyed. He looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Bai Xinyue standing at the entrance of a cave. The entrance to the cave was blocked by tree roots and branches. Bai Xinyue kept pushing the branches that blocked the way with her little hands. I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the entrance of the cave and moved the branch a little. Bai Xinyue took advantage of the situation and came out. But she didn't look very happy. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked puzzledly. There was a beastmaster from the Longxia pioneering army. In order to save me, he used himself as bait to lure away the beastmasters from the Korean country and the United States. Bai Xinyue spoke as she slowly lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. How many stars is his beast tamer? Also, what levels are the beast tamers in Korea and America? Tell me. Chen Feng asked. It turns out that America is behind this. He is a 7-star beastmaster. The black man from America is 10 stars. And the other 7 or 8 people from Kimchi country are probably at least 6 or 7 stars. Chen Feng, let's go quickly. Go back and call for help. We must avenge him. Bai Xinyue clenched her fists. His tone was full of anger. There seemed to be anger in her eyes, but her expression revealed helplessness. Looking at Bai Xinyue's appearance, Chen Feng felt a surge of rage in his heart. Oh! Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Xinyue, go back to the cave and hide for a while. I'll be back soon. There was determination in Chen Feng's eyes. You want to help? No, Chen Feng, you can't go. Their level is too high. You will die if you go. Let's go back first and find reinforcements. Then we will become stronger together. With our talents, one day, we will be able to sweep across the Kimchi country and the United States and kill any enemy who dares to step into the territory of Longxia. Bai Xinyue's tone was equally firm. This little girl is really smart and rational at critical moments. It's just that the strength is a little lower. Xinyue, let me tell you, my beast is also 10 stars. I can do what you just said right now. Just wait, I'll be back soon. I'm just a 10-star beast master. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Bai Xinyue, who was in a daze. He jumped directly onto the head of the Centipede King. Go find them. First, swallow 2 6- and 7-star beasts and let me upgrade to 2 stars. Chen Feng said to the Demon Centipede King in his heart. But, can your body bear this? If you force a breakthrough, you won't be able to absorb magic power for the next month. The Demon Centipede King asked tentatively. You are my first magical beast. You have been with me for hundreds of years. You should know me well. A real man has his own ways and his own ways. I just can't absorb the magic power in a month. I also have 2 10-star magic beasts. How many people in this world do you think can be my opponent at this point in time? As Chen Feng spoke, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He had some enemies in his previous life. I can take advantage of the upcoming trip to Japan to deal with some of them first. I understand. After the Demon Centipede King finished speaking, he accelerated instantly. Its cruel master is about to come back. Before, when the Demon Centipede King saw Chen Feng being so low-key every day, he thought that his personality had changed after his rebirth. Unexpectedly, it just developed a little bit. Hey, Brother Nine is coming back. The once ruthless demon-suppressing ancestor is coming back. The Demon Centipede King sighed in his heart. And the white crescent moon in the cave. Only after she saw the disappearing Demon Centipede King did she come back to her senses from her daze. He is also a 10-star? Chapter 36. The existence that should not exist in the world. Master, there's a group of beast masters ahead. It looks like the beast master Longxia, who protected by Xinyue, has been caught up. The Demon Centipede King said to Chen Feng. Go ahead and eat the 2 weakest ones first, so I can upgrade to 2 stars. Chen Feng said coldly. He looked at the huge chimpanzee in front of him. The huge body looks a bit like King Kong in the movie. But compared with the Demon Centipede King, it seems that his momentum is obviously inferior. The Demon Centipede King was extremely fast, and its thousands of legs moved rapidly. The next second, it appeared behind the cabinet gang. The cabinet is currently studying how to get the trace of the Longxia girl from the fox's mouth. He likes girls from Longxia. This time he received an order before coming out that this was the beast territory and he could not abide by any international conventions. This made him extremely excited. The women in Longxia country are generally petite with delicate faces. unlike America, which is a hodgepodge. Such is the difference between a pure-blood nation and a patchwork of pirates and cotton workers. Are you a Longsha master? The cabinet controlled the chimpanzee to turn around and looked at Chen Feng and asked. He was also worried at this time, as the other parties seemed to be difficult to deal with. This Longsha support is a bit fast. I haven't got that little girl yet. The other 7-6 and 7-star beast masters from the Korean country also turned around. However, the next second, before the 7 people could react, the demon centipede king went straight up and swallowed the 3 of them, showing no martial ethics at all. This is too easy to swallow. Much more stupid than the enemies I encountered in my previous life. The demon centipede king sighed. There is no comparison. During the demon control period, the world was in chaos. When any forces met, it was all about who would make the first move and who had a higher level. Everyone was at loggerheads. Now everyone is just testing each other. After all, no one knows the other party's specific trump card. Chen Feng felt the magic power being forcibly transmitted into his body. He endured the tearing pain in his muscles and spoke slowly. Fuck, go ahead, don't let him get away. Even if he is Long Xia's 10-star beast master, he is only one person. Let's go together. The cabinet shouted loudly, and he controlled the chimpanzee under him to jump directly into the air. The chimpanzee clenched his fists in the air and smashed towards Chen Feng with the force of a mountain. The 2 huge fists turned red in an instant, and magma keeps dripping. This is its skill, magma attachment. It's a bit like having a red buff in the game. Don't underestimate this simple skill. For a 10-star beast tamer, the added damage of any skill is terrifying. Although the demon centipede king is a 10-star devil, it is not a fool. If it fights with food for no reason, it would be a fool. Drag it 3 seconds. Chen Feng said as he felt the magic power being forcefully injected into his body. Upon hearing this, the demon centipede king moved the front half of its body sideways, changed direction, and instantly avoided the attack from the chimpanzee falling from the sky. Boom! Magma splashed everywhere, and 2 huge fists smashed into the ground like small mountains. The trees on the ground were immediately set on fire by the splashing lava. The blast created by the fist uprooted the surrounding trees. As for the attacks from Xiao Shiba, who had the remaining 4, 6, and 7 stars, the demon centipede king didn't care at all. Those skills cannot cause any harm to him. They only need to protect Chen Feng from being attacked. The fox was delighted to see that a master from Longxia was coming to support him. But seeing that Chen Feng could only passively take the beating and had no intention of fighting back, he gradually became anxious. What should he do? His own beast was injured, and the 10-star senior sent by the Longxia government was held back by the American guys. The problem is that no one knows whether America has any other backup plans. Senior, be careful, they have backup. Summon other beasts quickly. Kill the beast master on top of the chimpanzee first. The fox also gave a kind reminder, but his words immediately made the cabinet react. Thank you for your reminder. The cabinet said this and waved his hand. Next to the chimpanzee, a black-skinned lizard, also 100 meters tall, suddenly appeared. These are the only 2 10-star beasts in the cabinet. He just got promoted after spending a lot of resources. Longxia's Beastmaster, if you only have this one 10-star monster, I'm sorry, but you're dead. The cabinet shouted with laughter. Looking at the rampant cabinet, Chen Feng cursed them in his heart as fox idiots. You really think I'm an expert, but you still have to wait for a second or half a second. My support is here. Brothers of Long Xia, come together. Chen Feng stood above the demon centipede king and suddenly sneered and shouted. Upon hearing this, the cabinet turned around instantly and subconsciously controlled the giant lizard to block behind them. However, there is nothing behind except a large forest and a few high mountains in the distance. Got fooled. The cabinet turned back angrily. This back and forth took only 1 second. Chen Feng's magic power sword. The 2-star magic master unlocked the next magic control space. The cabinet wanted to fight back, but the next second, Chen Feng spoke coldly. Do you think you are the only one who has a second 10-star beast? Then, Chen Feng shouted, prison gate open. In an instant, a huge prison gate with black pillars rose from the ground. The pressure of death emanates from within. The prison gate is also 100 meters high and looks very impressive. The cabinet looked at the prison door, and his heart couldn't help but panic. But he didn't know why this happened. The chimpanzee under his feet also subconsciously took a step back. The monitor lizard looked at the black pillar prison door with vigilant eyes, constantly spitting out its tongue. The next second, an extremely sharp voice came from the prison door. It is a human language, but that tone doesn't sound like what a human should have. Master, you finally remembered me. I'm seriously injured this time. Well, we need to eat at least 8 or 10-star monsters. As the voice fell, a huge black shadow slowly floated out from the prison gate. 100 meters high, blocking out the sky and the sun. It has no legs and no body. The whole body is composed of black mist. It's like a huge 3D shadow. Its 2 arms were inlaid with 2 huge shadow blades, and its 2 wrists were wrapped with 2 huge black chains. The black chain leads directly to the prison door, adding a bit of hideousness to it. A black mist-like vortex can be seen rotating slowly at the heart. The mouth is jagged, and the eyes are replaced by 2 huge rays of light. As soon as it appeared, the air around it suddenly became a few degrees lower. Hey, Master, you're repairing again? Do you need me to help you kill this little centipede first? I haven't eaten centipede legs for a long time. The black shadow exclaimed in surprise at first. Then, it looked greedily at the demon centipede king under Chen Feng's feet. The faint light in his eyes kept flashing, and the shadow blade on his arm swung. The demon centipede king subconsciously tightened his anus, and countless legs contracted. No need. Just clear the place first. I'll explain the rest to you later. By the way, that fox monster and the man wearing Longsha military uniform are our own people. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he gave another reminder. He was afraid that his second beast would go crazy and kill his own people. This is his second demon, 10-star Shadow Demon, a very common name, but his combat power is not ordinary at all, because the Shadow Fiend doesn't seem like a creature that should exist in this world at all. It is like a soul, a spiritual being, immune to all physical attacks, and his attacks also hit the soul directly. However, his biggest hobby was to cut off a couple of centipede legs and eat them as snacks. And the demon centipede king has no way to deal with it. Every time she would cry and complain to Chen Feng, begging him to seek justice. What kind of beast is that? The cabinet trembled in their hearts as they looked at the huge black shadow opposite them. His brain was numb at this moment, which was the natural fear that came with facing the unknown. He had never seen such a beast master before. Never. Not even in the secret files of the US military. Is this really something that should exist in the world? You're just food. Why are you asking so many questions? The shadow demon snorted coldly, and the next moment, its figure appeared directly beside the chimpanzee. Chapter 37, let's go to Kimchi Country. The huge shadow blade on the shadow demon's arm had pierced through the chimpanzee's neck. The chimpanzee didn't react at all. Seeing this, the monitor lizard wanted to attack the shadow demon to help the chimpanzee out and save his master's cabinet at the same time. But it overthought. The shadow demon's figure flashed again. It appeared above the monitor lizard, looking down at it, and stabbed downward with the shadow blade on its arm. Silently, the monitor lizard opened its eyes wide and lay weakly on the ground, 100 meters tall. It didn't understand what kind of monster was attacking it. The chimpanzee's expression was also frozen in shock. The 2 beasts slowly fell to the ground. The cabinet screamed with a headshot and fell off the chimpanzee's head. The shadow demon stood in the void, swung his arm, and the sharp blade pierced through the cabinet's falling body. Just like eating Western food, it picks up the cabinet at the tip of the blade and slowly puts it into the mouth. Just like eating peanuts, the cabinet's body sank into the darkness in the shadow demon's mouth. However, all this happened in just a breath of time. The 4 beast masters from the Korean country who were ready to help the cabinet were completely panicked when they saw this situation. In their eyes, the huge black shadow only flashed twice, and when it stopped again, it was already in the same state as when it was eating the cabinet. Hurry, run! The 4 beast masters were terrified and commanded the beasts under them to flee in all directions. Everyone has a direction, east, south, west, and north, to increase the chance of survival. But everything was in vain. Without waiting for the shadow demon to make a move, the centipede king directly used the space wormhole skill. It's like a snake with a cheat code. The first Korean beastmaster who escaped only felt the space behind him shattered, and the huge suction force slowed down his and his beastmaster's escape speed. Then, the huge body of the demon centipede king rushed out from the broken void and swallowed the man and the beast in front of it in one gulp. Activate the skill again, the second, third, and fourth. I have to say that the skill of the demon centipede king is simply a magical skill for escape and pursuit. Shadow Fiend didn't even look at the magical centipede king. They were an old magical beast combination that had worked together for many years, so they still had some basic tacit understanding. The first 9 brothers killed people, and the magical centipede king, the younger brother, picked the weakest ones and took advantage of them. Every time the demon centipede king can drink a mouthful of soup like this. After the battle, the shadow demon used the huge shadow blade to cut up the 2 10-star beasts and eat them. It's really as elegant as eating Western food. As it continued to put pieces of meat into its mouth, the vortex of shadow mist at the position of his heart and his chest continued to accelerate and expand. Just like the human heart, it beats more powerfully. Master. After enjoying the food, Shadow Demon said respectfully to Chen Feng. Well, you must be hungry, Chen Feng asked with concern. Yes, it's mainly because it takes too much energy to recover from injuries. If there are 10 more 10-star monsters, it should be about the same. The Shadow Demon raised his arms and flipped towards Chen Feng. There was actually a hollow line several dozen meters long on the arm that was originally formed by the Black Shadow. This is a penetrating wound. Well, your injury is relatively minor. Xiaolong and the others were the most seriously injured. But in the end, we still made a contract with that thing. Chen Feng looked at the wound on the Shadow Demon's arm and spoke slowly. As for the other questions, let the Demon Centipede King tell you. I will go see the Beast Master of Longxia. As Chen Feng spoke, he jumped off the head of the Demon Centipede King and slowly walked towards the fox. Of course, the fox was terrified. The guy with the crew cut had never seen such a terrifying beast. And 2 at a time, he was constantly asking himself this question in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? Is he really Long Xia's Beast Master? And there's that centipede in shadow. What kind of beasts are they? Why can they instantly kill the 2 10-star beasts in the cabinet? Is the gap between 10-star beast masters so huge now? This is too outrageous. It's like killing a chicken. The 3-tailed white fox under him was also trembling constantly. It instinctively wanted to take a defensive posture, but its 4 white fur legs trembling violently revealed its panicked heart. Both the man and the beast knew that Chen Feng was on the side of the Longxia kingdom and was a friendly army, but they just couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. The sense of security and insecurity are intertwined and contradictory. Seeing Chen Feng coming, the fox quickly put the beast into the space. Are you okay? Chen Feng walked up to him and asked with concern. He patted the fox's shoulder. No, it's okay, senior sir. The fox stammered in reply. He was flattered when Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. What's your name? Chen Feng looked up and down at the middle-aged man with a crew cut in front of him and felt a little funny. Am I that scary? Report to the commander. My name is Zhang Tai, codename Fox, and I'm the squad leader of the 5th Squad of the Development Force of Halion number 210 Beast Domain. Zhang Tai stood at attention, straight, and told Chen Feng his name. Well, what about the others? You are all retired from the front line, right? Don't be so restrained. Just talk slowly. Yes, sir. The front line has been occupied by the Kimchi country in the United States. A large number of unknown monsters have appeared there. I suspect they are demon beasts. All of the people from Class 1 to Class 5 died in the battle. I was a deserter in order to protect a student who had strayed into the battlefield. Please punish me, sir. As Zhang Tai spoke, tears as big as beans burst out. He clenched his teeth, his mind filled with images of his teammates sacrificing heroically. Sir, I hid that student in the cave. She is safe now. Zhang Tai added another sentence. Okay, I get it. Just pick her up from the cave and return to the nearest station. Chen Feng waved his hand, nodded and gave an order. And you? I will go and get your revenge. From now on, Longxia will have the final say in this fusion beast domain. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned around and jumped onto the head of the Demon Centipede King. Sir, it seems they still have a 10-star beast master. Zhang Tai knew that he could not help the master in front of him, so he quickly gave him a reminder. Longxia has the final say in this beast territory. Sir, you are so domineering. It would be great if all Longxias were hawkish 10-star beast masters like the commander. They will be gone soon. Chen Feng snorted coldly and answered domineeringly. He stood on top of the Centipede King, while the Shadow Demon floated behind him. The 2 beasts and the man just disappeared from Zhang Tai's sight. After Chen Feng left, Zhang Tai instantly collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Too strong, too oppressive. He raised his numb arm and slowly touched his chest. The simple conversation with Chen Feng just now made this once extremely proud pioneer soldier's heart tremble with nervousness. Only now did he know what a true 10-star Beastmaster was. What is the real Longxia Guardian God? I really want to know what his title is. Zhang Tai thought silently in his heart. Every Longxia 10-star Beastmaster has his own title. This is the highest honor bestowed by the state, and it comes with the privilege of killing. Execute first and report later, official permission. Rumor has it that Longxia has 20 10-star Beastmasters, who are stationed at various borders of Longxia. At this time, Chen Feng had already arrived at the front line where Zhang Tai and his men were fighting against the United States and the Korean country. The ground was gray, full of charred trees and ravines caused by fighting. Those gullies have now become blood channels. It was burnt red inside. This battlefield must be several thousand meters in size. Occasionally, the corpses of beasts can be seen on the ground, but the animal bones with the skills attached to them had already been dug away. It seems that the other party has cleaned up the battlefield and left. Chen Feng stood on top of the demon centipede king and looked towards the camp in the distance where smoke was rising. That was the camp that the beast masters from America and Korea had just built. Shadow Demon, go and deal with it. Be careful. They're probably eating. There is no need to leave them alive. Chen Feng looked towards the camp with cold eyes and added, use your skills, finish it quickly, and then we can go to Kimchi country for a tour. Humph, you're about to die, and you're still thinking about eating. The shadow demon snorted coldly, and the next moment, his figure appeared above the camp. He raised his shadow blade high into the sky and pierced it into the clouds. In an instant, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles darkened. The area has already covered Zhang Tai, who just met up with Bai Xinyue. Both of them looked up in horror at the sky, which had suddenly plunged into darkness. The rumbling sound was deafening, as if thunder was constantly striking the clouds. The sound continued, and every rumble was heart-shaking. Chapter 38, Thunder from Darkness. Darkness fell over the Pickle Country camp. As the shadow demon continued to gather strength, the sky-shattering aura continued to emanate. The people who stayed behind in the Kimchi Country camp also felt something was wrong. The next second, 2 9-star beasts rushed out of the camp. They rushed straight towards a shadow demon. However, Shadow Demon was naturally immune to physical attacks, and the 2 9-star beasts passed directly through Shadow Demon's body. They landed in a daze. Look at each other. What happened? Didn't hit it? Doubts arose in the minds of the 2 beast masters. This was also the first time they encountered such a situation. Try using your skills. A loud shout was heard from the Kimchi Country camp. That was the voice of their beast master. The eyes of the 2 9-star beasts lit up when they heard this. The energy in the body begins to gather. The next second, a huge fireball and a stone arrow attacked the shadow demon together. Humph, just a rubbish skill. The shadow demon snorted coldly and spoke in human language. What's going on? What on earth is this thing? Why is it speaking Longxia language? The beast masters of the Korean country in the camp were all surprised. The fireballs and stone arrows were very fast, and they made a whistling sound when they flew. No matter who you are, you can't remain unscathed from the attacks of 2 9-star beasts. The 9-star beastmaster in the Korean country camp snorted coldly. He is also considered a top master in Korea. Although the shadow fiend looked terrifying, and it was the first time he had seen one, this could not break the confidence he had developed from being at the top for a long time. But the next second, his confidence was gone. The fireball hit the shadow demon, and although it exploded directly, it was just like tickling him. The stone arrow directly penetrated the shadow demon and rushed into the clouds. What else can you do besides making me covered in flames? The shadow fiend's skills have been fully gathered, and it uses its free hands to pat off the remaining flames on its body. The 9-star beastmaster from the Korean country reacted quite quickly. Seeing that this attack did not cause any damage to the shadow demon, he knew that he was no match for it. Run, the 9-star master shouted, and he actually took the lead in running away. Feel what it feels like to be the thunder condensed by darkness. The shadow demon snorted coldly, and his arm hanging in the air fell directly down. The shadow blade on the arm is like a switch, cutting through the black sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a black lightning bolt struck the fleeing 9-star beastmaster in the sky above the Korean national camp. He was originally running for his life, but was struck into ashes by the black lightning that fell from the sky. Then, the black sky seemed to have leaked, and countless thunders poured down madly towards the Korean camp the next moment. The black lightning was as dense as raindrops, and the remaining beastmasters of the Korean country had no way to escape. After a few breaths, the darkness faded away, Light returns to the earth. But the former Kimchi National Camp is now bare, as if it had never existed. It disappeared into this world along with the fading darkness. Alas, the injuries are too severe. I can't use more powerful moves. Shadow Demon sighed as he looked at the black, scorched earth on the ground. At this time, Chen Feng was already standing on top of the Demon Centipede King and came in front of the Shadow Demon. "It's okay. When we get back, I'll try to buy you some medicine to speed up your recovery," Chen Feng said comfortingly. "It would be great if there were magical beasts. That would be a real tonic." The Shadow Demon nodded first, then muttered to himself. There should be magic beasts in this beast domain, but now it is just in the integration stage. The location of the magic beasts may be in any corner of the beast domain. This thing still depends on luck. Let's go. Let's continue exploring the Kimchi Country. This camp is only temporary. We'll encounter the real Kimchi Country camp later. If we're lucky, there might be some healing medicines to recover from injuries. Chen Feng said. The Shadow Demon nodded. The two beasts and one man once again went deeper into the direction of the Kimchi Country. The other side. The momentum of Shadow Fiend releasing his skills is truly tremendous. Not only did Long Xia discover it, but a group of experts from the United States and the Korean country deep in the beast domain also discovered it. However, they were busy besieging a 10-star monster, so they did not rush back immediately. There are 3 people in the team. They are all 10-star beast masters. 2 blonde American men and a short Korean transvestite. At least his bright red lips made him look like a transvestite. The 2 blonde guys obviously disliked this guy, so they stood a little far away. Is this the monster mentioned in the information? A round-faced, blonde-haired man stood in front of the 10-star monster that was besieged to death by them, and asked seriously. That should be it. This thing is really hard to kill. If we didn't have 5 10-star beasts, we would not be able to kill it. The square-faced blonde man replied. You two, I don't think now is the time to talk about this. We should dig up the bones as soon as possible and return to the camp. It seems that the 10-star Beastmaster from Longxia has already counterattacked. The Korean transvestite said. It seems that the cabinet may have just been killed by the 10-star Beastmaster from Longxia country. The round-faced blonde man analyzed. If he's dead, then he's dead. This guy didn't behave properly in America. The higher-ups also want him to die here this time. The square-faced blonde man didn't consider the cabinet as teammates at all. They all looked down on the cabinet because the cabinet often went to stores in America to buy things for free. Although he is already a 10-star Beastmaster, he still can't change this bad habit. Becoming stronger will only increase his courage to buy for free, but it will not change his determination to buy for free. Let's go back to the camp first. To use Long Xia's words, we are just waiting for the rabbit to come to us. This time I also invited a friend who is a titled 10-star Beastmaster. He is probably waiting for us in the camp now. After the round-faced blonde man finished speaking, he took the lead and headed towards the real camp of the Kimchi country. The other 2 followed closely behind. They have already spent a huge amount of money to seize this beast territory this time. They actually dispatched 5 10-star Beastmasters at once, including a title level one. You know, there are only 32 10-star Beastmasters in the United States. 25 of them are at the title level. What is the title level? It is very easy to reach the title level. You can be rated as a title level if you have 3 10-star high-level beasts at the same time. This rule is quite perverted. But title-level Beastmasters are also top-notch among all humans. Like in the cabinet, he only has 2 low-level 10-star Beastmasters. Among the 10-star Beastmasters in America, he is not the last, but he is definitely at the bottom. Chapter 39. Surrounded. At this time, inside the real camp of Kimchi Country. As a title-level Beastmaster in America, Wayne holds a high status. He sat in the camp. According to their plan, the cabinet was just a discarded pawn to lure Long Xia, the 10-star Beastmaster. Throw out the cabinet, an inferior horse, and attract 1 or 2 Long Xia's medium or superior horses. Then they were surrounded and killed in the beast territory. This is America's strategy. The next moment, Wayne's ears moved slightly. It came faster than expected. He stood up slowly, looking to the distance of the forest. There was a huge creature approaching. Well, let's be careful. Wayne pondered for a moment and reached into his pocket to take out a flare. The Americans had discussed this beforehand. The cabinet is a discarded pawn, and the 2 blonde hairs are the pioneers in exploring the unknown areas after the fusion. They are also important figures in supporting Wayne and encircling the Longxia Masters. If the Beastmaster from Longxia country arrives ahead of time, use flares to notify them. Just in time to wait for the two blonde men to come back, they double-teamed Long Xia Beastmaster and left him with nowhere to escape. A red light bloomed in the sky. It was the flare that Wayne had set off. After the light of the flare disappeared, the huge beast in the distance was approaching the camp. Wayne also summoned his beast, which was a giant elephant that was also 100 meters tall. Standing on top of the giant elephant, Wayne squinted and looked forward. "Only one person?" he said in surprise. "When did the Longxiao officials become so arrogant?" "Forget it, just take one at a time. I can kill it easily. There is no need to worry about the other side having too many experts and putting yourself in a difficult battle." Thinking of this, Wayne summoned his second 10-star high-level beast, Flame Lion. This fire lion is good at fire skills, which are powerful and good at accumulating skills. Its eyes were fixed forward, the mouth opened slightly, and the flame energy gathered in the mouth. As soon as the opponent gets close, he will send a fire shock wave. The perspective turns to Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng saw a giant elephant suddenly appearing in the distance, and then a giant lion appearing. He instantly recognized that they were two 10-star high-level beasts. "Master, that lion seems to be using a charging skill." There was a faint light flashing in the shadow demon's eyes, and he said to Chen Feng, "Its owner may not be very smart, as he has the skill of using his mouth to store energy. I'll make him a braised lion's head to teach him a lesson." Chen Feng was speechless at the beast master in front of him. This charging skill is indeed very powerful, but it is useless when encountering a warcraft like me who has sufficient experience and is an assassin-type monster. All I can say is that the other party is too young. You are accumulating power so openly. Do you think I am heir? It just so happens that I haven't eaten braised lion's head for a long time. The shadow demon said this, and his figure disappeared immediately. In just a moment, the shadow demon's figure was seen flashing several times continuously. It has appeared above Wayne's giant lion's head. A huge black shadow loomed over the back of the lion's head. A cold light flashed. The shadow blade pierced directly into the back of the giant lion's head and then pierced out of its mouth. Boom! The accumulated flames exploded in the giant lion's mouth. Braised lion's head was born. The shadow fiend simply used another shadow blade to cut off the lion's head. It was beheaded. Then, the shadow demon shadow blade with the lion head strung on it flashed back in front of Chen Feng, who was approaching. "Put the charred lion's head with meaty aroma into your mouth and savor it slowly." Wayne was confused at this point. He looked at Chen Feng's two beasts. This was a breed he had never seen before. At the same time, beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his cheeks. His great lion died. His head hurt, but he needed to be patient. The 10-star high-level giant lion that killed him with one blow was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. He was careless. "Protective shield," he said to the giant elephant in his heart. "At this time, we can only seek stability." He still has a 10-star beast that has not been released. That was his trump card, saved for the final counterattack. And Blonde and the others are already on their way. Drag it until your teammates come back. He just didn't believe that 7 10-star Beastmasters couldn't kill the Beastmaster Long Xia in front of him. Wayne thought secretly. The reason why he has grown to this level, besides being able to sell out his teammates, is also because of his stability. If you can fight in a group, never fight alone. If you can bully those of lower levels, never challenge those who are higher than you. "Are you Long Xia's Beastmaster? Why haven't I seen you before?" Wayne asked tentatively. He wanted to delay time in this way. "It doesn't matter. You won't see me again. Shadow Demon kill?" Chen Feng didn't waste any time talking to Wayne. Chen Feng also has a principle when fighting. Kill if you can, run if you can't, and never make any noise. The villain dies because he talks too much, so whoever talks more is the villain. Lion's head is delicious, and elephant's head should taste pretty good too. The shadow demon swung the shadow blade and appeared next to Wayne's protective shield the next second. The shadow blade was swung, and black mist splashed everywhere. The shield did protect against the shadow fiend's brief attack, but there are obvious signs of breakage. It would probably take only a few strikes for the protective shield to be broken by the shadow demon. This is too slow. Demon Centipede King, you also go up and tear open the space and go in directly. As Chen Feng spoke, he jumped down from the top of the Demon Centipede King. Let the Demon Centipede King attack alone. After all, his body is too fragile. If the aftermath of the fight between the Demon Centipede King and him is affected, he will probably die instantly. Upon hearing this, the Demon Centipede King used his skills immediately. The space in front of him shattered again. Correspondingly, the space inside Wayne's protective shield also began to break. The demon centipede king quickly drilled into the space tunnel. Run! Wayne's heart was in his throat at this moment. The giant elephant he controlled first roared. Then he rushed out of the attack area of the demon centipede king with the protective shield. This charge can also be considered a skill. It was the giant elephant's talent. At this time, he was temporarily out of the attack range of the demon centipede king. But after the thrill comes naked greed. It's actually a space skill. If I could obtain its bones, my ability to tam animals would definitely be improved. Wayne's eyes were full of heat when he looked at Chen Feng and the demon centipede king. We must keep him. The animal bone with space skills is mine. There is also the black fog monster with powerful attack power. No, they're definitely not monsters. They're most likely the result of a contract with Warcraft. Wayne was exposed to many secrets, and he quickly analyzed the true bloodlines of Chen Feng's two magical beasts. But what shocked him the most was that Long Xia actually had a beast master who owned two 10-star beasts. This matter must be notified to the American authorities as soon as possible. The plan to destroy Long Xia must also be accelerated. Otherwise, it will be difficult to suppress Long Xia in the future. How dare you be stunned? The shadow demon roared, his figure flashed again, and the huge shadow blade was swung high. Falling heavily. Crash! Wayne's defense shield was instantly shattered. The giant elephant visibly trembled. He must have been secretly injured. Long Xia's Beastmaster, your death is not far away. Wayne's tone was extremely arrogant, because he had already seen the three blonde men gradually approaching behind Chen Feng. 4 10-star Beastmasters. This Long Xia Beastmaster must die today. Not good. Chen Feng also felt the danger coming from behind him. The other side has a lot of people, and Shadow Fiend seems very strong now, but he is actually still in an injured state. In the last battle of the previous life, Shadow Demon was the one leading the charge. If it is uninjured, one strike will be enough to break the giant elephant's protective shield. What a pity! Chen Feng sighed. Retreat! He shouted. Kill one of my 10-star high-level beastmen, and you can't escape. Wayne also shouted. Then a bird-like beast appeared out of nowhere. It swooped directly towards Chen Feng. The speed was so fast that Shadow Demon and Centipede King were unable to turn around to rescue. At the critical moment, Chen Feng endured the pain in his body, which was caused by the forceful impact on the 2 stars. The next moment his figure flashed directly above the head of the Demon Centipede King. It's teleportation. A teleportation of 100 meters. The magic resistance in Chen Feng's body was instantly drained away to a trace. Now, I am unable to maintain the summoning of 2 monsters. Quickly take the Shadow Demon back to the demon control space. Withdraw! Chen Feng shouted at the Demon Centipede King. He doesn't have much magic resistance left in his body, so the best thing to do now is to retreat. Damn it, America is such a beast, sending out so many 10-star Beastmasters at once. Was their 10-star Beastmaster copied and pasted? Lying on top of the Demon Centipede King's head, Chen Feng said helplessly in his heart. Long Xia's Beastmaster, you dare to come alone? Do you think you can still escape? The 10-star transvestite Beastmaster from the Korean country laughed wildly. Then 7 10-star beasts attacked Chen Feng on the head of the Demon Centipede King at the same time. There are skills and physical attacks. Chapter 40. 4 against 1 and still got killed. Do you know how to play? Long Xia's Beastmaster, you dare to come alone? Do you think you can still escape? The 10-star transvestite Beastmaster from the Korean country laughed wildly. As a Beastmaster from a small country, he is often looked down upon by Beastmasters of the same level from other countries. This also led to his rather distorted personality. From his perspective, Long Xia, the Beastmaster, was doomed to die. The skills and the beast's claws intertwined into an attack net, and Chen Feng lay on top of the Demon Centipede King's head. He heard the ridicule of the 10-star transvestite Beastmaster. Looking at the overwhelming attack in front of him, he gritted his teeth. Shadow Fiend, I'm going to use Shadow Presence by force, and your injuries will definitely get worse. I'll compensate you after we escape. Chen Feng said something to the Shadow Demon in his heart. With your remaining magic power, you only have 1.5 seconds to appear. After the Shadow Demon gave a reminder, he said no more. Having followed Chen Feng for many years, although outsiders seemed that Chen Feng was a ruthless man who killed beasts and rebuilt himself, they all knew that he was very good to the 9 magical beasts he contracted later. The 9 magical beasts were constantly enjoying the emotional compensation from Chen Feng's heart for the 10 beasts that he had killed with his own hands. The next second, Chen Feng and the Demon Centipede King suddenly disappeared in the area covered by the skill. Boom! The skill flew to the ground. The Beastmaster's attack with his true form also came up empty-handed. Where are the people? The square-faced blonde man's eyes froze. Wayne also narrowed his eyes and looked towards the place where Chen Feng was before. The place was covered with smoke and dust. No! He's behind you, the Korean transvestite. Wayne suddenly shouted through the smoke and dust to the Korean transvestite 100 meters away. But it was too late. Chen Feng never stopped moving. He took the Demon Centipede King back into space, used Shadow, and teleported behind the transvestite. The transvestite only felt a pain in her chest, and then her whole body was lifted into the air. He was held in the air like a rat on a bayonet. What provoked him was certainly not a bayonet, but a Shadow Nin sword that was more than 1 meter long. At this time, shadow blades appeared on Chen Feng's arms, and there was also a faint blue light in his eyes. He was simply a shrunken shadow demon. What can you use to resist the weapon of the 10-star monster? Chen Feng said coldly as he looked at the Korean transvestite who was still struggling to fight back. Without waiting for him to make any other moves, the shadow blade on Chen Feng's other arm flashed with a cold light, like cutting tofu. The backbone of a country was easily eliminated by him. Heads fell to the ground. Although there was an element of sneak attack in this, Chen Feng also had the advantage in skills. If the 10-star Beastmaster was on guard, his chances of success would indeed be slim. But anyway, he succeeded now. Quickly pulling out the shadow blade that was stuck in the headless corpse, Chen Feng reached into his pocket. He took out a bottle of blue potion. Sure enough, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. This is a rare potion that only 10-star Beastmasters can enjoy. It is an important resource officially issued to 10-star Beastmasters by various countries. A potion that restores animal power. In this world, potions that can restore beast power are quite rare. They will only appear in the hands of 10-star Beastmasters or Beastmasters with extremely strong backgrounds. Unfortunately, this thing mainly restores the power to control beasts. Although it can also restore the magic power in Chen Feng's body, the effect is minimal. However, it is enough to give Chen Feng a glimmer of hope in the current crisis. Chen Feng drank the potion in one gulp. Then he directly summoned the Demon Centipede King and continued to run away. All this actually happened in just 1.5 seconds. Don't let him run away! Wayne shouted at Chen Feng, who broke out of the encirclement. He must kill this Longxia Beastmaster. At this time, he not only had to seize the bones of the Demon Centipede King, but also had to save his face. He is America's titled 10-star Beastmaster. Any shameful actions he takes outside would be equivalent to bringing discredit to America. I, Wayne, came here to destroy the momentum of the Beastmasters of Longxia Kingdom. How could I be defeated by Longxia Kingdom? For people fighting against one were all killed. If Chen Feng was not killed, he would have no chance of survival after getting out. With Wayne's order, the 2 blonde men quickly called the Beastmasters back to their side, and the 3 of them chased after Chen Feng at full speed at the same time. But as a 10-star monster, you can say that the Demon Centipede King has poor combat power. But you can't say it runs slowly. After all, its advantage is that it has many legs. Moving at full speed, Wayne and the other 2 were left behind and could not see any trace of the Demon Centipede King at all. But its footprints are still there. Wayne and the other 2 don't have to worry about losing them for the time being. We can't get rid of it if we go on like this. Chen Feng stood on top of the Demon Centipede King, although the magic power in his body was slowly recovering. But it offsets the magic power consumed in maintaining the Demon Centipede King. There wasn't even enough magic power to allow the Centipede King to use the space wormhole. If we keep going like this, we'll still be caught up when the recovery effect ends. Chen Feng frowned, but there is no other way at the moment. The man and the beast just ran away, and Wayne and the other 2 followed slowly behind. They also realized that Chen Feng was simply at the end of his strength and would be caught up by them sooner or later. At this time, Chen Feng frowned tightly, because the environment along the way gradually changes. I'm running towards the Warcraft's territory. Chen Feng understood. At this time, for Chen Feng, there was one good news and one bad news. The good news is that as long as he enters the real Warcraft area, he can release the Shadow Demon and let it slaughter low-level Warcraft and devour them to recover from his injuries. The bad news is that if he doesn't get rid of Wayne and the other two, he won't have the chance to do these things, nor will he have the chance to recover his magic power. What's worse is that Wayne and his two companions have caught up with him. Longxia's Beastmaster, you are dead. Wayne had already started shouting arrogantly from a distance. As long as you surrender, I believe the Longxiao authorities will find a way to redeem you. Why bother to persist? Wayne yelled again. Well, my reinforcements will arrive soon. I am the only Beastmaster in Longxia who has entered the Beast domain. If you continue to chase, you may die here. Although we have the habit of treating prisoners well, you must have a chance to become a prisoner in advance. Chen Feng was not willing to be outdone. He had no idea whether Longxia had official support, but there was a high probability that it did. No matter what, it would be best to let Wayne back off, because his ability to control magic has reached its limit. Stop scaring me. You don't have much power left to control your beasts. Even if someone comes to support me, I will kill you before they get here. Wayne looked at the Demon Centipede King with greed flashing in his eyes. At this time, the Demon Centipede King had shrunk his body to the size of a normal 10-star monster in order to facilitate his escape. This ability to grow or shrink made Wayne more determined to kill the Demon Centipede King and obtain his bones. The next second, Wayne seemed to be unable to wait any longer. He stepped directly on the giant elephant's head and kicked hard. The whole person flew directly into the sky. Release his bird beasts. It was a bald eagle. The huge bald eagle flies very fast. It carried Wayne directly and quickly approached Chen Feng. You're dead. I said it. As soon as Wayne finished his words, the giant white-headed eagle turned into a stream of white light and swooped down towards Chen Feng, who was above the head of the Demon Centipede King. So fast, Chen Feng screamed in surprise. If he teleports again now, he can avoid this attack. But what about next time? What should I do? He was anxious, thinking quickly in his mind what other ways could be used to resolve the crisis. However, at this moment, a voice in Longxia language came from a distance. 3 against 1. Do you think there is no one in my Longxia beast taming realm? After the sound, a huge white phoenix appeared in the sky, its body covered with white flames, and it swooped down at a speed twice that of a bald eagle. The target is directly aimed at the bald eagle, and the momentum is overwhelming. Like a divine beast descending to the earth, the white flames made the surrounding air hot. It makes it difficult to breathe smoothly. Chapter 41. Shadow Demon recovers from his injuries. Time to settle accounts. Oh no, this is Longxia's 10-star Beastmaster, Bai Yin. Wayne was shocked. Bai Yin is in the title of Longxia 10-star Beast Tamer. Bai Yin is very famous all over the world, because he is the only one who has achieved a title-level Beastmaster by taming 2 10-star beasts. And his 2 10-star beasts are both 10-star high-level white flame phoenixes with S-level bloodlines. Twins born from one egg. This allowed the 2 white flame phoenixes to cooperate extremely well in battle. You know my name, Bai Yin. Why don't you surrender obediently? The giant bald eagle in the sky stopped attacking Chen Feng. It hovers in the sky. Humph! Even though you are a famous master, we have 3 10-star beast masters here, so we are not afraid of you. Wayne snorted. When he saw that Bai Yin was the only beast master coming to support him, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just Bai Yin alone, he would at least have some confidence. Not to mention killing Bai Yin together, but as long as the 2 blonde teammates could hold Bai Yin back for a moment, he would have a good chance of killing Chen Feng. When Chen Feng dies, his centipede monster will also die, as well as the strange black shadow monster. Wayne kept calculating in his mind. Friend, can we still fight? Bai Yin also knew that it was not realistic for him to fight 3 alone. He controlled the phoenix under his feet to land next to Chen Feng and asked Chen Feng, who was observing the situation. The chance of success is not high, but there is a chance. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said slowly. He turned his head and looked at the Warcraft forest behind him, which was the territory of Warcraft. If Bai Yin could temporarily hold back Wayne and the other 2, he could release the shadow demon into the forest to kill the monsters and recover from his injuries. The forest is full of 5 and 6-star monsters, and the highest is only 8 or 9 stars. Shadow Fiend can quickly recover from injuries by devouring them, which is his talent. What do you mean? Bai Yin looked at Chen Feng and asked. He thought Chen Feng would say to retreat first. This 10-star beast master is so young. Why have I never seen him before? However, he was able to escape all the way here with the help of 3 beast masters, which shows that he is extremely powerful. It seems that he is a 10-star beast master hidden among the people of Longxia. Bai Yin analyzed secretly. He came in a hurry, and his superiors didn't explain too much to him. They just asked him to come in quickly to support a beast master who had a centipede beast. Can you hold the three of them back for 3 minutes? Chen Feng said, looking at Bai Yan's face. If they can, then they all have to stay here today. What? Are you sure you are not kidding? Bai Yin stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes. Of course, as long as you delay them for 3 minutes, Chen Feng said seriously. Humph, you were chased by us like a stray dog just now, and now you dare to speak so shamelessly? Hearing Chen Feng's bragging, Wayne in the distance became anxious. I don't know who it was, but I killed a 10-star beast. I don't know who it was either, but I killed one of them when 4 of them were fighting against one. Chen Feng said with a sneer. This really hit Wayne where it hurts. You're talking bullshit. The fact is the fact, and he could only curse. When Bai Yin saw this, he immediately understood what was going on. I didn't expect this mysterious beast master to be so powerful. He was able to fight 4 people at once and kill one of them, and at the same time killed one of Wayne's 10-star beasts. If it were me, I'd probably just run away. Okay, brother, since you've already spoken, I'll risk getting hurt to buy you 3 minutes. I want to see how you keep them here. Bai Yin is also a warlike person. If he could keep these 3 people, he would definitely receive a large amount of official reward resources. And this beast tamer will probably be recruited by the authorities after today. He looks too young. Has this guy had plastic surgery? He looked at Chen Feng's young face and thought he didn't look like the age of a 10-star beast master. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Hold them off for 3 minutes and wait for me to come back. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he controlled the Centipede King to head straight for the Warcraft territory. Where are you going? You stop Bai Yin. I'm going to kill that guy first. Seeing Chen Feng being so blatant, Wayne immediately controlled the bald eagle to chase after Chen Feng. The other 2 also controlled the beast to attack Bai Yin at the same time. I told you I'd delay you for 3 minutes, but you can't run away. Bai Yin snorted coldly and took off into the sky carrying his phoenix. The other one ran alone to block Wayne's way. Okay, then I'll kill you first, Wayne said angrily as he looked at Chen Feng's back gradually disappearing in the distance. 6 against 2. Wayne and his 2 companions instantly fought with Bai Yin. Let's talk about Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng had already arrived at the area where the Warcraft were active. Most of the plants here have black veins, as if they were poisoned. It looks a bit weird. Don't dare to waste time. Summon the Shadow Fiend directly. The Shadow Demon was extremely weak at this time, and the vortex at its heart had shrunk to the size of a palm. This is a manifestation of its serious injury. However, he still has the strength of a 10-star monster. He may not be able to kill a 10-star monster, but it is still easy to kill an 8 or 9-star monster. Recover from your injuries as soon as possible. We only have less than 3 minutes, Chen Feng said to Shadow Demon. Demon Centipede King, go and help it kill them together to save time. Don't be greedy this time. Let the Shadow Demon recover from its injuries first. Chen Feng added another sentence. After saying that, the Shadow Demon and the Centipede King rushed out together, disappeared into the forest. Chen Feng found a big tree and sat cross-legged. Although it is only 3 minutes, a very small portion of the energy brought by the monster devoured by the Shadow Demon to recover from his injuries will be fed back to him. Each of Chen Feng's monsters has some passive recovery skills. This is also the reason why Chen Feng is so powerful. At the same time, Chen Feng's approach is unique among magic masters. The skill bonuses brought to him by his 9 magical beasts, combined together, actually make him a 10-star magical beast. Each one has a different role and different skills. So in his previous life, he was called the Demon Master Killer. Have you ever seen a magician fight a monster on equal terms with a human body? Sometimes he is even stronger than the monster. Chen Feng is this unique pervert. There were constant howling sounds coming from the forest. It was the Shadow Demon devouring the monsters. Chen Feng could feel that Shadow Demon's injuries were recovering rapidly. The powerful vitality of the 10-star monster is gradually returning. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the tree, also recovered half of his magic power. It seems that Shadow Fiend's injuries have fully recovered. It's time to settle the matter thoroughly. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, listening to the sound of skill confrontation coming from outside the forest. He directly summoned the 2 monsters back to his side. Stepping on the Demon Centipede King, the Shadow Demon floated behind him and quickly rushed towards the direction where Bai Yin and the other 4 were fighting. Chapter 42, this is my student ID. By Yin, that guy might have abandoned you. You'd better surrender. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Wayne laughed and said to Bai Yin, who was struggling, Bai Yin, you are too naive. Although you and that kid are both from Longxia, you are more naive than him. Today, you will pay for your naivety. The round-faced blonde man said this and sneered at Bai Yin, who was seriously directing the Bai Yin Phoenix to fight. He also felt that Chen Feng would not come back. At least if he was Chen Feng, he would never come back. Humph, we Longxia Beast Masters are not the same as you foreign trash, who can't even get the title. You'd better think about how to escape later. Bai Yin appeared unmoved. He spoke in a cold voice with a serious expression. However, he was also having doubts in his heart at this moment. The boy looked young and unfamiliar. You won't really leave me here. You don't have much power left to control your beasts. I want to see how long you can hold on. After Wayne finished speaking, he directly controlled the two beasts to attack Bai Yin with all their strength. The same was true for the other two blonde beast masters. It seems that they're going to kill Bai Yin here in one fell swoop. I have a lot of beast control power. Bai Yin controlled the two phoenixes to release shields at the same time. The attacks of Wayne and the other two were too fierce. Even someone as strong as Bai Yin was forced to defend himself. He can only have a chance to counterattack when there is a pause in the opponent's attack. You're still being stubborn. No matter if that kid comes back or not, you'll die today. Don't worry, you won't be left alone for too long. A large number of Longxia Beastmasters will soon go down to accompany you. Wayne controlled the beast to continuously use skills and spoke fiercely. With the current attack frequency of the three people, it is only a matter of time to break through Bai Yan's defense. It could be the next second, or it could be 10 seconds later, but it won't be too fast. Bai Yan also frowned at this time, feeling anxious. Just as he was thinking about whether to retreat first, a familiar voice came from behind him. Who said he has to die today? Chen Feng was standing on the demon centipede king, and the voice came from a distance. When Bai Yin heard Chen Feng's words, he was immediately delighted. You're not mistaken about this guy. But at this moment, he was dealing with the attacks of Wayne and his two companions, and he didn't dare to look back. He could only look ahead and yell, Little brother, you've made me wait so long. Let's kill these three bastards together. He believed that now that Chen Feng had returned to help him share the firepower, he had a 40% chance of keeping Wayne and the other two. Your mission is complete. You can take a rest now. Chen Feng's words were shocking. At this moment, he had completely returned to the state of the 1,000-year-old ancestor in his previous life. The tone was as if he was talking to a younger generation. Bai Yin felt inexplicably awkward listening to Chen Feng's words. He looked at Chen Feng, who was already in front of him. What he said, why does it feel like he is the title-level beast tamer, and I am just a supporting role? Shadow Demon, deal with them. Without giving Wayne and the other two time to speak, Chen Feng gave an order directly. In an instant, the shadow demon behind him appeared on the battlefield. It also flew high up, and the shadow blade pierced straight into the clouds. Darkness fell again, different from last time. If the last time was a dark night when the moon had just risen, that was the dark and windy night of murder. The actual darkness was so severe that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The only source of light on the battlefield at this moment was Bai Yan's two white flame phoenixes. But it was like a candlelight in the dark, swaying as if it would be swallowed up by the horrible darkness at any time. At this time, Bai Yin was already confused. He opened his eyes wide and looked around with the help of the white flame light from the phoenix. What kind of skill is this? The temperature in this space has dropped by more than 10 degrees. The coldness didn't feel like winter, but more like the chilly wind in a morgue. Is he a legitimate beast master? Is he sure he's not a cultist? And the centipede beast that emits purple light in the darkness. His beasts are too vicious. At this moment, Bai Yin felt 1,000 shocks in his heart. Run! Wayne was completely panicked. This skill is simply not something they can resist. Didn't you see that Bai Yin, one of their own people, was dumbfounded? Too late. A voice that was not like a human voice sounded coldly. This was said by Shadow Demon. After the Shadow Demon finished speaking, he swung the shadow blade on his arm downwards. Several black lightning bolts, as thick as wastes, fell silently. The thunder at this moment seemed to be silenced. In the darkness, Wayne and his two companions and their beasts could only feel a huge breath of death descending from the sky. The next moment, the 3 people and 6 beasts all turned into a handful of ashes and dissipated into dust in the air. They didn't scream, and the world was eerily quiet. The darkness faded away instantly after they disappeared. It was like someone flipped on a light switch in the house. The area lit up instantly. It was as if the terrifying darkness had never come. But the chill in the air reminded Bai Yin that the darkness had been there before. You? Bai Yin was really completely confused. At this moment, his heart was as strong as a magnitude 9 earthquake. His beast can talk. How is this possible? And this beast taming skill? Wait, can this really be called a beast tamer? It's not an exaggeration to call him a demon. My name is Bai Yin. I am the 9th-ranked beast master in Longxia. I apologize for any inconsiderateness in my previous words. Bai Yin has tried his best to keep a low profile at this time. With his knowledge, he could naturally see that Chen Feng's skills were more powerful than that. I'm afraid the young man in front of me is already able to compete with the one ranked first. Bai Yin put away his previous contempt for Chen Feng. His expression was very reserved at this moment. My name is Chen Feng, and I'm, a student. I'm a sophomore at Northern Beast Taming University. Chen Feng replied awkwardly. With my current ability, if I were just a student, it might be a bit too outrageous. He also knew the problem, but he had no choice because he was indeed a student. Little brother, stop joking. If you want to hide your identity, you don't have to tease me like this. Bai Yin didn't believe it at all. He thought Chen Feng was hiding his identity. This is my student ID, the kind that can be used to buy tickets at a discount. As Chen Feng spoke, he took out a red book from his pocket. Yes, it is indeed a student ID card with a stamp. There was also Chen Feng's small 2-inch sticker on it. Question mark? Bai Yin stared at Chen Feng's student ID card closely. His mouth was wide open. Is this a student? He looked at the huge demon centipede king under Chen Feng's feet, and then looked at the student ID in Chen Feng's hand, and the handsome face with a hint of youth behind the student ID card. There was 5 seconds of silence. Senior, you're in a good mood. Bai Yin stuttered and gave a thumbs up. In the end, he did believe that Chen Feng was a student, but I didn't completely believe it. He thought Chen Feng was a 10-star beast tamer who went to school to show off because he was bored. I get it. This guy had plastic surgery to pick up girls at school. Bai Yin suddenly thought of something. On his way here, he met Zhang Tai and Bai Xinyue. At that time, the pretty little girl was extremely concerned about Chen Feng. Got it. Case solved. This guy really knows how to have fun. Bai Yin instantly imagined a lot of fun for adults. He gave Chen Feng a thumbs up again. I'll take you back to the portal. Our other official 10-star beast masters are probably already here. You just need to teach them the rest. Bai Yin looked at Chen Feng, who looked unhappy, and quickly changed the subject. I will report your achievements today, truthfully. The authorities may discuss rewards with you separately later. This is a necessary process. I hope you can understand. Hey, let's go. Chen Feng knew that Bai Yin had really misunderstood, but I didn't bother him anymore. The turbid will be turbid by itself, and the clear will be clear by itself. I'm indeed a student. However, Bai Xinyue's beast taming problem has not been solved yet. This is the task assigned to her by Lao Zhang. Wait until I go back to pick up Bai Xinyue, then come back to sign a contract to tame the beast. Chen Feng thought secretly. Chapter 43, he is really good at playing. Soon, Chen Feng and the others returned to the portal leading to Longxia. They're a guard station here. But because of the interference from the Korean country and the American Beastmasters, the place is now in a state of preparation for war. Old Bai, can you help me ask where Bai Xinyue is? I need to take her to contract a 2-star beast. The two were walking into camp, and Chen Feng said to Bai Yin. At this time, Chen Feng and Bai Yin were already quite proficient. The two of them communicated a lot along the way, so they are now quite familiar with each other. Bai Yin also took the initiative to leave Chen Feng's contact information. Let me ask for you. Bai Yin looked at Chen Feng meaningfully. That look carries a lot of information. See, he really wanted to pick up students. What a fun thing to do. Bai Yin never believed that Chen Feng was a 2-star beastmaster. The main thing about a beastmaster is that the strength of the beast he contracts depends on his ability. Chen Feng now owns 2 10-star magical beasts. Anyone who doesn't know him would think that Chen Feng is definitely a 10-star guy who had plastic surgery to pick up girls at school. At this point in time, there is no talk of beheading and rebuilding. After all, who has nothing better to do than kill their own beast and make a new contract? For this thing, the pain is secondary. The main thing is the chance of losing star rating. There is a chance that 9 out of 10 stars will drop. Who would dare to try it? Those who can climb to 10 stars all have some mortal enemies. If they drop to 9 stars, they may be blocked by mortal enemies before they can even train themselves up. Bai Yan's status was quite high. so he quickly asked where Bai Xinyue was. Let's go. The girl is being housed in a camp outside of the beast territory. Bai Yin accompanied Chen Feng into the portal. The two returned to Blue Star. As soon as he came out of the portal, Chen Feng saw Bai Xinyue standing alone outside the portal with a tense face, staring at his position anxiously. The worry in her eyes was almost materializing. This is for Bai Yin to see. The old cow eats the tender grass quite steadily. The moment Bai Xinyue saw Chen Feng coming out, she subconsciously ran towards Chen Feng. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. She was really worried that something might happen to Chen Feng. After Chen Feng left, the moment she saw the sky darken, her heart was in her throat. Bai Xinyue didn't know that was the skill of Chen Feng's monster. The next moment, she was about to throw herself into Chen Feng's arms. She did not carefully observe Chen Feng's surprised expression at this time. He also didn't notice that Bai Yan's body actually moved 2 steps to the side. The next second, a fragrant breeze blew past her. It's the scent of rose mixed with a hint of chocolate. Blonde hair, long legs. Even wrapped in winter clothes, her tall, S-shaped figure could not be hidden. Chen Feng, I thought I would never see you again. Elena took the lead and threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng was confused. Bai Xinyue was also petrified on the spot. Bai Yin took 2 steps to the side again. He really knows how to play. Bai Yin gave a sincere evaluation of Chen Feng in his heart. I miss you so much. Let's be together. They won't let me go in to find you, so I can only wait for you here. Elena kept talking. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice. Chen Feng came to his senses instantly. He pushed Elena's face and forced her out of his arms. Elena hugged Chen Feng's neck and refused to let go. Bai Xinyue behind her had tears in her eyes. Who is this foreign woman? Let me go. Chen Feng pushed Elena's face helplessly and finally pushed Elena out. Well, Xinyue, let's go and contract a 2-star beast for you first. Chen Feng quickly pulled Bai Xinyue and ran towards the portal. Elena is such a passionate girl. Passionate and unrestrained. Doesn't she know how to be more restrained like the British princess? Hey, hubby. Wait for me. I also need to contract a 2-star beast. Elena held Chen Feng's hand at the last moment before Chen Feng entered the beast realm. So in the end, Chen Feng entered the beast realm portal one by one. He is so strong. Bai Yin was stunned. Although the foreign girl had a wild personality, he recognized the clothes she was wearing. All branded items, the whole outfit costs at least $1 million. All are custom-made. Isn't it said that 10-star beast masters are restricted from traveling abroad? How did he get this foreign girl? Bai Yin fell into endless thoughts. Let me introduce you to them. Her name is Elena, my friend. Her name is Bai Xinyue, my classmate and teammate. Above the demon centipede king's head, Chen Feng introduced the 2 girls to each other. He also glanced at Elena from time to time. Chen Feng didn't want Bai Xinyue to know any clues about his rebirth. Oh! Bai Xinyue felt uncomfortable watching Chen Feng and Elena flirting with each other. A strange feeling. She didn't know why she suddenly became unhappy. Yeah, we're just ordinary friends. Really just ordinary friends. Don't think too much. Elena nodded and repeated it over and over again. At this point, she already regarded the Longxia girl in front of her as her love rival. Humph, Chen Feng is mine. We were lovers in our last life, and no one can change that. Just keep your mouth shut. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at Elena. He was really afraid that this girl would reveal something. If someone with ulterior motives knew that he was reborn, it would likely hinder his future development. The main thing is that although he has the capital to spend money now, he is not yet invincible. It also needs to be developed to at least a 5-star level to be safe. Chen Feng thought so. Hello, nice to meet you. I'll soon be your new teammate. Elena said, and took the initiative to extend her hand to Bai Xinyue. How could Bai Xinyue be as knowledgeable as Elena? She is just an ordinary girl, maybe even less mature than an ordinary girl. After all, she has put all her thoughts on taming beasts. So she was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum at this moment. Hello, hello. Bai Xinyue silently stretched out her hand and shook hands with Elena. But Chen Feng was confused at this time. What? How can you become our teammate? How could Longxia allow you to be a British citizen? Chen Feng asked in surprise. I am now a real Longxia person. I changed my nationality just to be with you. Elena didn't hide it at all and said directly, my ID card will be made in 15 days. We're family from now on, she said excitedly. You are awesome. Chen Feng could only say helplessly in the end. Others don't know Elena's identity and background, but he does. Elena's status in Britain is no less than that of a princess of a country. To be more precise, it can be likened to the daughter of the prime minister of the ancient Zhao state, who voluntarily abandoned the Zhao state and joined the Qin state for an ordinary young man from the Qin state. It is said that they are pursuing love and dare to love and hate, but from the perspective of Britain, it is more like treason. Let's go. I'll take you two to contract a powerful beastmaster. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He also reacted. Since you want to make up for the regrets of your previous life, then let them contract with Warcraft while they are still in the early stages. After all, if they were allowed to continue like this, it would only last 100 years. They will surely grow old and die. But if I embark on the path of slaying demons, I won't be alone in the future as they are with me. Chapter 44, Rewards. Chen Feng, I feel a new energy in my body. Is this the magic power you mentioned? Bai Xinyue asked Chen Feng weakly. Me too. I feel like my body is full of magical power. All thanks to you, Chen Feng. Elena hugged Chen Feng's arm and spoke casually with a slightly seductive tone in her voice. It's the magic power, but don't tell anyone about the magic beast and the magic power. Once you get out, the authorities will definitely block the news in this regard. As Chen Feng spoke, he pulled his arm out of Elena's white breasts. Elena looked indifferent about it. She was used to it. But the cooler Chen Feng was, the more she liked him. Bai Xinyue stared silently, pretending not to see anything. Xinyue, your monster is called the Golden Scale Magic Butterfly, a 2-star mid-level monster. Although its main combat power is not strong, its skills are very rare. Its Golden Scale Poison Mist can paralyze enemies 1 level higher than it in range. If used well, it can be a group control skill. And you, Elena, your magical beast is called Tongyu Python. It is a 2-star intermediate level beast. Its skill is its name, Tongyu. Anyone who looks into its snake eyes will fall into an illusion for a short time and unconsciously walk into the Netherworld Yellow Springs Naiha Bridge, which is its mouth. But you still have to be careful when fighting the enemy. After all, the enemy may break free from the illusion at any time. The three of them stood on top of the demon centipede king's head, and Chen Feng introduced science to the two women respectively. When Chen Feng returned to the portal, he met Bai Yin. At this time, Bai Yin was accompanied by 2 beastmasters with arrogant looks on their faces. Seeing the cocky looks on their faces, Chen Feng knew that they were probably both 10-star beastmasters. When the two saw Chen Feng and the other two, they all looked arrogant and held their heads high. Because just now, they were officially invited to guard this beast domain together with Long Xia, a title-level master, and Bai Yin. Being a 10-star beastmaster among civilians is equivalent to a kid from the mountains passing the civil service exam. The two of them were feeling like, I'm so awesome, I finally have a job that the government is working for. The most important thing is that from now on their beastmasters will also have 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. The main thing is this gold. Of course, it's not a beast tamer pension or anything like that, but a beast tamer maintenance fund. Beasts also need daily maintenance. For example, furry animals need to be washed, just like pets. Maintenance money. Let's put it this way. With this, even if he takes a beast man to have a foot massage, he can come back with a receipt and report the money to the authorities. However, the next scene surprised them both. Brother Chen Feng, you're back. When the two groups were still 7 or 8 meters apart, Bai Yin took the initiative to greet them. He still doesn't know exactly how old Chen Feng is, because Chen Feng's information has been set to the highest confidentiality level by the authorities. As for Chen Feng's surface information, that must be fake information. How can someone become a 10-star beastmaster before graduating from college? Bai Yin thought so. Ah, it's Old White. Are you going to deal with the aftermath? Chen Feng said casually with a smile. Yeah, I'm a government employee. How can I be as free and easy as Brother Chen? Bai Yin said, looking at Bai Xinyue and Elena, who were standing on the left and right of Chen Feng. Oh my God, what a beast. How did he manage to combine Chinese and Western cultures without causing any fights? Oh, I'm just an ordinary student. I have to be busy participating in the beast taming competition when I go back. Chen Feng sighed. Ha, brother. You're in a good mood, but you may have to get busy in a different way. Just now, my superiors asked me to inform you that someone wants to meet you. I'm just passing on a message to you to give you some advance notice. Bai Yin said, Oh, I knew it would be like this. I'll go out first. Chen Feng sighed. When he was promoted to 2 stars and showed his strength, he had already expected that he would be pulled aside for a private chat by the officials. It seems that after I go out, I am afraid I will be picked up. The two groups left at different times. After walking a long way, the 2 beastmasters beside Bai Yin spoke to him timidly. Brother, who was that just now? He is the low-key expert I told you about before, who single-handedly killed 5 10-star Beastmasters. Bai Yin explained with a smile. What? How can he be so young? One titled 10-star. For ordinary 10 stars, Longxia actually has such a hidden master. The two's words made by Yin. When he goes out this time, he will definitely be directly rated as a new title-level Beastmaster, and his ranking may be very high. The two regretted it. If I had known earlier, I would have tried to curry favor with Chen Feng. I would have missed this opportunity. But who would have thought he was so young? Bai Yin looked at the two people with regretful expressions on their faces. I thought to myself, it doesn't matter even if I give you two a chance. What were you thinking about just now? Chen Feng and the other two had just left the beast territory. He was taken away, and it was picked up by helicopter. The destination is the same place as Chen Feng's school. By Qingxiti. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Feng. We will send the two ladies back to school safely. The plane slowly started up again from the tarmac of the Beijing City Beast Taming Administration Bureau. Chen Feng was led into an office of the Imperial Administration Bureau. Wait a moment. The commander will be here soon. After the man finished speaking, he left the office alone. The office is simply furnished with a brown leather sofa, a brown solid-wood table, and a wooden chair. Standard Longxia official unit display. The Imperial Control Bureau in Kyoto is the Longxia General Imperial Control Bureau. The Longxia Beast Taming Force is divided into two major camps. One is the Guard Army, a pioneer team composed of troops to guard and explore the beast domain. The other is the Imperial Administration Bureau, which is responsible for maintaining public order in Longxia and resolving external influencing factors. The Beast Taming Bureau has a special responsibility, which is to recruit potential beast tamers and evaluate title-level beast tamers. Click. The door was pushed open. Little brother, sorry for the long wait. The person who came was an old man with some gray hair. He has a kind face and looks like an old man who is very easy to get along with. But there is a sense of majesty in his temperament. Without waiting for Chen Feng to answer, the old man spoke again. My name is Chu Weigua, and my title is Dragon King. Chu Weigua said, extending his hand to Chen Feng. Chen Feng also took the initiative to shake hands. This was the official way of meeting, and he was used to these basic etiquettes. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to ask a few questions, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he looked at Chen Feng seriously. I'm sorry, some of these things are my personal secrets. I can't guarantee that I can answer them all. Chen Feng frowned when he heard this. Dragon King, he had heard of him in his previous life. Among the title-level beast masters in Longxia, he is ranked first and is very powerful. According to memory, he should have died in the beast domain a month later. It's okay. Let me ask the first question first. Chu Weigua paused after he finished speaking, and then continued. Are you a 10-star beast master? No, I am currently a 2-star. Chen Feng shook his head. This secret cannot be hidden because the 10-star Beastmaster has a very strong body, so Chen Feng reveals his cards directly. So are your two monsters 10 stars? After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and stared into Chen Feng's eyes. His question was very clever. Normal people would usually ask first, is your beast a demon beast? Before asking, is it a 10-star beast? But he now combines these two questions into one. This saves the possibility of Chen Feng refusing to answer. It's 10 stars. Chen Feng said lightly. This is your reward this time. Also, one last question. Do you love Longxia? Chu Weigua said this and pushed an A4 size reward list to Chen Feng. 90% of it is blank. There are only 3 words in the middle. Asked. Chapter 45, Ishihara Ryoko. Asked. Chen Feng glanced at the list in his hand. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Weigua again. These 3 words are not simple. They seem to be rewards, but in fact they are traps. If Chen Feng really asked for what he needed, it represents his needs and desires, or weaknesses, which will be completely exposed to the authorities. When the real demand was raised, Chu Weigua could have just said, sorry, we don't have it at the moment. But it can give you other things to make up for it. Then Chen Feng will be led by the nose and expose more needs. Finally, Chu Weigua can use his official status to control what Chen Feng needs and indirectly control Chen Feng. But Chen Feng did not state his needs, but answered Chu Weigua's questions first. Looking into Chu Weigua's eyes, he spoke slowly. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. There is only one Longxia in this world. Chen Feng didn't say whether he loved Longxia or not. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with a double meaning. Good. there is only one Long Xia. We Long Xia have always had a special title. Are you interested? This title is probably only for you. Chu Weiwei asked again. What title? Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Behind every title of Longxia Kingdom, there is a big plan. Only if you are strong enough and complete this plan, you can get the corresponding title. For example, Bai Yin, he once fought alone with 3 title-level 10-star beast masters from the Indian kingdom on the border between the two countries. After that battle, the Kingdom of India finally became obedient. And that plan was called the Burning Zhu Plan. How about listening to the mission plan first? Chu Weiguo was very happy to see that Chen Feng was interested, and he first changed the subject. You know, all the major countries are ready to make a move, especially America. They have already started to act in advance. The fusion of the beast domains has made them want to redistribute resources and fight for more say. Yeah, I can tell. Chen Feng replied. Of course I know this. In your previous life, you were surrounded and attacked by the top 10 masters of America. At that time, I was wondering why Long Xia suddenly started to develop in a sneaky way and kept giving up the beast domain. This resulted in it taking Chen Feng and his generation of beast masters 100 years to regain their territory in the beast realm. My plan is to use the world competition as an opportunity for you to secretly take action and try to deal with some of the 10-star beast masters from the troublesome countries. Chu Weiguo said tentatively. I know it's dangerous, but it's very difficult for 10-star beast masters from all countries to go abroad. Your battle record in the Lian City beast domain has been sealed as a secret, and no one knows you have the ability to kill a 10-star beast master. You are the only beast master in the world who can do this. If you can accept it, you can ask for any salary you want. Chu Weiwei said no more after that. Kill the title level ones? Chen Feng asked. I will provide you with any information you need. Just deal with the people within your ability while protecting yourself. But I want to tell you in advance, if you are counterattacked during the mission, well, the mission will fail. I hope you don't leave any trouble behind. Chu Weiwei's words were actually very straightforward. If the mission fails, please commit suicide and don't involve Long Xia. It can be imagined that if Chen Fengjin failed in his mission, he would be immediately stripped of his citizenship. After Chu Weiwei finished speaking, he reached out and touched the switch on the wall. In an instant, all power supply equipment in the office stopped working, including camera. Now, what I want to say is that if you fail in your mission, there will be an old beast master from Longxia country who will help you as much as possible as a friend. If you die, this old beast master will avenge you at the end of his life. After Chu Weiwei finished speaking, he touched his gray hair and pressed the switch again with his other hand. The lights in the office came on again, but he only had a few years left to live. Okay, I'll take this title. Chen Feng nodded and continued. Also, I will go to Neon Country in a few days. I will go there alone before Zhang Dayuan's scheduled battle with them. Then I will give you the list of 10-star beast masters in Japan. As for the title, once you complete your mission, I will thoroughly announce your name and title to the whole world. Now you can take this voucher to the Beast Taming Material Treasury in Beijing City to see if there is anything you need. Chu Weiwei nodded and took out a pass with a red stamp on it. Okay. Chen Feng took the pass, stood up and said, by the way, magic beasts can also be contracted. The contract method is the same as that of demon beasts. However, the first contract will convert the beast power in the body into magic power, which may feel a little bit of a surge. Also, let me tell you a piece of news. Every time you own a 10-star magical beast, you will increase your lifespan by 100 years. I believe this news will be very useful to you. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned around and pushed the door open. Chu Weiwei was standing in front of the table in a daze. Chen Feng's last 2 sentences were like a hammer, hitting his already gloomy heart. The words seemed to knock away the rust in his heart. He was already prepared to go abroad and explode at any time at the end of his life. But now, his heart is alive again. If I guard Longxia for another 100 years, what kind of Longxia will I see? He murmured. More than 20 days passed in a flash. During this period, Chen Feng took a lot of good things from the Beastmaster Treasury in Jing City. This resulted in the Centipede King and the Shadow Demon becoming fat and strong. He himself has recovered from his injuries. You can continue to absorb the magic power transformed by the Demon Centipede King. At this time, Chen Feng was lying alone on the sofa in the villa. The teammates all went to training. Chen Feng has privileges. His strength exceeds that of Elena by Xin Yue and others by far, so Zhang Daoyuan is happy about it. Anyway, when the World Series comes, he can just win and get the gold medal. Hey, This kid Chen Feng really gives me peace of mind. Who would be stupid enough to make things difficult for such a precious student? While Zhang Dayuan was training by Xin Yue and the other three to improve their coordination, he felt emotional in his heart. Inside the villa, Chen Feng was lying on the sofa with a black notebook in his hand. It's the page full of names. Behind the circled name of Elena is the name of a girl from Sakura Country, Ishihara Ryoko. He picked up the pen, circled Ishihara Ryoko's name heavily, and then closed the notebook again. Put it back in your pocket carefully. I took out my phone and started booking a flight to Japan for tomorrow. Chapter 46, Can I Come In? Neon Country, Big City. As soon as Chen Feng got off the plane, he was in trouble. In his previous life, he met that girl Ryoko at the American base in Nawa City. But that should be 10 years later. Now Chen Feng only knows that Ishihara Ryoko must be in Osaka City, but he really doesn't know where exactly. I remember Ryoko once told him. Before being sent to the American base, she was imprisoned in the Koizumi family in Osaka City for 9 years. She worked as a blood slave for 9 years for the patriarch of the Koizumi family, Koizumi Masamu. Well, Koizumi Masamu, it seems that this name is on the list given by Chu Weigua. Chen Feng stood where he was, took out his cell phone, and started checking the list. He kept swiping the screen. Got it. Masaru Koizumi, the patriarch of the Koizumi family, is currently 79 years old and a 10-star low-level beastmaster. The Koizumi family has monopolized half of Japan's beast taming material business, so they have the power to cover the sky with one hand in Japan. They blatantly captured children aged 16 to 18 to be their blood slaves, to exchange blood for them in order to survive. Chen Feng looked at the information and frowned. This old guy deserves to die. In order to live 2 or 3 more years, he actually captured a child to give him blood. He has no humanity at all, and I don't know how he became a 10-star beastmaster. Thinking of this, Chen Feng picked up the phone and called Chu Weigua. The call was connected quickly. Hey Lao Chu, I'm in Neon. There's a guy named Koizumi Masamu. Yes, the patriarch of the Koizumi family. I want his detailed itinerary information. The sooner the better. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Chen Feng hung up the phone. Within 5 minutes, a strange message popped up for Chen Feng. This is Masamu Koizumi's latest itinerary. The efficiency is quite fast, and there is no need to report to higher authorities for approval. But the message was sent so quickly, it seems that Koizumi has someone close to him. Chen Feng analyzed it in his mind. The itinerary is clearly marked, including Koizumi's daily routine. But at the end of the message, there was a message that resembled private advice. Content. Sir, can you help me get rid of Koizumi Masamoto-san? This way I can control the entire Koizumi family. Wow. Chen Feng looked at this message and immediately became alert. At least he has become the second in command. It just so happened that he also needed to use the power of the Koizumi family to find out Ryoko's exact location. Sure, it happens that Xiaoquan and Xiaoxiaquan are going to the club for dinner tonight. You should be ready. Chen Feng replied. Okay, I will yell, catch the assassin after you kill someone. This is our code. I will contact you after you leave. Looking at the message sent, Chen Feng directly deleted all the conversations. Afterwards, Chen Feng randomly found a ramen restaurant and ordered a bowl of ramen. After eating, he booked a hotel far away from Koizumi's home. Time passed quickly, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. It was completely dark outside at this time. Chen Feng stood in the blind spot of the surveillance camera in the dark and looked towards the club. This is a private club. It only has 1 floor, but even from the outside you can tell that the decoration inside is extremely luxurious. Wear a mask specially made for gangsters. Chen Feng's figure disappeared instantly. Chen Feng knew the structure of the club very well, including, of course, the room where Masahiro Koizumi and his son were currently located. After 3 teleportations, Chen Feng was already standing outside the room. The club doesn't have many security guards, only some service staff. After all, it is very difficult for 10-star beastmasters from other countries to go abroad, but Koizumi knows all the 10-star beastmasters in Japan. This is why he is so confident. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Feng knocked on the sliding door politely. Who is it? Mr. Koizumi is having a meal. There is no need to send other dishes for the time being. A woman's voice was heard from inside the house. Sounds a bit old. Sure enough, they were all eaten inside. Thinking of this, Chen Feng stopped pretending. Shadow blades gathered from the arms. Chen Feng directly opened the sliding door. Suddenly, the 3 men and 1 woman in the room were exposed to Chen Feng's eyes. Among them were Koizumi and his son. and Chen Feng did not know the other man and woman. It seems that the young woman in kimono should be Koizumi's wife. But this has nothing to do with Chen Feng. He came to kill people. Baga, who are you? How dare you come in without permission? Koizumi Masamu stood up and yelled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't answer at all. Orders? It would be polite for me to knock before I kill you. The next second, he suddenly appeared behind the 70-year-old Koizumi Masamu, with a black knife in and a black knife out. After pulling out the shadow blade, Chen Feng swung it backhand. Koizumi Masaru's son was also beheaded in an instant. It went surprisingly smoothly. But it is not Koizumi's fault that he was careless. In fact, such a thing is almost impossible to happen. After dealing with Koizumi and his son, Chen Feng suddenly felt troubled. Damn, who are our own among these remaining man and woman? Why don't you just shout the secret code, so I can leave? The woman was wearing a kimono and had a pale complexion. She was obviously a purebred Japanese and didn't look like one of our own. The man was short, had a wretched face, and very Japanese features. And it seemed that he was not one of us either. The three of them stared at each other for a second. Just when Chen Feng was thinking about whether he should try to get rid of Koizumi's wife, he saw Koizumi's wife suddenly scream. Ah, catch that assassin. The sound is very loud. The short man heard the scream, but didn't dare to move. It's so funny. How could this guy be an assassin? He just entered the room with his invincible skill and started killing people as soon as he entered the room. After killing the person, he didn't run away, but instead stared at us. Who dares to catch him? Chen Feng was also stunned when he saw Koizumi's wife suddenly shout out the secret code. My goodness, I thought one of us was probably a gay man who endured humiliation and bore heavy responsibilities. I didn't expect that she was a young Japanese woman with great ambitions. What a righteous act. After exchanging secret codes, all you need to do is to know who is your own person. The next second, Chen Feng disappeared from the spot. When Chen Feng returned to the hotel, it was almost 12 o'clock. After a quick wash, his phone rang. This time someone called. Sir, I need to gather the power of the Koizumi family tonight. I will meet you in person tomorrow morning. The other party spoke Longxiao language, and the voice was exactly that of the young woman. Okay, by the way, help me check if there's a girl named Ishihara Ryoko in Osaka, about 18 years old. Chen Feng added after thinking for a while. Okay. The other party hung up the phone. Chen Feng was lying on the bed, waiting for news from Liangzi. The next day, around 7 o'clock, there was a knock on Chen Feng's door. Sir, are you still resting? It was the young woman's tentative voice. Judging from the footsteps, it was a person coming. Chen Feng walked quickly to the door and opened it. The young woman has changed from her housewife look last night, and today she is obviously dressed up carefully. If I didn't know, I would have thought she was here for a blind date. A flesh-colored suspender-tight skirt. The collar was wide open, revealing a lot of white. It can be seen that although she is in her 30s, her figure has not changed at all. Can I come in? The young woman said this and looked around cautiously. She was afraid of being followed. However, when Chen Feng saw her like this, he felt that the two of them seemed to be in a hurry to have a deep communication, which made her look too guilty. Well, it's a common plot in Japanese movies. But Koizumi is dead. Come in. Chen Feng made way and said. The young woman nodded, then lowered her head and quickly walked into the house, bringing with her a faint scent of cherry blossoms. Chapter 47, There is Someone Behind You. After the young woman entered the room, she actually took the initiative to sit on the bed, which Chen Feng had not yet had time to make. After Chen Feng closed the door, he turned around and was immediately shocked. The sitting posture reminded him of some overly radical movie scenes. No, this script is wrong. Sir, my name is Kawakita Ayaka. You can just call me Ayaka. Last night, I checked all the people named Ishihara Ryoko in Osaka. Here is the information. Please take a look. After Kaiwa finished speaking, she took out a palm-sized notebook from her small bag and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened the notebook. It turned out to be a handwritten copy, and there was a small 2-inch photo sandwiched between each page. She has a heart. Chen Feng looked at it carefully. At the same time, Kaiwa also looked at Chen Feng curiously. In fact, there was a second last night when she was actually shocked. In her eyes, the powerful and godlike Koizumi Masamu was killed in an instant. And she was killed instantly by the handsome, young boy in front of her. He was so cold last night, but now he is like a harmless, sunny boy. Japanese people are naturally attracted to strong people, especially women. Kaiwa gradually began to admire the young man from Longxia in front of her. But she quickly calmed down and secretly suppressed the restlessness in her heart. Kaiwa, you are no longer young and you are not worthy of him. She warned herself in her heart. But if he wants to. She subconsciously pinched and rubbed the white sheets with her left hand and began to think wildly again. Found it. You are here. Chen Feng was suddenly delighted. He tore off the page of information and put the photo into his pocket. But when he looked up at Kaiwa again, he was stunned. No, sister, why is your face so red? I still have things to do. Do you have anything else to do? Chen Feng asked tentatively and quickly ordered him to leave. If we don't drive this woman away, I'm afraid we'll have to fight for 300 rounds. That won't do. You're not allowed to write that kind of thing. Well, at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf or a tiger. No, no more. I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Kaiwa picked up her bag and left in a hurry, as if she was running away. That girl named Ishihara Ryoko must be the girl he likes. She is so happy. One of the most prominent characteristics of Japanese women, probably influenced by culture, is that they love to daydream at any age. Ryoko is in a very bad mood right now. She felt that life was terrible. Just yesterday, she underwent a free physical examination organized by the community and was found to have blood problems. So she was sent to this clinic. The community said they could provide her with free treatment. However, they had already drawn more than 600 milliliters of their blood. If I were not a beast master, I would have fainted by now. Ryoko was lying on the so-called clinic bed that was arranged for her. My head is dizzy. I don't want treatment anymore. I want to leave. Ryoko called out weakly to the outside world. She tried to remove the needle from the vein in her arm, but she couldn't. She really has no strength left. Well, this is the last test. Hang in there, girl. A big man in a white coat pushed the door open and walked in. He doesn't look like a doctor at all, but I don't want to receive treatment anymore. I still have a part-time job to do. I need to earn enough money for tuition as soon as possible. School starts in a month. Ryoko struggled to get up and was about to get out of bed. You may have to lie here for a while. To tell you the truth, your blood is very rare and very vital. Some people need it. The doctor roughly pushed Ryoko back onto the bed and spoke calmly. What you are doing is illegal. My parents will definitely fine me. When Ryoko heard what the doctor said, she was suddenly frightened, but she still pretended to be calm. You don't have any parents. Your parents died several years ago. You don't have any relatives, so your fate is predictable. Accept your fate. This is your destiny. The doctor sneered. He had already checked Ryoko's background. Well, I don't have time to talk to you about this. If the employer you just found hadn't died suddenly, you would be somewhere else now. But don't worry, I found another place for you, a base in America, and there's a big guy there who's very interested in you. The doctor said as he pulled up the belt under the bed and secured Ryoko to the bed. Damn it, you bastard, let me go. Ryoko struggled, but to no avail. She was only a one-star beast master, and she didn't have much strength left. Stop shouting. If you shout again, I'll cut off your tongue, he roared. Ryoko was so scared that she burst into tears. She didn't dare to say anything else and just glared at the big man. Don't worry, you won't die. You'll just donate some blood every few days. In the future, you'll appear on the missing list. That's it. The big man fastened the last belt and spoke to himself. No, I want to go to school. I want to... The girl cried helplessly. You are just a poor wretch at the bottom of society. Cry. I understand you. When I sell you, you'll find out your true value. The big man pinched Ryoko's cheek and said, some people are born with their fate determined. Oh, really? Then why don't I believe in fate? Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded from behind the big man. The big man turned around suddenly. Who are you, and how did you find here? He asked loudly. At the same time, he put his hands in a defensive stance. He looked at Chen Feng warily. However, Chen Feng didn't answer him at all. Instead, he said to the girl behind him, Hey girl, do you need help? When Ryoko heard the frivolous voice, she was suddenly surprised. Yes, please save me. The girl turned and shouted at Chen Feng as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Of course, it's very simple, Chen Feng said with a smile. The next moment, he appeared next to the big man. Shadow Blade appears again. Puff, the blade pierced into the big man's abdomen. The big man opened his eyes wide and slowly fell down. See, it's that simple. Chen Feng smiled as he helped Ryoko unbuckle her belt. The sun hit his face. Ryoko stared blankly at the young man in front of her. It's like seeing a god. However, the next moment, she suddenly looked terrified. There's someone behind you. Chapter 48 Codename, Doctor. There's someone behind you. Be careful. Ryoko widened her eyes and saw a white-haired old man standing behind Chen Feng. He has a big nose, his white skin is puffy, and his face is full of wrinkles. An American. Ryoko's first reaction was to hug Chen Feng and roll to the other side of the bed. But Chen Feng has the physique of a 2-star magical beast. How could she possibly hold him? The girl felt like she was hugging a big tree with body temperature and couldn't move at all. However, the next moment, she felt that she was hugged by Chen Feng. Then there was a dizzying feeling. In dizziness, she vaguely saw the boy who was holding her swing his hand. A thin purple line flew out from his sleeve, and it seemed as if it had no flight path. First there was a trace of it in the air, and then it disappeared directly in mid-air. When it appeared again, it was already wrapped around the neck of the American Beastmaster. It looks very weird. The next second, she came out of the dizziness. When I regained my clear vision, I saw that the American Beastmaster was scratching his neck with his hands with a very painful expression. "Don't be afraid. Hug me a little longer if you like it," Chen Feng said softly. He touched Ryoko's little head lovingly. This little girl is still hanging on Chen Feng. "Ah, no need." Ryoko quickly released her hands that were around Chen Feng's neck. She was wearing a JK skirt at the time and no stockings. The soft and tender flesh on the legs, like tofu, is covered with sensitive nerves, and anything above is taboo territory. She could clearly feel the warmth of Chen Feng's big hands and the warmth of Chen Feng's arms. The little girl's face turned red, and she struggled to stand on the ground. "Stop struggling. How did you get in?" Chen Feng asked the old American Beastmaster, who kept scratching his neck. What's your name? Hurry up and get that thing off my neck. I'm a 10-star Beastmaster from the American base. Do you want to rebel against the Japanese?" The old Beastmaster stopped scratching his neck. He turned and spoke coldly to Chen Feng. This old guy mistook Chen Feng for Neon Country's 10-star Beastmaster. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng knew that the old man had misunderstood and actually thought that he was a Beastmaster from Japan. "Very good." He rolled his eyes and spoke slowly. "Baga, I'm asking you a question. How did you get in and what are you doing here?" Chen Feng said with a strong Japanese accent. "Of course you are here to take my blood slave. I bought her, give her to me quickly, and then get this damn thing off my neck. Otherwise, even if the Prime Minister of Japan comes today, he won't be able to save you." He felt that the young Japanese Beastmaster in front of him was a little bit rebellious. It was like the son gave his father a slap in the face, making him feel angry. "This is your beast, right? Do you know that releasing beasts at will in the city is against international law? Do you want to be wanted by the whole world, you idiot?" The old Beastmaster spoke in a tone that was completely like educating a newbie. But in fact, he was a little scared at this moment. After all, it was the first time he saw a beast with such thick purple silk thread. The Blue Star Beastmasters have a convention that they cannot release beasts randomly in the city, because the beasts are huge in size and have incredible destructive power and can easily hurt ordinary people. However, some Beastmasters are interested in contracting some small-sized beasts so that they can ensure that they have a backup plan within the city. You are the Beastmaster from the American base, right? You have to understand that your life is in my hands now. Don't say threatening words. Even if I release the Beastmaster, what can you do?" Chen Feng said with a smile, and without waiting for the other party to answer, he spoke again. "By the way, what's your name? Answer me." As Chen Feng spoke, he took out his cell phone and opened the list of powerful people from Japan that Chu Wei was sent him. This, of course, also includes the American strongman in Neon. "How come you don't know me, you idiot? How did you get to 10 stars? My name is Nathan. Remember that, you Neon idiot?" Nathan looked incredulous. His name is well known among the 10-star Beastmasters in Neon Country because he is the third best in the American base. There are a total of 5 10-star masters stationed in Neon at the American base. "Nathan?" "Yeah. I found him, a 10-star American Beastmaster." Chen Feng tapped the screen of his mobile phone and put a check mark behind Nathan's name. There is also a check mark on Masayuki Koizumi's name. In the list, the names of both people change from black to gray. Those who tick the right number are dead. "No, you are not from Japan." Nathan had already discovered the problem. He was instantly terrified. A foreign Beastmaster of the yellow race appeared in Neon. The answer is obvious. "You are a damn Longxia," he said with his eyes wide open. "Damn it, how dare you show up in Neon Country alone? You can't kill me. As long as you let me go, I can guarantee that you will leave Neon alive." Nathan was really panicked. The 10-star Beastmaster from Longxia Kingdom sneaked into Neon. "Oh my god, this guy must be the Hawk Faction crazy Beastmaster from Longxia Country. Too crazy. Doesn't he want to live anymore?" Then he thought of the news of Masaru Koizumi's sudden death yesterday. No, you also killed Koizumi. Nathan shouted. Shit, I don't understand what you were saying. Chen Feng said with a smile in pure Korean. Stop pretending. You're from Longxia. Get your beast off my neck. Now I am not the only American 10-star Beastmaster in Dabin. If I don't go back to find him within a day, he will definitely follow the clues and find me. Then you will be dead. Nathan exposed Chen Feng and threatened fiercely. When he knew that the young man in front of him was a Beastmaster from Longxia country, he had already placed all his hopes on the friend who came with him. Chen Feng did not give a direct answer when he heard this. In fact, when he heard that there was another American 10-star Beastmaster in Dabin, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He stroked his chin. I was thinking about how to kill Nathan and then follow the clues to kill the other American Beastmaster. Chen Feng knew clearly that he had the advantage of launching a sneak attack, but if he was accidentally approached by the opponent first, he would be in danger of being killed instantly. The physical body of a 2-star demon tamer is still too poor after all. I now have maximum attack power, maximum speed, 0 defense, and 0 endurance. Don't waste time in high-end games, stay calm. Now, young Beastmaster of Longxia, take back your beast. I promise you can leave safely, but if you dare to attack me, I promise you will never leave Neon Country. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't say anything, Nathan thought Chen Feng was afraid, so he threatened him again. What's the name of the 10-star Beastmaster who came to Dabin with you? John? Luke? Or someone else? Chen Feng looked through the list on his phone again and asked. John? It's John. He was once one of the top 10 Beastmasters in the United States. You definitely don't want to be hunted by him. If you anger him, you will die miserably. Nathan said hurriedly with an evil smile. He had already made up his mind at this time. As soon as Chen Feng took back the beast, he would contact John as soon as he got out and keep Chen Feng in Neon permanently. This damn Longxia Beastmaster. He is such a reckless man who doesn't care about his life. I understand, Chen Feng said, and put a check mark behind John's name. Take back your phone. Demon Centipede King, kill him. He ordered the Demon Centipede King in his heart. The next second, Nathan, who thought he was about to escape, suddenly felt a pain in his neck, as if he was bitten by an insect. Then his face instantly turned black and purple, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened and closed silently. Bah! Lean back and fall to the ground. Humph, idiot, I really can't leave Neon because Neon is surrounded by the sea. I have to take a plane back. Chen Feng complained and gave the Demon Centipede King another name. We can't keep the corpse, so eat it. After erasing all the clues, Chen Feng took Liangzi's hand and strode away. At the same time, he sent a text message to Kawakita Ayaka, asking her to find someone to deal with the scene. After Chen Feng left, a van appeared on the road outside the house. The car door opened and 3 short Japanese figures, each holding a gas tank, entered the house. Soon, 3 figures walked out of the house and got into the van. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Chen Feng and Liangzi felt the ground shake even though they were 3 blocks apart. Ah! Ryoko suddenly screamed in fright. She thought there was an earthquake. Don't be afraid, let's go home. Chen Feng touched Ryoko's little head and said softly. He can be indifferent to anyone, but he can't be cold to Ryoko. Because in her previous life, Ryoko sacrificed too much for his night demon organization. Codename, Doctor. Chapter 49, Just Ordinary Friends. Ishihara Ryoko, affiliated with the organization, Longxia Night Demon. Codename, Doctor. Except for the first beast, the other 9 are all demon beasts. 9 monsters, all with healing skills. In her words at the time, my life belongs to him. His organization is my organization. If the night devil needs a doctor, I will become a doctor. Some people also questioned her. You have no ability to protect yourself. Aren't you afraid of death? Standing behind him, I am not afraid of anything. If he can't even stop the danger ahead, then what's the point of me living? Since everyone is standing beside him, I'll just stand behind him. How do you know my house is here? Have you investigated me? Ryoko's little round face was full of astonishment. Then she saw a scene that shocked her even more. Chen Feng bent down and took out a key from under the flower pot outside Liangzi's house with ease. Then inserted directly into the lock, just like returning to your own home. You, how do you know my house key is here? The little girl was shocked. You're not a pervert or a stalker. She took 2 steps back. At this time, the frightened little girl grabbed the pink bow on her chest with her 2 hands and looked at Chen Feng defensively. Have you ever seen such a handsome pervert? And I don't like flat ones. Chen Feng looked at Ryoko speechlessly, his eyes sweeping over the confession on the little hand. I just don't have money to buy milk. I'll have it when I grow up. Wait until I graduate. Then I can afford milk when I graduate." The cute little Ryoko snorted coldly, avoided Chen Feng's body, and stepped into the house first. The little feet made a series of tapping sounds when they touched the floor. Ryoko's home is a 50 square meter square apartment. This is the only property left by her parents. After Ryoko entered the room, she pretended to be calm and quickly threw all the white stockings, underwear, and other underwear on the sofa into the closet. "What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you," she asked Chen Feng casually. But in her heart, she kept praying. "Don't make it too expensive. Don't make it too expensive." It's not that she is stingy, but she doesn't have much money on her. This is what she earns from her part-time job at a convenience store. This also includes living expenses after school starts. After all, there will be no time to work part-time after school starts. So she had to be frugal, so frugal that she didn't even dare to drink milk. Well, not drinking milk is really deadly. "Just eat anything. I like everything you cook," Chen Feng said with a smile as he sat on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Ryoko lowered her head and glanced at Chen Feng, then quickly answered, "Oh, I'll go down and buy the ingredients now." At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, just buy some cheap ingredients and cook them until they taste good. She is very confident in her cooking skills. "Well, use this money to buy more. I want to eat lobster tonight," Chen Feng said, taking out a small stack of neon coins with a face value of 10,000 yuan from his pocket. "There are about 10 of them. This? No, I can't use your money." Ryoko looked at the neon coins in Chen Feng's hand and quickly declined. But then she regretted it, because she was afraid that her money might not be enough to buy the lobster. In other words, after buying the lobster, you will have no money to buy other ingredients. "Hey, be obedient and take it. Also, my name is Chen Feng. Remember my name?" Chen Feng said as he forced the money into Ryoko's hand. "I need to stay here for a few days. This is the food expenses." Afraid that Ryoko would not accept it, Chen Feng explained again. "Okay." Ryoko nodded. She still felt a little guilty. But due to the situation, she would not be able to buy the ingredients that Chen Feng wanted to eat without taking the money. Ryoko held Chen Feng's money and took out 2 bills and put them in the side pocket of her skirt. The rest she tucked carefully behind the old TV on the wall. That's where she usually hides her valuables. Ryoko went out. Chen Feng sat alone on the sofa. After sitting for a while, the phone rang. It's Zhang Daoyuan calling. "Hey kid, we'll arrive in Dabin at noon tomorrow. You can go directly to the airport tomorrow. We'll meet up there and then go to the hotel I booked. The match with the Japanese team is scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow." Zhang Duan's voice came through the phone. "Well, Lao Zhang, I have a place to live now." Chen Feng hesitated. Although Ryoko's house is rectangular, the living room and bedroom areas are separated by walls, so it is no problem for 2 people to live in it. The 10-star Beastmaster John has not been dealt with yet, and Chen Feng is worried, so he wants to protect Ryoko closely. "What? How can you have a place to stay? No, you have to come. That little devil Elena pesters me every day and asks me to take her to find you. I'm almost fed up with her." Zhang Dayuan's tone was full of disgust. He knew Elena's true identity. He wanted to use his status as a teacher to pressure Elena to behave herself and stop clamoring to see Chen Feng all the time, whining like a possessed person. However, Elena ignored him completely. The long-legged girl even started to use the 2-star monster that Chen Feng had contracted for her to abuse Song Yi and Gao Liyang's beasts to vent her anger. Seeing this, Bai Xinyue was unwilling to be outdone. "What? You are the only one with a 2-star monster?" "Me too." So Song Yi and Gao Liyang's beast masters were in trouble. After being abused by Elena in the morning, I finally recovered but was abused again by Xinyue's monster in the afternoon. Finally, the 2 brothers discussed it. Well, it's just jealousy and comparison. So, the 2 of them separated Elena and Bai Xinyue and called each of them sister-in-law. Now the 2 women are not working against each other for the time being. "Okay, then I might have to bring another friend with me, so you can book another room." Chen Feng curled his lips. He was worried about leaving Ryoko alone at home. After all, Osaka still had a living American 10-star Beastmaster John. Who knows if he will suddenly find out, although the chain of clues has been cut off by myself. But before dealing with John, Chen Feng was still cautious as usual. "Bring a friend? Male or female?" Zhang Daoyuan asked. "Female. Just an ordinary friend." Chen Feng replied calmly. "That's what you told me last time. You and Elena are just ordinary friends." Zhang Daoyuan's voice suddenly rose. His tone was full of questioning and disbelief. Chen Feng, I know you are young and capable, but you should be more restrained. I am an experienced person. Zhang Daoyuan didn't know what to say. Elena, a princess of the British Concelebration Order, was enough for him to handle. There is a 10-star Beastmaster in the Gonji sect, and I can't afford to offend him. Now you have a Japanese one. Who knows what kind of strange force she might belong to? I hope you won't be accused of being a traitor in the end. I can't bear the joint responsibility. We are just ordinary friends this time. Don't worry, Lao Zhang. Chen Feng said with a promise. Well, Ryoko is still very well behaved. Okay, I'll trust you one last time. I'll book another room. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chapter 50, Let's Fight for Background. Ryoko's cooking skills are very good. She specially made a large lobster with garlic flavor for Chen Feng, because she just searched on the internet and found that people in Longxia seem to prefer garlic flavor more. You cooked very well. Come sit down and eat with us. Seeing the little girl kneeling in front of the table with her eyes staring and not moving her chopsticks, Chen Feng urged her. The little girl nodded, then obediently picked up the chopsticks and carefully picked up the overly rich dish on the table and put it into her mouth. It was as if Chen Feng was the master of this house. In addition to the big lobster, there were 6 other dishes on the table. It's all meat and seafood, no vegetarian food at all. She swore that she hadn't been so extravagant in a long time. So happy. While eating, Ryoko secretly glanced at Chen Feng. So happy. If only Mom and Dad were here. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, the doorbell of Ryoko's house rang. Ding dong. Ryoko heard the doorbell and quickly got up. She ran to the door in 2 or 3 steps, and through the video intercom, she saw 2 blonde young men standing outside the door. One of them was holding a large bouquet of roses. She was stunned for a moment. She knew these 2 people. They were all her seniors in high school, but now they are all studying at Osaka Beastmaster University. One is called Ono Taiji, and the other is called Tinya Toru. The one holding the flowers is Ono Taiji. Looking at the 2 people outside the door, Ryoko's brows frowned instantly. When Ono Taiji was in high school, he pursued her as a senior. But it's better to say it's entanglement than chasing. Ono relies on his family's power and influence to pester Ryoko. Ono's father is the president of a branch of the Koizumi Group. He has great power. Many beast taming materials from the Japanese government have to pass through his hands before they can reach ordinary beast tamers. This led to many beast masters fawning over him, so his words carried a lot of weight in the beast master circle in Dabin. After Ryoko's parents died unexpectedly, Ono became even more unscrupulous in his pursuit of her. However, he has been quiet for a while recently. It is said that it was because they were sparring with others in Longxia country and his beast taming was abolished. Gone to recuperate. She thought Ono had given up, but now it seems that he was just badly injured before. Thinking of this, Ryoko turned her head and glanced at Chen Feng, who was sitting at the dinner table. He must be from Longxia too. At this time, Ono Taiji kept ringing the doorbell. Ryoko knew that she couldn't hide today, so she took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. She wanted to keep Ono Taiji out. As soon as the door opened, Taiji Ono squeezed directly into the house, causing Ryoko to be knocked back 2 steps. Then Ono Taiji directly handed the flowers to Ryoko. Ryoko, we will compete against Longxia's team again the day after tomorrow. I want you to cheer for me. We will definitely win this time. I want to avenge Shimadako. Ono Taiji, please get out. This is my home. When Ryoko saw that Ono Taiji entered the house without her permission, she got angry. At the same time, she blocked Chen Feng and Xiao Ye's sight, sandwiched in the middle. Ono Taiji's family is very powerful in Osaka. She is afraid that when the other party sees Chen Feng, they will become jealous and bring trouble to Chen Feng. Ono Taiji? Chen Feng in the room heard the familiar name, and a figure bending like a shrimp flashed through his mind. The name sounds familiar. Is he the first of the subordinates who fainted from the pain and was defeated? Chen Feng put down his chopsticks, chewed the lobster meat in his mouth, stood up, and leaned his head towards Ryoko at the door. Just as Ono Taiji was about to say something, he felt Tengu suddenly stabbed him. Emma Tengu? Because of the bouquet of flowers blocking his view, he did not notice Chen Feng. He turned to Tengu and asked, Ono-kun, look at that person. Tengu widened his eyes and pointed at Chen Feng behind Liangzi. His face was full of disbelief. Why is this kid at Ryoko's house? What? Ono Taiji tilted his head to look. Then he yelled and took a step back. Baga, why are you at Ryoko's house? This is so unexpected. He was very familiar with this handsome face, Long Xia's beast-killing enemy. I was wondering who it was. It's you. What's your name? Chen Feng walked up to Ryoko with a smile and pulled her behind him. Then he looked down at the two of them. Ono and Tengu are of a rather lethal height, roughly reaching the height of Chen Feng's nose. Being in such a high position, and having been crippled by Chen Feng's Demon Centipede King's beast control in Longxiao before, the two of them were so frightened that they took a step back. It's a subconscious action. The damage caused by Chen Feng was too great for the two of them. That's not right. This is Japan. Why should I be afraid of him? Ono quickly realized that Osaka was his territory. You are from Longxia, and you are unfamiliar with the place. How dare you challenge me? So he instantly straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and plucked up his courage to look Chen Feng in the eye. Baka, this is Neon, not Longxia. Get out of Ryoko's house right now, or I'll make you crawl out. Ono rubbed his hands together and gave Tengu a look. Seeing this, Tengu immediately understood what he meant and turned around to close the door of Ryoko's house. The two men were ready to fight and approached Chen Feng. They had no intention of letting Chen Feng go out. The competition is the day after tomorrow, and it's a good time to vent his anger before the competition. With the power of the Ono family in Osaka, as long as Chen Feng is not beaten to death, it won't be a big deal. At that time, we can just accuse Chen Feng of trespassing, and that's it. Long Xia could only suffer in silence. What's the matter? Can Long Xia send a 10-star Beastmaster to kill and avenge this kid? Ono laughed, and laughed very loudly. Ono, what are you doing? This is my home. Seeing this, Ryoko quickly stood in front of Chen Feng. She knew that Chen Feng dared to kill people, but she still subconsciously stood in front of Chen Feng. She was afraid that Chen Feng would get into trouble. After all, Ono was a local force in Osaka. If I kill him like this, I will definitely get into trouble. After all, they came here and were watched by the surveillance cameras outside. Ryoko, go away. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I treat you well. I didn't use the power of my family to force you, because I want to win your heart. Don't be ungrateful and betray me. Ono said this and reached out to pull Ryoko apart. However, just as his hand was about to touch Ryoko's arm, Chen Feng took action. Chen Feng took a step forward, grabbed Xiaoya's middle finger, and bent it in the opposite direction. Ah! Ono screamed in pain instantly. Baga! Seeing Ono suffering a loss, Tengu shouted and punched Chen Feng in the face. The two little bastards never thought that Chen Feng would dare to fight with them in Neon. Doesn't this guy want to walk out of Neon safely? Chen Feng sneered and raised his other empty hand to directly catch the fist swung by Tengu. He squeezed it hard. This grip was the strength of a 2-star monster. How could the two of them possibly withstand it? Ah! As expected of a good teammate, Tengu screamed out in pain as he scored twice. The timbre is similar to Ono's. The two of them were half kneeling on the ground at this time, trying hard to respond and pressing their bodies against Chen Feng. Only in this way can the pain be relieved a little. One was having his fingers bent by Chen Feng, and the other was having his fist clenched by Chen Feng. Ryoko stood behind Chen Feng, covering her mouth, watching everything in shock. Let me go, Ono said while stuttering in pain. His expression was distorted with pain. Oh, you don't accept it? Call me Grandpa, and I will let you go after you call me. Chen Feng said with a smile. No, it's impossible. You're dead. Ono said harshly. He glared at Chen Feng with hatred. You have backbone. I like that, Chen Feng said, holding Xiaoya's middle finger and pulling and grabbing it. In an instant, as Ono screamed in pain, his index finger and ring finger were also grasped by Chen Feng's hand. There was a broken middle finger in the middle. Will you shout this time? Chen Feng said with a smile. He worked hard silently. Ah, Grandpa, let me go. The person who spoke was Tengu, who was standing next to him. He was in so much pain. Chen Feng clenched his fists so tightly that it was deformed. The sooner you give up, the less suffering you will suffer. He is very smart. Question mark. Chen Feng looked at Tengu beside him in surprise. Did I ask you to scream? I'm talking to him. Your scream doesn't count. As he said that, Chen Feng once again pried Xiaoya's fingers apart with force. At the same time, he kicked out, hitting Ono's chest. Ono groaned. He immediately knelt in front of Chen Feng and buried his head on the ground. In pain. Scream, said Chen Feng. Grandpa. Ono said through gritted teeth. He hated Chen Feng to the extreme at this moment. Before, he just wanted to beat Chen Feng up and leave some hidden injuries. But now he swore that he would never let Chen Feng leave Neon. So good. Chen Feng smiled and let go. Then he looked at Tengu again. Tengu couldn't wait any longer. Grandpa. He is really afraid of being kicked. Look, Ono is so bitter after being kicked out. Hey, you are still sensible. Chen Feng looked at Tengu in surprise. This kid is really a coward and knows how to judge the situation. Can't stay. Chen Feng, I will remember this grudge today, so please be careful when walking. Xiaoyu was helped up by Tengu, and he said these harsh words while enduring the pain. The two men had already moved to the door, ready to open it and run away at any time. What? Do you want to take revenge on me? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyu. To tell you the truth, my father is the president of the Koizumi Group. In Osaka, he is the boss. You, a Longxia person, have to know where to go when you want to act wild. Xiaoyu raised the corner of his mouth and said what he relied on. You have already offended me. You can't get out of Neon. Your father is the president of the Koizumi Group? Chen Feng asked in surprise. Isn't it a coincidence that the current owner of the Koizumi Group is the young woman Ayaka? Are you scared? I'll call my father right now. And you're dead, Xiaoyu said, and took out his cell phone. He didn't dial it immediately. Call me Grandpa, and I'll consider letting you go. Ono-kun, I'm still here. Tengu quickly reminded him after hearing that. He had just been bullied by Chen Feng and wanted to vent his anger. Yes, you should also call him Grandpa. Ono glanced at Tengu and added, You bully me because I have no power in Neon? Chen Feng asked in surprise. How dare they? The Koizumi Group is mine now. Don't they know that? Yes, they really don't know. Yes, I am bullying you. Call me Grandpa first, or you won't be able to leave Neon. Looking at Chen Feng's surprised expression, Ono smiled triumphantly. He thought Chen Feng was frightened. After he called Grandpa, he called his father and asked him to send someone to capture the boy and torture him for 2 days. Anyway, the competition is tomorrow. Ono felt very happy. Chen Feng looked at Xiaoyu, who was grinning foolishly and was speechless. I don't think they are all sick. They all say that I can't get out of Japan. Can I go back by plane? Since you said your father is the president of the Koizumi Group and you're bullying me because I have no background here, then I'll make a call too, and let's compete for background. Chen Feng looked helpless and took out his cell phone to call Kaiwa. Chapter 51. I don't understand what people say. The call was connected quickly. Hey, help me check if your consortium has someone called, what's your father's name? Chen Feng was halfway through his speech when he looked at Ono. He really didn't know what Ono's father's name was, so he had to ask now. Ikiro? Taiji, Ono answered subconsciously. He doesn't really have any background, does he? But soon, he put his heart at ease. Impossible. How could he, a student from Longxia, have a background in Neon? Are you kidding? He was just bluffing. Did you hear that? His name is Ichiro Ono, and he seems to be the president of some company. Chen Feng put the phone to his ear and continued. What? What are you asking me about? He didn't offend me. It was his son who said he wanted me to stay in Neon and said his father was everything in Dabin. Well, you were so arrogant. Just throw it into the sea or cripple your beast master and send it to prison. Okay, you decide for yourself. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then he looked at Ono and the other man. Baga, you still dare to bluff when you are about to die. You are dead. Ono looked at Chen Feng's calm appearance and burst into anger. After cursing loudly, he also called his father directly. Beep, beep. No one answered? Xiaoyu frowned. His father usually answered the phone immediately. Why did he? He couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with a hint of doubt in his eyes. His heart was in suspense again. Seeing this situation, Tengu, who was standing by, suddenly became tense again. He supported Ono's body and moved back slightly, ready to run away at any time. The next second the call was connected. Ono's face instantly lit up with joy, and his anxious heart was relieved. The same was true for Tengu. I said, this guy is bluffing. My father is the president of the Ono Group branch. Since he was a child, he has never seen anyone who dares to challenge his father. However, the next moment a strange voice made his heart sink to the bottom. Hello, you must be Ono Taiji. I am the lawyer of the Koizumi Group. Your father may not be able to talk to you right now. He was found to have embezzled the group's beast resources. We are currently sending him to the Beast Control Bureau. You can meet him at the Osaka Beast Control Bureau later. The other party spoke coldly and hung up the phone directly. Ono was stunned. How is this possible? Who on earth did he call? Tengu was also stunned. How is it possible that this kid has power in Neon? Ono's father is the president of a branch of the consortium. It was a position that had real power, and one that dealt with countless beast taming resources every day. Only the cronies of the Koizumi Group will be promoted to that position. The Koizumi Group is one of the 3 major groups in Japan. How powerful is the background and connections that the Koizumi group could actually get rid of one of its close confidants? Chen Feng looked at the two people who seemed distracted. He curled his lips. Killing them here might have an impact on Ryoko, so it's better to wait until after the game. Well, it's impossible for me to protect Ryoko in Japan all the time. I have to find a backer for this little girl. Thinking of this, Chen Feng slowly walked to the door. After opening the door, he patted Tengu's shoulder. Tengu was instantly awakened by him and trembled with fear. You two should go back first. See you at the competition venue the day after tomorrow, Chen Feng instructed. There was no murderous intent in his expression at all, and he was very kind. Let's go, Ono-kun. Tengu hurriedly shook Ono, who was still in a daze. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Ono came to his senses and said hurriedly. In fact, he still had a trump card, but now they were too close to Chen Feng, so he didn't dare to say anything harsh. After Tengu helped him out of the house, he looked at the surveillance camera outside, and then looked at Chen Feng again. There was deep hatred in his eyes. Chen Feng, just wait. In this competition, I will make all the beast masters of your Longxia team die on the field. Also, my uncle is a 10-star beast master in Japan. My father will be fine. And you will never be able to leave Japan. I'm telling you. Ono Taiji finally revealed his final trump card. His uncle is a 10-star beast master. What? Chen Feng was shocked. This kid actually has this background. So good. What's your uncle's name? Chen Feng hurriedly spoke again. Heidichiro Kazushima. Ono said, gritting his teeth. Okay, where is he? Do you want him to kill me? Chen Feng asked quickly. At the same time, he lowered his head, took out his mobile phone, and opened the list. There really is a name called Kazushima Shuichiro. Chen Feng was delighted. Here comes another one. I also put a check mark behind Shuichiro Kazujima's name. Well, Chu Wei was said that if you kill a 10-star beast master, you will be rewarded with 2 10-star monsters. This time when we go back, the Centipede King and the Shadow Demon will have food. Very nice. Oh, Warcraft is hard to raise. All you need to know is that you can't get out of Neon. Let's go, Tengu-kun. Ono learned his lesson this time. He has to go back quickly now, contact Shuichiro Kazujima, and save his father. But just as the two of them reached the stairs, Ono suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind him. Damn it. I've told you so many times. I'm taking a plane back. Taking a plane back? You don't even understand what I'm saying. Chen Feng muttered and kicked the two men down the stairs. After the two rolled down the stairs, they didn't dare to look back. Ono didn't even dare to say anything harsh. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Outside Dabin Airport, Ryoko stood silently behind Chen Feng. Last night, when she learned that Chen Feng was a student of the Longxia Beast Taming team, she was shocked. How is that possible? He is so strong. How could he be a student? How could a student kill a 10-star beast master from the American base? How could a student have the power to overthrow the Ono family in Neon? She stood behind Chen Feng, staring blankly at the small purple rope on Chen Feng's wrist. The purple rope was very thin, just like an ordinary jewelry rope. However, she knew that it was Chen Feng's beast. How could a student have such a strange beast? The purple bowl rope is of course the shrunken form of the Demon Centipede King. This is Chen Feng's trump card. His current physical body is still not good enough for a 10-star beast master. But the Demon Centipede King is quite good looking. In times of crisis, it can be thrown out as a hidden weapon, or it can become larger and used as a shield. In the previous life, it served as Chen Feng's belt. It is a must-have monster for low-star magic masters to travel at home and kill 10-star masters. Chen Feng, what did you do? Why did Japan suddenly change the rules of the game? Zhang Daoyuan frowned and walked out of the airport. He was followed by Xin Yue and 4 others. This time, we are in danger, he said. Chapter 52. Lao Chu, I have a plan worth 10 billion. So, this is their revenge because you and Ono had a conflict yesterday? In the hotel room, Zhang Daoyuan, Xin Yue and others sat on the sofa and held an impromptu meeting. Ryoko stood silently behind Chen Feng. She didn't understand Longxia language and could only observe everyone present with a silly look on her face. That's right. Chen Feng nodded. Zhang Daoyuan frowned when he heard this and was silent for a moment. He spoke slowly. Well, you didn't think carefully about this matter. Do you know where you went wrong? Where? Chen Feng was a little confused. He didn't think he did anything wrong. He was about to be beaten, so couldn't he fight back? Zhang Daoyuan first showed a look of disappointment, then changed the subject. You should just destroy them completely. Beat them until they can't take care of themselves. At worst, they can just go back to Longxia overnight. It's just a crappy sparring match. What can you do? When I was young, I wasn't as cowardly as you. You said so yourself, he continued. Ah, yes. Chen Feng was slightly stunned and nodded. I didn't expect this old guy to be so tough. It's completely useless. This old Zhang is probably a Longxia hawk, right? Old Zhang, you're a hawk, right? Chen Feng asked tentatively. Bai Xinyue and the other three all looked at Zhang Daoyuan, showing a curious look. What hawkish? I'm a conservative. Old Zhang snorted coldly, his tone quite natural. He has always felt that the hawks have been too conservative in recent years. Hearing this, the young people sitting around were dumbfounded. Is this conservative? Ryoko was the only one standing behind Chen Feng, confused. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't communicate in the same language. Something exciting seems to be going on, but I don't understand what they're saying. The little girl felt discouraged. Okay, let me first talk about the rule change. Because we won before, and this time we took the initiative to ask for a sparring match, so the rules were set by them. Zhang Daoyuan sighed and continued. They know that our team has substitutes, so they changed the lottery system this time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the purpose, which is to prevent Chen Feng from playing. They're not sure they can defeat Chen Feng's beast control, so they came up with this strategy. Fortunately, we have Bai Xinyue and Elena. Their beast control is very strong, so we are somewhat confident. But we are afraid that they may have other tricks up their sleeves. The other team leader was too confident. Zhang Daoyuan recalled the confident tone of Sakata, the leader of the Dabin team, last night, and he analyzed. Old Zhang, don't worry about this. First of all, they can't have a 3-star beast, because their own levels can't reach 3 stars in such a short time. As for Xinyue and Elena's beasts, let me put it this way. At present, they are invincible below 3 stars. Chen Feng said with a smile. This is the difference between Warcraft and demonic beasts. I know you are right, but I still feel uneasy. They appear too confident. Although Zhang Daoyuan relaxed his brows, he still felt unsure. No matter what their backup plan is, as long as they don't have a 3-star beast, they will definitely lose. Chen Feng said confidently. His words served as a reassurance to everyone present. After all, the game starts tomorrow and the morale of the team cannot be disturbed. But he decided to wait until everyone left and asked Kaiwa to help him find out some information. You're right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Zhang Daoyuan nodded. After everyone returned to their respective rooms, Chen Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Kaiwa, asking her to help find out the situation. Kaiwa has strong execution ability, and soon, Chen Feng's cell phone rang. Pick up the phone. Any news? Chen Feng said. Yes, I found out that a few days ago, Ono Taiji's father, Ono Ichiro, secretly seized a batch of special herbs. We call it explosion grass. After feeding the beast, it will temporarily make the beast excited and its combat power will rise. Explosive grass? Was this thing found in the Neon Kingdom's beast domain? Chen Feng said in surprise. He used explosive grass frequently in his previous life, but it should have been discovered by Korea first. How come it became Japan? Yes, it is unique to Dongjing beast domain. We have just discovered it. It is also a secret in the Koizumi group. Kaiwa explained. Dongjing beast territory. Chen Feng thought for a while. In the previous life, when Lian City's beast domains were merged, the Korean country seized the initiative and seized control of the beast domains. Not long after that, the beast domains expanded and merged again, but no one knows which country the beast domain that was merged the second time belonged to. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. In other words, the beast domain that was recently merged was the Dongjing beast domain. This news must be notified to that old guy, Chu Weiguo, in advance. He must be happy. I understand. Thank you. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Feng said. He wanted to hang up the phone quickly and tell Chu Weiguo the news. Well, there's one more thing. Saiwa's voice was a little hesitant. Explain. Ichiro Ono was bailed out by John from the American base. He has been secretly seeking benefits for John as the president of the consortium. This is something I did not expect. I'm sorry, I messed it up. Saiwa's voice became lower and lower. She felt a little guilty for not doing what Chen Feng had arranged. She is helpless now. John, as a 10-star beastmaster in the American base, has too much power. Even with her current status, she couldn't shake others in the slightest. This is a crushing victory in terms of absolute strength and national status. Okay, I get it. So the trump card that makes the big slab team so confident is the explosive grass, right? Chen Feng changed the subject. Yes. Well, You don't have to blame yourself too much. It's not a big deal, Chen Feng said and hung up the phone. After knowing the Dabin team's trump card, Chen Feng felt more at ease. He then called Chu Weigua. The issue of the reintegration of the beast domain was the big deal. If Chu Weigua is not notified in advance, Longxiao will lose several beast masters when the beast domains are merged. The fight for the beast territory is no joke. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Chen Feng, I was just about to call you. You have done a great job at the Koizumi group. I will reward you with 2 10-star monsters when you come back. Chu Weigua sounded in a good mood. Although 10-star monsters are rare, he can still get 2. On the contrary, the Koizumi group is now completely under his control, and he feels that he has made a huge profit. That's one of the 3 major conglomerates in Japan. It took him more than 20 years to arrange the chess piece of Kaiwa to this level. Old Chu, your news is a bit delayed. I also killed Nathan. Didn't that bitch Kaiwa tell you? Chen Feng said slowly. What? You killed Nathan too? Fine, it's just 4 10-star monsters, I can afford it. Chu Weigua on the phone laughed out loud. He killed 2 10-star beast masters in one go. This guy is so awesome. Old Nathan has always been a person that Chu Weigua pays great attention to. Why do I say so? Because just like Chu Weigua in the past, most of the 10-star beast masters in other countries will do something very shameless before they die of old age. They call this making use of residual energy, or simply self-destruction. Whenever they feel they're about to die of old age, they simply betray their country and sneak away to other countries to exchange 1 for 1, or even 2 or 3 for 1. It depends on personal strength. We are all going to die anyway, and after we do this, our descendants will be taken care of by the state. So why not do it? Major countries are unable to control this matter and usually make an announcement overnight. This person has nothing to do with me. We cannot do anything about it. He has committed treason. Then, on the surface, they made various public apologies, but secretly raised that person's descendants clearly. I wish I could come out in full 10 stars. Don't be happy yet. There's one more thing. The beast domain of Lian City may be integrated in the near future, and the target of this integration is the beast domain of Neon Dongjing. There is a special herb in the Dongjing beast domain, the explosive grass. If the beast master eats it, its strength will be temporarily improved. It can be regarded as a strategic material. Chen Feng said calmly. This? How did you know this news? Is it true? Chu Weigua's heart was suddenly filled with shock when he heard this. He was shocked. Beast domain fusion, explosive grass. These are all confidential information. How did he know? Explosive grass, Kaiwa told him, but this beast domain fusion, he really doesn't know. Guaranteed. The source of information is absolutely reliable. Chen Feng said seriously. How can it be unreliable? These are things we have experienced. Okay, I got it. I'll tell you something. Lian City's beast domain has been completely occupied by us. The portal to the Kimchi country has been blocked by us. We've been killing everyone who comes in for several days. With your information, when the Dongjing beast domain is merged again, it will also belong to Longxia, Chu Weigua said with a big laugh. He was in a very good mood at this moment, and felt that meeting Chen Feng was like finding a treasure. If this kid continues to grow up, he might be of great significance to Longxia. Wait, is there some intelligence force behind this guy that I don't know about? He muttered to himself. He is the top leader of the Longxia beast taming world, and his intelligence influence is spread all over the world, but he did not receive the news in the first place. At this time, Chu Weigua had an even higher regard for Chen Feng in his heart. This kid is not simple. By the way, Lao Chu, how do you plan to use the Koizumi group? Seeing that Lao Chu didn't say anything, Chen Feng asked casually. Well, I don't have any ideas for now. It would be great if we could transport all the beast taming materials in their warehouse back. But that's simply impossible. Those materials are estimated to be worth at least tens of billions. Neon is very tight-lipped about beast taming materials, and it's not up to Kaiwa alone to decide. Chu Weigua sighed. The Koizumi group is one of the 3 major forces in Japan that controls beast taming materials. There must be a lot of beast taming materials in the warehouse. If we can get them all back to Longxia, Chu Weigua didn't dare to think about it. This is simply a fantasy. But Chen Feng dared to think. Not only did he dare to think, he also dared to do it. I did it in my previous life. Actually, old Chu, I have a plan. If everything goes well, there's a small chance that we can empty out their material warehouse. But no matter what, at least we can empty out a part of it. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 53. There are indeed a lot of people, but it only takes one skill of Shadow Fiend to clear the field. Chen Feng's tone was full of temptation. Comrade Lao Chu instantly became energetic when he heard this. Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Let's do this. Chen Feng told everyone the whole plan in his mind. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he sneered in his heart. Humph, since Japan wants to hide the truth and not let me participate in the competition, then I will just play in the high-end games. After listening to Chen Feng's 10,000-word plan, Comrade Lao Chu was a little hesitant. This does have a chance, but it's a bit of a risk, and we might be the ones to lose. Are you sure? How about we talk about how much I can get after the thing is done? Chen Feng smiled and changed the subject. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. It seems that you were very confident. Then I will risk my entire career to play a big game with you. Just tell me a number. Comrade Lao Chu asked, gritting his teeth. 50-50. Chen Feng opened his mouth loudly. A country has 1/5 of the beast taming resources and 1/3. Especially countries like Japan that are ranked high. If it were really divided this way, Chen Feng's personal wealth would instantly catch up with some backward small countries. Who fight? Lao Chu's tone paused. This guy's bid seems like a joke. 50-50. Why doesn't he go and rule the world? Then it will all be yours. Then let's each take a step back. June 4th, Chen Feng said hesitantly. The more money you have, the better. You can exchange it for 10-star monsters for the Demon Centipede King to eat, and then you can just lie down. You can do it, kid. I'm risking my 40-year professional career and my reputation as a top 10-star beastmaster in Longxiao to play with you. And you just take a step back. Old Chu was amused by Chen Fengqi. This kid must have a huge force behind him. Otherwise, why would he need so many resources? Damn it. I'll have to have my men investigate this some other time. I'll take all the risks. If you fail, I'll retire directly. If you succeed, you'll get 5%. That's it, bye. Don't contact me before it's done. I have a bad heart lately and don't want to answer your calls. Old Chu was so angry that he hung up the phone. Chen Feng awkwardly took the phone away from his ear. Old Chu was so angry. It was obviously you who asked me to name a number first, so just bargain. Why are you so angry? In fact, Chen Feng was secretly happy. By then, I can exchange all of this 5% for a 10-star beast to give to the Demon Centipede King to swallow. The energy from that might be able to push me to the middle or even high level of 2 stars. Well, Samsung is just around the corner. After this phone call, night fell in the blink of an eye. Around 9 o'clock, when Chen Feng was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. When I opened it, it turned out to be the long-legged girl Elena. She stood outside the door, wearing only a white shirt, her black underwear faintly visible, and her collar was unbuttoned with 2 buttons, revealing a vast expanse of white. The white shirt covered just below her tiny waist and halfway to her hips. She was only wearing a pair of black lace safety pants that reached her thighs. 2 long white legs stood there. He had a thief-like look on his face. Why are you here so late at night and not sleeping? Chen Feng looked up and down and asked in confusion. Yes, sure. Elena blushed instantly. She had learned some Longxiao language. No, I'm asking you what's the matter. Chen Feng knew that she had misunderstood, so he quickly added, I can't sleep and want to chat with you, Elena said, and walked into the house with her head down, regardless of whether Chen Fengtong agreed or not. Then the two of them just sat on the bed, staring at each other. At this time, the door rang again. Chen Feng was frightened. Who is it? He shouted. You know, he and Elena were in the same room, a single man and a single woman, in the middle of the night. Although he didn't do anything, he felt inexplicably guilty. Chen Feng opened the door first. The voice was very low, but it could be heard as by Xinyue's voice. What is this girl doing here? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then looked at Elena, who was sitting beside the bed. Can I hide for a while? Elena offered. No need. Chen Feng shook his head. He was upright and had nothing to fear. After saying that, he went to open the door. When I opened the door, Bai Xinyue was standing outside with her head lowered, like a thief. What's the matter? Chen Feng asked. Let's go inside and talk. I can't sleep because I can't stop thinking about tomorrow's game. After she said that, she rushed into the house quickly with the shy look of a girl. Seeing this situation, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. I am concentrating on my career, and all of them are trying to disrupt my spiritual focus. We have to find a way to get them away while ensuring their safety. As a demon-controlling ancestor who had lived for 1,000 years, how could he not see what these girls were thinking? Chen Feng turned around and went into the house, but the next moment, he was stunned. Where's Elena? There was no sign of Elena on the bed at this moment. He glanced across the room. Wow! The curtains on the other side of the bed behind by Xin Yue are curved. What should I do? If we ask Elena to come out now, there will definitely be misunderstanding. What's the matter? I'm a little tired. Chen Feng wanted to send the two girls away quickly. Who knows if Ryoko will come and join in the fun later. Fortunately, Ryoko was very well behaved, and she never came. Instead, it was by Xin Yue who chatted with Chen Feng until 3 o'clock in the morning. That is 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. All they talked about was knowledge and experience in World of Warcraft combat. At around 1 o'clock, the two girls finally left. The hotel provides breakfast in the morning. After everyone finished eating, they got up and headed for the agreed competition venue. Big Plate Coliseum. This coliseum is no smaller than the one in Beijing. Zhang Daoyuan walked in front, followed by Chen Feng and the other four. Coming directly to the Beast Tamer seats, Chen Feng looked at the audience in confusion. Looking around, I saw that the audience seats were filled with Japanese people, all of whom came to watch the game. There are even cameras broadcasting live at the edge of the venue. Are the Demon team promoting this? So confident? Looking at the dark crowd of Japanese people in the audience, Chen Feng had the urge to directly summon the Shadow Fiend to use his ultimate move. In fact, he did this in his previous life. But that was over Dongjing. But the one who attacked was not the Shadow Fiend, but his third monster. At that time, the whole Dongjing was just like it had been attacked by the little boy that year, and Chen Feng became famous because of that battle. Just when Chen Feng was recalling his past life, suddenly, everyone in the originally noisy and chaotic audience stood up at once. Under everyone's gaze, the big board team arrived. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Sakata, Ono, and the other three walked into the Beastmaster seats with their heads held high. Different from the treatment Chen Feng and the others received, the audience became excited as Sakata sat down. Some waved flags and shouted, while others held up banners and shouted the names of Ono and his four companions. In this situation, even though there were 6 people led by Chen Feng from Longsha country, they seemed lonely and lacked momentum. There is no way. This is the disadvantage of playing away games, especially since they promoted it. Chen Feng didn't feel anything about this, as Shadow Fiend could clear the field with just one skill. Zhang Daoyuan is also as steady as an old dog. Elena had seen strong storms and waves before, so she didn't feel anything. On the contrary, Bai Xin Yue, Song Yi, and the other two clenched their fists, feeling angry. They clearly felt that they were alone and weak in a foreign country. The little girl Ryoko subconsciously moved closer to Chen Feng. Zhang Daoyuan, long time no see. I didn't expect you would dare to come to the competition. Sakata walked to Zhang Daoyuan and said with a sneer, "What happened to your student? Is he disabled? Doesn't Osaka have any healthy beast masters left?" Zhang Daoyuan also smiled and pointed at Ono and Tengu behind Sakata. The hands of both men were wrapped like dumplings at this time. One had his bones broken by Chen Feng, and the other had even his fingers broken. "Baga, Zhang Daoyuan, don't be so arrogant. This is Neon. I will make you watch your students' beasts being killed one by one. I will make them lie on the ground and experience the pain of losing their beasts." Sakata's face turned red with anger, and he pointed at Bai Xin Yue and the others arrogantly. Then, without waiting for Zhang Daoyuan to answer, he turned around and walked back to his team's area. In his heart, he had already sentenced Zhang Daoyuan to death. At least, if Zhang Daoyuan and Chen Feng want to return to Longsha, they have to leave less behind. Just yesterday, Ono Taiji's father, Ono Ichiro, contacted him with John and said that he would also attend the game today and be in charge for them. And he rest assured that if the Longsha people get angry, he and John will definitely take action and let them know who has the final say here. This is what Sakata relies on unscrupulously. Chapter 54. The Essence of the Pig-Killing Scheme. Let the other party taste the sweetness first. Old Zhang, let's go draw lots first. Chen Feng stood up and said to Zhang Daoyuan. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the 5 of them stood up. Bai Xin Yue and the other 4 followed Chen Feng and went to the referee's seat to draw lots. It's called a draw, but in fact it's just a behind-the-scenes manipulation by Japan trying to eliminate Chen Feng from this competition. Sure enough, the final result did not surprise Chen Feng. He got a bye. Today's match will be played by Bai Xin Yue, Elena, Song Yi, and Gao Liang. But Chen Feng was not angry about this. This was better. He turned his head and glanced at the VIP audience seats behind him. Behind the VIP auditorium, there is a long corridor. With Chen Feng's eyesight, he can clearly see 3 people entering the auditorium. 2 men and 1 woman. Chen Feng knew the woman. She was Hebei Kaiwa. One of the two men was John, and Chen Feng didn't know the other one, but he looked very much like Ono Taiji, so he was probably his father, Ono Ichiro. Chen Feng turned his head silently, pretending not to see it, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Everything was going according to the plan agreed upon by him and Chu Weigua. After finishing this big job, his promotion to 3 stars is just around the corner, and on Zhang Daoyuan's side. He suddenly felt his satellite phone vibrate. It was the official phone between him and Longxia, and it usually didn't ring. This communication is only used when special things happen or special actions are taken. Zhang Daoyuan naturally covered his pockets with his hands, looked around, and when he saw that no one was paying attention, he picked up the phone. "I am Zhang Daoyuan," he said. "Hello, comrade Zhang Daoyuan. My name is Chu Weigua. You should have heard of my name." The voice on the other end of the phone was serious. It was Chu Weigua calling. You are the Dragon King Chu Weigua." "Hello, Chief." Zhang Daoyuan stood in awe. "I am just a small 8-star Beastmaster." A top figure like Chu Weigua is of a higher rank than his direct superior in the Pioneer Group. He is definitely the top figure in Longxia. He was a little panicked at this moment. Why did this big guy call him? Well, there is a plan, and you have to cooperate with it. If it is successfully completed, the country will provide you with the resources for your promotion to 9 stars. Chu Weigua said generously. Zhang Daoyuan was instantly excited when he heard this. The resources for promotion to a 9-star Beastmaster are all covered by the country. You say? His expression changed, and he said timidly. "It's like this." Chu Weigua repeated Chen Feng's complete plan. The more Zhang Daoyuan listened, the more he felt that the style of this plan was somewhat familiar. It doesn't seem like a plan that the Longxia officials came up with at all. This is too despicable. Isn't this just a scam? It's just a large-scale pig-killing scheme at the national level. If this really succeeds, after a series of moves, Japan's beast taming resources cannot be said to be completely destroyed, but it won't be much better either. The prices of Neon Country's beast tamer resources will definitely skyrocket in at least the next 2 or 3 years. Okay, fine, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Daoyuan suppressed his curiosity about the identity of the person behind the pig-killing plan, and he replied, "Well, you don't have to have too many doubts. This plan was proposed by that kid Chen Feng. If he has any ideas during the implementation of the plan, remember to cooperate." Chu Weigua directly pointed out Chen Feng's identity. After all, Zhang Daoyuan's identity is actually not ordinary. With his level, it doesn't matter if he knows that Chen Feng is the mastermind of this incident. The two hung up the phone. At this time, Chen Feng had just returned with a group of men and women, and they were sitting on the chairs. Zhang Daoyuan turned his head and glanced at Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was sitting aside with a harmless expression on his face. He couldn't imagine that with such a positive and sunny, handsome face, someone could come up with such a cruel and insane national-level pig-killing scheme. Fortunately, we didn't give this kid a hard time before. Who would have thought that he was not only black-hearted, but also had the background of Chu Weigua, a top boss? Just as he was thinking, in the audience seats of Japan, with the arrival of 3 heavyweights, the scene was completely boiling. When the referee of the Coliseum saw Kaiwa and the other 2, he used the microphone on his body to directly act as the host. "Everyone, I'm honored that this grand competition has attracted the attention of 3 big bosses from our Neon Country. They are John, the American title-level 10-star beast tamer from Rope Island Base, the current head of one of the 3 largest financial groups in Neon Country, and a 9-star beastmaster with the title of our Neon Flower, Miss Ayaka Kawaka. The last one is our local celebrity in Osaka, the head of the Ono family, a 5-star beastmaster, Mr. Ono Ichiro." After the referee's introduction, the 3 of them took their seats in the VIP seats one by one. The aura of a high-ranking person carries with it a strong deterrent effect. "Ms. Kaiwa, I love you. The Koizumi group is invincible. Ayaka is invincible." In the audience, most of the young Japanese people expressed their admiration for Kaiwa. The truth is that Saihua's character design has been very good in recent years. She is a young Japanese beastmaster who supports poor families in various ways, both openly and secretly. He even often calls for help for those beastmasters without any background, giving them opportunities for advancement. In Japan, a country with rigid class structures, how could a woman who is beautiful, powerful, and considerate of the majority not be popular? Chen Feng also took this opportunity to look at the VIP seats. But he was not looking at Kaiwa, but at John. How can I kill this old guy quietly? In his eyes, John was now the walking 10-star monster reward, the large rations of the demon centipede king. Okay, everyone be quiet. Because three important people are paying attention to this competition. And with Ms. Tsaihua's advice, we will broadcast the competition live in Neon and Longxia. The referee paused and continued. Now, I declare that the match between Neon and Longxia is about to begin. Please ask Sakata from the Big Slab team and Zhang Daoyuan from Longxia to arrange for the team members to summon the beasts. As the referee made the announcement, the Japanese in the audience shouted and cheered for Sakata's team. Big board team, come on. Big board team, kill them. Neon will win. Longxia will lose. The content of this cheering makes people angry, but there is nothing we can do. We are in a foreign country, and the results will determine everything. Teacher Zhang, why you look so worried? The beast masters from both countries are watching this live. Sakata looked at Zhang Daoyuan and laughed out loud with an extremely arrogant tone. This time there are three big guys in charge, and with the explosive grass as a trump card, it's a sure thing. He wanted to let Zhang Daoyuan experience the same thing as the person he lost in Longxia before. Sakata, stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, let's add some spice and take a gamble. Zhang Daoyuan began to follow the process according to Chen Feng's plan. After he finished speaking, he subconsciously glanced at the colorful flowers on the VIP seats. Chu Wei was said that Kaiwa would cooperate, but he is a little unsure now. After all, he saw who was the most popular in the game just now. Who would believe that this kind of person is an undercover agent? Ah, Zhang Daoyuan, I think you don't understand the situation. If that's the case, I'm going to make a bet with you. I'm going to make you lose everything, and you won't be able to return to Longxia with the face. Sakata, who felt that his trump card was invincible, said to Zhang Daoyuan contemptuously, I won't bully you. The beast masters of both countries are watching us. Tell me how you want to gamble. At this time, the referee from Japan quickly moved the microphone closer to Zhang Daoyuan. He just wanted to wait for Longxia to lose the game and lose all face. This is quite cruel. Let's bet on the first round. I bet the beast taming resource is worth a 7-star monster. Do you dare to accept it? Zhang Daoyuan said loudly. Haha, there's nothing I dare not accept. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to lose. Sakata has some background in Japan. Although he has to tighten his belt to get a beast taming resource worth a 7-star monster, it is not too difficult. Instead, he felt that Zhang Daoyuan was sending him beast taming resources. He was secretly delighted and secretly called Zhang Daoyuan an idiot. Then let's start the game. Your bet will be shown in the live broadcast of both countries. No one can deny it. The Japanese referee said expressionlessly. Tengu, you go in the first match and let your beast eat the explosive grass. I want Longxia to lose face completely this time and make Zhang Daoyuan too embarrassed to return to Longxia. Sakata whispered viciously into Tengu's ear. Tengu nodded upon hearing this, and after letting the beast in the beast taming space swallow the explosive grass, he released the beast directly into the beast fighting arena below. That was his newly contracted 2-star high-level beast, Rhino Beast. After swallowing the explosive grass, Rhino Beast's strength increased greatly to the point where it was just a hair's breadth away from 3 stars. The momentum is terrifying. This caused an exclamation from the audience. Li Yang, you play in this game, Zhang Daoyuan said in a low voice, and at the same time, he hooked his finger at Gao Liyang. He gestured to Gao Liyang to come closer. Gao Liyang was stunned for a moment and leaned in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Have your Beastmaster delay the fight for 30 seconds, then pretend to be defeated and act as if you are defeated. This is an order. Zhang Daoyuan whispered in his ear. Well, the essence of the pig-killing scheme is to let the other party taste the sweetness first. Although Gao Liyang was confused, he nodded. Zhang Daoyuan was the team leader, and he had the final say on all tactics. He walked to the fence and called out his beast. The next second, a huge tiger-shaped beast appeared on the field. It is a 2-star high-level red-striped tiger with red stripes all over its body. The game begins. Chapter 55 Saihua's character design. Are they sick? 2-1, wishing everyone a happy new year. As the referee announced the start, Tengu's Rhino Beast instantly rushed towards Gao Liyang's red-striped tiger. As a result, the famously ferocious beast, the red-striped tiger, did not fight head-on, but instead turned around and ran away. That speed is not only fast, but also quite flexible. After all, it has some feline bloodline. Tengu's Rhino actually has an advantage in speed because it has eaten the explosive grass, but it is too bulky. The red-striped tiger was running around, which made the rhinoceros beast a little helpless for a moment. The two sides were in a stalemate for more than 10 seconds, and Tengu became anxious. The explosive grass only lasts for 2 minutes, and it looks like 20 seconds are almost over. He also wants to make 2 in a row, and 3 in a row. Hit it. Use all your strength. Don't hold back. Once the explosive herbs have worn off, you will be no match for them in your weakened state, Tengu said anxiously to the rhino in his heart. The next second, the rhinoceros in the field suddenly sprinted with all its strength, knocking the red-striped tiger far away. This immediately drew cheers from the Japanese in the audience. Sakata stood at the Beastmaster's seat, looking at the red-striped tiger that was knocked far away with a smile on his face. Yes, that's it, hit it to death. Resources worth a 7-star monster are mine. Chen Feng also raised the corners of his mouth. Yes, that's right. Then quickly make them lose the first time and give them a sweet treat so that they can lose everything after that. These Japanese people in the audience are not very supportive. Shouldn't we be booing and mocking at this time? He was slightly disappointed and even wanted to sit in the audience and join in the booing with these Japanese people. The red-striped tiger in the field got up from the ground, shook its head, and ran away without fighting. This made Tengu very anxious. He also wanted to kill Gao Liang's beast. Gao Liang, on the other hand, kept counting the time in his heart. 27, 28, 29. Okay, Brother Tiger, pretend to be hit by him again and look embarrassed. Then we admit defeat and the show is over. Okay. After hearing Gao Liang's words, Qi Wenhu responded. The next second, the red-striped tiger, which was running happily, suddenly slipped and stopped. Then he was knocked away by the rushing rhinoceros. Fly high. But in fact, at the moment when the rhinoceros hit it, its 4 tiger legs also pushed the ground hard. This can reduce fatal injuries and make the flight look awkward. To outsiders, this abnormal action seemed like a subconscious temporary response measure and was very reasonable. Then the red-striped tiger fell heavily to the ground and rolled twice. The tiger's tongue hung weakly from its mouth, and it looked like it was seriously injured. Gao Liang was quick-witted and quick-handed, and directly took it back into the beast-controlling space. Referee, I give up, Gao Liang said, glaring at Tengu with an unwilling look on his face. But these are all appearances, secretly. Not bad, brother. Who are you seriously injured? He thought to himself. It's okay. Can I act well? The red tiger replied honestly. Okay, that's great. When we get back to China, I'll find you 2 white tigers. I declare that the Dabin team wins the first game. The neon referee shouted at the top of his voice. The Longxia people are indeed vulnerable, and Tengu Jun is invincible. The Dabin team will win. There was a roar from the audience, some waving flags and shouting, and some whistling. The scene was quite hot. Tengu's face turned red with excitement. Damn it! Zhang Daoyuan stood up instantly and slapped the chair behind him hard. He looked as if he was extremely angry. Chen Feng raised his eyes and glanced at him. I thought to myself, it's a pity that Lao Zhang didn't become an actor. Ha, Mr. Zhang, the students on your team are not good enough. We won easily. Please hand over our bets. Sakata laughed triumphantly, stretched out his hand to Zhang Daoyuan, and said. He was in a very good mood at the moment, and everything was under his control. At this time, he could even see that a few hours later, Zhang Daoyuan and his students would return home in defeat like lost dogs. Humph, people from both countries are watching. I can't possibly default on my debt. I'll exchange it into Longxia currency and transfer it to your card after I return home. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly, his expression looking extremely bad. Don't worry. If you are not convinced, we can still gamble again. I just don't know if you dare or not. Sakata's voice was so loud that the whole audience could hear it through the referee's microphone. Some Japanese audiences who understood Longxia language immediately joined in the cheering and shouting. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Then all the Japanese audiences shouted in broken Longxia language. The situation was out of control, and emotions reached their peak. Sakata was blessed by the voice, and his face flushed with excitement. Zhang Duan's face was gloomy, as if he was extremely aggrieved, and it slowly turned red. In fact, the Beastmasters far away in Longxia were watching his embarrassment through the live broadcast. The Longxia Beastmasters who were paying attention to this matter at this time were all feeling extremely aggrieved. They wished they could fly directly to Japan and flatten this island country. Why not? Bet with him. That's right, damn. It makes me angry just looking at it. They just rely on our Longxia Beastmasters to bully others in a foreign land. I'm so frustrated. Different from the emotions of the audiences in the 2 countries, Kaiwa in the VIP seat looked at it all indifferently with a blank expression on her face. Secretly, she glanced down at the back of Chen Feng, who was sitting in the Beastmaster's seat. She felt great admiration for Chen Feng. With just a simple method, he was able to instantly control the emotions of so many people. The master sent by Long Xia was too powerful. Not only is he strong, he's also filthy-minded. It is completely opposite to his sunny and youthful appearance. She was one of the participants in Chen Feng's plan. She knew that the emotions of the audience had already aroused Sakata, and he would gradually lose his reason. No matter whether he was a clear-headed person or not, he would be infected by the emotions of tens of thousands of spectators. Finally, you get addicted and increase the stakes unlimitedly. Even though I knew the whole plan, I was still somewhat excited by the atmosphere of the audience. Long Xia is really going to rise this time. Kaiwa admired Chen Feng to the extreme at this time. Okay, I'll bet with you, but I'll also add a beast resource worth a 9-star monster to the original bet. Do you dare to gamble? If not, then stop here. Japanese garbage. Zhang Duan's eyes were red, as if he had really lost his mind. Teacher, by Xin Yue and Song, he spoke up one after another. They wanted to stop Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan's acting was so realistic. These two innocent little white cabbages have no idea of the dangers of society. No need to say more. Next game. Sonny, you come on? You must win beautifully. Zhang Daoyuan waved his hand to stop the two from speaking any further. In fact, he had a really hard time acting. In order to empty the Japanese treasury, don't laugh. You must hold it in, Zhang Daoyuan. He kept repeating it in his mind. Damn, Chen Feng is so awesome. He even brought me here. I will definitely become rich when I go back this time. 9 stars are promising. Seeing Zhang Daoyuan's excited look, Sakata had already been excited too. Especially when he heard that Zhang Daoyuan was going to gamble a resource worth a 9-star monster. He felt that his spring had come. But now there is a fatal problem facing him. That is, he has no equivalent bet. What's the point of gambling if you have no money? But they have to gamble because both of them are watching, especially the Japanese audience here. If he backs down this time, how can he face being a teacher in the future? So, Sakata looked at John, Ono, and Ayaka with expectation. The meaning is very clear. 3 big guys, save me. It turned out to be exactly as he had planned. Kaiwa looked at Sakata's expectant eyes, her expression unchanged as she said to herself. Then she turned to look at John and Ichiro Ono. His eyes were filled with inquiry. You two, it looks like Sakata-kun is having trouble. In your opinion, can our Dabin team win this time? I would really like to help Sakata-kun. This statement actually fits with Saihua's personality in Neon. She loves to help Neon beast tamers who are in trouble. She is simply an angel. Although Ono Ichiro was angry because Ayaka had held him accountable, the other party was in such a position, and now it was time for them to fight against Long Xia together. He suppressed the hatred in his heart and said, Don't worry, Miss Kaiwa. Our Osaka team will win this time. I guarantee it with my reputation as Ono Ichiro. Higher credibility? If you have credibility, who embezzled the beast taming materials of my Koizumi group? Kaiwa sneered, not even looking at Ono Ichiro. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Ono fell silent. If John hadn't happened to come to the big board this time, he would have been killed. Because Shuichiro Kazushima is at the front line in Dongjing beast territory. By the time he gets back, his body might already be cold. Thinking of this, Ono Ichiro instantly glared at Ono Taiji, who was sitting in the beast tamer seat. What a ripoff! Ms. Kaiwa, don't worry. I, John, can also guarantee with my reputation that the Longxia team will lose this time. Old John, who had been silent, saw Ono being humiliated and quickly spoke up to make the guarantee. Oh, I trust Mr. John's credibility. It seems that you are very confident in these children. Kaiwa pretended to be surprised. Of course, because they have a winning trump card. Long Xia will definitely become the laughingstock of the whole world this time, John said in a mysterious tone. Okay, since Mr. John is so confident, I will believe you. I will help Mr. Sakata with this difficulty. After Kaiwa finished speaking, she stood up from the VIP seat. She took 2 steps to the iron handrail in front. Condescendingly said, Sakata-kun, my Koizumi Corporation will pay for your share of the bet. If you win, it's yours, and if you lose, it's mine. The Longxia people are so aggressive. Do they really think that there is no one left in Neon? What Kaiwa said was righteous. It's like timely help. Sakata burst into tears after hearing this. She is really our Neon goddess. Thank you, Miss Kaiwa. You are truly the most beautiful beast-controlling flower in our Neon. I will always remember your kindness to me. If you need me in the future, Please feel free to ask for my help." After Sakata finished speaking, he bowed politely to Ayaka, who was standing on a high place. Saihua's righteous voice was very loud, and the referee intentionally held the microphone to receive and amplify it. All the neon audience in the venue heard it. Saihua's image became taller again. Ms. Kaiwa is the most beautiful. Miss Ayaka should be the head of the Koizumi group. Show my neon power. At this moment, Kai Undercover Hua instantly won the support of all Japanese audiences. This conversation was being broadcast live. I believe that now, even if the King of Heaven says that Kaiwa is an undercover agent, no one will believe it. Kaiwa looked at the excited audience and sighed again in her heart. Chen Feng is awesome. Okay, let's continue the game. The play had to go on. Kaiwa sat back in her seat with an air of a queen. Zhang Daoyuan, let the next student you challenge summon the beast. Now that Sakata had money to gamble, he straightened his back even more. He calculated the time in his mind and felt a little anxious, because there are only 20 seconds left before the 2-minute effect of the drug wears off. Song Yi, get ready, go, and summon the beast. Zhang Daoyuan ordered Song Yi. However, just as Song Yi walked to the edge of the Beastmaster's seat and was about to summon the beast, Zhang Daoyuan spoke again. Wait, I forgot to talk about tactics, he said, took 2 steps forward, and leaned over to whisper in Song Yi's ear. After you defeat this rhino beast, try to roam around and delay the enemy for a few dozen seconds. If you can't hold on, just surrender. But one thing is for sure, you must be in a mess, and a real mess. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he patted Song Yi on the shoulder. Well, I guess the rhino will reach impotence in a dozen seconds. He was calculating in his mind, but Sakata was getting anxious. If he waited any longer, he would definitely lose the game. Not only will he fail to obtain the 9-star resources, but he will also be embarrassed in front of all the Beastmasters of the 2 countries. At the same time, you may also betray the trust of Goddess Kaiwa. Hurry up, he urged. After hearing this, Song Yi was about to summon the beast. Wait, Song Yi. Behind him, Chen Feng, who was originally as steady as an old dog, suddenly spoke. This made Song Yi stunned, and his posture of summoning the beast slowed down again. What's wrong? Chen Feng. He turned around and asked in confusion. I was just thinking about competing seriously to win glory for Long Xia. It's okay. I wanted to ask you what you want to eat in the evening, but I'm in the middle of a game right now. Let's talk about it later. It's okay now? Chen Feng said seriously. Well, there are probably 5 seconds left, However, Song Yi had no idea about the rhinoceros beast countdown to impotence. He scratched his head, confused. He turned around and released his beast into the field. In an instant, a giant ape with green scales on its body appeared on the scene. Green-scaled giant ape, high-level 2-star. Referee, announce the start now. Sakata, urgent. There are only 5 seconds left, right? At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. I had plenty of time to take drugs, but the 2 psychos on the other side took up more than 10 seconds. It's over. I lost this time. Sakata was completely dumbfounded. Not only him, Tengu also looked unhappy. Aren't they sick? But he is not the protagonist of a happy novel, and time cannot go back. Tengu had no choice but to let the rhino attack. But the rhino beast, which was already suffering from impotence at this time, felt that the whole bull was weak. The body feels unusually heavy. On the contrary, the green-scaled giant ape on the opposite side strode towards the impotent rhinoceros like a brainless, reckless man. Then he grabbed the rhino's neck without any hindrance and did a small grab, followed by a shoulder throw. The rhino beast could only stand at attention passively and take the beating. Then it pressed the weakened rhino to the ground, punched with one hand, and hit the rhino's eyes. It's a complete suppression. ? Song Yi was dumbfounded. Is this so simple? Then why was Gao Liang's beast being chased all over the field just now? He turned back and looked at Gao Liang blankly. But Gao Liang also looked confused. He didn't know why Rhinomon suddenly became so weak. Wait, stop fighting, I give up. Fujitani quickly took back the beast. His rhino's eyes were both black and blue. Baga, the match is fake. He is faking the match. I want a refund. Tengu is Long Xia's undercover agent. Neon audiences are not happy about this. Having won the last game so easily, in this game, he simply didn't resist and just passively took the beating. If this isn't a match fixing, then what is it? This is the first time they have seen a Beastmaster being left idle and playing badly. What's up? Is your beast taming stuck? Chapter 56. Comrade Lao Chu is far away in Longxia, eating melons and watching the show. In the beast tamer seat, Tung Gu's face turned purple because all the Japanese in the audience were cursing at him. The language art content in the discourse is extremely high. Some even wanted to rush down and beat him on the spot, but were stopped by the security guards. However, those people still shouted that they would wait for the game to end and then block him outside the Coliseum. Is this the trump card you told me about? A fixed match? John, give me an explanation. Kaiwa stood up from her seat with an angry face. His chest heaved rapidly, and he turned his head to glare at John, no longer as elegant as he had been a second ago. You are indeed the same as the Ono family. I now seriously suspect that you and Ono are working together to make fun of me. Although you are a 10-star beast master from America, I hope you understand that if my Koizumi Corporation fights you to the death, you won't be any better off. Saihua's tone was extremely bad. To outsiders, her glaring eyes made it seem as if she would go completely crazy and start cursing if this wasn't a public place. Seeing Saihua's angry look, Ono felt a little depressed. He knows everything. It was just that the effect of the explosion grass had worn off, but he couldn't say this in public. Ms. Ayaka, please let go. Ono lowered his head and wanted to explain. Shut up. Your words sound like farts in my ears, Ono. You're good, John. You're good too. Just wait for the revenge of the Koizumi group. Ayaka didn't give Ono a chance to speak. She acted like she was furious after being deceived in public. After all, she was a well-known figure, the helmsman of one of the 3 major conglomerates in Japan. Just before the game, John had publicly assured her that he would win. If it was just a fight between the 2 beasts and Tengu was unfortunately defeated, it would not be a big deal. But Tengu is now openly engaging in match fixing. Isn't this a slap in the face in public? Do you think the Neon audience is a clown? Are you treating the head of the 3 major financial groups, Goddess Kaiwa, as a clown? And you too, Sakata and Tengu, right? I remember your names. Kaiwa looked down at the 2 people sitting in the Beastmaster's seat. After all, she had been in a high position for a long time, and her aura frightened Sakata and Tengu so much that they lowered their heads and dared not look at her. Chen Feng and Zhang Daoyuan sat on the other side of the Beastmaster's seat. One of them was the planner, and the other was a participant. Oh my god, this woman acted so well. No, it doesn't look like acting. At this time, the Japanese audience present were also extremely angry because of Saihua's words. Baga, expel your nationality. The big board team, the shame of Japan. They even lied to the goddess Kaiwa. They don't deserve to be Japanese. All kinds of insults came one after another. Ms. Kaiwa, don't worry, this is just an accident. Please don't be angry. I will pay for the bet in the last game. John also knew that it was natural for Kaiwa to do this, so he quickly comforted her. You want to pay for it? Does my Koizumi group need those resources? John, do you think of me as a good girl? After saying that, Kaiwa turned around and looked at Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan, right? Give me your bank card number after the game. I will exchange the resources for money of equal value and transfer it to you, she said. At this moment, she looked like a superior. If she lost, and she could afford to lose. This makes the Japanese audience even more distressed. I felt like my goddess was backstabbed in public. Damn American John. Damn Ono family. Damn Osaka Beastmaster team. But the next moment, something happened that made them even angrier. Zhang Daoyuan stood up quickly. With a sneer on his face, he said, Ha, Miss Kaiwa, I just want the beast taming resources. Zhang Daoyuan, don't lack money. You, Neon, can't even afford this little thing. Lao Zhang said this very skillfully, directly escalating the personal grudge between Nihon and Longxia. It sounds extremely harsh. Baga, Longxia people, please don't be ungrateful. That's right, this is Neon country, not Longxia. Please be polite when speaking. Immediately, some viewers refuted and cursed Zhang Daoyuan. Kaiwa had just been backstabbed by her own people, and now she was being mocked by the Longxia people. They were really angry, but more emotions are directed towards the starting point of everything, the actor Tengu. Chen Feng was delighted when he saw this scene. Lao Zhang is good and can act. I'll add more fuel to the fire. Then, Chen Feng also slowly stood up. Stop barking, you Japanese rubbish. If you don't agree, come down and fight me. You Japanese people only dare to bark under your American masters. In addition, I can prove that Tengu Kuin did not play a fake match, and he has nothing to do with our Longxia. Chen Feng stood up and said loudly in standard Neon language. Taunt to the fullest. These words were amplified directly from the referee's microphone so that the whole audience could hear them. The referee was so scared that he quickly covered the microphone. He couldn't imagine how this kid from Longxia dared to argue with tens of thousands of Japanese audiences. Baga, who the hell are you? Security, let me go and let me kill this Longxia bastard. Chen Feng's words were like adding fuel to the fire, once again raising the emotions of the Japanese audience at the scene to a new level. This is like when a neon athlete comes to compete in Longxia, and after a small win, he calls the Longxia audience trash. This is the mood of the Japanese audience at this time. But the Longxia audience in the live broadcast was different. They all praised Chen Feng for being awesome. This kid is so awesome. Damn, he's really brave. He's in a foreign country, and he's not afraid that someone will target him behind his back. Chen Feng from Northern Beast Taming University, right? I'm a fan. I'm going to apply to his university next year. And in an office in Longxia Kingdom, Comrade Lao Chu sat on a chair, holding a piece of watermelon in his hand, staring at the live broadcast screen. He ate with relish and smacked his lips secretly. Wow, these three guys are really good at acting. Each one is better than the other. If I didn't know what was going on, I would have been trapped. Especially that kid Chen Feng. He is so mean, just 2 words from him can drive tens of thousands of Japanese people crazy. Chapter 57. Lao Zhang almost couldn't act anymore. That's enough. Let's leave it at that. Zhang Daoyuan from Longxia, right? John will give you the beast control resources you want. I will notify my friends in America and hand over the resources to Longxia officials. You will receive them when you return. I promise that you will not lose a single cent. Zhang threw up his sleeves. He knew that this matter had to be resolved quickly, and he didn't want to get entangled any further. Okay, let's continue the game, Zhang said as he sat back in his seat. Zhang Daoyuan stood where he was, thinking to himself that something was not right when he saw this. This won't work. The original plan was for John to persuade Kaiwa again, and then Kaiwa would reluctantly believe John, thus establishing Tsaihua's image as a good person again and paving the way for the final escalation of the stakes. No, I have to do something. Then, Lao Zhang's eyes rolled, and his aura changed, revealing an ugly face that Chen Feng and his group of young people had never seen before. He's about to start the show. Old Zhang straightened his back, with an expression that looked like he deserved a beating. He said slowly and arrogantly, "The game can continue, but I don't know if you guys from Japan still dare to gamble. If you don't dare, I won't force you. After all, when you're weak, you have to stand at attention when you get beaten. And you, Japan, have always been pretty weak. Chen Feng, they may not understand you very well. Please translate for them in neon language." Old Zhang turned around and spoke arrogantly to Chen Feng, who was watching the show. Chen Feng was so smart. He reacted immediately and repeated the words in neon language almost without delay. Then he put his hands in his pockets, turned his nose up, and glanced at the Japanese people in the audience with contempt. Then his eyes swept across Ayaka, Ono, and finally landed on Sakata's team. He pulled his right hand out of his trouser pocket, clenched his fist, slowly extended his thumb, and then turned his wrist. Thumbs down. Big board team rubbish. Neon is garbage. The defeated general is vulnerable to a single blow. That look and tone are as cool as they can be. What does it mean to attract hatred? This is called attracting hatred. Bai Xinyue and her group were stunned. This was a completely new version they had never seen before. Classmate Chen Feng and teacher Zhang Daoyuan. Even Elena covered her mouth with her hands, looking incredulous. It's really a brand new version. Baga, Aya. Sakata's eyes turned red with anger. So do Ono and the others. So do neon audiences. Netizens in Longxia simply called it a shame. Are these two so awesome? All of Chu Weigua's watermelons fell to the ground. Longxia, a titled 10-star beast master, failed to hold the watermelon firmly, and it fell to the ground. Sakata's eyes turned red with anger, and he began to feel furious and helpless. Again, he has no money. He felt that he had already let Kaiwa down enough. Although he was filled with helplessness and rage, he still looked at Ono Ichiro with a look of help in his eyes. The conflict at this point has risen to a matter of face for both countries. Zhang Daoyuan and Chen Feng are too attractive to hatred. Zhang, the 10-star beast master, who was originally as steady as a rock, sighed inwardly upon seeing this. He couldn't sit still anymore, so he slowly stood up and looked at the arrogant and high-spirited Zhang Daoyuan. He felt that he had no choice but to take action. I, John, am here to make a bet with you. I'm offering 2 10-star beast control resources, both from Longxia. Can you take it? 2 portions of 10-star beast taming resources. This bet is considered a top-level bet among individuals, of course, except for Chen Feng. Because the 10-star beast taming resources are usually distributed to beast tamers by the state and not circulated outside, their value is inestimable. Zhang Daoyuan definitely didn't. John said this because he knew that Zhang Daoyuan would not be able to produce it. This was a disguised slap in the face of Long Xia. Aren't you awesome? If you want to gamble, you have to put up chips of equal value, otherwise don't be so arrogant. At the same time, it also means to send a friendly signal to Kaiwa. They are all upper-class people, and the meaning is very clear. I, John, will also place a bet and directly bet my entire fortune to prove that I really have no intention of cheating you. When Kaiwa heard John's words, she turned her head and glanced at John expressionlessly. Seeing this, John quickly smiled and nodded in response. He didn't want to really have a bad relationship with Kaiwa, and he also needed Neon's beast taming resources. It's not worth offending one of the 3 major Japanese conglomerates because of a misunderstanding. Humph. Kaiwa snorted coldly and sat back in her original seat. This is considered to be tacitly forgiving John. Old John was delighted. Little did he know that, having been smart all his life, he had been fooled into the game by the superb acting skills of Chen Feng and the other 2. Zhang Daoyuan was also overjoyed when he saw this. I'm not afraid of you gambling. I'm just afraid that you won't join the game. Unlike his inner feelings, he now looked extremely embarrassed and frustrated. He really couldn't provide 2 sets of 10-star beast taming resources, so it was time for the official boss of Longxia to step forward. Why? Didn't Longxia bring you enough money when he sent you here? Or did Longxia have none at all? I think you are nothing more than this. When Sakata saw a big shot coming to help him, he immediately started to mock him. He was really frustrated, especially that kid named Chen Feng from Longxia. I really want to tear his mouth apart. Zhang Daoyuan didn't say anything. His face suddenly became gloomy, and he seemed a little at a loss. Seeing this, Sakata felt even happier. Zhang Daoyuan, if you can't make it, just start the competition. The beast masters of both countries are watching on the live broadcast. Since Longxia didn't bring you enough money, don't force it. Well, after all, you are just a small teacher of Longxia, and they're just ordinary students of Longxia. I can understand that Longxia doesn't care about you. After saying this, Sakata felt extremely relieved. But he was still a little disappointed, because although this damaged the reputation of the other Beastmaster in Longxia, he did not gain any actual benefits. Referee, get ready to start. This time, Shimada will play for our Osaka team. Sakata said slowly to the referee. Zhang Daoyuan remained silent. In fact, he was waiting for Chu Wei's call. However, Chu Wei's call did not come yet. He was secretly anxious. Chen Feng's brain was also spinning rapidly. This old Chu was too unreliable. According to the script, it was time for the Longxiao officials to take action. He turned his head to look at Song Yi, who was standing stupidly beside the iron railings. And then he suddenly thought of something. That's right. This game is bound to be a losing one. If we don't gamble, it will be over. Although the Japanese are temporarily happy, the benefits are actually reaped by Zhang Daoyuan. Their emotions were not expressed. Hold them back for 1 round, and then in the next round, Longxiao officials will step in, and Lao Zhang will join in the shouting, which will definitely drive these Japanese devils completely crazy. By then, Kaiwa can also come forward with a legitimate reason and escalate the situation again. Thinking of this, Chen Feng instantly understood. Old Zhang, go back and sit down first. He showed an extremely frustrated and uncomfortable look on his face and patted Zhang Daoyuan, who was standing there in a daze. Question mark. Zhang Daoyuan was slightly stunned, with a questioning look in his eyes. The script is wrong? I won't continue acting? I believe there must be some big guys in Longxia watching the live broadcast. They will definitely not sit idly by. Chen Feng said angrily. Chen Feng's hint was obvious enough. Let the bullets fly for a while. Zhang Daoyuan was very cunning, and after hearing what Chen Feng said, he immediately understood. Sakata, just wait. We are not done yet. He looked brainless and said something cruel before leaving. Sakata felt even happier when he saw this. Haha, Zhang Daoyuan, this is Neon. I advise you to be careful with your words. You Longxiao officials have no control over this. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and now there were 2 beasts chasing each other off the field. Although Song Yi was confused as to why Chen Feng and Zhang Daoyuan were like this, he still fought according to Zhang Daoyuan's previous instructions. Mainly procrastination. His beast is a blue-scaled giant ape. while Shimada's beast is a 2-star high-level giant python. Shimada called it Yamano no Orochi, but that was just his wishful thinking. In fact, this giant python was pushed to the high-level 2-star level by medicine. If it hadn't eaten the explosive grass, it would have been torn to pieces by the Qinglin giant ape long ago. Off the field, as time gradually ran out, the Qinglin giant ape revealed a flaw and was directly blown away by the python's tail. Gao Liang's red-striped tiger rolled twice, and the blue-scaled giant ape repeated the same trick and rolled 3 times. "I surrender," Songy shouted and took back the beast. At this moment, the Japanese audience in the venue instantly boiled over. This is the more reasonable game. It should be a completely devastating match. How could Longxia's Beast Tamer be stronger than Neon's? Our Neon's Beast Tamers and Beast Tamers have a special bond. John also quickly looked at Kaiwa, who was sitting next to him, and looked at her with a smile. The meaning is very clear. You see, I didn't cheat you. Kaiwa pretended to relax her brows. Well, now we are all trapped. Every single one counts. Sakata was also very happy. He was about to mock Zhang Daoyuan again, but he saw Zhang Dao on the opposite side was making a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Chu." "Yes, I'm Zhang Daoyuan." Chapter 58. Competition Upgrade, Chen Feng is released. "Mr. Chu, this is Zhang Daoyuan," Old Zhang said, holding the phone in one hand and covering the microphone under the phone with the other hand. He was so excited at this moment, because there is nothing more exciting than standing in front of the back of the motherland and showing off in public. What is this called? Exotic show-off, national permission. But the next second, Xiao Zhang, give the phone to Chen Feng. "I want to talk to him." Chu Wei was said. So, with resentment in his eyes, Lao Zhang handed the phone to Chen Feng. That expression was like that of a little wife who had fallen out of favor. "Hello, this is Chen Feng." Chen Feng said after picking up the phone. "Let me get straight to the point. According to the extensive calculations conducted by the think tank during the battle for the Beast Tamer in Lian City, America is likely to have the technology to predict the fusion of the beast domain. If we propose to raise the stakes, and if they really have the technology to do so, given John and Neon's behavior, there is a high probability that they will propose to upgrade the game and move it to Dongjing Beast Domain for an extra game. It's called a competition, but in fact, they want to take you as hostages to interfere with the battle after the fusion of the beast domains. But this can also verify that they do have the technology to predict the fusion of beast domains. But the problem is that if they really make this request, our country will be put in a passive position in this battle for the beast domain. Now, let me ask you, if you continue to escalate the gambling fight as planned, are you confident that you can handle this possible development direction? Chu Wei was said in a serious tone. Chu Wei was meaning was very simple. If Chen Feng and the others really went to the beast domain for an extra match, it would prove that America had the technology to predict the fusion of the beast domain. But no matter whether they win or lose, Long Xiao will be put in a passive position, which is equivalent to directly sending hostages to Neon. But if we don't take the initiative to raise the stakes now, Sakata's side will most likely propose another fight later. Chu Wei didn't know that his words had a different meaning in Chen Feng's ears. What, master another buffet? The demon centipede king was hanging on Chen Feng's wrist. It heard it clearly. Ahem, probably. Chen Feng answered the demon centipede king's words in his mind and spoke slowly. Old Chu, leave it to me, it won't be a big problem. If we can't defeat them, I will take Lao Zhang and my classmates to circle around with them in Dongjing Beast Domain and wait for our Longxia Beastmasters to support us. Chen Feng said modestly. Well, take Lao Zhang and the others for a spin and eat up all the Dongjing Beast territory. Okay, Chen Feng, then you stay safe and wait for our support. Chu Wei paused. I will also participate in this operation. You must save your life first and wait for my support. Old Chu is a nice person. He values talent, especially a talent like Chen Feng. Don't worry. I will definitely put my life first and wait for you. Chen Feng answered naively. Afterwards, Lao Chu explained everything to Zhang Daoyuan again. The content is very simple. Just listen to Chen Feng. This made Zhang Daoyuan look at Chen Feng even more resentful. No. Who is the teacher between us? Can you do whatever you want just because you have a background? Less than 10 seconds after hanging up the phone, a familiar face appeared on the big screen of the Coliseum. It was the picture of Chu Weigua, Old Man Chu. Old John, long time no see. I didn't expect you were still alive. Old Master Chu's voice spread throughout the arena. Seeing the people on the big screen, John stood up quickly. Changing his previous aloof and arrogant attitude, he said, Chu Weigua, are you doing nothing? Don't say that. The Beast Masters who were watching the live broadcast in Longxia just now couldn't stand your bullying behavior, so I came here to save face and want to make a big bet with you. I wonder if you dare. Chu Weiguo showed a helpless expression and said, "Oh, tell me about it." John heard this, a cunning look flashing in his eyes. He was too disdainful to get involved when the two groups of students and teachers slapped each other in the face. But it was a different story for the top 10-star Beast Masters of the two countries. This is a good opportunity to embarrass Longxia and make him bleed, he said excitedly. Well, I see that the new patriarch of your Koizumi group is here too. Why don't you use all the materials in your group's material library as a bet? I will also take out materials of corresponding value. Do you dare to accept it? Chu Weiguo finished speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly. The patriarch of the Koizumi group will always be my husband, Masamune Kun. Ayaka stood up and said angrily. She had a great time acting. She didn't look like an undercover agent. Miss Kaiwa, don't get excited. John comforted Kaiwa first, then turned to Chu Weiguo and said, Are you representing Longxia? John's eyes were gloomy. Of course, so you represent America? Or Neon? Chu Weiguo counterattacked. Of course I represent America, and she represents Japan. John pointed at Kaiwa. Ms. Kaiwa, accept this bet and listen to me. I am saying this to you as a 10-star American Beastmaster. John said seriously. Okay, all right. Kaiwa hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. This time, no matter how Mr. Deng tries to shift the blame, it won't be me. Kaiwa thought to herself. However, for this kind of large-scale event, I would like all the little ones in Longxia to participate, so I want Chen Feng to participate as well. Of course, you can also draw a student from the Dongjing Seed team. Chu Weiguo said tentatively. That doesn't matter. It seems that you are very optimistic about this guy, named Chen Feng, so let him participate. I will also transfer a contestant from other places. However, since the stakes involve the wealth of the two countries, I also have a request. That is, this time the competition is upgraded. It happens that the Dongjing Beast domain is close to here, so we can rematch, and it will also be convenient for me to transfer a temporary player. Do you dare to accept it, Longxia? John said viciously. He silently glanced at Chen Feng's back. This kid must be something to be noticed by the Dragon King of Longxia. Could he be the illegitimate son of Chu Weiguo? It doesn't matter. When the Beast Domain competition is over and the two domains merge, I will destroy him directly. It makes Chu Weiguo heartbroken. Dare? What is there to be afraid of? At Longxia, I have never been afraid of anything. Zhang Daoyuan, what do you think? Chu Weiguo suddenly asked Zhang Daoyuan. Report to the commander. We will win the battle. When Lao Zhang suddenly dreamed of returning to the army, he stood up and saluted. This was something he said out of inspiration. Although we had communicated well in advance, I still felt like I was being given a mission in a critical moment. Okay. I wish you a triumphant return, Chu Weiguo said with a smile. I have sent someone to contact your Koizumi group to check the materials. This bet will also be announced to the whole world, and no one will default on their debt. Chu Weiguo said to John with a smile. Okay, I'll arrange a helicopter to take the two teams directly to Dongjing Beast territory for the extra match. The entire match will be broadcast live. John picked up the phone and started arranging a helicopter. This time it's just right to bring all the 10-star Beast Masters from the American base with me. After the Beast domains are merged, Longxia will definitely suffer a great loss. And that guy called Chen Feng, I'm going to destroy him right after the game is over. This kid looks so cool. He must be Chu Weiguo's illegitimate son. In John's eyes, Chen Feng was sitting back in the chair with his hands in his pockets, legs crossed, and humming a little song. Looks very happy. Chapter 59. Confirmed. Chu Weiguo's illegitimate son. The helicopter was moving very fast, or rather, Dabin was not far from Dongjing. At this time, Chen Feng was humming a little song and walking at the end of the team. Ryoko has already returned home. Ayaka just secretly sent him a text message, saying that she will protect Ryoko from now on. Kaiwa is a nice young woman. Chen Feng felt relieved. Ahead is the portal to the Beast Realm. The two teams walked into the portal one after another. As a teacher, Zhang Daoyuan secretly followed Chen Feng's team to prevent any accidents from happening during the competition. The content of the game is very simple. The two teams start from different routes. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. I can only meet you at the end. Chen Feng shook his head repeatedly. He was even thinking about killing Ono and his group from Japan halfway. I have to get to the finish line quickly. There are also drones in the sky. They're so annoying. I have to shoot them all down after the game, Otherwise, my MVP result screen will be watched by people all over the world. Chen Feng was still walking at the end of the team, constantly thinking in his mind. At this time, the Beast domain has not yet merged, so the starting point of the two teams is the same. In the Beast territory, Chen Feng stood outside the Neon Kingdom camp and turned his head to observe his surroundings. The Beast domain portal is located at the edge of a land, next to the Black Sea water, which looks a bit weird. This is the first time I've seen what the sea in the Beast domain looks like. Gao Liang said curiously, looking at the Black Sea. How far is it? There's no end in sight. Bai Xinhua said as she stretched out her hand and scooped up a handful of seawater. Wanli, Chen Feng said, according to memories from previous lives, this sea is thousands of miles away from Longxia. After the Beast domains are merged, the fastest time for Chu Weigua and his team to provide support will take at least half a day. I really miss this place. It's like heaven to my seventh brother. The demon centipede king wrapped around Chen Feng's wrist looked at the sea and muttered to Chen Feng in his heart. It is indeed heaven. We will go straight to the target point and pass the level quickly. After winning, let the shadow demon shoot down all the drones and then start the buffet directly. Try to raise my level to 3 stars in this beast domain, Chen Feng said as he felt the flow of magic power in his body. After the dual transmission from the Demon Centipede King and the Shadow Demon, Chen Feng has now recovered to the mid-level 2-star level. It's better not to summon Brother 7. I'm afraid. The Demon Centipede King's voice was drawn out. It is really scared. It is the weakest among Chen Feng's monsters, but also the most normal. At least it looks like a monster. But starting from Shadow Fiend, the style of painting changed. He was covered in black mist and didn't look like a monster. The others all look like bosses. Only the Demon Centipede King looks like a monster. Of course, this is compared with Chen Feng's other magical beasts. Just as the man and the monster were talking, a discordant voice came into Chen Feng's ears. You rubbish from Longxia. Hurry up and leave. If you lose, get out of our Neon Country's beast domain as soon as possible. The person who was speaking was transferred from the Dongjing team to make up the numbers. His name is Taniyuchi Tetsuya, a 2-star mid-level beastmaster. With his yellow hair falling down to his pale cheeks, he looks a bit like a neon gigolo. Idiot. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at cowherd Tani Tetsuya. I know you. I heard that you also have a centipede beast. I happen to have one too. Let me show you mine first. After saying this, Tani Che directly summoned his own beast. A giant red centipede, more than 30 meters tall and hundreds of meters long. This head is considered big among monsters. Come on up, my 1,000 poison centipede is not only powerful in toxins, but it also runs very fast. Let's go straight to the finish line. Tani Toru also said to Ono Taiji and the other 3. He jumped directly onto the red centipede's head. Chen Feng was speechless. That's all. Elena and Bai Xinhua looked at him as if he were an idiot. What are you pretending to be? Tani shouted condescendingly. He is usually arrogant and never looks at the competition information of foreign players. This resulted in his knowledge of Chen Feng being limited to the version he had heard of slightly. At this time, Ono and others had already started to pull him, but they failed. How dare this idiot? Ono and others had seen Chen Feng's Demon Centipede King from the video recording of the battle in the Korean country. They all cursed in their hearts. Oh! Chen Feng sighed. I'm not really trying to show off, he swung his arms. The next second, the Demon Centipede King, with a purple bracelet, fell to the ground. Big! Chen Feng shouted pretentiously. In an instant, the Demon Centipede King, which was originally as thin as a silk thread, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became the same size as the red centipede in the valley. Chen Feng held by Xinhua with one hand, and Elena held the other hand, and the 5 of them jumped onto the head of the Demon Centipede King. Gu and Ei looked at the red centipede beast beneath his feet, and then looked at the Demon Centipede King beneath the feet of Chen Feng and the other 4. Humph! What's the point of having a beast as big as mine? The red centipede beast is the orthodox one, Tani said without giving up. Who told you that my beast is this big? Chen Feng said. The body of the Demon Centipede King under his feet suddenly swelled again. Although this place is close to the Neon Country camp, it is not Longxia's camp. The Neon Beast Tamers in the camp only saw a giant purple centipede rising from the ground. They all looked up and watched. He tilted his head back, his mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't speak. Chen Feng controlled the Demon Centipede King and set off directly towards the destination. Tani stood on the head of his red centipede beast, He tilted his head back with his mouth wide open. As the ground shook as the centipede king walked, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Ono and others held him back in time, so that Neon was not embarrassed in public. At this moment, the 5 people heard a loud shout amid the huge roar. You said red is pure blood. My sister said purple is more charming. That was Chen Feng's voice fading away. How can this be compared? Are you guys mentally retarded? How dare you accept this kind of competition? Is this a 2-star? Tanny was confused. He was supported by Ono and the other 4 and asked questions loudly. Tanya-chan, quickly let your beast eat this. We'll set off too. Ono Taiji glanced at the segments of the Demon Centipede King that were still flying by and turned to the confused Tanny and said. At the same time, a handful of explosive-level grass was stuffed into Gunei's hand. What is this? Tanichi asked puzzledly. Upon hearing this, Ono quickly whispered a few words into Tanny's ear. When Gu Nei heard this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Then, he threw the explosive grass in his hand directly in front of the Centipede Beastmaster's mouth and let the Centipede Beastmaster swallow it directly. There must be at least 40 or 50 pieces of that explosive grass, a completely lethal amount. Sure enough, after the red centipede swallowed the explosive grass, its aura changed instantly. Not daring to waste time, Gu Nei directly controlled the centipede beast to set off. At this time, inside the tent at the entrance of the Beast Tamer, John's eyes were full of surprise. As he looked at the Demon Centipede King, a series of question marks flashed through his mind. Is this a 2-star beast? It's bigger than my 10-star one. It should be the skill of growing bigger or smaller. He is worthy of being the illegitimate son of Chu Weigua. He is dead. I, John, broke the flower of Longxia. While John was thinking, a group of people came into the tent. John, we are here, and this time we will definitely destroy Longxia's prestige. There are about 20 people in this group, some with black skin and some with white skin, but all of them have an extraordinary aura and have the appearance of a person in a high position that can only be cultivated over many years. Well, thank you all for your support. The Beast Domain fusion is imminent, and Longxia will definitely lose this time. Look, I've taken a few hostages. Among them is Chu Weigua's illegitimate son. Jean smiled wickedly. Some of these people are based in the United States, and some are hired from other countries. But they are all legendary 10-star Beastmasters. These 20 or so people have already caught up with the number of all 10-star Beastmasters in Longxia combined. By the way, notify the live broadcast media to give less footage to Chen Feng. His beast control is too ostentatious. Chapter 60, Stormy. Is this a 2-star beast? In the camp at the finish line, Ichiro Ono and the Japanese referee sat in front of the broadcast screen and fell into deep thought. Due to John's order, Chen Feng's perspective had been cut off at this time. The audience outside the Beast Domain could only see the big board team sitting on the centipede's head and rushing towards the finish line with great momentum. The 1-star monsters they met on the road were frightened and fled in all directions. Where is our Longxia team? Why is there no picture? I don't know. I've been thinking about this too. Damn it, damn Neon. Our Longxia Beastmaster is still too conservative. Why didn't they even give us the live broadcast footage? I really want to go over there and fuck it. During the live broadcast, viewers on Longxia's side expressed their protest. Although they can't see Chen Feng, Ono Ichiro can. At this point, Ichiro Ono was completely confused. The route he arranged for Chen Feng's team was the most dangerous route. The road is full of 2-star monsters and even 3-star ones, and the density is very high. But this made Chen Feng very happy. Or rather, the Demon Centipede King was very happy. I eat. The Centipede King once again transforms into snake mode. It opened its mouth wide all the way, constantly devouring the low-star monsters that failed to escape in time. This is an appetizer before the buffet. Don't turn. You're going the wrong way. Win the game first. In his mind, Chen Feng kept urging the Demon Centipede King, who occasionally deviated from his route because he was eating too happily, a foodie. He, the Demon Centipede King, laughed naively, confirmed the direction again, and continued eating. In fact, the distance of the competition is relatively long. At the normal speed of a 2-star Beastmaster, it would take at least half a day to arrive at the destination if he travels at full speed. This is the case if we don't encounter any 2-star monsters on the way and don't get into a tough fight with them. Mr. Ono, are you sure this is the Beastmaster of Chen Feng? Do you think it is possible that it belongs to Zhang Daoyuan? The referee frowned and said to Ichiro Ono beside him, "Nonsense. We saw the beast he summoned. How could this be true?" However, the skill of growing or shrinking should not increase combat power. But why can it easily kill a 2-star monster of the same level? Even if Ichiro Ono racked his brains, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. It seems that he lacks vision, but in fact it is really because he lacks vision. In other words, Chen Feng, the cheater, has exceeded Ono Ichiro's understanding. What should we do? Should we continue the competition? Isn't it a sure win for the Longxia team? The referee said, curling his lips. In the picture, Chen Feng and his team were only 1/3 of the way to the finish line. What made the referee even more speechless was that if the total distance was divided into 3 sections, the body length of the demon centipede king accounted for 1/3. From a god's perspective, it looks like a purple progress bar. The speed of reading the messages is just like having a membership in Baidu NetDisk. This is fucking outrageous. Let's look at the Dabin team. The red progress bar is the same as if you didn't have a Baidu NetDisk membership. I can't even walk 2 miles in half a day. I don't know either. Ono Ichiro answered absent-mindedly. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The pressure is too great. This is a bet of 1/3 of Neon's wealth. How about I just convict them of cheating? I suspect his Beastmaster may have taken some medicine like explosive grass. The referee said tentatively. There was no way he could do anything about it. He knew that the Dabin team was taking drugs. But now he can't even take drugs as well as others. According to this line of thinking, he thinks Longxia is also taking drugs. This is not the effect that ordinary herbs can bring. This is completely cheating. If this continues, the 2-star monsters on their path will be eaten to extinction. Ichiro Ono felt heartbroken, as those 2-star beasts were precious resources. Before the game was even half an hour old, at least dozens of them had been eaten. Originally, he arranged the Longxia team to be tortured on this road, but now, hell has turned into a cafeteria. Choo-choo. I have to say, choo-choo. The Japanese of this era, choo-choo, are pretty good choo-choo. The centipede king sighed to Chen Feng in his heart while eating. Eat now, don't make any noise, hurry to the finish line, so that we can move on to the next step. Chen Feng urged. That's when the meal officially starts. Okay, choo-choo, carrot, omega carrot. Beside Chen Feng, Elena and the other 3 had already begun to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Brother Feng, thank you for carrying me. Gao Liang rubbed his hands. From now on, you are my brother Feng. Thank you for the guidance. Song, E+1. Brother Feng, excuse me for asking, is our Beastmaster a 2-star? Gao Liang asked weakly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng first looked up at the live broadcast drone in the sky. Then he turned to look at Gao Liang and Song Yi, and said with a raised corner of his mouth, "Why not? Damn it, how come that guy called Chen Feng is so powerful in controlling his beast?" At the starting point, John in the tent was numb watching the live video. For that centipede, killing a 2-star monster is like a piece of cake. I swallowed it from beginning to end like eating candy beans. John, I don't think that looks like a 2-star beast. It's bigger than our 10-star beasts. A black-skinned 10-star beast master analyzed. Humph. He is the illegitimate son of Chu Weigua. His beast has the ability to grow or shrink. He may have other skills that we don't know about, so he can swallow so many monsters of the same level. John raised his eyes to glance at the black Beastmaster and snorted coldly. What do you think? Is it possible that this is just a magical beast? The black Beastmaster was one of the few with brains in his species, so he analyzed again. John was stunned at first, then he nodded. It is very likely. It seems that Longxia has mastered the method of contracting magic beasts. No, this kid must be captured and forced to tell us the method of contracting magical beasts. Low-star magical beasts have already appeared in our American beast domain. We must keep this secret. After John finished speaking, he picked up the phone on the table next to him and dialed it. Ichiro Ono was at the finish line, thinking about what to do, when he heard the phone ringing. He quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Ichiro Ono," he said. "I'm John." When Longxia's team reaches the finish line, announce the result of the competition immediately and then cut off the live broadcast. Capture the guy named Chen Feng. I want him alive, John said fiercely. Ami? Ichiro Ono was frightened because he knew that Zhang Daoyuan was an 8-star Beastmaster. I can't beat him, right? Don't worry. I will immediately arrange for the 9-star Beast Tamer station at your camp to assist you. By then, even if Zhang Daoyuan appears, he won't be able to cause any trouble. John knew that it would not be enough with only Ono Ichiro as a 5-star Beastmaster, so he spoke again. Ichiro Ono immediately understood what was going on when he heard this. Okay, I'll go get ready now. Well, I'll be there now. I hope you've dealt with them by the time I get there. John said and hung up the phone. Then he stood up and looked at the 20 or so 10-star Beastmasters behind him, who were clearly distinguished in black and white. Everyone, let's go. Split into 2 groups. George, Baker, you 2 follow me. Everyone else, go support Kazushima Shuichiro and prepare to fight Long Xia. After John finished speaking, he first edited a text message to Kazushima Shuichiro. Then he strode out of the tent with George and Baker, heading straight for the finish line of the race. At the border of the Beast territory, there is a strange film blocking the way, making it impossible to move forward. A dozen wooden boats the size of fishing boats floated on the sea. Shuichiro Kazushima stood on one of the ships, feeling the vibration of his cell phone. He took out his cell phone and took a look. Then he raised his head, waved his hand, and shouted, "The Beast Domain fusion plan is advanced, and the forced fusion equipment is deployed." Chapter 61. Strike first, the killing begins. As they approached the finish line, Zhang Daoyuan, who had been hanging at the back to protect Chen Feng and the others, jumped directly onto the back of the Demon Centipede King. At this time, the speed of the Demon Centipede King was not fast. At least Zhang Daoyuan, who was 8 stars, could keep up. "Oh, it's Lao Zhang," Chen Feng said with a smile when he saw Zhang Daoyuan jumping up. The Demon Centipede King had already told him that Zhang Daoyuan was hanging behind him. Therefore, Chen Feng did not speed up, but instead moved forward at the normal speed of an 8-star Beastmaster. The purpose is to prevent Zhang Daoyuan from losing face. After all, Lao Zhang is a nice person. "Hi, you kid." Zhang Daoyuan smiled awkwardly. "We've reached the end. Let's go down," Chen Feng said. The Demon Centipede King slowly stopped moving forward. Chen Feng and his group jumped directly to the ground, and in front of them was the camp at the end point. As Chen Feng and the others stood firm, the Demon Centipede King turned back into a purple bracelet and wrapped around Chen Feng's wrist. Zhang Daoyuan glanced at the Demon Centipede King on Chen Feng's wrist, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. This thing is simply a must-have magical beast for Beastmasters to kill people and rob in their daily lives. At the entrance of the camp, Ichiro Ono and 7 Japanese people were already smiling and heading towards Chen Feng. "Congratulations to Longxia's team. I didn't expect you to win so easily. It really opens my eyes," Ichiro Ono said with a wry smile. "Well, it's okay. It's not your fault. Your vision is narrow," Chen Feng said in standard neon language. When Ono Ichiro heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched instantly. The Japanese referee who was following him was so angry that his face was shaking. Of course, there are also 6 camp Beastmasters wearing yellow military uniforms behind Ono Ichiro. At this moment, the 6 people all looked at Chen Feng with eyes as if he were a dead person. We have sent people to pick up the little guys from the big team. Let's wait for a while. I will announce the results after they arrive." Ichiro Ono waved his hand and quickly changed the subject. He could no longer hold back and wanted to capture Chen Feng and torture him. "Why are you waiting for them? Just announce that we win. Weaklings don't need the camera." Chen Feng spoke again. There was sarcasm in that tone. It was really embarrassing for Ichiro Ono in front of audiences from both countries. Ono Ichiro became furious when he heard this. Just when he was about to scold Chen Feng in rage, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hello, I am Hojo Nagai, the 9-star Beastmaster guarding this camp in the Neon Country Beast Taming Corps." Hojo Nagai walked up to Chen Feng with a smile and wanted to pat Chen Feng on the shoulder. But Chen Feng dodged it directly and missed. "Oh, Longxia's Beastmaster is really unique. We don't need to wait for the big team to arrive. I will just make the announcement. Your Longxia team has won. Congratulations." After saying this, Hojo Nagai looked at the drone flying towards him. "I declare that Team Longxia wins this match," said Hojo, before grabbing the drone in midair with one hand and pointing it at himself. But due to the drone's battery problem, this live broadcast will end here. Longxia's team will be safely sent out of Dongjing Beast territory, and they will return to Longxia soon. Hojo added with a sneer, then turned off the drone live broadcast button. Then, right under the noses of Chen Feng and his group, he threw the drone at his feet. "Crush it hard with your feet." In fact, he couldn't wait to take action against Chen Feng, just because Chen Feng is too good at sarcasm. What kind of good person would say such pretentious words in public in front of people from 2 countries? I'm a 9-star Beastmaster. The dignity of a 9-star Beastmaster cannot be offended by these people. However, just as he was about to make a move, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. Hello, let me ask, is our live broadcast stopped now? These words made Hojo and his companions slightly stunned. Why did this guy suddenly become polite? Well, it's over. Hojo replied coldly. That means that no matter what happens, no one outside knows about it, right? Humph, of course. The moment I crush the drone, no news will be transmitted out of this beast territory anymore. Oh, then you don't have military communication equipment or something like that? Chen Feng confirmed again. Boom! Suddenly there was a huge explosion, shaking the earth. What happened? Zhang Daoyuan was the first to take a step forward vigilantly, standing in front of Chen Feng and said with a frown. Nothing, probably something exploded. It's none of your business, Hojo replied coldly. It seems that Shuichiro Kazushima has already exploded the beast domain in advance, and the beast domain has begun to merge. Huh. Chen Feng was slightly stunned when he heard the huge noise and felt the ground shaking. This is the sound of the edge of the beast domain collapsing. How could it be such a coincidence? The fusion time in the previous life should have been a few days later than now. Do they have a way to merge the beast domains ahead of time? But it's better this way. When the beast domains are integrated, any technological means will be prevented from spreading. Thinking of this, the next second, Chen Feng flicked his sleeves. 9-star Beastmaster, right? Hojo. Ono hadn't finished his words. Chen Feng appeared in front of Hojo, with the shadow blade on his arm inserted into Hojo's chest. Hojo was lifted high up by Chen Feng. 9 stars. Chen Feng sneered and threw Hojo aside. Then he stepped on Hojo's neck. Hojo was already vomiting blood, but Chen Feng stepped on him, and the blood was pushed back. His eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing more than that. Chen Feng kicked Hojo towards Ono. Ono is now terrified. This guy's not a 2-star. He quickly used his arms to block and tried to summon the beast. But the next second, he died in the same way as Hojo. The 5-star Beastmaster and patriarch of the Ono family was killed instantly by Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that he was fragile, so he flashed continuously. Before the others could react, the black knife went in and the red knife came out. Zhang Daoyuan looked at the corpses lying all over the place and fell into deep thought. My brain is shutting down. Just now, that in no way said that he was a 9-star, right? I am 8 stars. Fuck you. How can I be his teacher? I remember a few chapters ago, he said he couldn't beat me, but running away would be no problem, right? Ha man, liar. Song Yi and Gao Liang were also stunned on the spot. Chen Feng shocked them too much. It's like your good brother suddenly says he is a sword master, and then opens the dormitory window and performs sword flying in public for you. It's outrageous. Only Elena and Bai Xinhua looked at Chen Feng with blushing faces, with expressions that showed that it was as it should be. However, the next moment, Chen Feng directly summoned the Shadow Demon. There are still some Japanese Beastmasters in this camp, and 5 people from the big team are on their way. These people have to be dealt with. As soon as the Shadow Demon appeared, Chen Feng gave an order. Kill. Chapter 62, American Trident. At the end point, inside the neon camp, the Shadow Demon stood in the air. The dark blue in his eyes was without a trace of warmth. The huge shadow blade on the arm is ready to strike. It's waiting. The few 5-star Beastmasters left in the camp were still dreaming of summoning beasts to resist the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Fiend was also happy to let them summon their beasts, which were all little desserts. Looking at the 5-star beasts that were constantly being summoned, Shadow Demon finally took action. The shadow blades on the 2 arms seemed to have turned into 2 table knives, one stabbing and the other poking. Then a beast was sent into its big black mouth. It was such a joy to eat. The Japanese Beastmaster below was lying on the ground, screaming in pain because his beasts had died one after another. It was as if he was cheering for the Shadow Demon. Chen Feng, along with 5 men and women who were just watching the show, stood on top of the Demon Centipede King's head, feeling the magic power that was continuously transmitted into their bodies. His eyes were cold. There were about a dozen 5-star beasts in this camp, and Shadow Demon was not polite and swallowed them all in one breath. After eating these 5-star beasts, it did not kill those 5-star beast masters immediately. It was waiting again, because they must have some 4-star and 3-star low-level beasts that had not been released. This is all energy. Sure enough, after a few seconds of pause, 7 or 8 Japanese 5-star beast masters simultaneously released their low-star beasts and tried to escape. The levels of the beasts in this wave are somewhat uneven. There are 4-star, 3-star, and even 2-star ones. This is what the Shadow Demon was waiting for. In order not to give the Japanese beast masters a chance to control their beasts and escape, it swung its shadow blade again. He used the same trick again and killed all the neon beast tamers in the camp. I had another delicious meal. This made the demon centipede king very greedy, but he had to protect Chen Feng, so it was not convenient for him to go up and snatch the food. Let's go and support the big team. Chen Feng gave an order. The centipede king immediately turned around, and the shadow demon floated in the air to lead the way. From the height that Shadow Demon was flying in the air, he could see the large team advancing towards the distant seashore. The Centipede King was very fast. The Shadow Demon just pointed in a direction and started to roam around and kill on a large scale. The demon Centipede King swallowed as he walked. At this time, the two monsters really treated this beast domain as a buffet restaurant. You're welcome. Even the Japanese beast masters that he occasionally encountered were swallowed up. Zhang Daoyuan stood behind Chen Feng and smacked his lips. He looked at Chen Feng's back again. Could this kid be the reincarnation of some old monster like in the novels? This is too outrageous. How can an 18-year-old Beast Tamer College student kill people without blinking an eye in the enemy's beast territory? Song Ian Gao Liang's eyes rolled around. How did Chen Feng train? So awesome. Hug the thighs, hug the thighs. Elena and Bai Xinyue were constantly communicating with their own monsters in their hearts. I wonder when they will grow to this level. But the two Warcraft's answer was simple. No way, forget it. It's too difficult for Warcraft. Soon, the Demon Centipede King came face to face with the big team. This is a location close to the seaside. The giant feet under the Demon Centipede King inserted into the beach, directly blocking the way of the large team. Two large purple eyes looked down at the people in the big team from above. Everyone in the big board team held their breath for a moment. Because Shadow Fiend was already killing in the distance at this time, it did not appear in front of the big board team. Chen Feng, what do you mean? Ono Taiji raised his head and questioned directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was protected by the 5-star Beastmaster who came to pick them up. The 5-star Beastmaster looked up at Chen Feng with a serious expression. Long Xiao's classmates, what are you doing? He asked tentatively. But Chen Feng didn't answer him at all. Instead, he slowly said, I saw you guys were very arrogant in the Colosseum. Come on, release all your beasts and let's have a fight. There was a hint of teasing in that voice. Baga! Chen Feng, this is our neon beast domain. How dare you act so recklessly here? Ono Taiji said arrogantly. I say, release all your beasts, or you will die. Chen Feng paused after he finished speaking. Oh, and you too. Release your beast. He said, pointing to the 5-star Beastmaster in front of Ono. These arrogant words instantly angered Ono Taiji and his group. Okay. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the ability to make the beast tamed bigger or smaller. You said you wanted us to release the beast tamed. Don't regret it, Ono shouted sternly, ignoring the 5-star Beastmaster's obstruction. Everyone release the beasts together. I want to see what makes the Longxia team so arrogant. Ono Taiji said this and turned to give everyone a look. He secretly took out the explosive grass from his pocket, which was his support. Damn it, Xiaoye, shut up. The 5-star Beastmaster was anxious, but Xiaoye and his group of guys were spoiled and would not listen to ordinary people. Damn it, I don't care about you anymore. The 5-star Beastmaster cursed and turned around and ran away. That's so straightforward. Deserter. Ono Taiji looked at the fleeing 5-star Beastmaster and snorted with disdain. Chen Feng saw everything clearly, and in his mind he reported the direction in which the 5-star Beastmaster escaped to Shadow Demon. Let it process. Ono Taiji and the other 4 had already released all of their beasts. Moreover, each of them has eaten the explosive level grass. Longxia, we have summoned all the beasts, now what? Ono Taiji sneered. The other members of the big team also sneered. They even released their 2 beasts. At this time, 10 2-star beasts were standing on the ground in front of the Demon Centipede King. And then of course the buffet will begin. Chen Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Demon Centipede King was immediately excited. It's finally its turn. He opened his big mouth. Thousands of feet moved rhythmically, and his body rushed forward, instantly swallowing all the beast masters of the big team into his mouth. Stop it, you guys from Longxia? Neon beast territory. How dare you be so presumptuous? A loud shout came from a distance. That was John's voice. Chen Feng moved his ears and looked in the direction of the sound. In the distance, 3 giant birds of different shapes were seen flying towards Chen Feng rapidly. Chen Feng looked intently and saw John standing on the back of the giant vulture-like bird in the middle. There were also 2 people standing on the backs of the other 2 giant birds. It was George and Baker. The 2 men were about the same age as old John, and when the 3 of them were young, they were called the American Trident. It is very powerful and famous all over the world. Master. Choo-choo. Should we summon back Brother Shadow Demon? Choo-choo-choo. The 3 10-star beasts on the opposite side are very powerful. Choo-choo-choo, and they can fly choo-choo. It's hard for me to defeat them by myself. Choo-choo. The Demon Centipede King said worriedly while chewing the buffet of the big board team. I would like to mention here that each of Chen Feng's monsters is like a boss, but they are extremely biased. For example, Shadow Fiend. Its main battlefield is fighting in the dark. It is extremely powerful and abnormal in the dark and can release black thunder at will. But during the day, he can only use his skills to turn an area into night before he can use black thunder. They can only exert their full strength in their home court. If it's not the home court, well, it's no problem for one person to beat 10 monsters of the same level. But the specific amount also depends on how powerful the enemy's skills are. This is like the relationship between humans and mice. If there are too many mice, they will bite people to death. It's the same principle. Chapter 63 Water, Refining Method. The Demon Centipede King's suggestion was exactly what Chen Feng had in mind. Seeing John approaching quickly and aggressively, Chen Feng quickly recalled the Shadow Demon. At this time, Chen Feng's magic control power was only a little bit away from breaking through to the high-level 2-star level. How dare you? You, a young man from Longxia, be so arrogant in front of our American Trident. I think you are tired of living. John and the other 2 flew close to Chen Feng, and Baker scolded him angrily. Baker, why waste time talking to that Longxia brat? Just take action and kill this Beastmaster. Just be careful not to kill those Longxia people. I still need to take them hostage. John waved his hand and said with a wicked smile. As soon as John finished speaking, he saw a huge black shadow covering the sky above his head. He looked up. He had been as steady as an old dog for many years, but he was frightened so much that his whole body shook. Fuck! What the hell is this? George on the side tilted his head back with his mouth wide open. He had lost control of his expression. In the eyes of the 3 people, they only saw the black shadow in the sky, which was like a demon carrying its own oppression, and the air around it seemed to solidify. In comparison, the 10-star high-level flying beasts under their feet seemed a bit weaker in momentum. Then, the demon god raised his arm and thrust it straight into the clouds. There was a loud boom sound, and the area within a radius of dozens of miles was instantly plunged into darkness. In the darkness, John and the other 2 could only hear crackling sounds above their heads, like the sound of space collapsing. Run! Old John was the first to react. Having lived to such an old age, he could generally see the situation more clearly. Just ask whose 10-star beast can turn the day into darkness. Just ask whose beast can have such a strong aura. The oversized vulture under his feet instantly changed direction and flew away for its life. Baker and George also reacted, and they were hanging about 20 meters behind John. Too late! 2 syllables uttered from the shadow demon's throat. Its arms controlled several black lightning bolts as thick as bowls, falling straight towards Baker and George. The thunder made a sound when it was born, but was silent when it fell. Baker and the other man only felt their breathing quicken and their adrenaline surge. How many years have passed? How many years have I not felt death so close? Defend quickly, John shouted at the front. When Baker and the other man heard this, they were immediately moved. A white barrier emerged from the 3 people's beasts, and a bright light shone. It seems that he has used his skills to the fullest. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs were accompanied by 2 black thunders that struck the white barrier outside the beast controlled by Baker and the other man. Cracks instantly appeared in the barrier between the 2. The defense is quite high. It was not shattered by the shadow demon's thunder. Chen Feng squinted his eyes and looked forward above the head of the Demon Centipede King, saying to himself, Question mark? Zhang Daoyuan was the only one who heard Chen Feng's words. What is this kid surprised about? It didn't break in one strike. This should be normal for a 10-star, high-level Beastmaster's defensive skills. Beastmasters of the same level will destroy each other's defenses. Even if the strength of their skills varies greatly, they must use the skills at least 5 times. Damn it, you are so strong. Why do you still want to be my shitty student? Do I deserve it? Shadow Demon, don't let them run away. Chen Feng said fiercely, feeling 1/3 of his magic power being consumed instantly because of Shadow Demon's use of skills. We must not let these 3 old guys get away. Otherwise, you will lose money. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Demon gathered 5 bolts of lightning at the same time and attacked John and the other 2 directly. 3 of them were aimed at John, and the other 2 were aimed at Baker and George respectively. Damn it, Boy Long Xia, you are not a 2-star? John cursed, and the vulture under his feet accelerated again. Change direction directly and fly towards the sea. It was at this moment that 5 bolts of lightning fell with the momentum to destroy everything. Baker and George's protective shields were directly pierced and shattered by the thunder, and the black thunder instantly touched their heads. Bang! Both of them exploded at the same time. The 10-star beasts beneath their feet were like kites with broken strings, paralyzed by the shadow thunder, and falling directly to the ground in a free fall. Damn it! Ah! John cursed as he felt the thunder of annihilation above his head. He gritted his teeth and jumped from a height of several hundred meters. At the same time, he forcibly controlled the vulture beast to charge head-on into the thunder. The protective shield outside the vulture beast's body was shattered in an instant, and its body trembled as if it had been electrocuted and fell to the sea below. The moment John fell into the sea, he bit his sleeve and tried to endure the pain. At the same time, he summoned his other 10-star beast. This is his most powerful beast. It is a giant whale-like beast that looks like a water monster. However, this whale beast is not like a normal whale. It has 6 pairs of eyes on its head. It looks extremely weird. The moment the whale appeared, it swallowed the suffering John into its mouth and sank to the bottom of the sea without looking back. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the Black Sea without a trace. When the Shadow Demon saw this, he knew he was not good at water battles and thought it was a pity. The shadow blade on the arm pierced into the body of John's vulture monster, which was charred by electricity. He brought the monster directly to his mouth and ate it in a few bites, just like a person eating a roasted pigeon. Then, it picked up Baker's flying beast and threw it directly towards the Demon Centipede King. The Demon Centipede King was delighted when he saw this. He didn't expect that he didn't do anything and still got a 10-star beast to eat. He crawled forward and caught the corpse of the 10-star beast that was thrown to him. Let's eat. The Shadow Demon picked up George's 10-star beast again and started eating it. The sky gradually brightened. Everything the 2 demons ate was converted into energy, which increased Chen Feng's level. Although Chen Feng only had 1/3 of his magic power left at this time, he recovered a little as his level advanced to the high-level 2-star level. It has recovered to about 2/3 of its original position. Well, it also allows Shadow Fiend to use Thunder twice at full strength. Well, Chen Feng, my base is in the camp over there on the other side of the Beast Domain portal. I've seen Japan's Beast Domain supply warehouse. Let's. Zhang Dayuan's heart suddenly became lively when he saw Chen Feng being so brave. What? How big is the supply warehouse? Chen Feng instantly became interested. He was about to be promoted to 3 stars. After reaching 3 stars, he could make potions. Use the water refining method to refine medicine. Some can enhance one's physical fitness, some can restore magic resistance, and there are a wide variety of them. But these potions are not available in this era, so currently only Chen Feng knows the formula and refining method. Originally, Chen Feng was planning to ask Chu Weigua for these materials after this matter was completed. But now it seems, no, Chu Weigua still has to take it. After all, I'm an adult now, and I want them all. It's very big as a large factory. I guess there must be good stuff in there. Zhang Daoyuan said enviously. What are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately and get back the materials that belong to us. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he gave an order to the Demon Centipede King. The target went straight towards the Neon Portal. You can also eat some monsters on the way. There is hope for 3 stars. Chapter 64. How to deal with more than 40 10-star beasts. Deep in the vast ocean, a super huge whale is swimming rapidly, causing an undercurrent beside it. This place is already close to the edge of the beast realm. Shuichiro Kazushima and a group of 20 or so 10-star beast masters invited by America sat on the boat, watching the connection between the beast domains that were constantly merging and connecting in front of them. That's the direction of Longxia, right? Kazushima Shuichiro looked at the fog in front of him, his eyes staring straight ahead. He was extremely excited when he thought about being able to attack the Longxia Beast territory at the same time with more than 20 10-star Beast Masters. Although Longxia is vast and rich in resources, it only arms itself and does not plunder the beast territories of other countries. America is different. They constantly plunder the beast domains of other countries, possess many unique and special-grade beast-taming materials in the world, and have strong financial resources. So in addition to the Beast Masters on the surface, the United States can actually mobilize and hire 10-star Beast Masters from other countries to help them fight. Don't worry, Feng Dao. We will definitely make Long Xia suffer a great loss this time. I guess old John is on his way here with Long Xia's hostages. A black Beast Master said with a smile. Well, I'm just a little impatient. Kazushima Shuichiro nodded and explained. We are also very excited. Let me tell you another secret. We actually have a group of 10-star Beast Masters who are attacking the Bear Nation. This is called a two-pronged approach. In a few days, America will have the final say in this world. Then you and Japan will also benefit from it, so don't worry. The Black Beast Master said, patting Kazushima Shuichiro on the shoulder. Just as Shuichiro Kazushima was about to say something, he suddenly felt the boat under his feet begin to shake violently. The originally relatively calm sea surface suddenly surged. What's going on? Kazushima Haidichiro was shocked. Don't be afraid. This must be our old John who has returned. The Black Beast Master's eyes showed joy. John is very powerful and is the American Trident of the previous generation. With John around, the Black Beast Master is like a cotton worker with a master. Now I have a backbone. Even if you are standing in an endless cotton field, you will not feel lost at all. Wherever the whip points, that is his target. Shuichiro Kazushima and a group of American Beast Masters hurried to the side of the boat and looked down at the sea. I saw a huge black shadow slowly emerging from the water. That was John's whale beast. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the whale opened its big mouth and spit John, like a dead dog, onto the deck. He looked quite embarrassed and had no attitude of a master at all. The deck suddenly became quiet. John, the Black Beast Master called out tentatively. John seemed to hear someone calling him. In fact, he fainted from the pain just now. John Oldman could not resist the pain of having his 10-star beast tamed. That is a spiritual connection accumulated over time, and it is not comparable to the slight pain that any 3- or 5-star beast master would feel when losing his beast. I hissed. John rubbed his head with his hands. He felt like someone was using a blender to stir his brain. John, what happened? Did Longxia's beast masters attack from the portal? And where are Belle and George? The Black Beast Master asked anxiously. He lifted John up in his black arms and held him in his arms. Dead, dead, all dead. Old John said slowly with fear on his face. That Chen Feng from Longxia, he is simply not a human. His beast is not a beast. There is no such thing as a beast in this world. He shouted with wide eyes as he recalled. What on earth is going on? Water, Feng Dao quickly asked someone to bring some water. The Black Beast Master said to Kazushima Shuichiro while massaging John's temple. Shuichiro Kazushima also looked serious at this time. He quickly entered the boat and took out a bottle of water. The Black Beast Master took the bottle of water and quickly unscrewed it. John licked his dry lips. He was injured and soaked in sea water, so he was thirsty. After taking 2 gulps, he felt a little more relaxed. Only then did he slowly tell everyone about his chance encounter with Chen Feng. When John finished speaking, all the Beast Masters present looked incredulous. Feng Dao Shuichiro stroked his chin and said, Actually, I don't think he is invincible. John just said that the thunder did not penetrate Belle and George's defense the first time, but it directly penetrated John's defense the second time. So what does it mean? The Black Beast Master asked back. Doesn't this prove that Chen Feng's beast control was the first time he held back? Why would he hold back? If we were facing 3 10-star Beast Masters alone, we would definitely use our strongest skills without leaving any strength behind. This shows that Chen Feng's beast control skills consume a lot of energy. I even suspect that he doesn't have much beast control energy left in his body. Shuichiro Kazushima was indeed very talented. He immediately tried to analyze Chen Feng's current condition. What you said makes sense. That makes sense. The Black Beast Master nodded. And there's a more important point. Chen Feng's Beast Master is definitely not good at water battles. Otherwise, he would not have let John escape. Kazushima Shuichiro added. So what should we do now? Asked the Black Beast Master. Kill. Before Long Xia arrives, let's fight back together. I don't believe that 22 10-star Beast Masters can't defeat him alone. Shuichiro Kazushima's words immediately reassured the originally silent American Beastmasters. What this Japanese Beastmaster said makes a lot of sense. What are we waiting for? Let's set off now. John, what do you think? The Black Beastmaster helped John up. Kill them back. Force them to the seashore. At worst, we'll lose a few 10-star beasts. We'll use up all of Chen Feng's power. I want to capture him alive and dig out the secret of that powerful beast. Whenever someone's beast is sacrificed, our American government will replace it for you. John added. So, this group of people summoned their own 10-star beasts in a mighty manner and returned to the Beast Domain continent with extremely spectacular momentum. This is Chen Feng's side. After Chen Feng kicked the portal and destroyed the core communication equipment in the camp, he then announced that all resources in this camp belong to Chen Feng. Anyone who dares to disagree, please stand up and speak. Well, they were all lying there, and no one stood up. Give it to me. Whatever can't be taken away will be eaten by the beasts. Chen Feng gave an order. Elena was the first to release the beast tamer. Bai Xinyue was the second, followed by Song, Yi, and Gao Liang. Old Zhang was envious when he saw the materials in the warehouse. If these were given to the Beastmaster to eat, they would definitely be a great tonic. So his old face turned red, and he summoned his beast to join in. Chen Feng walked and came to the core of the warehouse. There is no mountain of materials here like outside. Only a purple flower with a petal missing placed in the glass. There was a label on the glass. Unknown herb. Introduction. After eating it, the monster will go completely crazy. It is also not edible to humans. It needs further research. Research? What the hell? Chen Feng recognized this flower. It was something that only appeared after the arrival of Warcraft. The grade is not high. It is a 3-star herb, but it is extremely rare. Its name is Purple Demon Soul Flower. This thing is used to make medicine. The effect of the potion can temporarily allow the magician to break through 1-star level briefly, which is very powerful. I don't know where Japan found this Purple Demon Soul Flower. It seems that I can collect other auxiliary medicines in the future. If he could assemble a bottle of star-crossing magic soul potion before being promoted to 4 stars, he would have an extra trump card for a 10-star magic beast. Thinking of this, Chen Feng quickly broke the glass and carefully put the Purple Demon Soul Flower into his pocket. This kind of medicinal material is very durable, so it is not so precious that it requires a jade box or the like. With this Purple Demon Soul Flower, Chen Feng no longer cared about other things and only focused on the herbs and materials used for monsters. For Warcraft, it is as nutritious as eating spicy strips. It seemed that Elena and the others would not be able to finish eating all the beasts in a short time, so Chen Feng walked out of the warehouse alone. At this time, the Demon Centipede King and the Shadow Demon were killing people all around, but Chen Feng was still a long way from reaching 3 stars. It would be better if there were more 10-star beasts. There are only low-level monsters around here, and they have too little energy. Chen Feng complained in his heart. But the next moment, Chen Feng's hair trembled instantly. Outside the camp, on the sea surface where the water and the sky were originally connected, there were overwhelming 10-star monsters lined up in a row, rushing towards Chen Feng rapidly. There are at least 40 of them. Fuck you. Chen Feng screamed in fright and turned around and ran into the warehouse. At the same time, remotely summoned the Centipede King and the Shadow Demon back to the demon controlling space. I just said come a few more 10-star beasts, but I didn't say come dozens. Inako Mima. Chapter 65. 3 stars. The most presentable Warcraft, 2-in-1. Hurry up, we've destroyed the 10-star Beast Tamer's nest. In the warehouse, Chen Feng directly summoned the Demon Centipede King. He waved and asked Elena and her group to jump on. The body of the Demon Centipede King suddenly grew larger and directly broke through the warehouse, and he no longer cared about the materials. However, at this time, the more than 40 10-star beasts had already arrived near the camp. Among them are those flying in the sky, those swimming in the water, and occasionally a few 9-star ones running on the ground. The total number increased directly from over 40 to over 60. Of course, all the new beasts are around 9 stars. It seems that they really want to avenge Jean. What have I done to deserve your hatred? Chen Feng complained speechlessly. Fuck, of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. The Demon Centipede King accelerated to the maximum speed and rushed forward. The Shadow Demon followed in the air behind Chen Feng, ready to cover his retreat at any time. But after running a short distance, Chen Feng discovered a bright spot. He discovered that these 10-star Beastmasters did not come ashore, but instead stood on the fish-shaped beasts in the sea and continuously sent out flying and walking beasts to chase him. There is a chance. Chen Feng, who originally wanted to run away, suddenly felt happy. Shadow Demon, kill whoever chases faster. Behind him are 9-star and 10-star beasts, a great tonic. Chen Feng said excitedly. However, he still let the demon centipede king run at full speed. Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon turned around and looked back. Then it just slowed down. 9 stars, the Shadow Demon said coldly. And the next second he appeared above a 9-star beast running on the ground and slashed down with a knife. Then he picked up the beast's corpse and accelerated again to catch up with Chen Feng. After eating the 9-star beast in a few bites, Shadow Demon turned around to observe again. It can be killed first if it is weak. As a result, the 9-star Beastmaster suffered. No, this won't work. The 9-star Beastmaster can't force him to use any skills. An American shouted with red eyes. Call back all the 9-star Beastmasters. They have already fled towards the island. That is a dead end. John sneered. This was a plan John came up with on the road. He wanted to force Chen Feng into an island and then slowly defeat him. Consume him until he is exhausted. John felt that Chen Feng must have a very high status in Longxia. It seems that he is not Chu Weigua's illegitimate son, but a 10-star Beastmaster hidden in Longxia. Longxia. The problem is that you underestimated the enemy and actually let such a powerful Beastmaster go into the enemy camp alone. If he and Chu Wei would come together to fight against his group head-on, it would be hard to say who would win. But now, Longxia will definitely lose. John was overjoyed at this moment. They summoned back all the 9-star beasts, Shadow Demon said. Then find an opportunity to kill 5 of the 10-star ones. 5 will get me promoted to 3 stars. Chen Feng said aggrievedly. Damn it, I haven't been chased so badly by a 10-star Beastmaster in at least 800 years. 1. The Shadow Demon shouted, and his body appeared directly next to a 10-star bird beast. The shadow blade cut straight into the bird's neck. Demon Centipede King, follow up. It flipped its shadow blade and used the blade to directly slam the headless 10-star bird beast towards the Demon Centipede King. The corpse flew in an arc directly in front of the Demon Centipede King. Upon seeing this, the Demon Centipede King sped up a bit, then suddenly raised his head slightly. He bit the bird's body and chewed it. At this time, the Shadow Demon had already flashed to the side of the next 10-star beast. 2. This time, Shadow Fiend digested the spoils himself. 3. Let's see who dares to chase them. The Shadow Demon continued to defeat them one by one. No, if we continue to chase them haphazardly, not only will we not be able to force out the strange Beastmaster's skills, but our Beastmasters will be defeated one by one, Kazushima Shuichiro said anxiously. It doesn't matter. They'll be on that island soon. Let's go over there too. John sneered confidently. Master, there is a small island connected to the land ahead. Should we change direction? A divine light flashed in the Demon Centipede King's huge purple eyes. It asked Chen Feng. Chen Feng first looked back in the direction of the Shadow Demon. If I absorb 3 more 10-star beasts, I can be promoted to 3 stars. They seem to have determined that I am not good at naval warfare, so they want to drive us to the island. That's perfect. Let them see who is the king of the sea, Chen Feng said with a smile. Let's go. Get to the island with all your strength. He excitedly gave an order to the Demon Centipede King. Upon hearing this, the Demon Centipede King trembled all over. The king of the sea, or rather the god of the sea, Shadow Fiend, use your skills directly. I will break through to 3 stars immediately. Don't worry about the energy consumption. Chen Feng instructed the Shadow Demon in his heart. Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon immediately used his skills and darkness fell instantly, covering dozens of miles. John, who was moving towards the island in the sea, was so frightened that his whole body trembled unconsciously. He was traumatized by Chen Feng. Other American Beastmasters are not much better. They showed no expression on the surface, but they all trembled in their hearts. It turns out that old John had escaped with this terrifying skill before. He really has something. Die, the Shadow Demon shouted. The 6 Shadow Thunders were divided into 3 groups, all falling straight down towards the 10-star beast that was closest to it. The 3 unlucky 10-star beasts immediately started shaking all over and died instantly. Then, the Shadow Demon picked up a 10-star beast and threw it at the Demon Centipede King again. He dodged twice, stabbed a 10-star beast with a shadow blade, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. As the two monsters gradually transferred energy to Chen Feng, he felt the magical power surge in his body instantly. That's the feeling of gradually recovering Samsung. At this time, Chen Feng stood on top of the demon centipede king, motionless, as if he was frozen. Teacher, there seems to be something wrong with Chen Feng. Song, he was the first to notice Chen Feng's abnormality, and he spoke up. Chen Feng, what's wrong with you? Zhang Daoyuan asked quickly after hearing this. Elena and the other two also looked at Chen Feng with concern. Zhang Daoyuan took a step forward, grabbed Chen Feng with one hand, and said, if it doesn't work, I hope everyone will try to end their lives and not fall into the hands of the enemy. I know this is hard for you to accept, but there are no buts, that's it. Zhang Daoyuan said in advance. This was his worst-case scenario. Chen Feng's hands were cold at this time. He only felt the power in Chen Feng's body surging continuously. As for why, he didn't know. Know this feeling? It is true that there is not such a huge amount of power required for a beast master to be promoted, but this kid can't think according to common sense. He must be improving. Zhang Daoyuan was instantly excited. Damn it, I'm definitely living in a novel. Advancing before the battle? Haha, that's fucking awesome. The next moment, Chen Feng, who was originally stunned, suddenly returned to normal. He turned his head, looked at Zhang Daoyuan, and smiled. Teacher, do you like me? Get out! Zhang Daoyuan shook off Chen Feng's hand. He was relieved that Chen Feng was fine. Master, we have arrived at the island, the Centipede King said as he stepped on the edge of the beach. Okay, let's stop here and wait for them. They're so aggressive, but they don't use their skills to attack us. They must want to capture us alive. Chen Feng from Samsung said calmly. The next second, huge waves appeared in the sea around the island. Chen Feng, let me give you a chance. We in America value talent. If you can join us, I will give you a chance to live today. John's voice suddenly sounded in the distance. From far to near. Ha, John, right? Let me inform you that you are surrounded by me. Chen Feng stood on top of the demon Centipede King and sneered loudly. At this time, the demon Centipede King held his head high. It's not that it wants to do this, and it knows that Chen Feng's 3-star warcraft likes to show off. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. You only have 2 10-star beasts. We have seen through you. The Black Beast Master shouted at Chen Feng. He glanced at the 40 or so 10-star beasts that were crowding around the island and smiled triumphantly. Never before had such a rich war been fought. How to lose? Hey, I wanted to keep a low profile. Open the prison door. Chen Feng stared at the sea and shouted loudly. The next second, the originally calm sea surface suddenly boiled. The waves are huge. That is not the prison gate floating on the sea, but it lies flat on the sea surface. The prison door is not square in shape, but round. Like a huge bottomless pit with a red edge, it suddenly appeared on the sea surface. The red edge is wrapped by a dark blue chain. Boom! The bottomless pit sank half a foot in an instant. Countless sea water poured in, forming a huge whirlpool. The recovery time is a bit slow this time. Is it delayed by something, Master? Although the monster was not seen, the voice was heard first. The sound was extremely magnetic and even had an echo. Those who don't know might think that it was Tathagata preaching in the Great Lane Temple. The sound echoed in all directions, like the voice of gods and demons, and it was impossible to tell its location. Quick attack! Kill Chen Feng directly. Don't hold back! John was the first to shout. He was so frightened that his whole body was shaking. A shadow monster almost killed him, and now here came another one that could talk, and from the sound of its voice it sounded incredibly powerful. Attack! Use your skills. Kill Chen Feng, and everything will be over. Kazushima Shuichiro also shouted anxiously. In an instant, more than 40 10-star beasts released their skills at the same time. The overwhelming skills with colorful lights all smashed towards Chen Feng's position. Humph! A bunch of food. Dare to attack the master? After the sound, the sea level dropped half a foot at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, the entire sea level dropped by half a foot. Moo! A word was heard. Where Chen Feng was, a water curtain made of sea water rose from the ground. All attacks are blocked by water. The water curtain was as transparent as a mirror. Chen Feng's group and John's group could look at each other. But John and his men couldn't attack. Just when John's people were all frightened, before they could react, the sea water shook again. A blue palace made of water rises from the sea. At first glance, it seems to be at least several dozen miles wide. It is comparable to the length of the Demon Centipede King. The height is equally terrifying, reaching straight into the sky. It's more like a throne than a palace. At first glance, this throne has 3 levels, each with 10 steps, and each step is 20 meters high. On the highest step is a huge azure throne. Sitting on the throne was a huge, humanoid monster made of water. The upper body is human-shaped, but the lower body is made up of octopus tentacles made of water. On each of the 3 steps, there are 2 azure mermaid statues made of water. The mermaid statue was extremely tall and very beautiful. Each of them has a violin made of water on their shoulders. The 6 mermaids all looked down at John and his companions who were like ants below. The beast wall that originally consisted of more than 40 10-star beasts now looked like ants sitting together, extremely small. Although he had expected it, the Demon Centipede King still swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It instantly recalled 2 words that the Big Brother Warcraft had said to it. Face. John and his gang were scared to death. Can this be called beast control? Have you made a contract with Poseidon? They swallowed their saliva and trembled with fear. On top of the clouds, Emperor Kahai looked down at John and his gang and more than 40 10-star beasts. It pointed downward with one hand. Bundle, a voice was heard. All 6 mermaid statues were seen, pointing in the direction Kahai was pointing. The huge blue violin in his hand instantly played a lifeless syllable. The next moment, countless sea water surged under John and his gang, swirling like ropes, binding them, including their 10-star beasts. Run! John shouted. But the next second, the thing that frightened him happened. His whale, a 10-star high-level whale beast, was unable to break free from the rope made of seawater. The same goes for others. The 22 10-star beast masters, except for the one from America, all the others come from all over the world. I thought it was a battle I was sure to win, but in the end I was trapped by a longsha man. What frightened them even more was that really a beast tamer? Can it be called a beast? These 22 top human warriors instantly looked ashen. At this time, the voice from the top of the cloud came again. Food should look like food. The next second, the water curtain in front of Chen Feng was removed. The sea water seemed to have hands, and it brought a dozen tied-up 10-star beasts to the Demon Centipede King and the Shadow Demon. Eat. Even though the master prepared these for me, these are my treats for you. Let's share the blessing together. Thank you, Mr. Ko, the 2 demons shouted shamelessly in unison. Yeah, it likes people to call it Mr. Ko. Chapter 66 3-star high level, the most low-key card. John and his group watched as their beasts were controlled by the monster on the sea. They were all so scared that their whole bodies went numb. Some were so scared that they even peed their pants. Chen Feng, let me go. I'm the American Beast Master. John stuttered and shouted at Chen Feng. Kill. Chen Feng uttered the word lightly. The next second, the 20 or so 10-star beast masters led by John all trembled all over. They just felt something inserted into their chest. Looking down, I saw that it was a dark blue tentacle condensing from the sea. Those tentacles look very similar to Mr. Ku's feet, just smaller versions. Next, it's time to officially start the meal. The Centipede King and the Shadow Demon were enjoying the meal very much. However, at this time, Zhang Daoyuan and others were not at peace at all. It should be said that there is no way to be calm. Comrade Lao Zhang was now staring with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, his head raised, staring at General Ku on the top of the clouds above the sea without blinking. This person whose style is completely incompatible with the world. What should I call it? Is this thing really Chen Feng's Warcraft? It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the true god appearing in the world. Old Zhang turned around and looked at Chen Feng, who looked like he was enjoying himself. Since the 3 magical beasts, the Centipede King, the Shadow Demon, and Mr. Ku, were enjoying a 10-star buffet at this time, the magic power in Chen Feng's body was increasing rapidly. This kid, could he have a system or something? Lao Zhang also read online articles when he was young, and his mind was constantly filled with random thoughts. Bai Xinyue's cherry lips were also wide open into a 0 shape. She looked at Mr. Ku, then at Chen Feng, and finally her gaze fell on Zhang Daoyuan's back. She suddenly felt that the teacher in front of her, who was an 8-star beast master, seemed a little older. She couldn't describe the exact feeling, but it was as if she had lost her fighting spirit. With a sense of frustration, Elena is different from Bai Xinyue. This long-legged girl feels very safe. You should be able to take me over the world now, right? The tentacle was so thick, nothing like the one in the anime. Does he have this tentacle skill too? When did he contract this monster? The situations of Song Yi and Gao Liyang are relatively simple. The two of them were like two stupid geese, staring at Mr. Ku on the throne, completely stunned. Even thinking stopped. No one spoke at this time. They all looked at Chen Feng in silence, and then looked at Chen Feng's monster. Master, your level. Mr. Ka asked Chen Feng in his heart. I was reborn, my level was reset to 0, and it took a lot of effort to recover to 3 stars. Chen Feng said helplessly. Reborn? What year is it outside now? 1,000 years ago, but maybe because I was reborn, the speed of space fusion has increased. It's okay, Master. I also want to see the blue star 1,000 years ago. Mr. Ka paused. He added, Master, why don't we take advantage of some enemy countries before they grow up and attack them directly? In the last life, they caused us Longxia to suffer heavy losses. Mr. Ka asked tentatively. That's what I was thinking. Blue Star is mainly seawater, and you are the king of the sea. The only danger now is that my level is too low, and I don't have enough beast control power to support you to release skills at will. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. Ha, Master, if you return to the 10 stars, what do you need us for? You can sweep across the blue star at will. As Mr. Ke spoke, he recalled the scene of Chen Feng's battle in his previous life. Have you ever seen a human being completely defeat a 10-star high-level monster? Have you ever seen a 10-star high-level monster crying after being beaten by humans? I have seen it. I was even beaten and cried. Thinking of this, Mr. Ke subconsciously glanced at Chen Feng. Perverted master. Others tamed beasts and demons, but he tamed himself. The reason why these monsters are extremely biased in their studies is because Chen Feng wants to prevent himself from being biased in his studies. Gain all-around skills. Master, you have been promoted to 3-star high level. Mr. Ke reminded. Oh, yes, if you play it this way, you will get promoted quickly. Chen Feng sighed. He held out his hand and clenched his fist. Although he has been promoted to 3 stars, his physical fitness is much worse than in his previous life. This is because of the lack of potions to assist in bodybuilding. In addition, Chen Feng has always had a doubt in his mind. He was reborn with this group of monsters. Do the childhood states of these monsters still exist at this time? And that guy above 10 stars, what is he doing now? However, it will take some time to explore this issue, because from the Centipede King to the 4th monster, they are all relatively young monsters. They haven't been born yet. Only the 5th child was born early and lived long enough. While waiting for the 5 stars, ask Lao Wu about its current timeline and where exactly it is, then go over and check it out. Master, a group of people are coming from the sea. They should be Longxia people, but they're a bit far away, still thousands of miles away. I know, that should be our Longxia support team. Please take us there. Chen Feng thought about it and said, well, keep a low profile. He added another sentence. Upon hearing this, President Ke did not answer, but stood up on the throne and slowly turned his huge head. Look in the direction of Chu Weigua's support team. Mr. Ke just raised his arm slightly and pointed into the air. The master said to be low-key. It thought of Chen Feng's words and instantly withdrew some of its strength. The next moment, the sea surface appeared in the direction that Mr. Ke pointed. The originally rough sea suddenly calmed down. The highest waves were about 7 or 8 meters high, but now they were as smooth and quiet as the road surface of a highway. A road made of sea water appeared. Through the sea water, you can see fish and monsters swimming by below. The smooth water surface is about 20 meters wide, but its length goes all the way to the horizon, with no end in sight. On both sides of the smooth water surface, statues of Chen Feng made of water rise from the ground. They are all over 30 meters tall and look quite majestic, and each statue has a different movement. Moreover, there is more than one character named Chen Feng on each statue. Some of them were in the form of magical beasts that had never been seen before, and some were in the form of powerful humans that had never been seen before. But without exception, these scenes were all frozen at the moment when Chen Feng won. MVP settlement screen. There is a statue every 100 meters on each side. They are all freeze-frame images of Chen Feng's battles over the past 1,000 years. Hey, Demon Centipede King, let's go. Chen Feng ordered the Demon Centipede King speechlessly. My goodness, I said I would keep a low profile, but now you've dug up all my history. Well, it is indeed low-key. Usually the statue is 100 meters high, but now it has been reduced to about 30 meters. Mr. Ku is still very good at displaying his power. If the owner was not of a low level or had insufficient magical power, this statue would at least. The shadow demon could speak human language, but before it could finish its words, Chen Feng took it into the demon-controlling space. Upon seeing this, the demon centipede king first shrank his body to a width of 20 meters, and then walked directly on the sea. The target is the end of the road, the beast area of Longxiaolian City. Chu Weigua is very conflicted now. It should be said that it is quite confusing. Just now, he was flying on the sea with nearly 20 10-star Beastmasters when he suddenly noticed a drastic change in the sea water ahead. Then the sea water formed a road with an unknown end. On both sides of the road, every 100 meters, there is a statue of Chen Feng that is more than 30 meters high. It was indeed Chen Feng, that's for sure. Is it a bit old-fashioned? Is this the middle-aged version of Chen Feng? Mr. Chu, this statue seems to be Chen Feng. Bai Yin stepped on his phoenix and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Chapter 67 Zhang Dayuan's expectations. Longxiao's top management all turned into conservatives. Chu Weigu not dead? It's definitely him, but there are other characters on the statue. What kind of monsters are they? I've never seen them before, he said in surprise. In fact, old Chu's mood is as turbulent as the sea around him. This must have been done by that guy, Chen Feng. Is he giving us guidance? But this is too pretentious. How did you do that? I don't usually make such a grand entrance. Old Chu was muttering in his heart, but on the surface he appeared as calm as an old dog. He looked as if he was watching a small scene. Mr. Chu, look, there is a humanoid character ahead. Bai Yin said loudly in surprise, pointing at a statue 200 meters away. While the two were talking, Longxia's other 10-star Beastmasters accompanying him were all confused. Chen Feng? Who is Chen Feng? I have never heard of this expert. Is this such a grand occasion? Beast taming power is free? How dare you use it like this? And is this a skill or something else? Have you ever seen a 10-star Beastmaster letting his Beastmaster learn a skill to pave the way for show? Let's keep moving forward at full speed. Neon Country in America have recruited quite a few 10-star Beastmasters this time. This may be Chen Feng leading the way for us. Go and support them quickly. Chu Weigua quickly shook off his shock and spoke loudly. The other Longxia beast tamers were all shocked. Mr. Chu, we can actually walk on the sea surface, just like flat ground, Bai Yin suddenly said excitedly. At this time, he had jumped off the phoenix and stepped on the road formed by seawater. He kept stamping his feet, testing the solidity of the ground under his feet. Summon all the beasts that are good at running, and let's continue our journey. Chu Wei was said again. The next moment, many beastmasters directly took back their flying beasts or fish beasts, and then released their own land beasts. Chu Weigua's team set out again and approached Chen Feng at an extremely fast speed. About an hour passed. Bai Yin stood on the back of his phoenix and suddenly looked forward with horror. What the hell is that? Fuck, he cursed. I really couldn't help it. In Bai Yin's sight, a huge azure-colored stair throne stood in front of him. Below the clouds are countless blue octopus tentacles wriggling constantly. The tentacles are connected to a huge body. Bai Yin subconsciously controlled the phoenix to break through the clouds. Then he was shocked. He looked up above the clouds and saw a blue face of Chen Feng, like a statue of a god, looking at him. Chen Feng. Bai Yin's brain was in a mess. Although he was already above the clouds at this time, he was only at Chen Feng's waist. Big Chen Feng? Bai Yin rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not dazzled. Is this the Chen Feng that should exist in my world? The next moment, more than a dozen 10-star Beastmasters rode on flying beasts and broke through the clouds. Brother Bai, if we're not mistaken, this is also what you and Elder Chu said. Chen Feng? Right? Should be right? Bai Yin said uncertainly. It's approaching quickly, exclaimed a 10-star Beastmaster in the team. At this time, Old Chu also sat on the flying beast and broke through the clouds. He looked at the giant statue of Chen Feng, transformed by Mr. Ke. Mr. Chu, you didn't tell me before that our Longxia's Chen Feng is this kind of existence, right? He is not in human form, right? A Beastmaster swallowed and stuttered. Well, stay here for now, I'll go take a look myself. Chu Weigua coughed lightly and remained calm on the surface. Old Chu is feeling extremely complicated right now. Various emotions such as confusion, fear, bewilderment, and unease are intertwined. But he couldn't say it. After all, the person opposite him did look like Chen Feng. And before leaving, he boasted in front of these old brothers. He said that he had sent a low-key supermaster named Longxia to arrive at the Neon Kingdom's beast domain in advance. Phew, I hope nothing unexpected happens. This must be Chen Feng. I will go and investigate the situation myself to avoid any accidents that would damage the combat power of Longxia's high-end beastmasters. Lao Chu set off on his flying beast. After Lao Chu left, Bai Yin remembered the low-key master that Lao Chu had told them about before they set off. Now it seems that it is indeed low-key. Chu Weiwa flew towards Chen Feng quickly. Although Chen Feng could be seen from a distance, it still took 5 or 6 minutes to actually fly over to him. At this time, he was already close to Chen Feng's range. On the giant bird, he saw Chen Feng staring at him with an expressionless face. One good news, one bad news. The good news was that Chen Feng had stopped moving forward and looked down at him, meeting his eyes. The bad news is that this Chen Feng didn't seem to know him, and when he stared at him, his eyes were full of indifference. Chu Weiwa felt that he was just like an ant in Chen Feng's eyes, insignificant. Chen Feng? Longxia's #1 beastmaster asked tentatively, with his nerves tense. To be honest, it is quite respectable that Chu Weiwa could speak in front of President Ku, and his psychological quality is very strong. It's like, one night, you suddenly find your roommate standing outside the window, and you are not even as tall as his heels. People with a bad mentality might be scared into a vegetable. Chen Feng did not respond to Chu Weiwa immediately. Master, there is an old man riding a bird who seems to know you. He is above the clouds. Mr. Ke said to Chen Feng in his heart. It should be Elder Chu who asked him to come down, Chen Feng replied. The next second, Chu Weiwa was opposite. Chen Feng spoke slowly. Go down. The 2 words came out, and the sound came into Chu Weiwa's ears from all directions. Chu Weiwa subconsciously looked around vigilantly. He felt like he had seen a god today. It's me who's talking. Go down. The master is waiting for you. Mr. Ke looked at the old man on the bird in silence. Its sound still came from all directions and was completely unfocused. Upon hearing this, Chu Weiwa did not dare to hesitate and controlled the beast to dive straight down. Through the clouds. Chen Feng. He subconsciously lost the serious attitude of Longxia's #1 beastmaster in the past. He said in surprise. In fact, what made him even happier at this moment was that Chen Feng was safe and sound. Zhang Dayuan's team was also safe and sound. Old Chu, I knew it was you. Chen Feng shouted above the demon centipede king. Zhang Dayuan stood behind Chen Feng and looked up at Chu Weiwa, whose hair was a little gray, in the sky. He sighed in his heart. This person is Longxia's #1 beastmaster. No, from now on this title belongs to Chen Feng. I don't know what kind of expression Mr. Chu will have when he finds out that Chen Feng alone destroyed Neon and the more than 20 10-star beastmasters in the United States. Old Zhang was looking forward to it. He could already imagine Chu Weiwa's shocked expression. Moreover, I am afraid that after this matter is over, all the top leaders of Longxia will turn into conservatives. Radical conservatives. Lao Zhang was even more excited. Chapter 68 title, Dragon Demon. A whole day has passed since the fusion of the Neon Beast domain. Now the Neon Beast domain has completely become a part of the Longxia Lian City Beast domain. There was no big reaction from American Neon for the time being, mainly because Bai Yin was already blocking the portal to the Neon Beast domain. Every time someone came in, he would use an electric shotgun on them, followed by a series of fancy tie-ups. That looked a lot like Lao Lu, the guy squatting in a certain game, in Chu Weiwa's office. The old man and the young man looked at each other at this time. Serious expression. So you still have 7 such 10-star monsters? Old Chu gasped. Well, that's about right. There's one I haven't released yet. Chen Feng nodded and said. But that's not important. Now tell me about your plan. Chen Feng changed the subject. Not important? Old Chu was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter what's important. If it weren't for the 3-star Beast Tamer level holding you back, you would probably be invincible on Blue Star right now. So you can actually have 10 skills? Old Chu asked unwillingly. Let's talk about this later. Tell me about your plan first. Chen Feng waved his hand and continued to change the subject. Lao Chu also knew that some things were difficult to ask because everyone had their own secrets. He sighed and put away his curiosity. According to my discussion with the top leaders of Longxia, we will hold a world press conference tomorrow. First, we will announce your title. Second, we will form a dragon alliance in the neighboring countries of Longxia. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to sneak into the enemy country as a student and assassinate the 10 stars? Haha, you can fight 20 at once. What's the point of assassination? Longxia should rise. and you will be the first leader of the Dragon Alliance. Chu Weiguo laughed dryly and spoke slowly. No, 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 I don't want to be the leader of the Dragon Alliance. I'm only 3 stars. I need to upgrade. I can't be dragged down by political affairs. Chen Feng quickly waved his hand to refuse. This thing is not even worthy of a dog. Smart reborn people will develop in a low-key manner, while fools have been dragged down by government affairs and have no time to practice. Hey, listen to me. Although you're the first leader of the Dragon Alliance, you are just a figurehead. I am the one who actually manages the Dragon Alliance. What about the treatment? Chen Feng asked directly after hearing this. Treatment? What kind of treatment do you want? Chu Weiguo pretended to be stupid. There was a look of confusion on his face. Okay, Lao Chu, you're playing tricks on me, right? This kind of problem should have been discussed by you guys long ago. Chen Feng said with a smile. You're really smart. Of course your treatment is the same as mine. In terms of privileges, it is second only to me. After Chu Weiguo finished speaking, he winked at Chen Feng. These words immediately shocked Chen Feng. The same treatment as Chu Weiguo. The privileges are only lower than Chu Weiguo. Lao Chu is the top figure in Longxia. To reach his current position, he needs not only strength, but also brains. Only with the dual support can we reasonably deal with the game between the beast master groups of the major countries. Why are you daydreaming? Do you want to know what your title is? I was planning to tell you at the press conference, but it's okay to tell you now in secret. Chu Weiguo said with a smile. Tell me about it. Chen Feng said after recovering from his shock. Well, the higher-ups have high expectations of you. Before I tell you, I have to tell you something. Actually, I also benefited from you this time. Now my title is no longer Dragon King, but Dragon God. Lao Chu said excitedly. Congratulations, Lao Chu. Chen Feng said with a bow. Then comes your title. Old Chu changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng pricked up his ears and looked at Chu Weiguo seriously. Chu Weiguo stared at him intently. Your title is Dragon Demon. He slowly uttered a few words. Dragon Demon? Chen Feng was stunned again. This doesn't sound like a decent title. The Dragon God governs, the Dragon Demon kills, the world has yin and yang, and the country has civil and military affairs. If Longxia wants to truly rise, it needs a master dragon killer. The reason why Longxia has always been playing it safe is because it lacks a master beast master. Longxia has been waiting for you for hundreds of years. Chu Weiguo seemed to be truly moved. Tears dripped from the 2 sunken eye sockets on the old face. Only he himself knew the composition of those tears. It includes the repeated dealings with the United States and other countries in recent years. No country wants to be restricted by other countries, and no country wants its people to be treated unfairly. Old Chu saw everything. When he was young, he was also full of passion, but after staying in this position for a long time, he found that everything was not as simple as he had imagined. To use a phrase from the internet to describe it, Old Chu, the rest of my life is really like walking on thin ice. Hey, Old Chu, why are you still crying? If outsiders see it, they will think that I bullied the old man. Chen Feng could understand Chu Weiguo's mood at this moment. He reached out and handed Lao Chu a tissue. Haha, kid, let me tell you something behind your title. Chu Weiguo wiped the tears from his eyes and continued. The word Dragon Demon has the word demon in it, so you need to act as arrogant, iron-blooded, and crazy as possible. This is the character of the Dragon Demon. But I'm not worried about that. In the Neon Beast territory, you guys just cleared the place and even killed the chickens in the camp. Born. Chu Weiguo recalled the scene when he led his men to clean up the mess. Be born. He cursed in his heart again. No, didn't I explain to you before? Those were all accidentally stepped on and killed by the demon centipede king. Chen Feng's old face turned red. Well, let me tell you about your authority. You are nominally the person in charge and organizer of the Dragon Alliance. So if there are any countries around that do not intend to join the Dragon Alliance, you will be the one to have a private conversation with them. You know what a one-on-one chat is, right? Chu Weiguo said. One-on-one chat? I understand. Chen Feng nodded quickly, and the one-on-one chat scene from his previous life emerged in his mind. It should be the kind of one-on-one chat I was thinking of. Yes, it's the kind of one-on-one chat you wanted. Don't think about it anymore, Comrade Longmo. Chu Weiguo said with a smirk. When he said the words Comrade Longmo, his tone was deliberately more emphasized. I understand, but you have to assign me a 10-star teammate when we chat alone. Chen Feng said cautiously. After all, I am still only a 3-star beast master, and my body is very fragile. You need a 10-star teammate to act as a shield. You may not need to use it, but you cannot live without it. This is easy. I'll assign by yin to you. I see you are very familiar with that guy. Chu Weiguo laughed again. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. That's it for now. This morning we've already notified all the major countries around the world of the press conference. The time of the press conference is 8 o'clock tonight. You can go back to the lounge and take a rest. We'll go to the press conference site together at 8 o'clock. Chu Weiguo stood up and said. Seeing this, Chen Feng nodded first. Before leaving, he glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still early, let's go back and have some rest. Ahem, hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng, nicknamed Dragon Demon. Chapter 69. The world is really changing. Chen Feng's temporary lounge is a single room. A simple single bed with a quilt shaped like a tofu block. He leaned directly on the quilt, and although he closed his eyes, he did not fall asleep immediately. He is thinking about some plans for the future. Because in the battle in the Neon Beast territory, the three beasts, the Centipede King, the Shadow Demon, and Mr. Ku, devoured more than 40 10-star beasts. This led to his breakthrough from a 3-star Beastmaster to a 3-star high-level one. I estimate that if I let them eat about 10 10-star beasts, I will be able to successfully break through to 4 stars. This was actually something that made Chen Feng happy. But at this moment, Chen Feng couldn't be happy at all. Because of this quick recovery, he leveled up too quickly. It's almost deviated from the upgrade track of the previous life. To sum up, because the level was upgraded too quickly, he had no time to strengthen his body. In his previous life, Chen Feng's path was to train his body to be as strong as a monster. In other words, his body alone was enough to crush an ordinary 10-star monster. Quite perverted. In addition, with the 10 10-star beasts that he intentionally contracted, it can be said that his personal combat power is enough to stand on its own without summoning any beasts. Even though the Centipede King, Shadow Demon, and Boss Ku look powerful, they are only worthy of being beaten compared to Chen Feng, the 10-star magic master in his previous life. This is also the reason why, although Chen Feng's monsters are very powerful, they are all polite in front of Chen Feng, and it is not just because of their master. So at this moment, Chen Feng felt that there was a huge gap between himself and his previous life. Alas, I have become worse after rebirth. If you want to embark on the path of this life, or even surpass the previous life, then you have to make potions. With the double blessing of bathing and drinking, one can return to the peak state of the previous life. If one is lucky, it is not impossible to surpass the previous life. Now that I am a 3-star Beastmaster, I can use the water refining method. I will first use 10-star level monster materials and herbs to refine it. If I can find high-star monsters in the future, it will not be too late to use them as raw materials. There was a perfect transition. Chen Feng slowly fell asleep while thinking in his mind. It was a little after 7 in the evening, and Chen Feng had just woken up naturally when there was a knock on the door. He is Chu Weiguo's secretary. Mr. Chen Feng, Chief Chu is waiting for you downstairs. It's time to go to the press conference. The sweet voice was serious, giving people a feeling of closeness, yet some distance. Okay. Chen Feng stood up and responded. He folded the quilt neatly. He couldn't fold tofu blocks, but he was good at making dried tofu blocks. Tile. Well, this is how the quilt should be folded, and it will be convenient when you sleep at night. He looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. When he got downstairs, someone opened the car door for Chen Feng without him having to do anything. Old Chu sat in the back row, and Chen Feng also sat down there. No conversation along the way. At 8 o'clock, the Longxiao World Press Conference will be held. At this time, the audience was full of reporters. They come from various countries. They were very excited at this time, because Longxiao officials had never held such a grand world-class press conference. Almost all official media in all countries in the world have been officially notified by Longxia. This is so abnormal. Longxia has never been so high-profile before. On the contrary, it is America that often does this kind of thing. Order in the venue. Please be quiet. Now, the Longxiao press conference will begin. Please invite the Longxiao Beastmasters who will be attending this press conference to enter the venue. Following a majestic voice, the venue suddenly became quiet. Chu Weiguo, Chen Feng, and 3 Longxia diplomats came from the backstage and sat behind a table with a national flag on it on the stage. Chu Weiguo sat in the middle, and the second seat position was Chen Feng. Chu Weiguo and his group of reporters know Longxia's #1 Beastmaster. Instead, it was Chen Feng's young and unfamiliar face that left the reporters confused for a moment. Who is this young man? He can actually sit with Chu Weiguo, and it seems that he is of high status. So young, looks no more than 20 years old, right? At his age, he can only go to college in Longxia, How can he possibly participate in political affairs and appear in such occasions? The reporters in the audience were all full of questions at this time. In Longxia, if you want to get a high-ranking official position, you have to be at least 40 or 50 years old. Chen Feng's appearance made them feel incredible. Today, at this press conference, there are mainly two things to announce. Chu Wei was said slowly. Upon hearing this, the reporters in the audience took out their notebooks and recorders, all with serious expressions. Hold your breath and concentrate. First thing, Longxia is ready to take the lead and form the Dragon Alliance with neighboring countries. As soon as Chu Wei finished speaking, all the reporters in the audience widened their eyes. This is outrageous. Dragon Alliance? They all breathed rapidly, staring at Chu Wei without blinking, waiting for what would happen next. Chu Wei glanced around and was very satisfied with this expression. At present, each country's beast domain in the world has its own specialty materials. These materials are monopolized and exclusive. Most countries on Blue Star are in a situation where the materials they want are not available, and the materials they have are useless. Everyone is in a dilemma of trying to defend their own piece of land, but ending up being a puppet of the bandits. The Dragon Alliance exists to resolve this situation, to help neighboring countries, to eliminate foreign interference, to independently manage national beast taming resources, to trade and exchange freely, and to provide a positive environment for beast tamers from all countries to grow freely. Chu Wei's words were like a thunderclap, and reporters from various countries in the audience instantly lost their composure. Eliminate foreign interference and manage the country independently. The reporters present here all know exactly who this statement is directed at. Excuse me, you said that currently only countries near Longxia can join the Dragon Alliance. Will it cover the whole world in the future? A reporter couldn't help it and raised his hand to ask. But as soon as he said this, he immediately covered his mouth and sat down. He knew that he had violated the venue rules, which was a very serious matter, especially at a press conference held in a major country like Longxia. More serious. You forgot the order of the venue. Chu Wei looked at the reporter with a smile. His aura of a great power instantly made the young reporter break out in sweat. He even felt his head starting to feel numb. Extremely nervous. Yes, I'm sorry, he stammered. I forgive you, but there is no question and answer session today. However, your questions are very good. Chu Wei's smile was warm, but also majestic. As for whether Dragon Alliance has a plan to cover the world, I can tell you for now. I don't know either. I'm about to retire, and this kind of thing is not something an old man like me who is about to retire can know. Okay, let's move on to the second thing. As everyone knows, we in Longxia have many Beastmasters. The young Beastmaster next to me is the protagonist of tonight. The real leader of the Dragon Alliance is him, our Longxia's youngest title-level 10-star Beastmaster, the Dragon Demon, Chen Feng. In the future, the affairs of the Dragon Alliance and Longxia will all be handled by the Dragon Demon, including the elimination of terrorist organizations that interfere with the internal affairs of the Dragon Alliance member states. The Dragon Demon will personally help the allies to eliminate them. We must do this. We must root out the evil and not let any member of the rampant evil forces go. We must do our utmost to not leave any trouble for our allies. Next, the representative of the Longxia Dragon Alliance, Dragon Demon, Chen Feng, will speak. After Chu Wei finished speaking, reporters from various countries in the audience suddenly became uneasy. This young man is actually a 10-star titled Beast Tamer, and the title even contains the word dragon. You know, the Beastmasters in Longxia, who can carry the title of dragon, have been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. This time, two of them showed up at once. And from the sound of it, it seems that this young man was the main killer. Dragon Demon, it sounds a bit evil and bloodthirsty. The reporters knew that the world was really going to change. Chapter 70 Chen Feng has a military rank. The atmosphere in the conference hall was somewhat solemn at this time. Chen Feng, who was sitting side by side with Chu Wei, first pulled the microphone in front of him. Then he smiled, a bright and gentle smile. The reporters in the audience thought for a moment that Chen Feng was just an ordinary, cheerful college student in Longxia. Hello everyone, I am Longxia's Beastmaster, Dragon Demon, Chen Feng. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he paused and glanced at the reporters below the stage. He continued, I'm very happy. It's my honor to be the second Beastmaster in Longxia with the word dragon in his title. Similarly, I am very happy to be the first Dragon Alliance representative of Longxia. This is a responsibility and a mission. This morning, we have sent invitations to all countries surrounding Longxia. Up to now, we have received their feedback, and the vast majority of them still support the establishment of Dragon Alliance, which makes me very happy. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he paused again, and then his eyes suddenly became sharp. However, there are also some countries that have not expressed their views. From my personal understanding, they must be in trouble. Next, I will personally help them one by one and solve the problem. I am usually very kind-hearted, so don't worry. I will use peaceful means to help certain countries in trouble, reduce the root causes, and become independent, free, self-reliant, and healthy Dragon Alliance countries. Okay, I'll just briefly talk about this, and everyone will wait and see what happens next. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he pushed the microphone back to its original position and said no more. When Chu Weiguo saw that Chen Feng had finished speaking, he also smiled kindly, stood up, and left first. Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly stood up and followed him to leave the scene. The press conference ended in this confusing way. The reporters looked at each other. They were a little confused. Long Mo looks kind, just like the typical sunny boy in Longxia. How could such a handsome guy have the word Mo in his title? Is Longxia kidding? At this time, they all felt that Chen Feng was not worthy of the title of Dragon Demon. America. Inside the octagonal building, the office of the highest level Beastmaster. Fuck! What on earth happened? What happened to John and the others? Why does Longxia's Beastmaster look like nothing happened to him? This is an American Beastmaster with messy white hair and a wrinkled face. Chuan Zhengwo. Chuan Zhengwo is the strongest Beastmaster in the United States. Although he is a bit old, his 5-10-star high-level Beastmasters are no exaggeration. They are extremely powerful and are well-known strong men all over the world. I suspect they are dead, said a dark-skinned guy with a long face opposite Chuan Zhengwo. Panama, do you know what you're talking about? John brought more than 20 10-star Beastmasters into the Dongjing Beast domain. Chuan, stop fantasizing and face the reality. All the Beastmasters in Longxia are fine now, but the Dongjing Beast domain is so bad that no one can enter it. Doesn't this prove that Longxia has won? Look at Chu Weiguo's arrogant face. Don't you understand? Panama said, pointing to the TV opposite the sofa in the room. What was played above was exactly what Chu Weiguo and Chen Feng looked like at the press conference. Chuan Zhengwo had a sullen face at this time. He wanted to say something, but didn't open his mouth. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Panama was straightforward. Look at the Longxia press conference. What did Longxia mean by that? Can't you see it? They're not kidding. Dragon Alliance? We received news this morning that both Korea and Japan have been invited by Longxia to join the Dragon Alliance. Did they reply to Longxia? Chuan Zhengwo asked. No, I told them to pretend not to see it. Now, except for Korea and Japan, India and Bear Country are also pretending not to see it. Let's wait for Longxia's next reaction. Panama said, How can Longxia react? He's just a young Beastmaster, but he was given the title of Dragon Demon. Does he really think he is a demon? If he dares to appear in front of me, I will definitely beat him under the table. Notify Kimchi Country and Neon Country. If this kid really dares to go, he won't be able to get off the plane. Use fighter jets and Beastmasters to intercept him. From now on, all the visiting requests from Longxia will be rejected. This Dragon Alliance will end up with nothing. Let Longxia be embarrassed by themselves. After Chuan Zhengwo finished speaking, he snorted coldly and frowned even more tightly. He was thinking about John. Okay, I'll send a message to Japan and Korea right now, Panama said. Time passed quickly, and it was the next morning. Chen Feng spent the night in the lounge. In the morning, Chu Weiguo's secretary took Chen Feng to have breakfast at the company. It's very rich, with fish, meat, fruits, and vegetables. Mr. Chen Feng, this is the key to your villa, and this is the key to the off-road vehicle that was provided to you. At the same time, we have also sent someone to Lin City to pick up your mother. She will arrive this afternoon. The secretary handed 2 sets of keys to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took it, nodded, and said politely, Thank you. You're welcome. Chief Chu said he needs to discuss the Dragon Alliance with you in detail. He's waiting for you in his office. Okay, I'll go right away. Chen Feng responded, turned around, and went straight to Lao Chu's office. The beautiful secretary did not follow him. She watched Chen Feng leave and looked at his back. Such a sunny, cheerful, and kind boy is actually a 10-star Beastmaster, and Longxia actually gave him the title of Dragon Demon. Demon, no matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like a demon. The beautiful secretary shook her head and turned away. Old Chu, you came to me. Chen Feng pushed open the door of the office. At this time, Lao Chu was holding a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. Seeing Chen Feng come into the room, he quickly put down the teacup. He put on a cheerful expression and said, "Chen Feng, you are here. Come and sit down." Chen Feng nodded upon hearing this and sat opposite Lao Chu. Chu Wei saw Chen Feng sitting down, and then he spoke. "There are two things. The first thing is that the Dragon Alliance is progressing well. Currently, only Kimchi Country, Japan, India, and Bear Country have not expressed their views. This is also expected. I will leave for these 4 countries and talk to them individually." Chen Feng said expressionlessly, "Well, I trust you to do the job, but you also have to pay attention to safety. Blue Star is different from the Beast realm. Blue Star has firearms, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, submarines, etc." Chu Wei reminded. "Don't worry, no problem. Just remember to assign Bai Yin to me," Chen Feng said with a smile. He needed Bai Yin, a partner who had 2 10-star flying beasts. His Phoenix flies much faster than a helicopter. Well, there's a second thing. I have already found most of the 10-star beast taming materials and herbs you asked me for last night, but I am still short of 4 types, which I cannot get for the time being. Chu Wei said awkwardly. "Which 4? Chen Feng asked. "The 10-star spirit-breaking herb is currently only available in the show or beast domain of the Kimchi Country. They have banned the sale of this herb to Longxia. 10-star Bodhi wood is a specialty of India. They treat it like a treasure and keep it for sale. They don't sell it to anyone else. Only one person has the 10-star ice-breaking bear blood, the Bear Country's #1 beast master, Daniel. That guy won't let his beast bleed for you." Chu Wei said this and shook his head repeatedly. He really couldn't understand why Chen Feng wanted these things. "Finally, there's the 10-star black pearl essence. We haven't found any place that has this stuff. Where did you hear about the existence of this material?" Chu Wei asked curiously. "There are actually materials that Longxia doesn't know about. But how did this kid Chen Feng know that?" "Hey, the essence of black pearls is actually a specialty of a remote beast area on the border between America and Bear Country. If possible, please help me see if there is any on the black market, old Chu." Chen Feng sighed and said, "These materials are what he needs before he is promoted to 5 stars. They are all top-grade materials for making bodybuilding potions. After he is upgraded to 4 stars, he will need to take this potion and take baths frequently. Let the medicinal powers seep into his body. And after being promoted to a 5-star magic master, his physical strength will be close to that of a 7-star magic beast. When I encounter a weaker 10-star monster, I will be able to fight it off with a few moves." "Well, I really don't know where you got these confidential information." Chu Wei sighed. Okay, it's okay. I'll leave now. Let's go to the Korean country first." Chen Feng changed the subject. "Well, after persuading the Korean country to join the Dragon Alliance, we can get the broken spirit grass. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, Bai Yin just happened to arrive in Kyoto. By the way, this is your ID. Do you want me to send a visiting application to the Korean country?" Chu Wei handed Chen Feng's ID to Chen Feng and asked tentatively. Chen Feng opened the certificate and saw a big stamp on it. "Longxia Beast Tamer Troops, Longxia Dragon Alliance Representative, Title Level 10-Star Beast Tamer, Dragon Demon, Chen Feng. Position: Deputy Chief of the Beast Taming Force." Wow, this position is really high. Chen Feng was surprised at first, then he slowly spoke. "No need, Bai Yin and I will fly over directly. Dragon Demon Diplomacy does not require advance notification." Chapter 71 Dragon Demons Diplomatic Method. Above the vast ocean, a red phoenix hangs high above. It spread its wings and flew through the clouds like a red Kunpeng. However, he lacks Kunpeng's ferocity and instead has a more noble appearance. The fish below could only see a faint red light streaking across the sky, occasionally accompanied by bursts of sonic booms. "Are we just going straight ahead like this?" Bai Yin asked Chen Feng tentatively. "You know, at this time the 2 of them have already left the territorial waters of Longxia and are about to reach the waters of the Korean country. Flying so straight over like that, Bai Yin felt a little scared. After all, Blue Star has more than just beast tamers. There are also beast domains without firearms, fighter jets, missiles, and even nuclear bombs. Don't worry, be confident. I will take action." Chen Feng said with a smile. "Well, I may not believe it on others, but I definitely believe it on you," he. Bai Yin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't sleep the whole night because he was able to get close to the great man Chen Feng. The name Bai Yin sounds awesome outside, but compared with Chen Feng's Dragon Demon, there is a world of difference. There is a saying in Longxia: those who do not have the word dragon in their titles are all ants. In summary, if your title does not contain the character dragon, you still need to practice, and the more you practice, the better. While Bai Yin was grinning foolishly, 3 Korean fighter planes flew past the two of them, bring up a strong airflow. However, it did not affect the White Flame Phoenix at all. After all, Bai Yan's Phoenix is bigger than a fighter jet. This is a fighter jet from the Korean country, Bai Yin exclaimed. So exciting. Among the Beastmasters on Blue Star, how many dare to be so presumptuous as to release beasts directly on Blue Star? Following Chen Feng, this life is worth it. Don't be afraid, they dare not attack us. Just keep flying. Chen Feng said calmly. He was very calm at this moment, with no expression on his face. Okay. Bai Yin said excitedly. As expected of the Dragon Demon, he remained so calm when facing fighter jets from other countries. The two continued to stand on the Phoenix and fly forward. At this time, they could already see the city of the Korean country in the distance. The city was like a small black dot on the horizon, but Chen Feng was sure that it was the city of the Korean country. There are warships below, Bai Yin shouted again to remind them. Chen Feng did not answer, but looked at the armed helicopter taking off from the warship. Accompanying the helicopter were 2 10-star Beastmasters from the Korean country. They summoned 2 flying beasts, sandwiched the helicopter in the middle, and flew towards Chen Feng. At the same time, Chen Feng could clearly see that countless cannons on the warships below were aimed at him. 6 fighter jets flew over from the distant horizon, causing sonic booms in the sky. This combination is quite terrifying. A show of force? Chen Feng sneered. Petition door? Open. He pointed downward. In an instant, a huge vortex appeared on the originally calm sea surface, causing the huge warship that was originally standing on the sea surface to be constantly dragged by the vortex and drift towards the prison gate. Shit, hurry up, full speed. Our battleship is moving fast. Damn it, call the American troops. It looks like the Longxia guys are about to take action. We may not be able to defeat them. On the battleship, the command room instantly became a mess. After all, they're just ordinary people, and this is their first time facing a Beastmaster on Blue Star. And he is Longxia's 10-star Beastmaster. Dragon Demon, this domineering title had already spread on their ship last night. The American 10-star Beastmaster and aircraft carrier will be here soon. Don't panic. The Longxia guys won't dare to do anything to us. Don't lose your composure. The commander-in-chief of the Kimchi country ship shouted into a loudspeaker. Helicopter, shout to Longxia's Beastmaster immediately. Hurry up. Receive. The next second, 6 fighter planes flew past Chen Feng, bringing up a gust of wind. Chen Feng remained extremely calm. Bai Yan's heart was beating fast. It's so fucking exciting. 6 fighter planes, a destroyer, 2 cruisers, and 8 small ships. I wonder which Beastmaster has ever faced such a situation. Moreover, there was an armed helicopter with 2 10-star Beastmasters flying towards him. Grass. Worth it. Bai Yin was so excited that his blood boiled. His face turned red, and he secretly glanced at Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was still calm and composed without blushing or beating his heart. This immediately made Bai Yin admire him. Awesome, it's indeed the Dragon Demon. This calm demeanor is worthy of Longxia's title of Dragon Demon. At this time, the helicopter had already arrived near Chen Feng and the other man. Longxia's Beastmaster, you have already set foot in the airspace of the Kimchi country. Please take back the beast and return to Longxia immediately. If you insist on summoning the beast, we will regard it as being attacked, and we have the right to counterattack. Longxia's Beastmaster, you are? The Korean nation repeated this warning 3 times. The 10-star Beastmasters from the Korean country on both sides of the helicopter also prepared to attack at any time. The feeling between the 2 sides at this moment is that the situation is tense. Chen Feng didn't say anything, and the Korean helicopter was hovering. When they saw Chen Feng didn't say anything, they all became extremely nervous. The Koreans on the ship were all sweating with nervousness. Chen Feng's momentum was too strong, coupled with a huge whirlpool on the sea that was over 100 meters high. They all kept swallowing their saliva. I never thought that I would be able to do such a stressful thing in my life. The next second, the original vortex of sea water suddenly boiled. The sea water continues to rise hundreds of meters, kilometers, and even higher. The huge waves pushed the original fleet back hundreds of meters. 6 fighter jets continued to rise around General Ko. In the ship's command room, the commander-in-chief of the Korean fleet listened to the data reports continuously sent back by the fighter pilots. Report total index. The height of this beast is 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, 900 meters, 1,200 meters. The last time it was reported, the data was 13,000 meters. The commander-in-chief of the Korean country was stunned. A 13,000-meter tall beast? Long Xia made a contract with the sea god? At this time, everyone in the Sea Kimchi Kingdom was breathing rapidly. Some even started to retch. This is due to extreme tension. They all felt them all over. Even my lungs were numb. Now, even if they were asked to pull the trigger, they couldn't do it. The 6 fighter jets flew straight away. The Korean commander-in-chief was frozen in the command room. In his ears, he could hear the fighter pilot's rapid breathing coming from the channel. My name is Long Mo. I came to our kimchi country this time with no ill intentions. Instead, I want to discuss the establishment of the Dragon Alliance with your country. The sound came from all directions, just like the voice of gods and demons, making it impossible to grasp the exact direction. This was, of course, what Chen Feng said, using Mr. Ke. However, Mr. Ke usually refers to people as Chen Feng. So at this time, he also imitated Chen Feng's tone and conveyed his words. The commander-in-chief of the Kimchi Kingdom did not respond immediately. He was waiting for the Americans and the top leaders of the Korean country to deal with it. This is no longer something he can control. Now he finally understood why Long Xia suddenly became so high-profile. The dragon demon Long Xia lives up to his title. Chen Feng also knew that the people on this ship might not have the power to make decisions. It seems that I can only wait until talking works better. The next second, a huge column of water rose from the sea. The water column was 100 meters wide and rushed straight to Chen Feng's feet. Above the water column is a blue table with 4 blue stools next to it. Chen Feng and Bai Yin jumped onto the water column as if they were stepping on the ground. The two sat down leisurely. Chen Feng remained extremely calm from beginning to end. On the other hand, Bai Yin was extremely excited. Is this something I can enjoy? In front of the stone pillar, there were 2 10-star Beastmasters from the Korean country and an armed helicopter. Behind the helicopter, there was an entire fleet of Korean ships, ready to go. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the 2 men. Behind Chen Feng, there was a giant octopus-like leg that was 10,000 meters high. Chen Feng sat on the throne, overlooking everything. Science fiction, fantasy, beast taming, it's all here. Now, even if Chen Feng told Bai Yin that he was a god, Bai Yin would believe it. Damn, I didn't expect that at my age, I would still have the luck to hold on to such a big guy. Next time I visit the grave, I'll have to burn 2 dozen more paper money for the dead. Chapter 72. Chen Feng destroyed the American aircraft carrier. Park Wachang was stunned. On the other side of the blue planet, inside the octagon, Panama was on pins and needles. Chuan Zhangwo was also sweating profusely. There was no other reason, it was just because both of them received requests for help from the Korean country. Long Xia's dragon demon is flying over the territorial waters of the Kimchi Kingdom. Fuck, what is Long Xia gonna do this time? This is too abnormal. Connect me to Long Xia's Chu Weigua, Chuan Zhangwo said, grabbing the landline phone, putting it to his ear, and speaking. Sorry, Chu Weigua replied that he is currently busy and cannot answer the call. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Chuan Zhangwo was so angry that he smashed the receiver on the dial key. Chuan, don't get excited. I've called the nearest aircraft carrier formation over. They'll be here soon. I don't believe that a 10-star Beastmaster from Long Xia can withstand the bombing of an aircraft carrier formation. Panama said on the side. Don't be afraid, stay calm. The American aircraft carrier fleet is coming. In the command room of the Korean fleet, Commander-in-Chief Park Kuk-chang shouted excitedly as he watched the 16 carrier-based aircraft roaring in the distance. The aircraft carrier formation is no rookie. That is truly top-notch firepower. Especially the American aircraft carrier fleet. You can say it is bad, but you can't say it is weak. Bai Yin was sitting next to Chen Feng at this time, looking at the 16 carrier-based aircraft roaring in the distance, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Chen Feng, the American aircraft carrier fleet, is here. This is not right. Normally, America should send out Beastmasters. Bai Yin muttered. There is a default rule on Blue Star that Beastmasters usually fight against Beastmasters, and technological means are always used for deterrence. The reason why the Beastmasters of Blue Star did not rebel was because they were afraid of large weapons such as nuclear bombs and missiles from major countries. For example, a certain big country once said that anyone who dared to rebel would be flattened by nuclear bombs. Send out the Beastmasters? They also have to make plans. Chen Feng said with a sneer. In the battle at Neon Beast Territory, Chen Feng alone killed more than 20 10-star Beastmasters. Where do these Beastmasters come from? Of course, they were all recruited by the United States from bases in neighboring countries and all over the world. Longxia's Beastmaster. You have violated Article 1 of the International Beast Taming Law, which prohibits the release of beasts on Blue Star. Article 10 of the International Beast Taming Law prohibits controlling beasts to invade the territorial waters of other countries. This is the American aircraft carrier fleet. We have the right to humanely destroy you, so we would prefer to arrest you. Please put away your beasts immediately, or we have the right to open fire on you. The 16 American carrier-based aircraft flew past Chen Feng in groups of 8 and issued an ultimatum to Chen Feng at the same time. Bai Yin was really scared when he saw the dark fleet of aircraft carriers in the distance. There is no way, if Chen Feng's warcraft is a fantasy-style visual and psychological impact. The American aircraft carrier fleet is a visual and psychological impact of technology. Bai Yin could see that the aircraft carrier formation in the distance was very complete. There are 2 aircraft carriers for cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, totaling more than 20 ships. And this is only what appears on the surface. A large aircraft carrier formation with this configuration is generally equipped with about 180 to 300 carrier-based aircraft. There may even be 1 or 2 ballistic missile nuclear submarines lurking beneath the sea surface. Bai Yin never thought that he would see such a scene in his life. As if to intimidate Chen Feng and the others, after 16 carrier-based aircraft flew over the pillar where the 2 were, 16 new carrier-based aircraft flew over. Then, wave after wave of carrier-based aircraft flew past the 2 of them, and the strong winds they brought with them kept whistling around them. What should we do? Bai Yin looked at Chen Feng with forced calmness. He was very panicked at the moment, and Chen Feng became his only backbone. "Ha, kill!" Chen Feng sneered and blurted out the word kill. Then, a huge prison gate suddenly appeared from the air. It was the prison gate of the Shadow Demon. "Leave no one alive. We don't need terrorist organizations in our Longxia area." Chen Feng was still sitting on the stool on top of the water column, and he said calmly, "The Korean troops will stay here for now. If they don't attack, just ignore them for now." Chen Feng added. The next second, the sky fell into darkness and the sea began to boil. In the darkness, countless giant aqua-blue, translucent octopus tentacles stretched out from the sea and slapped the American aircraft carrier formation. The tentacles were at least several hundred meters long and made a whirring sound when they struck. There was also the sound of crashing waves. Tiny black lightning kept falling from the sky. Unlike the thunder as thick as a bowl in the beast domain before, it was a black thunderstorm as small as a toothpick with hundreds of bolts that were difficult to detect. In an instant, the carrier-based aircraft in the sky were patched by countless tiny black lines. The ships on the sea were rolled up and smashed by the huge tentacles. The sound of explosions, the whistling of wind, and the crash of sea water mixed in with an almost inaudible human scream. Chen Feng stood on the water column and looked calmly at the darkness and fire in the distance. After this wave of pretense, there is less than 1/3 of the magic power left in the body. If the other side still has manpower, the worst that can happen is that Bai Yin will take me away. He kept thinking in his mind. At this time, Bai Yin was completely confused. He said that he had never lived a more exciting life than today. I'm afraid Mr. Chu has never experienced such a situation. Bai Yin subconsciously took out his cell phone and clicked record. Just this one scene would be enough for me to brag to my other 10-star Beastmaster friend for the rest of my life. Although it was dark and we couldn't record much, it was this effect that was even more stunning. On the Korean ship, the commander-in-chief, Park Kuk-chang, was so frightened that he could not stand up. Longxia's 10-star Beastmaster Bai Yin was stunned by this scene. What's more, he is just an ordinary person. Park Kuk-chang slumped in the command room, his brain gradually deprived of oxygen. How could I, Park Kuk-chang, be so worthy that I could experience this in my lifetime? In fact, all the Korean soldiers thought so at this time. Some were even frightened to the point of foaming at the mouth. They have seen Beastmasters and Beastmasters using special skills. They have seen ships, and they have also seen the American aircraft carrier formation. But in this situation, are you sure we are not filming a movie? The American aircraft carrier fleet, which was like a steel castle on the sea, was completely defeated by a Longxia Beastmaster. I'm afraid that only nuclear bombs can deal with him at the moment. The attack of Chen Feng's 2 monsters did not last long. After all, it is a one-sided situation. Only about a minute later, Light once again enveloped the sea area, and the tentacles growing on the water seemed to have never appeared. At this time, Bai Yin looked in the direction of the American aircraft carrier formation. The sea was covered with scattered shipwreckage. There is also blue sea water mixed with some red and black. Friends from the Kimchi country, don't be afraid. I am the dragon demon of Longxia. I have helped you eliminate the evil pirates. This time, I sincerely invite you to join the Dragon Alliance. I hope you will not ignore it. No, I hope you will actively participate in the Dragon Alliance for win-win cooperation. Mr. Ku imitated Chen Feng's voice and said, Commander Park, what should we do this time? Opposite Chen Feng, a Korean 10-star Beastmaster next to the Korean armed helicopter asked Park Guochang stutteringly on the intercom. The 10-star Beastmaster from the Korean country tried hard to hold back his urge to urinate. He was completely numb. He could clearly see Chen Feng's appearance. He was only about 18 years old, right? How did Long Xia cultivate such a pervert? Damn it. Why are my 10 stars different from his 10 stars? Contact Prime Minister Park Bo-won immediately. Park Guochang reached out and picked up the satellite phone on the Korean ship and said, Chapter 73, Cursing Dirty. This is Prime Minister Park Bo-young. The call was connected. There was no need for Park Guochang to report the situation, as Prime Minister Park Bo-young had already monitored Chen Feng's movements through satellite video. Prime Minister Park Bo-young had actually been watching the battle situation on the sea. Even though he is far away in Korea now, it is far away from the sea where Chen Feng is. But in fact, others had already fled to the underground air raid shelter in the mountains for refuge. The wrath of a great power cannot be stopped by anyone. Even with the escort of American aircraft carriers, if Long Xia really wants to launch an attack on the Korean country, he will basically control the battle time to within a few minutes. After all, their country of Korea only looks bigger on the map. However, now the American aircraft carrier is gone. I am the Navy Commander Park Guochang. I am currently in a standoff with Long Xia Chen Feng. The American aircraft carrier formation has been instantly disintegrated by the other side. I request to retreat immediately or join the Dragon Alliance as soon as possible. Park Guochang still had some military qualities. Faced with this situation, he was still thinking about waiting for the retreat order from his superiors before escaping. The main thing is that he realized that Chen Feng didn't want to touch him. This made Park Guochang feel a little relieved. Please invite Mr. Long Mo to show her for a face-to-face meeting. Prime Minister Park Bo-young thought for a long time and finally spoke slowly. Park Bo-young is not a fool. He knows this is an opportunity to get rid of America. There are not many 10-star Beastmasters in the Korean country of America nowadays, and Chen Feng has just destroyed the American aircraft carrier fleet. With the double blessing, Park Bo-young became excited. If I make the right move, I will be recorded in the history of the Korean country. Above the water column on the sea, Chen Feng put his hands in his pockets, waiting for the reply from the Korean country. Bai Yin stood beside Chen Feng excitedly, with his chest raised to his chin as if he was taking advantage of the power of the tiger. I've never felt so awesome in my life as I do today. Soon a poor Longxia language was transmitted to Chen Feng. Comrade Long Mo, our Prime Minister Mr. Park Bo-young wants to meet with you in Kimchi country. That was Park Guochang's voice. Lead the way. Chen Feng nodded. The next moment, Mr. Ku behind him disappeared, and Shadow Demon also disappeared. And a small purple rope suddenly appeared on his wrist. It was the demon centipede king disguised as an ornament. 30 minutes later, inside the tallest building in Seoul, Chen Feng and Pu Buying met alone. Park Buying was very polite throughout the whole process, as polite as a grandson. You can't even believe that this guy who always has a stern face and a serious expression on TV actually has such a dog-licking side. Once you have dealt with the two American Beastmasters in the Showa Beast territory, I will immediately announce that the Korean nation has joined the Dragon Alliance. Park Buying said solemnly. There are two beast domains in Showa, one of which has been merged with the beast domain of Longxiaolian City. This is another beast domain in Showa, and also the last beast domain in the Korean kingdom. Now the entire Korean nation depends on this beast domain for survival. Well, that 10-star spiritual herb, Chen Feng was interrupted by Pu Buying just as he was halfway through his words. They are all yours. The materials are occupied by the American Beastmasters, and we usually have no way to deal with them. Once you deal with them, you can take as much broken spirit grass as you want. Pu Buying said flatteringly. Okay, thank you very much, old Pu. Chen Feng patted Pu Buying's shoulders heavily twice, then pushed the door and leave. After Chen Feng left, Pu Buying instantly slumped back into his chair. Although Chen Feng acted very sunny and easy to talk to just now, but he saw with his own eyes how Chen Feng destroyed the American aircraft carrier formation in just a few moves a few minutes ago. And he was smiling the whole time while sitting on that strange water column. Without blinking an eye, Long Xia, there really is a demon. Let's talk about Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was sitting on by Yan's Phoenix, flying into Shower Beast territory. On the left and right sides were two 10-star Beastmasters from the Korean country. They were the two 10-star Beastmasters who were standing next to the Korean armed helicopter above the sea. The two of them were leading Chen Feng, but they didn't dare to talk to Chen Feng. It was really because Chen Feng's previous methods had scared the two of them. So much so that I missed the opportunity to curry favor with someone. They didn't say anything, and Chen Feng was happy with it, as it allowed him to slowly recover his magic power. Chen Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out a 9-star herb that he had obtained from Chu Weigua to restore his beast-controlling power. Throw it into your mouth. It's like eating pickled vegetables. This thing is very good at recovering beast power, but it's a little bit weak in recovering magic power. Fortunately, Chen Feng's star level is not high. Although the recovery duration has become shorter, the recovered magic power is still considerable for Chen Feng at this time. Look, in the blink of an eye, he has recovered half of his magic power. If you want to make it in this world, you really need a background. It will make things easier in every way. Chen Feng sighed in his heart. Mr. Long Mo, the American 10-star Beastmaster, is at the camp ahead, said a Korean Beastmaster. Okay, you two just wait here, I'll go take care of them, Chen Feng said calmly. The Kimchi Kingdom Beast Tamer was slightly stunned when he heard this. Mr. Long Mo, we can trick them out, and then kill them by surprise. This way, we can kill them before they can summon their beasts. No, I just want them to summon the beasts. You guys wait here for me, and don't wander around. This is so funny. How can I level up if I don't let them summon the beasts? Chen Feng muttered to himself. It is said that these two American 10-star Beastmasters each have a 10-star Beastmaster. If I let the monsters devour 10 more, I will almost be able to advance to 4 stars. Oh, if only there were more sieges. However, Chen Feng was just thinking about this kind of thing because the last time the enemies came in a group, if the enemies come in small groups continuously, then Chen Feng's magic resistance will definitely not be enough. Not only will you fail to upgrade at that time, but you will most likely be killed by the opponent's skills. Chen Feng strode to the outside of the tent in front. America's 10-star Beastmaster, your dragon demon grandpa is here. Chen Feng shouted inside. The next moment, a group of 5 people walked out of the camp. 2 10-star Beastmasters from the United States and 3 9-star Beastmasters from the Korean country. Because Chen Feng arrived too quickly, the 3 9-star Beastmasters from the Korean country did not know that their country had joined the Dragon Alliance. Damn it, Longxia's Beastmaster. You actually dare to act wildly here. I'll kill you. One of the 3 said arrogantly. The 10-star Beastmaster who followed Chen Feng from a distance heard these words clearly. The 2 were shocked at this moment. Damn, how come this 9-star little brother from my country is so brave? The 2 of them quickly trotted to Chen Feng's side. When the 3 9-star Kimchi elementary school brothers saw the 2 of them, they immediately showed joy on their faces. It's our Korean country's 10-star Beastmaster who has arrived, one of them said in surprise. However, the next moment, the 3 of them were slapped in the face by 2 10-star Beastmasters Cuckoo, who rushed over. While fanning himself, he was also cursing. The curse was very dirty. A few seconds later, the 2 men came to Chen Feng, dragging the 3 little brothers whose heads were beaten into pigs. Sir, I'm sorry, please continue, one of them said politely. Chen Feng nodded when he heard this. What do you Koreans mean? An American Beastmaster saw this and noticed something unusual. He asked with a frown. It's like the dog you raised which suddenly turns around and stands in front of someone one day, bares its fangs at you, and barks. Who are you? Why are you invading the beast domain of our Kimchi country? Fortunately, the dragon demon boss from Longxia came to help us solve the problem today. Otherwise, you guys would have been so arrogant. A 10-star Korean Beastmaster pointed at the American Beastmaster and said, Chapter 74, Oi bring 2 sacks. The American Beastmaster was speechless. The 2 were a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Has the Korean country turned against us? Bai Yin, you go first. Without waiting for the 2 American Beastmasters to react, Chen Feng ordered Bai Yin. Bai Yin was stunned at first. Then he nodded immediately. It must be Lord Dragon Demon who wants to train me. He is so nice to me. The next second, Bai Yin directly summoned two 10-star phoenixes, spit out fireballs from their mouths, and blasted them towards the two American Beastmasters in front. Fuck! Two 10-star American Beastmasters cursed at the same time when they saw the fireball flying towards them. They quickly summoned their own 10-star beast to deal with the fireball attack of the White Flame Phoenix. In an instant, two fireballs hit the opponent's two 10-star beasts. Chen Feng saw everything and nodded secretly. Yes, Bai Yan's attack strength is moderate. It can neither kill the opponent's Beastmaster instantly, nor can it give them time to summon beasts. If it were me or my own magical beast that took action, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't even be able to summon a beast. It was indeed the right decision to take him along. Okay, Lao Bai, leave it to me next. Chen Feng stretched out his left hand to block Bai Yin and took a step forward. The next second, a huge red prison gate appeared from the air. The shadow demon flew out of the prison gate at an extremely fast speed and rushed straight towards America's two 10-star beasts. The two Korean Beastmasters saw a flash before their eyes, and a black figure flashed across their sight. Puff! Puff! When the two looked in the direction of the American Beastmaster in front of them again, they saw that the shadow demon had already lifted their beasts high up. On each of the two shadow blades on the left and right, there is a low-level American 10-star beast. In front of everyone, Shadow Demon began to eat with relish. Two American 10-star Beastmasters fell to the ground in agony, holding their heads in their hands because they had lost their beasts. Feeling the magic power in his body rising slightly, Chen Feng's mouth curled up. Old White, kill them, Chen Feng said with a smile as he looked at the two American 10-star Beastmasters lying on the ground. Hearing this, Bai Yin nodded silently. He controlled the phoenix floating in the air and fired two fireballs at the two American Beastmasters below. Bai Yin knew that this was Chen Feng giving him credit. Just killing these two 10-star, low-level Beastmasters would be a great achievement when we return to Longxia. You have to hold this thigh. America, Octagon. At this time, both Chuan Jiangwo and Panama were really sweating profusely. The news that Korea had joined the Dragon Alliance was being broadcast on TV. At the same time, the two had just received news that the aircraft carrier formation they sent out was sunk by Chen Feng. Panama, what do you think we should do? Chuan Jiangwo was at a loss at this time. Panama heard this and thought for a long time with his head down. That Chen Feng will definitely make the next move. Let's dispatch another aircraft carrier formation, plus 4 10-star high-level Beastmasters, to ambush him overseas. Is this possible? You've also seen his Beastmaster. It's too fierce. It doesn't seem to be of the same quality as our Beastmaster. Chuan Jiangwo frowned and continued. Do you think it could be a monster? Panama was stunned for a moment when it heard what Chuan Jiangwo said. World of Warcraft? In the beast domain of America, the highest star level currently available is only 5-star monsters. But the problem is that it doesn't look like it. His purple centipede looks like a demon beast, but the other two don't look like it. That form of existence is beyond our current cognition. Panama analyzed. Who cares? Just do as you say. I don't believe that 4 10-star high-level Beastmasters plus an aircraft carrier formation can't kill him. Chuan Jiangwo slammed the table and said angrily. If it doesn't work, send 2 aircraft carrier formations over there, and then focus your fire on him. Chuan Jiangwo added. 2 teams? We have already lost 1 team. The United States only has 8 aircraft carrier fleets in total. If these 2 fleets are lost, our technological deterrence will be greatly reduced. Panama said, awkwardly. Humph, Panama, you think too highly of that Longxia guy. He is accompanied by 4 high-level 10-star Beastmasters. Dragon Demon, he's dead this time. After Chuan Jiangwo finished speaking, he picked up the phone and started giving orders. Is this the spirit-breaking grass? In the high-star material warehouse of Showa Beast Domain, Bai Yin exclaimed in surprise when he saw the broken spiritual herbs piled all over the ground. These are only 7 or 8 stars. Chen Feng jumped over the broken spiritual grass under his feet and walked towards an open half-person-high safe in front of him. He reached out and took out the only 10-star spiritual herb placed inside. He turned around and showed it to Bai Yin. Look, this is the 10-star broken spiritual grass. The leaves of the soul-breaking grass are long and strip-shaped, but the difference is that the veins on the leaves are flowing with blue energy that can be seen with the naked eye. The 10-star spiritual grass in Chen Feng's hand has blue veins that look much thicker than those of other low-star spiritual grasses. This warehouse is huge. It's not easy for us to come here easily. Let's take more. Chen Feng calmly put the 10-star broken spiritual herb into his pocket and said to Bai Yin indifferently. Bai Yin was stunned at first, then immediately delighted. He quickly grabbed 2 handfuls of 7 or 8-star broken spiritual herbs from the ground and put them in his pocket. This thing is monopolized by the United States, so Longxia doesn't have it at all. Although this stuff will definitely be shipped to Longxia in the future, you can still make a high price if you take some back now. The value of the soul-breaking grass is that after a beast master swallows it, it can greatly enhance his beast-breaking power, but each person can only eat this thing once. But how big is Bai Yan's pocket? Seeing this situation, Chen Feng thought about gathering all his partners from his previous life together in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Feng shouted to the 2 Korean 10-star beast masters at the door, "Oi, bring 2 sacks." So, when Chen Feng and the other person appeared on the sea of the Korean country again, there were 2 full sacks on the back of Bai Yan's phoenix. It is filled with various beast taming materials, and all of them are above 5-star quality. In Chen Feng's words, "Well, we are helping Kimchi Country eliminate terrorist organizations. These things are your reward. You can't use them all anyway." The 2 were flying in the air. "Shall we go directly to Japan?" Bai Yin asked. "Let's go back to Longxiao first and put these things back. It's a bit troublesome to carry them with you," Chen Feng said helplessly. Soon, the 2 flew to public waters. Suddenly, Bai Yin yelled, "Careful!" Along with Bai Yan's scream, the beast taming phoenix directly changed its flight path. It made a zigzag lane change in the sky. A surface-to-air missile was seen sliding underneath the phoenix. It almost hit Chen Feng and the other 2. Chapter 75. Lao Chu seems to have something to ask you. As expected of old Bai, his reaction is quick. Chen Feng first praised Bai Yin. In fact, he was ready to make the demon centipede king grow bigger and wrap the 2 of them for defense. "I'm not as good as you." Bai Yin scratched his head and said modestly. The next second, below the sea where the 2 were, a barrage of missiles and firing carrier-based aircraft all came at them at once. Fuck! Bai Yin was stunned for a moment. He could see clearly that there were missiles with smoke trails everywhere. The target is exactly him and Chen Feng. Humph! Chen Feng snorted coldly. He had anticipated this situation. At this time, his magic power has been fully restored. The 2 large prison gates appeared again. One sank in the sea, the other floated in the sky. The next moment, before the bullets, rockets, and missiles fell, a curtain of water rose up in front of Chen Feng. "How dare you, just ants, dream of harming my lord?" That was Mr. Ke's voice. The next second, explosions continued. The water curtain in front of Chen Feng was covered by artillery fire. Bai Yin was standing in the water curtain in surprise at this time. Nothing serious. He turned to look at Chen Feng, who looked calm, and then looked at the artillery fire exploding outside the water curtain. Although he appears calm on the outside, waves are inevitably surging inside him again. His hands subconsciously grasped the 2 sacks. Snort! Outside, the shadow demon snorted coldly, and darkness reappeared. The black thunderstorm poured down on the 2 teams of aircraft carriers and warships around them. Huge octopus tentacles surged out of the water. Fuck! How come his beast control skill has such a wide range? The 4 10-star high-level beast masters who were accompanying them cursed loudly. They were shocked. Before setting off, the 4 of them had already watched Chen Feng's battle video. They were certain that, based on the law of conservation of energy, Chen Feng's beast taming skills were so powerful that they had already reached their limit, reaching the level they had reached in the last battle. The last aircraft carrier formation that Chen Feng sank was outside the range of 2,000 meters. So this time, for safety reasons, they even expanded the range to 6 kilometers. Triple the distance. But what is the result? Looking at the translucent tentacles constantly surging out below, and the black lightning as thick as silk threads constantly falling from the sky. All 4 of them panicked. "Are we still going up?" One of them dodged a bolt of lightning and said hesitantly. "Fuck off, run," said the other person, and ran away on his flying beast. With one person taking the lead, others will feel less burdened when running. As a result, 4 American 10-star high-level beast masters fled before fighting. And the direction they fled was exactly towards Japan's Rope Island. Just when Mr. Ku and Shadow Demon were having a great time, Chen Feng's phone rang. This made Chen Feng slightly stunned. I subconsciously picked up the phone. It's an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Chen Feng asked doubtfully. "Hello, Deputy Commander Malo. This is the Longxiaoning Province Aircraft Carrier Array. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the array, Liao Ziyuan. We have discovered that you have encountered pirates, the Ning Province Aircraft Carrier Array is heading to your location for support. Eh, Chen Feng was stunned again. Okay, come on, I have big fish all over here. Chen Feng said. Although the two American aircraft carrier formations were photographed in pieces by President K, the technology they contain is still worth studying. After hanging up the phone, without waiting for Long Xia's aircraft carrier formation to arrive, Chen Feng had already won this battle without suspense. Fight! Is this the end? Bai Yin said in astonishment when he saw the water curtain dissipate. Oh my god, two teams of American aircraft carrier formations, 6 kilometers away, were gone in the time it took to make a phone call. Long Xia is really taking off now. Bai Yin looked at Chen Feng's face again, which was calm and unperturbed. There was only a 2-word adjective in his mind at this moment. Awesome. His beasts, one can turn off the lights in a fight, and the other is invincible at sea. 6. Let's wait a moment. Long Xia's fishing boat is coming. Chen Feng said lightly. Bai Yin nodded. A few minutes later, the Long Xia flag was flying on the sea. The fishermen are here. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Let's go back, he continued. The next second, a red streak of light flew over Long Xia's fishing boat. All the Long Xia soldiers on the fishing boat raised their heads and looked at the red light. Salute! After the red light disappeared completely in the horizon, the fishermen began to cast their nets to catch fish. Old Chu, I'm back. Before the door of Chu Weigua's office was opened, Chen Feng's voice had already traveled into the room. Ah, you're really good, kid. I underestimated you. These 2 fights were great. Trump from the United States is calling me like crazy, but I didn't answer. When Chu Weigua saw that the person coming was Chen Feng, he laughed and said, Hey, why are you carrying a sack back? Comrade Lao Chu exclaimed in surprise when he saw Chen Feng walk into the house, carrying a large sack about 1.5 meters high. The sack was wider than Chen Fengren. It looks like it should be quite heavy. This is a local specialty I brought back from Korea. Chen Feng put the sack at the door and tied a knot at the mouth of the sack. Wait a moment. Let me see the local specialties. Kimchi. Seeing this, Chu Weigua took 2 steps at a time to the sack and was about to open it to take a look. Chen Feng secretly thought that he had miscalculated. If he had known earlier, he should have sent the sack home first. The villa assigned to Chen Feng by Chu Weigua is not far from here, which also makes it convenient for Chen Feng to meet his mother. Looking at Chu Weigua, who was opening the sack with great interest, Chen Feng secretly thought that something was wrong. I'm not sure if this old guy will say to me later, You are a college student, and I am an old man, so please give me some. When Lao Chu opened the sack, he immediately gasped. You robbed the treasury of the kimchi country? Wow. At first glance, there is no material lower than 5-star quality. What? You want to build a country? No, this is a specialty of the country of kimchi. I brought it with me. This is only a part of it. Bai Yin also brought back a sack. Chen Feng shifted his firepower and said, Well, don't take mine. Go find Bai Yin. That guy is easy to bully. Take his. Well, Chen Feng, you see, you were also an excellent college student before. Now that I'm old, you should give me some. As Chu Weigua spoke, he reached his big hand into the sack. He tried hard to put the money into his straight pockets. He grabbed a handful of them, and he kept saying, I also have a 3-year-old grandson and a 1-year-old granddaughter. What could Chen Feng do? Old Chu was pretty good and even gave him a villa. Catch it, you will get it back sooner or later. After filling both pockets, Lao Chu turned back to his desk and sat down. As if he felt that this was a bit ugly, he took out 2 large black plastic bags from the side of the table. Then he transferred all the beast taming materials and herbs in his pocket into his pocket. But this only filled a black pocket. Old Chu was slightly stunned when he saw this. It only filled 1 pocket. The next moment, he tied the bag containing the materials and placed it carefully under the desk. Then he stood up, holding the black bag in his hand, and walked towards the door again. Seeing this, Chen Feng, who had already sat down, instantly stood up and threw himself onto the sack. No matter what I say, Lao Chu can't pretend this time. I'll have to support a group of people in the future. Ahem, I won't pretend to be you. I'm going to go out for a while. You wait here for a while. Chu Weigua's old face turned red. He opened the door and went out. In fact, it's not his fault. Old Chu is usually an honest person. Although he has a high status, his family is not very wealthy. It can only sustain daily needs for myself and my family, but it is impossible to have too much left over. For someone of his status, it is difficult for him to have countless eyes watching him from both below and above. Chen Feng looked at Chu Weigua, who was hurrying out, and felt inexplicably distressed. This is Longxia's official old beastmaster. Thinking of this, he took out his phone, called Bai Yin. Hey, old white, where are you? Just outside the compound? Going home? Wait there for a while. Old Chu seems to want to talk to you about something. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone with a wicked smile. Chapter 76, Target Neon Country. Old Chu is back. He came back with a plastic bag full of beast taming materials. But he was not happy at this moment, and a sad look appeared on his face. Hearing someone opening the door, Chen Feng, who was sitting on a chair, turned around and looked back. The first person to come in was Chu Weigua, who was carrying a bag, and behind Chu Weigua was Bai Yin, who was carrying a sack. Seeing Bai Yin coming back, Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Didn't Lao Bai say that we should go home and store the materials first? How come he followed Lao Chu back? And what's wrong with Lao Chu's expression? Why does he suddenly seem unhappy? Old Chu, Chen Feng asked tentatively. Something happened. Kaiwa and your Japanese girlfriend have been targeted by the Japanese royal family. There may be the shadow of America behind them. Chu Weigua threw his pocket to the ground and said with a frown while sitting on the black leather chair. Girlfriend? You mean Ryoko? Yes, it's that little girl named Ishihara Ryoko. I think they're targeting you specifically. After all, you were very close to your girlfriend at the neon competition. Chu Weigua nodded and said, No, she's not my girlfriend, Chen Feng retorted, then immediately stood up. No, Kaiwa's made contributions, and Liangzi has even cooked for me. Bai Yin, let's set off now. Old Chu, send me the information about the island country's royal family, and also send me the information about the Americans behind them. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he pulled Bai Yin and was about to walk out. Hey, I haven't gone home yet. Where should I put this sack of precious materials? Bai Yin said anxiously as Chen Feng pulled his arm. He didn't want to leave the sack with Chu Weigua. He and Chu Weigua are old acquaintances. Based on their relationship, if this sack is placed here, when you come back, you may not know whether it will still be there. Based on his understanding of Chu Weigua would definitely say, Oh, a few old brothers are here, and I want to grab a few before they leave. Can't stop. I will give it to you when I get rich. In response to this, Bai Yin could only laugh. How can you get rich by being an official this way? You are hugging others. What's the point of always hugging your brothers? Even if I give you the chance, you can't make any use of it. Put it here first, Chen Feng said when he saw Bai Yin holding his sack tightly. No, if we let it go, it will be gone, Bai Yin said, gritting his teeth. Hey, brother Bai, don't be so formal. Don't worry, Old Chu will be watching over you. What are you afraid of? Chu Weigua smiled and pried Bai Yin's hands apart, while placing the sack next to Chen Feng's sack. Then he pushed Bai Yin. Don't worry, there are surveillance cameras in my room, so I won't get lost. Lao Chu added with a smile. Look, Lao Chu has said so. He is so old. Can he still put all your materials in his pocket? Even if you don't believe Lao Chu, there are still surveillance cameras. Chen Feng said this, and took Bai Yin away. No, Chen Feng, you don't understand him. Neon Country. Kaiwa and Ryoko were sitting in an office at this time. This is the office of the Neon royal family. Ms. Kaiwa, Ms. Ryoko, we found out that you two had close contact with the dragon demon of Longxia in the past few days. Now I need you to tell the truth. What is your relationship? And Ms. Kaiwa, I suspect that gambling fight was a conspiracy between you and Longxia. Tell me, have you been having an affair with that dragon demon Longxia? Amp Jingji questioned the two women loudly. At this time, he was the only 10-star beastmaster left in Neon Country, and he felt deeply uneasy about the approaching dragon demon. But fortunately, just now, 4 10-star high-level beastmasters came from America. This made Seiji Abe feel a little relieved. More importantly, by investigating Chen Feng's information, he discovered that this dragon demon from Longxia had actually had close contacts with Kawakawa Ayaka from the Koizumi group and the pure and lovely Ishihara Ryoko for a period of time while disguised as a student for the competition. In line with the principle of not missing any possibility, he investigated the two women in detail. It was discovered that Hebei Kaiwa actually had a record of secretly going to the hotel where Chen Feng was staying at the time. There is also a record of Chen Feng and Ishihara Ryoko living together for one night. Seiji Abe thought this was a great discovery. These two women must have been killed by that dragon demon from Longxia. This is a good opportunity to restrain the dragon demon. I just don't know whether the dragon demon cares about the two women, so I have to test it first. Tetsuya, keep an eye on these two women. I'm going to be out for a while. Abe Seiji gave a cold order to Yamagami Tetsuya behind him. Toru Yamagami is also a beast taming genius who joined the royal camp a few years ago. Although he is only 5 stars now, he is deeply trusted by Seiji Abe. Yes, Yamagami Tria lowered his head and responded. Ampere Jinji nodded with satisfaction, pushed the door, and left. The dragon demon may come to Neon at any time, so he must contact the 4 American 10-star beast masters far away in Rope Island to discuss how to deal with Chen Feng. Above the deep blue sea, huge waves came one after another. Chen Feng stood on by Yan's phoenix, slowly swiping the phone in his hand. Displayed on the screen were the information of the 4 10-star beast masters in the United States, all members of the Neon royal family, and Seiji Abe. Suddenly, a message popped up. Content. Ayaka and Ryoko are invited by the Japanese royal family to a residence of the Osaka royal family. The informant says that Japanese Prime Minister Abe Seiji has arrived at the Osaka residence, and Ayaka and Ryoko may be in danger. Location of Osaka residence. Looking at the content of the message, Chen Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Bai Yin, speed up, let's go to this location. Chen Feng opened the location on his phone and handed the phone to Bai Yin. Bai Yin took the phone, took a look at it, then looked up and saw Chen Feng's gloomy face, so he nodded. I said to the beast master in my heart, full speed ahead. The next moment, the phoenix under their feet turned into a stream of red light and flew at full speed towards Dabin, the royal residence. Chapter 77, Shadow Demon Home. At the same time, the Panasonic and Miyamoto conglomerates, 2 of the 3 largest conglomerates in Japan, were also not at peace. They all received news that Kawakita Ayaka, the current patriarch of the Koizumi Group, might betray Neon. The patriarchs of the Matsushita and Miyamoto groups, Yuichi Matsushita and Motoko Miyamoto, secretly met in Osaka. It took only 5 minutes for the two to unify the information their family informants had obtained from the royal family and make the decision to merge the Koizumi Group. Just do it. While Kawakawa Ayaka and Ishihara Ryoko were under house arrest in the royal residence, the major industries of the Koizumi Group had already begun to be divided up outside. Of course, this was authorized by the royal family. Otherwise, the 2 families would not dare to do so. Neon Country is just ahead, Bai Yin said as he looked at the land that appeared ahead. Go down, Chen Feng said with a gloomy face. Bai Yin didn't know what Chen Feng was thinking, but he could tell that Chen Feng was not in a good mood at the moment. He nodded and ordered the Phoenix Beast to descend to the sea level. When the Phoenix descended to the sea level, Chen Feng summoned 3 magical beasts at the same time. In an instant, the waterway that once appeared on the sea surface of Dongjing Beast territory appeared again. The Demon Centipede King stepped on the waterway, and General Ku's huge throne stood behind the Demon Centipede King, with the Shadow Demon floating between the two. Chen Feng jumped onto the back of the Demon Centipede King. He originally wanted to use Bai Yan's Phoenix Beast to enter Neon in a low-key manner, thus reducing unnecessary casualties. However, he thought about it and wondered what the casualties of the Japanese had to do with me, Long Xiaolongmo. In Neon Country, where it borders the sea water rose into waves hundreds of feet high and poured into the Neon City. Wherever the waves pass, every 100 meters, there are 2 statues of Chen Feng rising from the sea. The direction from which the waves surged was directly towards the royal residence in Dabin. In the Neon City, wherever the waves passed, large areas of buildings collapsed, including some Neon Beast Masters. They wanted to summon their beasts to escape, but the waves came in so fast that only a few could react and run out of the range of the waves. The waves were 100 feet high, and from the survivors' perspective, they seemed at least 300 meters high. The waves were not rectangular, but were 100 feet in the middle and gradually lowered on both sides, becoming parallel to the ground. The overall shape looks more like a trapezoid. The Demon Centipede King accelerated at full speed. The survivors on both sides of the waves could only look up through the water and vaguely see an extremely long black shadow of a monster passing over the waves. Neon fighter planes took off from major bases, and tanks, artillery, and anti-aircraft guns were all aimed at Chen Feng, at the location of the Demon Centipede King's head. The next moment, they heard a loud, hazy Longxiao language sounding from all directions. When the dragon demon is in charge, how dare you ants challenge the demon's might? That was the voice made by Mr. Ke. The next second, countless 8-star and 9-star beast masters from Japan summoned flying beasts, which soared into the sky and rushed straight to where Chen Feng was. Those artillery pieces, tanks, anti-aircraft guns, and fighter planes all poured their firepower towards Chen Feng. They even ignored the lives of their fellow countrymen who survived the waves under Chen Feng's feet. Kill! The shadow demon spat out. Everyone within a 10-mile radius could hear it clearly. Mr. Cook controlled the sea water to continuously flow back into the neon land. Only in the sea can he unleash his skills with great power. At the same time, it can also help Chen Feng save the magic power in his body. Wherever the sea water passes, huge octopus tentacles rise from the ground. The roots of the tentacles are as thick as cars and up to 100 meters long. The shadow demon was looking at the sunset in the sky. When he finished shouting the word kill, he found that the sun was setting in the sky. As the last corner of the setting sun hid in the sea, the earth fell into darkness. The world of Shadow Demon has arrived. Without using any skills, it continuously absorbs the darkness around it. The Shadow Demon, which was originally only 100 meters tall, gradually grew larger. Split! The Shadow Demon raised his arms, and his two arms with shadow blades were open. The next second, countless Shadow Demons hundreds of meters high condensed in the surrounding darkness. Then, all the Shadow Demons flew in all directions and raised their arms at the same time. Lightning! This time it was not just a few dozen miles because neon was already at night. Darkness covered the entire neon. There was no need for the Shadow Fiend to summon darkness anymore. Countless black lightning bolts appeared out of thin air. At this moment, black thunderstorms were falling wherever there were Japanese beastmasters, fighter planes, tanks, and other military equipment. There was no sight of blood dyeing the earth red. Instead, there were only black streaks silently appearing in the darkness and piling up on the ground. 90% of neon beast tamers died in the battle, and countless ordinary people were killed. There was no crying, no shouting, because they didn't have time to make any sound. At this moment, Japan's power supply facilities were paralyzed. Permanent paralysis. Warcraft, a world boss-level Warcraft. How can it be weak? They all seem to be very kind. If that were true, there wouldn't have been a continent on Blue Star that was pierced by those ordinary monsters in the previous life. Humanity will not fall into darkness and despair for 500 years. Dabin was not attacked by the Shadow Demon. This was Chen Feng's instruction. At this moment, the Demon Centipede King was carrying Chen Feng and Bai Yin and had arrived at the door of the royal residence. A towering wall of water surrounds the entire residence. The Dragon Demon of Longxia is here. Why don't the Neon royal family come out and kowtow? Mr. Ke's voice is extremely domineering. What Chen Feng actually wanted to say was, just let the Japanese royal family come out. But Mr. Ke's brain has its own translation function. Chen Feng, you devil, do you want to start a world war? Abe Seiji's voice was trembling as he grabbed Ayaka's neck with one hand and Ryoko's neck with the other. He stood outside the attic of his residence and looked up at Chen Feng. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was scared. But he knew that at this moment he had no choice but to take a gamble, betting that Chen Feng cared about these two women. Tetsuya Yamagami stood behind Seiji Abe, looking at the back of Abe's head expressionlessly. Seeing this, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that both women were not hurt, so I just need to teleport over and kill Abe Seiji in seconds. However, the guy behind Abe Seiji is a bit troublesome. He was right behind Abe Seiji, and if he teleported over like that, he would easily be blocked by the sword. Chapter 78, India. Just when Chen Feng was thinking about how to make Jing Er move, an accident happened. The young man behind Jing Er suddenly kicked Jing Er on the butt. Jing Er kicked him so hard that his hand subconsciously relaxed, and he lost control of Kaiwa and the other girl. Although Chen Feng was a little confused, he still seized the opportunity. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jing Er, who was leaning forward to keep his balance. It was Chen Feng. He plunged his shadow blade into Jingji's heart, then slowly pulled out. Kaiwa also reacted quickly. When Chen Feng killed Jingji, she had already pulled Xiao Liangzi and came behind Chen Feng in 2 steps. Together with Chen Feng, she looked at Tetsuya. But the next move made everyone stunned in an instant. Tetsuya suddenly saluted Chen Feng and said, reporting to the Deputy Commander of Dragon Demon, "My name is Tetsuya, codenamed Male Gun, and I am affiliated with the Intelligence Department of the Longxia Development Group. I am now applying to rejoin the team. Standard Longxia language. Question mark? Question mark? Question mark?" 3 big question marks appeared above the heads of Chen Feng, Kaiwa, and Bai Yin respectively. As for why Xiao Liangzi was not confused, of course it was because she didn't understand Longxia language. Wait a moment. Chen Feng waved his hand, took out his cell phone, and called Chu Weigua. With Lao Chu's identity, Although the male gun belongs to the intelligence department of the Pioneer Group, he should also have some understanding of his identity. After Chu Wei picked up the phone, Chen Feng asked directly. After confirmation, this guy is indeed one of us. Chen Feng hung up the phone and nodded. Then an interesting idea came into his mind. According to the current situation, the leader of Neon has been killed by himself. Now Neon and other members of the royal family are in Dongjing, and Toru is the most suitable person to replace Jingji. And there is the capable woman called Kaiwa. If Kaiwa can manage one consortium, she can manage 2 or even 3. Why not just destroy the other 2 conglomerates later? From now on, Neon will be managed by Tetsuya, and Ayaka will be in charge of beast taming resources. It's perfect. That's right, Toru. Don't return to the team yet. Your mission has changed. You should stay in Neon and provide 9-year compulsory education to the survivors. Well, the education in this small island country is really not up to par. Tomorrow I will ask Lao Chu to donate some Longxia textbooks and Huanggang test papers to Neon. Chen Feng touched his chin and said seriously, "And you, Kaiwa, come with me to destroy the other 2 major conglomerates in Japan. From now on, Japan will just keep you as the only conglomerate, so it will be easier to manage." Deputy Dragon Demon, I have news. The patriarchs of the Matsushita and Miyamoto consortiums are in Osaka. I know exactly where they are. Tetsuya said, "That's great. You lead the way." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he held the still charming Kaiwa in one hand and the petite and cute Ryoko in the other, and teleported back to the top of the demon centipede king's head. After letting the 2 women go, he silently took out a handful of herbs that could restore animal power from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. "I'll be busy tonight." Chen Feng sighed in his heart. Under the leadership of Tetsuya, the demon centipede king's countless big feet stepped through the city of Osaka and came to where Matsushita and Miyamoto were. The 2 of them had actually discovered the demon centipede king a long time ago, but they didn't run away immediately. The 2 thought that Chen Feng was going to cause trouble for the royal family and had nothing to do with them. None of them had ever seen Chen Feng. The black shadow blade passed silently, and the 2 men didn't even have a chance to speak. They just stood there. Chen Feng acted quickly. He still had to go to Rope Island tonight, where there were 4 American 10-star high-level Beastmasters. According to the data, these 4 people have a total of 6 10-star beasts for high-level and 2 low-level. If I swallow these 6, plus the 2 10-star beasts I killed in Korea before, there will be 8 in total. If I find an opportunity to let the demon centipede king swallow 2 of them later, I will be promoted to 4 stars directly. By then, when we go to India and Bear Country, we will have more means at our disposal. The areas where these 2 countries border Longxia are mainly land-based, so by then it will no longer be President Ku's world. Leaving Kaiwa, Ryoko, and Toru behind in Osaka to deal with the remnants of the Neon royal family and the forces of the 2 major conglomerates, Chen Feng went directly to Rope Island. Relatively speaking, Neon's population is not large, so this time Chen Feng chose to ride by Yan's Phoenix Beast to Rope Island. After all, we have to leave some people for Ayaka and Toru. Otherwise, they will be left alone. Red streams of light streaked across the neon black night sky. The direction of the flowing light was exactly Rope Island. India. Singh, as a 10-star high-level beast tamer in India, was very happy at this moment. Because just now, America was finally willing to sell him the Beast Domain fusion device they had just developed. Although American President Trump said that this thing can only be used once, Singh was still extremely happy. Didn't Long Xia send me an invitation to the Dragon Alliance? Since you dare to call yourself the Dragon Alliance, then I dare to form an Indian alliance. Singh decided to first use the Beast Domain fusion device to merge the 2 Beast Domains on the border between the 2 countries, and then directly lead people to occupy the merged Beast Domains. Then announce to the world that India is stronger than Longxia. We in India can seize the Beast Domain that you Koreans cannot. We in India can take over the Beast Domain that you in Japan cannot. In the future, I will gradually erode Longxia's beast territory. Then even America and the Bear Country will have to call me Brother Ian. Singh has brown skin and a red dot between his eyebrows. He fantasized about the great cause of India in his heart. He is currently in India's capital, New Delhi. Singh reached out for his phone and called a helicopter. He also instructed 9 idle 10-star high-level beast masters in India to go to the closest Indian beast domain to the Longxia Tibetan province. By the way, I remember that we assembled a small hydrogen bomb in that beast territory, right? Singer asked on the phone. Well, it's good that it succeeded. I really want to release a hydrogen bomb in the beast domain to see what it feels like. He smiled and hung up the phone. Although the power of the small hydrogen bomb was reduced, it was still not something that a 10-star beast master could resist. Only India would go so far as to do such a cruel thing. The beast domain in the Tibetan province was the same beast domain where Chen Feng rescued Elena before. This beast domain has heavy snow all year round. Although there are relatively few herbs and the like, there are many monsters. There are many 10-star monsters among them. But only Chen Feng knew that there was a 10-star monster inside. 79, I won't just lie down and win. I'll bring a sack next time. Humph, the dragon demon of Longxia is here. You are just pirates. You have occupied the island of my Dragon Alliance members for many years. Why don't you come out and die? Of course, these words were said after being translated by Mr. Ku's brain. Rope Island is a separate small island surrounded by the sea. This kind of place is exactly the best place for Mr. Ku to perform. In the darkness, Mr. Ku sat on the throne, and his voice shook all directions. The American beast tamer did not show up. On the contrary, endless flames continued to rise from the American base after President Ku finished speaking. It's just a shell. Calm down. After saying this, Mr. Ku waved his hand. Endless sea water surged from all directions, surrounding the American base. The next moment, 6 black shadows rushed out from the American base. 3 are running on the ground, and 3 are flying in the sky. These 6 black shadows are exactly the beasts of the American 10-star beast master. I've been waiting for you. Mr. Ku snorted coldly, and then he waved his hand again. Countless tentacles emerged from the sides of the water walls surrounding the base. The 6 10-star beasts immediately released their skills and bombarded the tentacles that were pouring in from all directions. You American beast masters, are you only capable of hiding behind and letting your beast masters come out to die? The shadow demon sneered. Compared with them, in his previous life, after Chen Feng reached 10 stars, he was always the first to rush to the front in every fight. This is the difference between master and master. The next second, the shadow demon swung the shadow blade and rushed towards the 3 flying beasts in the sky. Under the suppression of blood, this number of 10-star beasts are simply food for the taking. In less than 20 seconds, the 6 10-star beasts became food for Mr. Ku and Shadow Demon. But the demon Mr. Ku is a good one. He gave a 10-star low-level beast to the little cutie, the Demon Centipede King. Although the weakest little brother, the Demon Centipede King has always been loved by his brothers. The little brother ate the beast sent by Mr. Ku with tears in his eyes. 2 more to go. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he felt the power rising in his body. Shadow Demon, go and clear out all the living people in there. There's a lot of American technology in here that is worth studying. Chen Feng gave an order to the Shadow Demon. 3 minutes later, the Shadow Demon returned to Chen Feng and said, Master, there's a warehouse inside. Warehouse? Material warehouse. Chen Feng was delighted. Yes. Haha, come on, Lao Bai. I'll help you make some fortune. Chen Feng happily jumped down from the top of the Demon Centipede King. Bai Yin quickly followed behind Chen Feng. At this moment, Brother Bai Yin felt so happy. To be honest, he felt that he had reached the peak of his life. This has gone beyond the realm of winning without any effort. How can I describe it? If you want to win without doing anything, at least you have to use some skills. As for me, I just hung up the whole time. The only thing I put out was that my jaw hurt a little from being shocked all the time. I followed Chen Feng and cleared monsters all the way to the end of the level, and then started to get the spoils directly. If this is compared to a game, Xiao Dai is not enough to describe Chen Feng. He is definitely Tian Dai. It's the kind that cheats. In the warehouse of the American base, the 2 of them simply looked down upon the low-star materials. It must be 5 stars or above. Did you bring the sack? Chen Feng asked, looking at the piles of high-star beast taming materials placed in the huge safe in front of him. No. Bai Yin spoke awkwardly in the darkness. Damn it, I actually forgot to bring a sack, and I can't even lie down properly. It's okay. Let's go out and look for some. There should be boxes of ammunition in this base. If we dig out a few of them, it should be enough. Chen Feng waved his hand and said. When the 2 reappeared on the sea, on the back of the Phoenix, there were 3 ammunition boxes the size of oversized suitcases around them. This thing was previously used to hold ammunition for rocket launchers. Chen Feng took out the rocket launcher ammunition, and now it was filled with high-star beast taming materials. Chen Feng had 2 boxes and Bai Yin had 1 box. One of the boxes Chen Feng brought was for Chu Weigua. Old Chu is so pitiful. He doesn't know how to make money. As a top-level 10-star beast master of Longxia, he can only hang around in the office every day. He doesn't even have time to go out and rob, to get materials and make money. Poor thing, so poor. The two were flying in the air when Chen Feng's phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Lao Chu calling. "What's the matter, Lao Chu?" Chen Feng put the phone to his ear and said, "What? Has India always been this brave? They actually dared to publicly reject Long Xia's invitation to the Dragon Alliance. They're going to make a big move. Okay, I'll go back now. It's okay. I'll go back and have a good sleep. I can go to India tomorrow to talk alone. By the way, I also brought you some local specialties from Japan." "What? Am I that stingy? Just wait until I get back and tell you." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At this time, Chu Weiguo was in his office far away in Longxia, Kyoto. Lao Chu hung up the phone with Chen Feng. He hurriedly poured the 2 beast taming materials that were filled with urea back into 2 shriveled sacks. His face showed the calmness of an old beast master. After folding the beast taming materials in the urea bag back into 2 sacks, he turned around and walked back to his desk. He folded the 2 urea bags and stuffed them into the gap between the white wall and the desk. After doing all this, Lao Chu reached out and pressed the main control switch on the wall. The surveillance in the house was activated again. Then he leaned back happily on the black leather chair, waiting for Chen Feng to come back. This kid, without even trying to get me any help, even thought of bringing me some local specialties. Thinking of this, Lao Chu still felt a little uncomfortable. So he picked up the 2 black bags containing beast taming materials on the ground and came to Chen Feng's sack again. He pressed the beast taming materials inside with his hands. Then pour all the beast taming materials in the 2 black bags into Chen Feng's sack. Maybe because he pressed too hard just now, Chen Feng's sack didn't seem to be very full at this moment. Old Chu frowned, grabbed 2 handfuls of beast taming materials from Bai Yan's sack, and put them into Chen Feng's sack. Only then did he turn around with satisfaction and sit back in the black leather chair behind his desk. He hummed a little tune, waiting for Chen Feng to return with local specialties. I was right about this guy. When I have time, I must bring my grandchildren over to recognize him as their relative. Chapter 80, The Mystery of Disappearance and Rebirth. "Old Chu, I'm back." Before Chen Fengren entered the office, the voice had already reached Chu Weiguo's ears. Bai Yan behind him was carrying 2 large crates full of Japanese specialties. Chen Feng also managed to hold a large wooden box with one hand. It's not that he doesn't have enough strength, but the box is too wide and difficult to hold. Chen Feng pushed the door and walked into the office. Then he placed the crate carefully on the ground. The same is true for Bai Yan. "Hey, this Chen Feng inside this box." Chu Weiguo was halfway through his words when Chen Feng raised his hand and said, "We got all of them back from Neon Rope Island. We each have a box." As he spoke, Chen Feng opened the lid of a box, revealing that it was filled with beast taming materials. "Okay." Chu Weiguo stood up from his chair excitedly and walked quickly to the box. He reached out and touched the top material of the box, and the wrinkles on his face were all a little red. They are still all beast taming materials above 5 stars, which is much higher than his salary. "No, it's that there are too many Mrs. Gao." The next moment, Lao Chu coughed lightly, calmly replaced the lid of the box. He turned back to his chair behind his desk. "Hey, why are there so many less materials in my sack?" "Lao Chu, did you take them?" Bai Yan asked puzzledly, holding the mouth of the sack that he had placed in the corner of the office with both hands. "No, what would I do with your thing?" Chu Weiguo said quite naturally while sitting on a chair. "That's not right, Chen Feng. Why is your sack so bulging?" Bai Yan placed his hand flat on his own sack and then moved it horizontally towards Chen Feng's sack. "This one is at least 10 centimeters shorter." "Nonsense. Chen Feng's sacks have a lot of materials." "Well, this has nothing to do with you. I have something to talk to Chen Feng about." Chu Weiguo still spoke calmly. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death, and Lao Chu and Bai Yan are old acquaintances. "A dog took it." Bai Yan muttered as he picked up the sack, picked up a box of materials, and left quickly. Chu Weiguo still had no expression on his face, as if he didn't hear Bai Yan's muttering. Then he watched Bai Yan go out. Old Chu then nodded to Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, you have exceeded all of our expectations of you." He looked solemn. Before Chen Feng could speak, Chu Weiguo continued, "Your style of doing things in Korea and Japan, well, how should I put it? The conservatives are very satisfied with you." "What about the Hawks?" Chen Feng asked curiously. Hawk probably means they want to recruit you directly. But I rejected them all because I think it's better for you now. You can have more freedom, said Chu Weigua. Thank you, Lao Chu. I thought so too. Well, you're welcome. Do you need any other beast taming resources? I can apply for them for you. As long as Long Xia has them, just ask for them. Chu Weigua knew that Chen Feng had made a great contribution this time, and this contribution could not be measured by money. He solved the two Long Xia's biggest problems entirely by himself. So any reward Chen Feng wants is not too much. Well, I don't really want anything. I just need to gather those materials I mentioned earlier as soon as possible. Chen Feng touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "It is true that he needs something. In fact, what he wants most is high-star Warcraft materials, but at this point in time, he is afraid that there is no such thing in the world." As he was thinking, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, Lao Chu, I want you to help me with something. I'm sure you can do it in person." Chen Feng looked up and said, "Tell me about it." Old Chu showed an interested look. He looked up and looked at Chen Feng and answered, "My father seems to be in a pioneering group in Longxia. I want to transfer him back to accompany my mother." Chen Feng said seriously. In fact, Chen Feng has another meaning, which is that at some point in the future, Chen's father will disappear. In the previous life, the official said it was a sacrifice, but the body was not brought back. This is a normal phenomenon for the pioneering group. Some beast masters were swallowed by demon beasts or monsters, so the remains could not be brought back. Well, I have to transfer my dad back to accompany my mom in this life. Now I am fully qualified to do this kind of thing based on my status. Well, this... Chu Weigua touched his chin, and his expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. "Why, Lao Chu? Is this difficult to handle?" Chen Feng asked doubtfully. "Actually, let me tell you the truth. With your current status, you are qualified enough to know the secrets in this regard." Chu Weigua finished speaking and continued. "In fact, I have already investigated your background information. You are suspicious, as if you suddenly emerged, so I investigated your father and mother again. Your father belongs to a high-star pioneer group in the 10-star beast territory of Jiang City. But unfortunately, just a month ago, when you went to the special recruitment center for a test, your father was reported missing by his team." After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he looked straight at Chen Feng. He was observing Chen Feng's expression. First of all, because of Chen Feng's father's special identity and the fact that he was reported missing, this kind of thing is generally not talked about directly. This will affect the emotions of family members. After all, family members tend to think of the worst. Besides, the identity of Chen Feng's father is a secret. Even if this matter is to be told to his family, it will be about a year later. After the authorities confirmed that they could not find the missing person, they explained everything to the family in a low-key manner and secretly paid a large sum of compensation. How is this possible? There was no emotion of loss, sadness, etc. as Chu Weigua had imagined. Instead, Chen Feng stood up instantly and said in disbelief, "Well, this has been confirmed, and your father has been missing for a month, so it can't be wrong." Chu Weigua said something. "Old Chu, are you sure this is true? Tell me how my father disappeared." Chen Feng asked again. "How is this possible? In my previous life, my dad came back home once after a few years. Even if the world has changed because of my rebirth, the beast realm where my father is located is in the remote Xinjiang city. The impact of everything I did would never be transmitted to that beast territory. Hey, actually, in the deepest part of the beast territory in Jiang City, we found a strange passage. It should lead to the territory of the monsters. Your father was one of the first members of the expedition team to go in. It is said that your father was the first one to enter the passage. When others entered, your father was nowhere to be found. And until now, your father has not been seen coming out of that passage, so he was considered missing. That passage has also been temporarily blocked because the beast masters cannot adapt to the environment inside. As for the rest, it's top secret. I can't tell you, but you can go and see for yourself. Just try not to go into the passage." Chu Weigua sighed and said. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then turned around, picked up the sack and the material box, and said, "I'm going home to see my mother first. I have to go to India tomorrow. I will go to Xinjiang beast territory." Chen Feng knew that old Chu might only know this much, so he wanted to find time to go to the beast domain in Jiang City in person. The beast master can't adapt? Chen Feng pondered secretly. Deep in the beast territory of Jiang City, if I remember correctly, that was the location of the battlefield before my rebirth in my previous life. However, the battlefield in the previous life was much deeper than the current beast domain in Xinjiang City. Chapter 81, Just a Frog in the Well. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Chen Feng returned to his new home in Beijing in a depressed mood. My mother should have been picked up. Chen Feng placed the box of high-star materials in his arms at the door and reached out to open the door of the villa. A faint aroma of food hit Chen Feng's face the moment he opened the door. That is the unique flavor of the Chen Feng family. In fact, everyone's home has a different flavor of homely atmosphere. When we grow up, things and people have changed. Apart from photos that can bring back tears to our eyes, the smell of fireworks is the most tear-jerking thing. Oh, who is it? It turned out to be Xiaofeng. I thought my son had grown up and become successful, so he would not come back. Mother Chen said with a pout, feeling jealous. She hadn't gone to bed yet. She was sitting on the sofa, turning on the TV and playing with her cell phone. I'm just a little busy these 2 days. Chen Feng said, scratching his head. Be busy, please be busy. If you don't come back, I will still be your father. It's up to you to come back or not. Chen's mother continued to pout and refute. My dad. Chen Feng suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment. If I tell my mother now that my father is missing, she will be deeply saddened. Although the two don't see each other often, they are very much in love. It's better not to tell Mom about this for now. Chen Feng thought about it and made a decision. Yes, you came back late. Your bad dad just left this morning. He even brought a gift for his son and didn't let me open it. He told me to open it myself. Humph, I didn't even open it. As Chen's mother said this, she stood up and walked to her bedroom on the first floor in her slippers. A few seconds later, Chen's mother came out holding a long jade box. The box was light green in color with a few light blue lines flowing on it. Chen Feng looked carefully and saw that the box was about 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. But what surprised Chen Feng the most was that the power flowing through the box was actually the power of magic control. Only the power of resisting magic will show blue lines. But this is not the time to be surprised. Instead, from what my mother said, my father had just left during the day. Didn't Dad go missing? If his mother hadn't taken out the jade box that circulated magical power, Chen Feng would have thought that his mother was probably missing her husband so much that she was hallucinating. But now, Mom, are you sure this is what my dad left behind when he came back during the day? Are you sure that man is my dad? Chen Feng asked 2 questions in a row. Are you stupid? How could this be fake? Your father came back and stayed for the whole morning. He even praised you for being awesome. But at noon, he received a call saying that there was an emergency in the army, so he went back. Mother Chen said this and rolled her eyes at Chen Feng. Here, open it and take a look yourself. This is the gift your father prepared for you. Mother Chen stuffed the jade box into Chen Feng's hand and said jealously. Chen Feng quickly took the jade box. The moment he held the jade box in his hand, he was surprised to find that the feel of the jade box far surpassed any other material. This is not the quality of jade that Blue Star should have. It feels cool and soft to the touch, like a living creature. And there is the constantly flowing blue magic power. Chen Feng swore that he had seen this situation in his previous life, after the entire beast domain was integrated. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 pieces of this kind on some uncommon stones deep in the area. But those are just stones. This kind of material that flows with magic power like jade is the first time he has seen it. Chen Feng took 2 steps to the sofa and sat down, then placed the strange box on the coffee table. Open it carefully. The lid and the box body seemed to have been finely processed and fit together perfectly before being opened. Overall, it looks more like a jade steel. Carefully pick up the lid and set it aside. The next moment, Chen Feng looked at the things in the box, and his breathing became rapid. It's the kind of urgency that comes with a suffocating feeling. There was no silk or anything like that inside the box to hold or wrap valuables. Instead, it is completely solid, like a hollowed-out and carved outline. At a glance, the outline looks like a long knife. The blade was the same color as bone, and between the blood grooves there ran long blue lines as thick as blood vessels. It was actually a magical power that was several times stronger than the one on the box and was close to being a physical entity. The handle of the blade is red, shaped like scales, stacked layer by layer, and looks quite handy. At the junction of the blade and the handle, a round eye like a fisheye moves up and down. Chen Feng could be sure that these eyes were definitely looking at him. But in comparison, the most bizarre part is the tail of the handle, which is a mouth like a 7-star eel. With its sharp teeth, it seemed to be gnawing at the box that held it. What the hell is this? Chen Feng was shocked beyond words. It's bad enough that his dad came back from the dead, but he also brought back such a strange weapon? Is this a weapon? Can this weapon be as powerful as my shadow blade? Chen Feng swore that he had never seen this thing in his previous life, nor had he ever heard of it. Then, Chen Feng, whose mind was blank, saw a note stuck inside the lid of the box. Chen Feng pulled it off. Content: Dad is very satisfied with your performance, but Blue Star is just the starting point. The arrival of the Beast Domain is a mystery, and the demon beasts and monsters are also a mystery. People on the blue planet are just sitting in a well and looking at the world. Dad has already left the novice village and looks forward to meeting you in the future. This knife, it has the potential to be a U-level warcraft. You can try to make a contract with it. It will be a great help to you. As for the U-level, after 10 stars it is called 1U, and 1U has 10 stars. It's still very weak now, only 4 stars. Wait until you recover to 4 stars before you can contract and control it. After reading the contents on the paper, Chen Feng's heart was instantly filled with huge waves. Starting point: mystery, looking at the world from a novice village U-level. His breathing became rapid, and he subconsciously tried to reach out and pick up the handle of the knife. However, the next moment, the scales on the handle suddenly stood up, and each one was as sharp as a knife. And there is the eye where the handle meets the blade. The eye stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes, gradually turning scarlet. Chen Feng had a feeling that he absolutely could not pick up this blade-like monster at this moment. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one who got hurt. He let out a long sigh and tried hard to control his breathing, but his heart was still excited. He took the lid of the box and replaced it. When I go to India tomorrow, it will probably be a 4-star hotel. But the problem is, I already have a 4-star monster. Can I really contract another one? His mind is a little confused now. This knife looks very sharp. I wonder where your father bought it. Chen's mother said at this time. Who knows? Maybe it was robbed. Chen Feng said nonsense. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Origin of Warcraft. Chen Feng swore that he would restore his strength to 10 stars as soon as possible. In his previous life, he was a 10-star man who could do whatever he wanted and was free and easy. Now at Samsung, he is like a brick in Longxia and can be moved wherever he is needed. Look, it's still 6 o'clock in the morning. Chen Feng was awakened by a phone call from Chuegua. Something big happened. The Beast Domain on the border of Tibet province suddenly merged with the closest Beast Domain in India. As Longxia's dragon demon, you can just go and deal with it. This is what Lao Chu said on the phone, and his tone was quite relaxed. It's really a commanding leader. In the past, when old Chu heard about the fusion of the Beast Domains, he must have been terrified and responded seriously. It's different now. Ever since old Chu understood Chen Feng's strength, he has gradually become extremely calm. Isn't it just the fusion of beast domains? We choose to send out Chen Feng. Above the airspace of Longxia, by driver Yin and Chen Feng stood on the Phoenix Beastmaster. It flew towards the beast territory of Zong City at a very fast speed. In less than 2 hours, the two appeared outside the beast area of Zong City. Because the beast domain was merging, the two were teleported randomly. Chen Feng was walking alone on the snow at this time. He took out a map and determined his current location based on the surrounding terrain. After roughly determining the location, Chen Feng summoned the demon Centipede King and began to head towards the depths of the beast domain. Occasionally, groups of low-level monsters would pass by on the road. Without Chen Feng's order, the demon Centipede King would take the initiative to eat them. He ate while traveling, and when he arrived at the Longxia Pioneer Group's base camp deep in the beast domain, Chen Feng was only about the energy of a 10-star monster away from upgrading to 4 stars. Chen Feng actually had very complicated feelings about being promoted to 4 stars. As if it was fate, the 10-star magical beast that his 4-star magic master unlocked just happened to have the ability to control ice and snow. This is such a coincidence. What upset Chen Feng the most was that because of her special skills, she was the most seriously injured in the battle in her previous life. Probably in the second half of the battle, Chen Feng had to take her, who was seriously injured, back to the demon-suppressing space. Chen Feng is now a little unsure whether this ice and snow beast area can heal her injuries. Her injuries were too severe. When passing by the base camp of the Longxia Pioneer Group, Chen Feng did not go in. Instead, they bypassed this camp and went deeper into the beast territory. Look, what a huge centipede. It's Commander Dragon Demon coming. Several beast masters who stayed behind to guard the camp cried out in surprise. Everything was just an interlude. After Chen Feng continued to go deeper into the beast territory for more than 20 miles against the increasingly strong wind and snow. Suddenly, the ground shook and made a rumbling sound. Chen Feng looked forward in the direction of the voice. From his height above the head of the demon Centipede King, He could just vaguely see a large group of creatures in the distance rushing towards Chen Feng. What is this? Warcraft. Chen Feng looked carefully and quickly realized that there was a group of warcraft in front of him. He exclaimed. There were about 20 to 30 magical beasts in that group. They had white fur and were sized like an enlarged version of a polar bear. The difference was that they all had long white horns on their heads. 7-star monster, the one-horned ice monster bear. Chen Feng instantly recognized the species of these magical beasts. Strange. Why would a group of 7-star monsters appear here? He was puzzled in his heart, but still said to the demon centipede king in his heart, "Let's eat." The next second, the demon centipede king launched with all his strength and rushed straight into the pack of one-horned ice demon bears. It was true that the meal had just started. 1 minute later, the centipede king had eaten up all the 7-star beasts by himself. The magic power was continuously transmitted, and Chen Feng instantly broke through to 4 stars. Feeling the magic power surging in his body, Chen Feng sighed. It's 4 stars. He looked at the white snow on both sides, and the next moment, a huge prison gate wrapped in ice crystals appeared. As the prison door appeared, the snowflakes in the surrounding air instantly began to float randomly in the air. It was as if it had been greatly disturbed. The prison door wrapped in ice crystals is not big. It can even be said to be abnormally small, almost as tall as Chen Feng. The next second, a breathtakingly beautiful monster slowly walked out of the prison gate barefoot. Then, she threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Her blue-white hair fell to her waist, and on top of her head was a pair of horns made of ice that looked like deer antlers. Her eyelashes, and even the visible hair on her body, were blue-white. The skin is cold white. His height only reached Chen Feng's neck. If the pair of icy horns on the top of his head were included, it would probably reach Chen Feng's chin. She threw herself into Chen Feng's arms and hugged his waist. His face was pressed against Chen Feng's chest. However, the strange thing is that one of her hands and one of her feet are not made of flesh and blood, but are made of transparent ice like crystal. You can even see the deep blue magic lines flowing inside. However, most of those magic lines are broken and not continuous. This is what she looked like when she was badly injured. "King," she said. "The sound is pleasant." "You are seriously injured," Chen Feng said as he pulled up her icy hand from behind and examined her. "It doesn't matter. Everything is destined. Where are we? Have you started again?" She shook her head first, then raised her little face to look at Chen Feng's face and asked, "I've been reborn. I was reborn when I was 18 years old. How's your injury?" "First absorb the power of ice and snow here to recover quickly." After Chen Feng explained, he asked with concern, "My king, I am so happy to see you again. I am too badly injured to fight for you for the time being," she said with her head down. When Chen Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Her name is Snow Girl, and she calls herself Warcraft. The reason why she became Chen Feng's demon lord was all because of her initiative. In fact, with her strength, she was at least ranked in the top 4 among Chen Feng's magical beasts. But when he made a contract with her, Chen Feng did not waste a single soldier. To be honest, he thought the Snow Woman was a human being, because apart from her antlers, she is completely indistinguishable from a normal human being, can communicate, have emotions, and have body temperature. Chen Feng was about to say something when he heard a low roar from the sky. It was the roar of the wind. There was a harsh edge to the growl. This sound, Chen Feng looked up at the sky. The demon centipede king also looked up at the sky. "It's a hydrogen bomb." The demon centipede king has the advantage of height, and it recognized the thing flying from a distance at a glance. It has lived for hundreds of years and is familiar with almost all human technology. "What? Go!" Chen Feng was shocked and said quickly. The hydrogen bomb was not something he could handle at that moment. If the Snow Girl was not injured, he would not be afraid of the hydrogen bomb, but now the Snow Girl was seriously injured, and Chen Feng did not want to make her more injured. "I can't leave, King. This is fate." The Snow Girl looked up at the sky and said calmly, "King, I will not die. I'm just having a short sleep. The priest once said that I will be reborn in the prosperous age," she said to herself. But Chen Feng couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Isn't she a monster? Sacrifice? Let's go first. It's okay. Let the demon centipede king resist for a while. It can hold on. Chen Feng said, "King, this thing is radiation. Currently, I'm the only one who can deal with it. Even if the demon centipede king blocks the first wave of damage, it cannot block the subsequent radiation for you." She paused. "I'm actually a half-demon beast. I took the initiative to conclude a contract with you according to the instructions of the priest." Chapter 83, They Need to Pay a Price and Wait for Rebirth in the Prosperous Times. I have a name. My name is Lu Shueshua. King, you will go to the real beast world one day. I, who am sleeping, will guide you forward. Frost Domain, Lu City, Lu Jun. That's my father's name. Please take me to find him. Lu Shueshua said, and hugged Chen Feng again. A second later, she reluctantly let go of Chen Feng. Then the ice blue eyes looked up to the sky. Ice, damage deflection. Ice, mysterious ice armor. Ice frost and snow soldiers. After 3 voices, there was a strong wind in the sky. Countless snowflakes were swept by the wind and flew towards the location of the hydrogen bomb that was still flying. At this moment, an ice blue armor appeared on Chen Feng's body. From head to toe, from top to bottom. This is not over yet at the moment when the hydrogen bomb hits the snowflakes. A mushroom cloud appeared in the sky in an instant and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the next moment, the expanding mushroom cloud suddenly collapsed and completely disappeared into the air with a snowflake as the center. Then, at a very long distance, too far to be seen with the naked eye, Chen Feng first saw a huge ray of light rising into the sky. After a few seconds, there was a loud bang. After a few more seconds, a gust of wind carrying countless white snow swept towards Chen Feng. But just as the white snow was about to approach Chen Feng, it suddenly stopped in the air. Then, countless snowmen that looked like Chen Feng crawled up from the ground. The snowmen gradually became transparent. They actually turned from snow into ice. A few seconds later, thousands of ice sculptures of Chen Feng appeared around Chen Feng, and each ice sculpture was holding an ice spear. Chen Feng knew that this was the skill of the snow girl. No, Lu Shueshua. Frost and snow soldiers. Each of them has the strength of an 8-star monster. At this time, the snow around Chen Feng had disappeared, revealing the frozen solid soil underneath. But Chen Feng couldn't be happy at all. Because Lu Shueshua's body was shaky at this time, she fell backwards. Chen Feng quickly hugged Lu Shueshua, who was lying on her back. Are there any feelings? Definitely. Is the relationship deep? The two lived together for a total of 481 years. Wang, this is the first time I see you cry. Lu Shueshua reluctantly raised her cold white hand and wiped the corners of Chen Feng's eyes. Nonsense, I'm just worried that if you die, I'll suffer mental pain. I've experienced it 10 times, and I'm scared just thinking about it. Chen Feng said, You're lying. Every time you lie, your tone is so relaxed. Lu Shueshua exposed Chen Feng's lie. But don't worry, I'm not really dead. I'm just sleeping. I said I would be reborn in the prosperous times. Besides, you can try to contract other monsters now. When I see you next time, I will definitely be your Warcraft again. She said it quite easily. Okay, then tell me quickly how to give you a new life. And where is the frost region you mentioned, and how can I get there? Chen Feng said seriously. I don't know how you'll get there. The passage I came from has collapsed. But you'll definitely reach the frost region one day. For sure. After Lu Shueshua finished speaking, she wanted to continue speaking. But the next second, a ray of light flashed, and her body began to completely freeze. Chen Feng could feel that the contract with Lu Shueshua had disappeared, but it seemed that the magic controlling space belonging to her was still there. Try to bring Lu Shueshua back to the demon controlling space. The next second, Lu Shueshua's body disappeared. Don't worry, I will definitely let you regain your life, Chen Feng said with a firm look in his eyes. The demon centipede king watched the two the whole time, Sister Shui. She is just sleeping temporarily. Look, her soldiers haven't disappeared yet, Chen Feng said as he looked at the ice sculptures. I can feel that my ice armor and these soldiers won't last too long. Maybe 3 hours, maybe 5 hours, so let's go. That hydrogen bomb should have been dropped by India. They need to pay. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he jumped onto the head of the demon centipede king and headed straight for the Indian country's beast territory. Chen Feng doesn't believe in fate. If India had not used the hydrogen bomb, Lu Shueshua would not have fallen into sleep. The demon centipede king was like a speeding train at this time. On it, in addition to Chen Feng above its head, there were thousands of ice sculptures of Chen Feng with the strength of 8-star monsters. Go around that radiation zone, Chen Feng commanded as they passed by the radiation zone. There was no one living along the way, and everyone was probably killed by the bomb or radiation. 30 minutes later, Chen Feng finally arrived at the portal to India. The portal is surrounded inside the Indian camp. Kill. Don't leave anyone to breathe. Chen Feng said coldly as he looked at the Indian beastmasters coming and going inside. Because the demon centipede king was 100 meters tall, when it just arrived at the far end of the camp, two Indian beastmasters came riding on their beasts. I guess he was interrogating Chen Feng. But the next second, countless ice men holding ice spears rushed down from the demon centipede king. The two Indian beastmasters and their beasts were instantly pierced through by the ice spears thrown by the Iceman. The Icemen did not stop, and when passing by the four corpses, the Iceman who had just thrown the ice spear pulled out the bloody ice spear and rushed into the Indian camp with the large army. This was a battle without any suspense. An 8-star monster was comparable to a 9-star monster. Outside the camp, the demon centipede king shrank and turned into Chen Feng's bracelet, which was wrapped around Chen Feng's wrist. Chen Feng walked into the camp on the red snow. Now, apart from him, no one in the camp was breathing. This time, they really didn't even leave any chickens, and even the basketballs they used for daily entertainment were pierced by spears. Chen Feng looked towards the portal. "Rush out and kill towards Zindeli," Chen Feng said coldly again. The next second, thousands of ice men rushed into the portal. After all the ice men entered the portal, Chen Feng stroked the ice armor on his body and stepped into the portal. This is a border city of India. Because of the existence of this beast domain, many Indian beast masters gathered here. The portal to the beast realm is guarded by two Indian beast tamers. The two were chatting and laughing at this time. This is an easy job because no one dares to mess up in front of the beast realm portal. The two were talking about their idol, Singh, who was attacking Lungshar with a hydrogen bomb. But the next second, two ice men holding ice spears suddenly rushed out of the portal. He lifted the two of them up high. Then countless ice men rushed out of the portal. "Quick, what the hell is this thing? Summon all the beasts to fight." The Indian commander of the camp shouted while standing on a high place and looking at the chaos below. But in the next second, an ice spear came whizzing straight at him and instantly pierced through the Indian country's beastmaster commander. The force was used very skillfully. After the ice spear pierced through the beastmaster, it just happened to be stuck in the wall behind him. Then, an Iceman suddenly jumped up from below, stepped over the body of the chief beastmaster, and pulled out the ice spear that was stuck in the wall. Then he turned around and jumped from the high place, continuing to join in the massacre. Chapter 84 Confused Xingji. What does it mean to have an 8-star monster? At this moment, the thousands of ice blue ice sculptures looked like a blue torrent. Chen Feng did not kill ordinary civilians, but he did not let go of any beastmaster who stood in their way. As long as you attack them, even if you have a bird beast that can fly away, you will be pierced through by the ice spears thrown at you. With this blue torrent leading the way, Chen Feng, wearing ice armor, stood on the head of the demon centipede king and looked ahead. The target is Shindari. No matter what buildings, plants, cars, or trains are ahead, anything that blocks the way will be cleared away by the blue torrent. If you look down at India from the sky, you will find that at this moment, a line with a blue head and a purple background is rapidly cutting India diagonally. Of course, India was not ambiguous and immediately sent out waves of beastmasters to resist and fight to stop Chen Feng from advancing. A 100-man 5-star beastmaster unit, never to return. A 100-man 8-star beastmaster unit, never to return. In a force of 39-star beastmasters, 25 were killed in battle, and 5 9-star beastmasters were severely injured by ice spears, but they managed to escape. Singer. Contact Singer for me. Damn it. What on earth did he do in the beast domain? Why did he release such a strange thing from the beast domain? Fusion. I fuse with my mother. In Shindari, the king, Singhi, cursed and asked his servants to contact Singh in the beast realm. Report, we have not been able to contact that beast domain yet because the portal is guarded by those strange ice men, and our beastmasters cannot enter. Can't get in? If you can't get in, get all the 10-star beastmasters in India here. I don't believe that a 10-star beastmaster can't kill that weird thing. Sinji said angrily. Gather the 10 title-level beast masters stationed in the Indian beast domain, and have them all go out and stop these damn blue monsters in their tracks. And the one behind them, the one with the centipede head, is a beast master. The dragon demon from Long Xia, right? Kill him for me. King Sinji was really angry. Long Xia was too arrogant. What made him even more angry was that Long Xia actually dared to release such a lunatic. Fine. Since Long Xia behaves this way, I will first kill this so-called dragon demon of yours, and then publicly demand compensation from you, Long Xia. Yes, the man responded, then picked up the phone and began to contact the 10-star beast masters guarding other beast domains in India. An hour later, Chen Feng had already traveled most of the distance. Master, there is a team of 10-star beast masters ahead. The Demon Centipede King suddenly said excitedly. Yes, I saw it. There are 13 10-star beasts in total. India really thinks highly of me and actually sent me so many beast rations. Chen Feng nodded and said calmly, Master, let me take action. Don't bother the two brothers with this kind of small situation, the Demon Centipede King said again. It was afraid that Chen Feng would summon Mr. Ku or Shadow Demon, and then it would have to pick up some leftovers to eat. Not enough to eat. Not enough at all. Okay. I'll leave it to you, Chen Feng said with a smile. How could he not see the Demon Centipede King's little thoughts? He just didn't point them out. After all, as his level increases in the future, this little brother, the Demon Centipede King, is destined to pick up the leftovers. Now, let it cool down. Well, what about the gift my dad left for me, that strange knife? I don't know what the effect will be after the contract is signed. And is the world that my dad went to the same world that Liu Xuexue described? While thinking, Chen Feng jumped down from the top of the Demon Centipede King. Just let the Demon Centipede King fight alone. The next second, the Demon Centipede King moved. He directly used the space skill and was still more than 2,000 meters away from the 13 10-star beasts. But the next moment, the Demon Centipede King broke through the space behind them and rushed out. Those 10-star beast masters could never have imagined that the enemy had such space skills. In an instant, the Demon Centipede King swallowed up 2 of the smallest monkey 10-star beasts. The 2 Maluo were only low-level 10-star ones, so the Demon Centipede King didn't even need to chew them after swallowing them. The remaining 11 10-star beast masters were all high-level. They were controlled by their respective beast masters and quickly retreated to both sides. But the Demon Centipede King didn't give them any chance at all. Its body was still in the space, its huge head open left and right, with its huge fangs. All the beasts that were touched would quickly turn purple and lose the ability to move. However, there was a 10-star flying beast that escaped. After all, it flew from the sky. This is an eagle-shaped 10-star beast. On it, the 10-star Beastmaster Shaq looked at the other 9 companions who were completely annihilated below and fell into great fear. This is simply a monster. What on earth is that purple centipede? How can he fight against 13 of us 10-star beasts alone? This is outrageous. The brown-skinned Shaq just wanted to escape from this nightmare as soon as possible. Yes, he really suspected that he was dreaming. But the shouts of his 9 friends below let him know that this was all real. Just when Shaq was feeling fortunate that his 10-star beast was a bird-like beast that was good at flying and could escape. The next moment, he felt a sweetness in his throat. A black blade protruded from his chest. Shaq turned his head with wide eyes. He wanted to see what happened in the last moment of his life. Turning his head slowly, Shaq could only see part of the back. It was a young face wearing light blue black ice armor with black shadow blades embedded on both arms. The armor covered the entire body, was translucent, and reflected a faint light in the sunlight. Is this a skill? Shaq's brain quickly lost the ability to think, and as soon as his head tilted, he lost connection with the world. King Sinji was confused at this time. Just now, when he heard his men say that 10 title-level Beastmasters had arrived at the battlefield to intercept the enemy, he had even thought about how to demand compensation from the Longxia Kingdom after destroying those damn things, and that Longxia man. Quick, contact Longxia officials and Chu Weigua for me. Sinji screamed in horror. When the subordinate heard what Shinji said, he did not dare to delay and picked up the phone to call Chu Weigua. Hello? Who are you? Chu Weigua answered the call immediately, and the voice was filled with a hint of doubt as he asked, but is it true that Lao Chu didn't know who made the call? Of course not. The cunning old Chu was just playing dumb. Didn't your country, India, publicly announce that it would not join the Dragon Alliance? Lao Chu was very angry. Chu Weigua, I am Shinji from India. Shinji shouted and introduced himself. His tone sounded bad because he was in a hurry. After all, if it was later, Chen Feng would have flattened the Zendeli where he was. But suddenly, there was a curse from the other end of the phone. Damn it, how did he know my name? He even dared to pretend to be the king of India. Scam calls are too rampant nowadays. I am from Longxia. You pretended to be the king of India to deceive me. Why don't you say you are Qin Shi Huang? I fuck you. Then, Singi heard the phone beep. Damn it, call it back. Shinji was stunned at first, then cursed at his subordinates. Chapter 85. 2 sacks of Bodhi wood. You want to steal them. We couldn't do anything about it. The call was called back again. But this time, no one answered the phone. Xingji was confused. Do you really think I'm a fraud? I'm the king of India, not the king of Myanmar. Also, what the hell is Qin Shi Huang? Change your number, and call me. Xingji said unwillingly. The next second, the call was connected again. Hello, is this the Chu Weigua from Longxia? I am Qin Shi Huang. No. Beep, beep. I hung up again. What the hell is Qin Shi Huang? Xingji feels that he shouldn't learn Chinese. If Indian language was used, this embarrassing situation would not have happened. I'm afraid I've really been treated as a scam this time. Just as Xingji was thinking about contacting other officials from Longxia, his phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Chu Weigua calling back. Xingji picked up the phone excitedly. Hello. Before he could finish, Chu Weigua spoke first. Hello, I am the king of India, Xingji. I am trapped in Longxia now. Please help me download tomato novels and give me gifts for my books. When I withdraw the money and buy a ticket back to India, I will make you the general of India and give you enough resources to tame beasts. Chu Weigua said. Question mark? Singh's brain froze for a moment. No, you are just too free. You think it's a scam call. You are Xingji. Then who am I? King Zingi. Please send him a video application quickly, his subordinate reminded cleverly. Xingji's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Xing quickly sent a video application to Chu Weigua and said, I am really Xingji. Let's use the video to verify. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then one word came out. Okay. So the video was connected. Xingji was delighted. Hello, Mr. Chu Weigua. Look, I really am Xingji, absolutely genuine. Xingji first raised his head and looked left and right at his face, which he thought was very handsome. However, the next second, Chu Weigua's words made him confused again. Oh my god, AI face swapping, right? That's awesome. Today's scammers are really high-tech. I've already called the police. Just wait. If you dare to video chat with me, you're done. Chu Weigua pretended to be shocked. Xingji's expression fell instantly. It looks more uncomfortable than eating 2 pounds of dog shit. He first turned his head to take a look at Chen Feng's distance according to the satellite positioning. Already in the new place. Damn, it's really coming towards me. Although there were still a few trusted 10-star beast masters in the palace at this time, they could not give Xingji any confidence. They even killed 10 10-star titled beast masters in seconds, but these 2.5 people in my capital, perhaps he could only give his beast a good meal. Listen, Chu Weigua, I really am Xingji, absolutely genuine. This is not an AI face swapping, and this is not a scam. Please stop the dragon demons of Longxia from advancing as soon as possible. Otherwise, Xingji said this, and then stopped talking for a while. What can I do if I don't stop myself? Are you going to die in front of Chu Weigua? You, Longxia. Do you want to start a world war? Xingji yelled in frustration. Chu Weigua's expression suddenly turned serious when he heard this. After all, the other party is a big shot, and so is yourself. Once you say something, it's like water spilled.